I found EFAP way back when I saw Mola's Soma review, and Wolf threw an impromptu stream. The way the story goes is we were just hanging out and we were going to stream it, and then Rags' stream wasn't working, so I did it. We did a video from Downward Thrust and Jared, and the following week he released that video, and I was like, wouldn't it be fun if we responded to it live?
And then the rest is history.
Be weird.
Do the thing.
I'm not so sure that Sony is in the position to sell a huge more amount.
Now, I know it seems impossible to watch movies wrong, but you're watching movies wrong.
This isn't supposed to happen to Space Wizards.
The giant alien cow thing is one of my favorite additions.
There's no reason not to farm right.
I'm gonna have to beat off pretty hard after this. Can I join you?
My name is not Craig. What the fuck?
Who fucking said that?
This?
You can only really look at The Last Jedi as a sequel if you interpret it as a sequel.
What?
A Rudy Tooty Cowboy Shooty massive faggot.
You get to look at women.
Water makes things wet. Water is not wet.
With
You were the souls in my king.
The 1 in a million target.
Spiders fucking tell the future. 66 hours.
the intellectual gaming community of
JJ Links.
oh, what
The Bible has too many plot holes.
They did.
The grape is absolutely a weird olive.
Slice and dice.
Fat people get more human rights than skinny people.
Bring Daddy G. You can pay Mission Impossible to Jack and Jill.
If you're part of the toxic brood, with artificial barriers of blockage, with diabetes, Thanos,
I would love my adopted child as well as my biological child. Korra is better than Aang.
hey, what's going on? I stand with Dawn. Dawn, stop believing it.
Harassment. Fat Asian bitch.
My master, Sora the Great, is deemed welcome.
The spirit of General Grievous appears.
Yes, this is
Part of why we playing this movie for no fucking reason. Here's the thing. If you're going to buy bath water from somebody, you deserve herpes.
this movie has female characters and it's meant for children. This is bad.
Objectively, it's bad spaghetti.
Yoda, lightning's the books.
Me high cheek sent me high. Me high cheek sent me high.
Everyone knows what a fucking Y-wing is, you disingenuous thing!
Made it through the super
C-3PO, gay robot.
Pussy lips, let's just go right ahead and call virtual headsets what they are. They're privileged goggles.
1.2. They are on planet Mars. Beginning.
Harder like the little human twink that I am. Come, jizz, hot come, jizz erupts from the head of my cock. Hot jizz ejects out across me. Come all over me. Come all over me.
Thank you for the super chat. Don bless, praise, tunnel.
Epic celestial proportions.
I don't give a damn how good that ship is poised. I want my spaghetti bolognese.
Islay, oh man.
I can't whistle.
He's fucking virus. Ahoy, baby.
Joker has a problem with black women.
Seriously, hey Rags.
Say what?
Jeb Bridges, Jeb Connor, Jeb Portstein, Jeb Goldblum,
Jabba the Hutt.
Jeb FK,
Jeb Abrams. Jeb Snow.
Jeb Shapiro, Jeb Trump, Jeb XC,
Jeb Osama bin Laden.
Jeb Sama.
Whoa, I like that chick. Here's a McMuffin. A closeted homosexual.
Real cause of all of your problems? You don't want to
Fuck, cook cares.
According to Wikipedia, a hat is a head covering. Well, what do you mean a cane is a clothing?
We're debating golfish. Wait your fucking turn.
moonwalking in medieval warfare.
What up, my Ewok?
Make y'all sound like Jews. Jews.
be movie bomb sex slave. This force is considered the gay.
Is this guy supposed to be Alfred? Doesn't really have a vision.
Hey guys, Looper here.
Baller and Rags have amazed they like anything.
Where's Hitler's body?
It's in my pocket.
Doing intercourse on the job. Always around with eager letter.
I heard that you love minorities.
I do. The one that will never be done.
What the fuck? Are you okay?
Tied to this charming but one.
No, it's a question. Fucking dipshit.
Everything is going to be what I'm all the time.
Bitches be jealous of his scrotum. No, never mind. Because it's my son. I don't move with the door open.
Rugby commentator. Oh, here comes Alwyn George with the ball. Here we go.
TFA Part 4, mark my words, in August 2021.
Pretend that it's what you want and clown boy.
How Jedi's roll created, they can't love.
Come yum. It says Wilford Brimley's 5'8".
It also has in brackets alive. It'd be really awkward if he fucking dies.
It's time to let the children play.
I am a girl.
Gonna keep married to Harry Potter. An adventure about jewelry.
Go podcast. Oh, being kinky.
Does it hurt?
Anymore, just before you go live, I'm just gonna go for a piss.
Whoa, we're a quarter portion there. Whoa, bring me that droid there.
Literally every death that happens is Joel's fault.
Joel is not a fucking beloved character.
No.
Words cannot express the greatest holiday of all time. Sweet sunny day.
She's Palpatine's granddaughter. It completely solves the Mary Jane problem.
My channel was growing, but I was so unhappy to the point where I would not be able to sleep. This platform can help people. It can hurt them, and it can aid in the sickening technology addiction and social media. At the end of the road, for the right person, even if it's just one person, you can help someone.
Fuck me, please. I need that cock. The literal wave of cum. That feels so fucking good in my tight ass. Fuck, jizz, cum, fuck, cum all over me. Cum all over me.
Defenders think they're so incredibly fucking smart that they can find people with subtleties. Donald Trump stole my summer, my Halloween, my ability to enjoy life itself.
Opinions don't kill terrorists.
When life gives you lemons, you tell life to fuck right off.
Fuck all of you.
I have lost all respect for you, Mauler. Your critiques are poor.
The Legion of Squash.
It would take like 8 Smurfs to give you a hand job. Dame, 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 oh, dame, nano, yo. Anaga, sugite, sugite.
Inside, man. He hates me.
No, he covered it up, you piece of shit.
I completely agree with you, Frenchie. Smash is the equivalent of wet bread.
I'm curious to see what Hitler would say about the sequel trilogy. Maddie, how come your internet face is all fucked up?
All take our loss and learn to fly.
White is better than anything that involves anything other than white. Buller is literally Welsh. That should be all you need to know about him to prove his points.
He's not even
Gamorrean.
Gar is incredible. Is Hitler a bad villain because he lost the war?
I'm not watching a 12-hour review. That's the death of creativity itself.
I'm a 33-year-old straight white.
You're 33? Yes or no? You guys know Lemmy?
Timing tests your timing. Yeah.
I don't think it's weird that Superman called his mother by her first name. What did you want him to say? Save my mom?
Cunting piece of horse ravishing fuck. Absolute turd of a film. I have in all my years never had a more unpleasant time watching a film than I have sitting through this fucking awesome.
Loneliness plus alienation plus fear plus despair plus self-worth.
EFAP spreads their Snyder derangement syndrome propaganda.
A witch practices witchcraft. A wizard practices wizardcraft.
I don't believe in bad. It
didn't work for you. That's totally cool.
Miranda, that evil bitch stole my life from me.
Bull bulls on the edge of a cliff.
What's everyone's opinion on cock and ball torture?
I don't really take much issue with any fetish anyone has.
I assumed that he was talking about, like, in a war or something. Wonder Woman, she's too good for punching, but not for raping.
Gene cream beta thing.
Have you ever wondered why things are smaller the further they get away? My mom isn't there to cook the chicken for me. Dude, what am I supposed to do? Die?
One big futuristic science fiction allegory of the Vietnam War. We have enemies that are so unlike us that they're basically an alien race.
That's your mouth.
Some have the ding, some have the
Explosion.
What about making this where story?
Alright, you guys go one at a time.
Believe.
Believe in Noom. Believe in Noom.
Believe.
Noom won't work if you don't believe.
There is no depression, there is Noom.
Double fuck my ass. Hot, white, jizz, milky payload. Ass. Oh, fuck me in the ass. A creamy cocktail. Oh, fuck, I'm gonna come. Spunk, come, jizz, come all over me. Come all over me.
Gay. Alright, do you have any commentary?
Superman. Stop it.
I'm trying to take my tuna casserole.
The Virgin.
Let's go play putt-putt.
This is the Chad.
Father, I wish to engage in mini golf.
You could cut pretty much anything with a cake.
Am I on acid?
Train to Hassan. All aboard the Nuggy Express.
You don't need to always use or the do pew pew or pew pew do do do.
Guys, visual.
Did you survive that ladder? Somebody needs to find this fucking kid and smack them in the mouth.
What if these guys have families, kids, wives, husbands?
Right, but they chose the wrong side.
Don't you know?
I am Electro.
Gandalf, fuck, Gandalf.
Dumbledore.
Dumbledore. What if I was spawning mayonnaise in liquid form? That's not farting. That's shocking.
We only see this loathsome cunt for but a brief moment or two.
Anyway.
I am such a fat fist.
Lance is getting too long.
Walking Fred is radio.
Jesus Christ. Oh, no. Go to Trungo.
Trungos. I am Trungo.
Kicky Grumbo.
Look, you're right, it's not good.
The fact that Kalik's able to meet Vi and the fact that they cooperate the way that they do seems a bit convenient.
That's what I vote now.
Sending both of them to hell is the right decision.
Dun, 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 dun,
And I was like, okay. And I was like, all right. And then I got to the end, I was like, eh. And then the more I thought about it, angrier I became.
You gotta get less good.
You can't just take shit that doesn't yours.
Your YouTube content is there when I ain't got nothing else left to talk about.
What does take pride in your work mean?
You can no fuck. Everything I said about Biden is true. You fucking idiot.
Cat Vane is dead. Unless he isn't. What you say to me, I don't suck for penis and no queer. I'm gonna throw my crawfish at you in the bucket too.
Apologize to Wanda for all the evil he caused her. Note, because Tony runs away from his problems.
She did run away. She just came to her own universe.
Did the residents have such a bad experience? Wanda entertained them with magic shows. They celebrated Halloween. Guy was unemployed before all this, and Wanda gave him a job.
Myself and Rise were invited to a movie that is essentially porn with Jay Longbow.
The world's greatest multiverse's most horrific turbo cunts. Oh jeez, oh god, just pushing the bag up again.
Your clothes never wear as well the next day. Your hair never falls in quite the same way. Our institutions are crumbling. Nobody trusts nobody anymore. This is the story of a girl who cried a river and drowned the whole world. While she looked so sad in photographs, I absolutely loved her when she smiles.
looks like I'll get a number 9, to number 6, and number 7 with extra dip.
It's never okay! Ewan McGregor's a fine actor. Obi-Wan was a terrible character.
At the moment, Obi-Wan silently equips his lightsaber, signals we're in for a good time.
Gently, 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 gently.
What's the volume of like a standard bathtub, and how much hot cream do you have?
I think the volume of the standard bathtub is silent.
Shut up, Rags. I want to fill you with hot cream.
They gratuitous golden blood flying everywhere. They went over the top to just have it literally in your face.
It wasn't literally in your face.
Oh, that's true though, Rags!
No, that's the point. He found his way out.
Ooh, mon ami. Ooh, mon ami.
Ooh, mon ami.
Gotta get my pills. Watch this video. Switch my body. Oh, God.
We're not all look the same, Rags. Why did I call you Rags? I'm Rags.
No.
Alrighty, with that, thank you all very much for hanging out with us. The kind messages, the kind donations, and the kind insights here and there, back and forth. Thank you all so much for watching. You sleep well now. Good night, everyone. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Raw dog here, Ton.
No.
You guys have a fantastic day. Bye now.
I had to unmute. There we go. Hello.
I had to unmute too.
Ooh. Oh my god.
Wow,
Isn't that video
we made it
intense?
200.
Amazing.
That was actually very intense. That was a very fun journey down memory lane.
The first thought I had was like, holy fuck, how long did that take to make? Jesus Christ. It's taken...
Also that, yes.
Because
that was legitimately impressive.
Not just the going through every episode, it's also like the making it all musical, you know, manipulating all the sounds to be of the tones you need to match by Rainbow Soap. Who's actually well, you know, I'll cover that better when we're gonna watch those videos live as well. But feels to me we should probably just be like, hello everybody, 200 episodes. Can you?
I never planned for this. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
4 years.
All I know now is that if anyone ever asked you what is EFAP, you could show them that video.
Yeah. It's like when we get to episode 1000, it is going to be like someone makes a compilation from 1 to 1000. It's like, so the intro is 24 hours. 24 hours.
Yeah,
stream.
you have to time down to a chair. Tell you about
Once
EFAP.
it's done, we'll be like, wow, that was a really good video.
Eventually,
Please
it'll just have
let
to
me
be
go
like
home to my family.
one word from every episode, and it'll make up a whole 10-hour thing. It'll
Ooh,
be
like
great.
a sentence.
Who knows?
Or
What
it'd be a
kind of sense it can
paragraph
make.
at that point.
My God, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Well, you know, why not just get going straight away, right? Like, what else is there? You know, just what is this podcast? We talk about stuff.
We're gonna be here for a while.
Probably that's for the best, I imagine. You know, got to get plenty of things talked about, and plenty of people got to get in, right? We're gonna start adding all those crazy fellas, but I'm trying to think of like what. First year was. Privilege Goggles was year 2, right? Because there's always a Jim Sterling video. First year was...
Are you talking about the Jim Sterling videos we cover every year?
Yeah,
or...
we only ever do it on the anniversary. I don't know why that happened, it just did. I remember Privilege Goggles was one I really wanted to see, because it was like one of my favorites of all time. It's like, what will be next? Who knows, you know? In the vast, mysterious roulette that is... well, that's probably going to be what happens. Anyway, yeah, so we got, for those who don't know how this format works, oh boy, so three videos, 3 streams, that will be, on average, 8 hours each, but, you know, it depends if we go over a bit, that usually ends up happening, and we're going to try and get different people in here as the time goes on, if that's alright with everyone.
Well, yeah.
Ew.
before we began the stream, but yeah, I guess that sounds all right.
You could have discussed it with us, but yes. Hi Mel, how you doing?
I'm doing alrighty. How are you guys?
We're doing great. Did you see that intro?
I'm great
Isn't it
now.
crazy?
I've seen it the second time now because I watched it yesterday actually, and it's very good. I love it.
It was freaking nuts, man.
That's big nuts.
I think that it makes
Nick
for
and Frets.
thanks for a very celebratory opening. So what will be us watching videos with people about opinions on things. Some of the most exciting, explosive content you can ever imagine.
Yeah, baby.
But yeah, you know, all kinds of different things are probably going to happen. Was my overall point. How long have you got, Mel? Are you gonna stay up for the full, probably like 26 hours?
I have until I want to go to bed, and then I wake
Wow.
back up, and then I'm back again.
You're a creature of habit. This whole sleeping thing. I've heard you've been doing it for a while.
Don't tell anyone, but I'm doing it like every day actually.
While the German sleeps, EFAP.
Yeah.
lives.
I'm crazy. I'm crazy like that. But yeah, no, I'm gonna be chilling. I have nothing to do. I did all my things. I had some barbecue today at my dad's place because he had the birthdays this week. So naturally, I'm gonna go give him a visit and stuff. And now I'm free. I'm just chilling. I'm
Just tell him
here.
I can't come to your birthday, Dad. I'm EFAPing, and then just hang up
Exactly.
and don't explain.
Yeah, it's like your birthday isn't even today. Like it was like a couple of days ago. You could have done it then. It's like,
I mean,
come
really, it
on.
was like 50, 60 years ago. So
Yeah. So I don't even know what the fuck you're doing, Dan. So just leave me alone. I told you to stop calling me, by the way.
Just like one of the people that are on the way, I sent a message saying, "Yeah, join whatever you want." Their response was, "I'm free if you want someone to join." It's like, I mean,
how
it's
long
like-
will this go on? When will the cycle end?
It's all good. Yes, jump in. But anyway, I mean, I'm just gonna get us going. You know, people will join as time progresses. We got
Indeed, they shall.
this is one that I've wanted to cover for some time. Here's a watch together link. That would probably be a good start too, wouldn't it?
Oh,
Ironically, this will be one of our shortest intros.
That's
How long do we usually do intros for?
An hour.
But for the anniversary ones, I always find it's like, oh, we best get covering things soon because, you know, one video will take us the whole anniversary and people will be like, wow. Remember the Grace Randolph one? My God.
Oh yeah, that took us 12 days. She's like the multiverse of madness of movie reviewers.
Yeah. Well, we might just have another Grace Randolph video on the way. Who knows?
Yay!
But yeah, well, I was gonna say, have hope, have confidence. I'm sure it's gonna be exciting. Alrighty, I'm gonna go ahead and guess that the aspect ratio isn't gonna be correct, or rather, whatever, because they always change it between when I go offline between weeks on.
Oh Jesus!
That'll do
Why
it.
is it?
All right. Now let us see.
Difficult subject.
He yelled at me.
Oh, you know what? That looks like a.
So that wasn't just hyper loud for me then.
You guys gotta turn it down low at the default. You never know what they're gonna do to you, these videos. Yeah, they come at you so fierce.
So angry, so yelly.
Yeah, it has changed in a way that I almost didn't notice, but I noticed it. So yeah, like I said, there's another video I actually want to cover, but we can only do it once per year, okay? That's how the rules work, I suppose, with the billing. But this one, this one's a
EFAP
classic.
has a very strict and rigid rule system.
Rigid.
Yeah.
One of them. It's a classic conversation about video game difficulty, which I think you've had some interest in thinking about that recently, have you not, Mr. Fringy?
Yeah.
In some ways.
It's what I'm thinking about. Yeah.
Perhaps this will elucidate or ameliorate such discussion.
We'll see. Yeah.
Who can
Wow, that's some fancy words.
Oh, I'm what's called a professional debater. I know all of the things.
Debateur?
Oh, hello, Theo.
Hello.
Welcome.
I mean,
we're doing some coverage, as you do. We're gonna be looking at the classic discussion. I don't even know if we've covered it properly on EFAP yet. We probably have, but you know, how difficult should video games be? And I wonder what game will come up in this discussion. Who knows?
Oh no. Oh no.
What could it be?
I mean, Theo is here, so.
What?
I look forward to the day where no one can.
What
ever
game
beat a
could
video
it
game.
be?
I'm gonna skip us past the intro because I don't even know if that's copyrighted yet.
Oh, how very exciting.
Oh, he still looks relatively normal.
I don't know, that hat.
Hello, Skellington Boglin. Today's your birthday. What's that? You're very excited about your birthday.
Look, I don't know when the video starts, so we're just gonna have to listen to some boggling stuff, alright?
He has quite a Boglin collection. He's got
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
He do
9,
be
and then
Boglin.
he's got the ones at the bottom. Then he's got the
Boglins
one
are,
he's
you know.
taken out of the one he's using as a prop. It's ruined now. It's out of the box. The
Yeah,
value's
yeah,
been
they lose value
tarnished.
significantly.
Yeah, once a Boglin is unboxed, there's few things worse than an unboxed Boglin.
Gonna say, yeah. One of the standard. We've had that going on EFAP for a while. We've all known this.
I've got a gift for you. Any Gymquisition topic today will be of your choosing. What's that? You think that's brilliant?
That's quite a sound it makes.
That is a really strange sound. Also, I don't know if the Boglin really had time to say all of those words.
Well, it's a different language. They can speak like whole paragraphs and sentences. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I
Like
guess
the
if you're trapped
binars from
inside of
Star
a
Trek.
box.
There you go. We have my first Star Trek reference ever because I've been watching Star Trek.
Oh my god, what was the
It's
reference? I missed it.
Yeah, the Boglin talks like the binars from Star Trek.
Whoa, Mel's like a nerd
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
How does it feel to get in depth and knowledgeable about lore that isn't wrestling?
And now Jim Sterling is non-binar.
What's got an idea for one already? Well, tell me, just for you, what Gymquisition will we do today? Oh, whether or not Sekiro should have an easy mode.
Every
That's what
time,
exactly-
every fucking time.
Well, yeah, but to be fair, I can't actually remember what the opinions are in this video, so it could be stuff we agree with. I don't actually know. Let's find out.
Oh, it won't be.
Probably
Jim,
not, yeah.
Jim likes his easy mode talk.
Oh god, it's
Sekiro
attacking us.
doesn't need an easy mode. Sekiro doesn't not need an easy mode
okay, he's
either.
presenting.
You see? Indeed, it's time to talk about difficulty in games again, as yet another challenging
No, you
video
decided to. Your
Every
Boglin
time.
told you to. You can't do
We
that.
don't.
Okay,
We don't have to have this
software
conversation. We've
It's like
never
when
had
you-
to have
Because-
this conversation.
From
This is when
Software put out a
YouTubers say, I didn't
game.
want to make this video.
From Software put out a game. A bunch of people can't complete it, and then this happens. It's like, should they make the mode where you just press forward win? It's kind of, and
Can't
then
I just be owed victory?
and they can get hyperbolic and be like, this is exclusionary to a like discriminatory degree. It's just like, whoa, I was just making a video game. Jeez.
Game has
Hey.
released to the uproar of a conversation that has only gotten more egregiously toxic over the years.
Well,
Have you contributed to that, Jim? Or
Everybody
have
else's
you...
fault but yours. Yeah.
fucking what conversations don't get toxic on the other side at this point? It's like,
You brought in the Boglins to this conversation, just to be fair. They were not a part of
that's
this
one for that.
discourse until you decided it had to be that way.
And
You
the
broke
Toxic
him out of
Avenger.
jail.
Dark Souls to Cuphead, lately any video game that's marketed on its challenge, and let's not forget it's mostly marketing to blame for all this bullshit, we get into a
I don't know about that. These games are tough for a lot of people.
I
You
was-
know? It gets word gets around.
Yeah, it is tough.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call that
Well,
marketing. Like people talking about
it
it.
is kind of. It's funny to say that it's marketing as though it wasn't a meme that many like games journalism websites would compare games that have nothing to do. Do people compared Crash Bandicoot to Dark Souls?
Yeah, there was an era where
I think
there was,
it's pretty good.
It's a discourse issue, not a marketing issue.
yeah.
When
The
is
marketing
FromSoft
was
going to make
ridiculous.
Dark Soul Kart?
Dark Soul.
We're still waiting on Bloodborne Cart.
Yeah, we got
I'm
Bloodborne
still
Cart.
waiting
Card
on it.
actually is being
Well,
made.
it could just be the
Yeah.
FromSoft card where it has
Yeah.
all of the characters.
Yeah, it has all of them.
You have
Yeah,
the
it's not.
Gwyn
You, would,
and the
you don't want to limit
Hunter
it.
and all of the characters. and they'll
Multiverse
all go
card.
kart. And then
Yeah,
they're
you
racing
can
on
be
these
all the
crazy
crazy-
courses, you know, like you could have a, what's it called? Analondo. You could have an Analondo course.
Hell
All the
yeah.
levels, all the cool levels that you love now in racing kart form.
That's right.
Also,
I
the
mean, I
game
don't
is
hate the
balls
idea.
hard.
And of course,
I
you
don't
just
know a
have
single
random,
individual
like-
who wouldn't play the shit
Yeah.
out of
Oh,
this
of
game.
course, that'd be great. I'd play that. Sounds fun.
massive debate over whether games should have easy modes, whether accessibility options matter, or whether
I'm going to
wait.
Those are two different things.
Well, yeah, exactly.
I want to be
That's
clear.
where I'm
Let's not
going to pause
conflate
it here. My
accessibility
prediction
and difficulty.
in this video, Jim will constantly confuse to the point of dishonestness the concepts of accessibility and difficulty. I know he has done it in the future, in this year, in Dark Souls year of 2022.
Oh, for Elden
or
Ring?
whatever. Yeah, for Elden Ring. I know he's already done that. However, could it be that I know that? Hey, no.
I was willing to
That
be
is my
charitable. I
prediction.
thought he was distinguishing them because he understood that they were different.
Well, here's the thing. Sometimes he probably does, and sometimes he forgets that they're different, and he melds them together if he wants to make
Okay.
people who want, like, for instance, you always get the thing where people say they don't want an easy mode or that game should be difficult, and they get lambasted for not wanting any accessibility.
Maybe it's
when that's
fair
not a fair comparison.
to say there will be at least one or two blurry lines when it comes to very specific ideas about whether or not something relates to accessibility or difficulty, but I would assume it's pretty clear as to the difference, but I suppose we'll find out.
They are related.
I guess
they're related but different.
The difficulty.
I've had the argument made to me that some disabilities can be things like people's cognitive reaction time. So doing things like making an easy mode in which the enemies are like slower is an accessibility feature in the same way that a high contrast color mode would be. I don't personally agree with that, but that's the case I've had made.
My gut instinct is to say that no Souls game or any Souls adjacent game even approaches anywhere even near needing anything like that. Because these games are difficult, make no mistake, but they are not that difficult once you actually understand what they are asking of you and what you have to do.
The elitist here.
Yeah, he's correct.
I guess it's a matter of when you think about difficulty, you've got difficulty in the sense that it's hard to wrap your head around how to do it, like how to engage with it, versus maybe more, I guess, normal difficulty, which is just you need a certain level of dexterity to do it. You just need to be able to hit the buttons fast enough and quick enough at the right time.
And Dark Souls, I would say, just quickly, Dark Souls requires nothing of you on that front in terms of competence with dexterity.
Or
it
maybe
requires next to nothing from you.
Sekiro kind of does. Like,
Sekiro requires more.
Well, because
the parry timing is extremely generous.
It is generous, but you do have to move your finger pretty fast in order to, especially fight some of the, the sort of robed samurai enemies who like they don't wear armor or anything like that. They just have those attacks that are kind of a 1, 2, 3 like really fast thing. I could see people having trouble with that if they have mobility issues in their fingers, for example.
Sure.
That doesn't mean there's no other way to fight those enemies, though. So it's like, well, at a certain point, how?
I just noticed here that the subtitle or the tagline for this article is the difference between what you quote unquote earn and what you're owed. That is very interesting.
What you're owed?
I wonder. Well, because it says, when is exclusion a valid design choice? Something I've been thinking about a lot lately, I'm sure it has nothing to do with any type of video that I might be working on, is are video games, by virtue of being necessarily interactive, they also necessarily exclusionary, and that because they're interactive, it's conceivably Well, I think the answer is yes, but like I'm still not sure, like 100%. Is a game necessarily exclusionary because you have to play it to progress?
I mean, that goes into the concept of what a challenge even is.
What a
I
game
guess
is.
I'm going even more fundamental than that. Let's say it's even a walking simulator where all you need to do is walk forward. You don't have to solve any puzzles. You don't need to engage in well, I haven't played that, so
that's the example people usually go to.
No fail states, but you still have to walk forward. It's like there's conceivably one person who can't figure that out for some reason. So conceivably it's impossible to complete, compared to once a movie starts, it plays, you can get up and leave, you can fall asleep, but like the film will play to the end. Sure, you don't have the whole experience, but like there's nothing that can prevent you from seeing it through to the end, essentially, compared to a video game. Where
a movie asks for inaction on your part as opposed to the action of getting up and walking away.
Video games are an active activity like books are. I guess books are kind of interesting because again, the book is complete and there for you to read. And even if you can't understand what you're reading, I guess you can still read it. But it'd be more so comparable to games, I guess, than like any other medium because it demands something of you other than, I guess, having your eyes on the screen. And even then, with like a film, you don't have to if you don't want to, right?
What's interesting about that is the injecting then accessibility options in relation to books. It's like, well, you just have to get the words to the person's brain. So Braille would be if they're blind,
Wow.
or translation if they don't have the language. Like these will all be considered accessibility for books, you know?
An easy mode for a book where it's like, the prose is simpler. It's like,
Right.
I don't think people would be fans of that.
Yeah, and that's it, right? Like if they release the version of the book, like let's just say Lord of the Rings, but it's like really simplified language and it's only, let's say, 10 pages and the words are all really big and thick. You're like, oh.
It could be part of a series, yeah. You could call it Prose for Noobs.
And then I guess you might have
A book is an audiobook. Nah, I don't. I think that's accessibility. Surely, like if you're blind, you can listen to books, but it doesn't change the contents of the book. Maybe that's the difference between difficulty and accessibility. Is what are the changes to the actual material?
Funnily enough, I actually would concede that listening to, let's say, Game of Thrones versus reading it is a different experience. But
of course,
I don't know. I think it's like negligible in terms of the idea of one is better than the other. A lot of people say that reading it is better than listening to someone describe it, but some people might argue the reverse because you get voices and characters sometimes.
It's totally subjective, isn't it? What you prefer, right?
Instead of saying it's totally subjective, I would rather just highlight what are the pros and cons of either side, if such a thing could be agreed upon. I think there are some things.
A preference.
It's somewhat adjacent, but it's worth saying that a lot of the time when people listen to audiobooks, it's while they're doing something else. You know?
Yeah.
So the full focus isn't on the thing.
True.
That's why for fiction I've almost entirely switched to audiobooks, just because I can't justify setting the hours aside to just read a fantasy novel. But if I'm doing other stuff, I can listen to Brandon Sanderson or whatever.
I guess that's. I wonder if that's indicative of like a problem with society now that people feel like they can't just set aside an hour or like 2 or 3 hours to read a book. There's always got to be multitasking going on. Like I got
we say this
podcast while playing a video game, or
we say this as though people aren't doing that with everything anyway. Like people are watching films and TV on their computers while that'll be second screen stuff most of the time. Yeah,
I'm saying, yeah.
The cinema, at least, that means you got 100% focus. So it still exists.
You can 100% focus on the majesty of Thor: Love and Thunder. Yeah,
Hey. Pure cinema.
I loved watching that movie in cinema. That was very fun.
Oh, don't worry. I'm pretty sure we'll have a lot of hours about Marvel in this anniversary stream. The games are trying to squeak in at the beginning, like, talk about us, we exist. It's like, hey, they're video games.
Hey, remember us?
Games should be an exclusive only to those with a natural skill or those who, as they say, get good. Way back in 2016, the opposite root cause led to the exact same discourse. Back then, the uproar was over games already having very easy modes.
So this is Star Fox Zero. Star Fox Zero has bad controls. Like that. I don't know if people were defending the difficulty. That game just has bad controls.
That's interesting, isn't it?
I think that's probably one of the worst problems you can have in a video game is when the controls themselves are bad.
Fighting a player, or you have to finagling with these weird buttons.
Well, because for people who don't know, Star Fox Zero's gimmick was that it used the Wii U gamepad as like a second screen, but that was the primary. It was the primary targeting. So, like, if you looked at the TV, you couldn't aim properly because the aiming was calibrated to the screen on the gamepad. Rather than the screen.
Yeah,
it was an interesting idea that never should have made it past like the concept stage.
Sorry, Platinum Games.
Yeah,
they should have tested this and realized it was terrible and never sold it.
Well, I think it was. I might be wrong, but I think it was Miyamoto thought that the idea was cool. And Miyamoto often has a lot of interesting perspectives, like in terms of Miyamoto thinking outside of the box has created a lot of good stuff, but occasionally you end up with that kind of problem with Star Fox Zero, where it's just like the idea was so dominant that it just overshadowed like a lot of the fundamental problems that existed with this control scheme.
Yeah, it was Platinum who developed it based on Miyamoto's idea, and they seem to get kind of a luck of the draw with Platinum, as if they're given a project that they can just knock out of the park, like Nier Automata or Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, and then they get things like Star Fox Zero, and it's like, oh, okay, we'll try.
It made me think though about like how, let's say theoretically, that a game has shitty hitboxes all throughout to the point of them being really, really bad. Like imagine that was put in like a Dark Souls game, that'd be really bad.
A whole game?
Yeah, like the whole fucking game. And then someone is like, you know, God, this game is so hard. I wish there were an easy mode where the hitboxes weren't shit. Also, like misunderstanding that it's not even difficulty. That's just shitty design.
Yeah, that's just bad.
You gotta like make sure you draw a line, I guess, in how this works.
Notably, Star Fox Zero boasting a zero difficulty mode in which the player couldn't die, a mode that toddlers could play if they want.
Is that why not brought up? Okay, interesting.
Yeah, fuck kids, no.
If you make a game for kids, go nuts. It's just like, if you have the idea of like, you better make sure you pack a game in with a mode that children, you're like, I'm right. Okay.
My 5-year-old nephew does not need to play Sekiro.
Or Gamer's trademark didn't like this at all, for reasons I still don't quite understand.
I mean, the big argument for me is
how
just, as long as
dishonest do you have to be?
As long as you didn't force the developers to do it, I guess I don't give a shit. Like, they can put it in if they really want to. But
well, I mean, I don't see the problem with a developer if they want to add like an easy mode. Kind of where I'm at this point is it's kind of up to the developer really if they want to do it or not.
Yeah, what I'm getting at when I say force isn't like a company saying you have to do it, we won't fund it. I'm talking about like social pressures, like you're a bad person if you don't put it in easy mode. It's like calm the fuck down.
Yeah.
Because that's obviously eventually they'll buckle if they get enough people saying they're bad people for not doing it, and it's like great.
Also, I think it's important that the core game is still the same if you play it like on normal, I guess. That they still have their mode where they intended it how they wanted it to be played.
That's a
kind of
consideration is that implementing another difficulty mode that takes development time. Maybe not much.
Exactly.
But it takes development time.
And that's part of the reason why I don't like that the conversation ignores just the legitimate choice of, nah, we want to do this and we only
want to
have
a hard game. We want our game to be hard.
Do people want your Souls games to be even more unfinished? Like, come on.
And we've all been there as well, because you know, like the idea with a lot of people who are saying like there should be an easy mode. You're just like, do you ever find yourself looking at someone playing a game and going, oh my god, they're so bad at this? Not that, oh, maybe this could have been built better for them to accommodate. Like, you never. I've had it on streams where I'll be like looking around for something. I'm like, where is the thing? And then there's like, it's right on the floor, literally in front of you, with a big bright thing on it, and you're just not seeing it. And I'm like, oh shit, yeah, I got it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I got it. Like,
yeah.
And if someone said like, no, Mola, we need a prompt, we need a character to come on screen and go, hey, you missed it, it's right there. And you're like, no, I'm ruining it for everyone else now.
It often works badly the other way around as well, when they put in hard modes and it's just like, now all the enemies take 17 hours to kill, and also you have no ammo, and also now you realize how broken this one mechanic is, and you will never use any other one again. Bioshock Infinite. And yeah,
no, you're right. Difficulty can reveal problems with the core as well. Like if it's a poorly made difficulty, harder difficulty. It goes both ways.
Since it was an optional mode that wouldn't affect them in the slightest if they played on literally any other difficulty.
I guess that's kind of the problem there, is it might affect your experience on other modes because of just...
Yeah,
I guess you could appeal to that being a problem of, well, they screwed up. They could have put as much effort into the difficulty compared to some other aspect of the game.
We just pretend for a second we're in a world where, you know, Elden Ring released with no ashes, the super OP, like, little friendos you can summon. And then they were pressured and they put in an easy mode where those existed. It's like, that's different. But if it was that they realized when developing it, oh man, we need to make a way for this to be a lot easier, because a lot of people are complaining about that every time we put out a game. Let's put in this new mechanic, we'll embed it into the actual, like, I say storyline, game line, whatever you want to call it. People will end up with it, and then you get a shit ton of players. Like we talked about this on our coverage, but I didn't know those were hyper OP until it was essentially too late, and I'd already played a playthrough with them being OP. And so like it's like, oh, if I because in a sense in that scenario, the world where there was an easy mode and a hard mode, or regular mode, you could even say, I can pick it, but when they try and integrate it in a very like reasonable way, it can actually end up making it worse for a lot of other players. And I don't want to be too dramatic. It's not like I can just do another playthrough without touching them, or whatever.
Without summoning, yeah.
But there's only you can only play a Souls game for the first time once. So I cherish those experiences,
And those ashes, they were called ashes, right? I forgot.
Spirit ashes, yeah.
Spirit ashes, yeah. They could be really fun. Like I liked them the most when I had to plan around them. It's like, okay, this guy can take X amount of hits if I do well myself. I had that when I was fighting Millennia. Because I was super squishy with my mage. And I was like, okay, if I can make the ash go like for this phase, and then I have the ash in the second phase, and then maybe can tank a couple of hits, and then I have to fight myself, and it's still gonna be challenging. Like that was fun as shit. But then other times you're like, oh, the ash can just kill the enemy themselves. I'm just gonna sit here and throw some rocks for a minute, and then it's over. It's like, oh.
The solution I always think would work best to balance those in a way that at least the player can be told, hey, these are kind of a crutch and sort of an easy thing, is just have an achievement at the end of the game for beat the game with no Spirit Ash summons.
If you need help, you can summon, frame them in a way that.
Yeah.
I find it really bizarre because that's already what they did with summons.
If you're terrible and need help, then you could always
to the point.
Solaire just says that to you. If you ever want to cooperate with someone or you need assistance, then hit up a summon sign.
I guess in Jim's defense here, Sekiro has no summoning of any kind. It's sort of the most straight up action game that they've made because it's one character class. It's more like a Ninja Gaiden game than a Souls game, really.
Because funnily enough, the summons then became the go-to defense the H-Bomber guy had when Dark Souls 2 becomes too absurd for a solo play. That he's just like, just summon people. I don't know, fuck you. Do you have friends? Like, as that mechanic getting... It's almost like you're treating the mechanic as though it's a part of the full main line. Everyone should be doing it sort of approach, which to me just says you don't know much about the Dark Souls community and discussions about like how to approach the games. Because it's always felt weird when I go into like videos that treat it as though Googling is just a part of the experience of playing a Dark Souls game. It's like, oh, that's like a sinful thing to do to me. You can't do that.
Yeah.
You'll spoil everything. You gotta figure some stuff out, right? It's the classic thing, right?
People's genuine sense of exploration and discovery. Like, come on.
Yeah, but just the thing of... I feel like this is the thing that all gamers are supposed to have at baseline. You spawn, you see a little character, you see the environment, you press all the buttons. What do they all do? That's like the step one of learning how to play the game. But I wonder if they need a tooltip at this point for that. It's like, you should experiment, maybe. Go
press all the buttons,
do.
player.
Your keyboard gives you many different button options to press to make your character do a wide variety of things.
Whoa.
Press them randomly to discover what they do.
I hate games, famously yelled one commenter. I hate how Nintendo has a toddler option.
It wouldn't be a Jim Sterling video if we didn't characterize the opposition of the argument in the most good faith way possible.
On all their new games, something like SFZ will only be bought by hardcore fans. Not that it mattered in the end, Star Fox Zero was shit. And even if it wasn't, it doesn't matter now, does it?
Well, then why'd you bring it up?
If it doesn't matter anymore, why did you...
it doesn't matter. Why do you do this, Jim? You're supposed to be
your
professional.
scripts.
It's 2019, and no one gives a shit about the...
Is Slippy a boy or a girl?
Slippy's
Frog.
a boy.
Okay.
I would.
Well, yeah,
Slippy
Slippy is a frog, but that wasn't the question.
I know, that was why it's
He's a boy or a girl. You
Wait,
said
hold on.
he's a
Are there any
frog.
girls on the Star Fox team?
No.
Crystal.
Wow.
Well, there are other characters, but they're not part of the core roster.
Yeah, the four.
Wow. Exclusionary. This is just what Jim's
I think it was Star Fox 2 introduced new characters, but that game only got officially released with the SNES. What was it called? The emulator
what's
thing.
SNES?
SNES?
Super
Z-SNES you're talking about.
Oh, I thought.
emulator?
Oh, I thought you said I thought you said SNES.
No, it was released with the. It was like the mini
SNES
one
Mini.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It's literally the SNES Mini. It's
I mean,
mini. That's what
Slippy
it is.
is a frog, so I guess if he's in a same-sex environment, never mind.
Well, no. What do you mean?
Well, he can switch, and they can,
An
breed.
old
I
frog
don't know if they
switch?
can just like swap.
Oh, how did it work in Jurassic Park?
How did it work in the fantasy book?
Hey, they based that on some stuff that's real, baby.
I know.
Worth noting that Slippy is a bipedal like alien frog in a video game world with talking foxes and
Oh, so his
falcons.
frogness just isn't relevant to real life frogs
I
at
don't
all,
know
huh?
what the frog attributes are. That's all.
Are there
I'm just saying,
chemicals
I don't
in
know
the
what
Star Fox water?
the Star Fox water and the Corneria water.
Yeah, the rivers of
Corneria,
Corneria
that's
turn the space frogs gay.
Did you hear the what was said though? It's just like, oh, this is from like ages ago, so it doesn't even matter. It's just like, well, the one that brought it up.
Yeah, he brought it
You
up.
brought it up.
Exactly.
If the comments,
Weird.
if the comments in like info doesn't matter at all, just like choose a different one.
Don't bring
I
it
don't know.
up.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. It wouldn't be a Jim Sterling video if he didn't try to characterize the opposition a certain way,
Well, there was that whole series
even if there was a point or not.
that was made just to read comments while characterizing them. That was basically it. Just comment something. I can't remember. It's where it's an aristocrat. That's the joke. Where it's all like snobby commenters and how right they are about everything.
Commentocracy.
Well, he doesn't have
That's
to
it,
play
yeah,
a
yeah.
character
I
to be
hate that.
snobby. And an
I hate
asshole.
that character so much. All those
Everyone
memories just
does.
came back.
Yeah.
Any game that was released before 2019, because the conversation keeps happening and it keeps not mattering in the long term.
Well, why the fuck are you making videos?
Why are you making videos?
He's been saying this for every fucking
Clearly
year,
it
it feels like. He
matters.
makes a video about this, and every time he says, it doesn't matter. Why are we talking about this? And he keeps making videos on it. Like, you can't have it both ways.
I guess
This
we
is
just
what you-
keep farming it for content.
Kind of.
I guess it matters
feels
for that at
way.
least.
It's time for
because
my
Joy, they got-
biannual difficulty video game discussion video where I
doesn't
talk about how
matter.
it doesn't matter,
Talk
and
about- well,
nothing's
why-
ever going to change, and
tell
why
me
am I
if-
doing it?
If it doesn't matter and it's so easy to like nail it, why are these like some of the longest Jimquisition videos? 27 minutes. What took so long to
The
just say
longer it
the
is,
answer?
the more
What
it
is the
doesn't
answer,
matter,
Jim?
Mahler.
Tell me.
Games they bloody enjoy. Are people really incapable of any sort of difficulty? Asks one superior gamer. So what if
He
a player
probably is
struggles?
superior.
Yeah.
Someone mad at 3-year-olds. Like, the thing is,
How did he get superior?
there's totally value in the fact that when you first try, you fail. Like the concept. You're
Yeah.
like, well, no, it's too hard now. And it's like, no. You're supposed to like figure out what you did wrong and then do it again. It's called learning.
I doubt any of us were very good at video games at 3 years old. Maybe with the exception
I
of
was,
Rags.
I was pretty good.
Rags
Also
would have
pretty
been.
good.
I was esporting back then. It was a great time.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that it's a dog years thing though, right? Because you would have been like 21.
No.
Oh,
No, I was just good at racing.
It was just
Children
3.
are completely incapable at video games.
I came out of mom with the joystick in my hand.
Ready to go.
Yeah,
Multi-plug,
ready
it
to
just goes
go.
into any console. and
Point me
PC.
to the
Bagging
noobs.
people left and right.
They asked, "Okay, what's your gamer tag?" And I was like, "I don't
All
know.
of them.
I don't know. I don't even know my actual name."
I haven't
you
gotten
tell
it yet.
me what does it say on your screen that you were just fragged by?
It's the
I
only way
wouldn't. I
they'll
just
get
spawned.
good. So what if a player struggles? Fair question. Here's a follow-up question. So what if a player doesn't struggle?
So what if a player
Well, then
does? All right, now next video. We did it.
That's kind of funny because that's also an interesting subject. If, let's pretend, we're in a universe where all games were pretty damn easy, just everyone was completing them with real ease, and there's this one game that comes out, and we all have a bit of challenge on it, just a little bit. We're all like, oh, that was a little bit tougher. We die a couple of times. That was kind of interesting. You know, because other games, I just breeze through them. I think, I was talking to you about this the other day, my problem with Maria before any particular move or damage levels or anything in Bloodborne is I wish she had more health. And what is
Yeah.
that if not me saying I want it to be more difficult? And it's like, why? It's like, well, because then I'll feel better when I beat her.
How do you
Simple
solve
as
a
that.
problem like
Victory
Maria?
is often proportional.
And it's funny that he's like, not a problem if you struggle. It's also not a problem if you beat them. It's like, well, it can be in both extremes, right? You don't want to.
Yeah.
If a game
I mean,
is
we had that in Elden Ring a lot. We're like, man,
Yeah,
this
yeah.
boss seems to be cool, but I beat him in like 30 seconds. That's weird.
yeah, and we can share stories of our
Cost the game
experiences
and you'll steamroll it.
and be like, oh, I beat Rykard first time almost by accident. Then someone else is like, I was stuck on him for fucking 10 streams. And you're like, oh, why? And it's like, well,
Yeah.
because we went to different places at different times and these different experiences.
almost
Yeah.
believe
about
the
the
discussion,
feeling.
not even about
The way
difficulty,
we
essentially.
play, like the Soulsborne thingies, it's like, oh, we're gonna go explore everything. And
Yeah.
in the case of Elden Ring, you can go anywhere,
Yeah.
and then you struggle at a different place, and then you go to the place where the game says you have to go next in quotations because the game doesn't really tell you where to go. And then it's like, oh, I just beat this guy like instantly because I'm super fucking strong already.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm saying is that you don't want him. You certainly don't want him too easy. Don't want him too hard. Understandable. So there's so much to talk about. It's like, oh, this is boring conversation. It's solved. No one cares.
I'm really frustrated by how contextless this is, because I feel like it's very obvious to say that it depends on the game. Not every game has to be giga hard. Not every game has to be giga easy.
Well, it's
There
the
needs to be a wide variety.
Theo
of
getting
different games
quieter.
at different difficulty levels.
I was gonna say I boosted you again. I took you down and put you back up.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've got you at 140.
I took my volume down because people were saying I was loud.
Oh, don't worry. I'll sort that out on my end. I keep an eye on what
Okay,
people are complaining
Yeah,
about.
because then you fuck it up for everyone else.
No, I'm sorry.
All right, I forgive you.
Discord is a difficult game. It
But I
does
was-
not
yeah.
have an easy mode.
I was gonna say, by the way, it's such a cop out because one of the most easiest and common answers to any question is, well, it depends.
Yep.
That's it. It's like, okay.
Why does it depend?
It depends, and
What
then credits roll.
What does it depend on?
Tell us. Give us the answers.
Seriously, so what? Are you really gonna get mad at a baby for playing a game on its baby setting? Does that idea?
I don't think that's
I'm
what
already
they're...
mad at babies.
Does he earnestly think that these people are addressing children? And getting...
Yeah, well, no, here, he doesn't. Remember when he started earlier in this video and he said, I don't even know what they want, even though this is a discussion he's been having for years now and will continue to have for years to come, and he still is not able to understand what the opposing side wants. This is the problem.
It's
He's
the
not
thing, right?
listening to the other side. He doesn't listen, he talks. And he doesn't talk to, he talks at.
The Elden Ring developers, they see everyone's having a grand old time, except that 3-year-old. They're just struggling. They're struggling on that first boss, and so like, maybe if we make like a you die 20 times and you become invincible. I could do it, which, by the way, I think is like a Mario thing. And so they pop that into Elden Ring, and then someone who's like desperately trying to do it and failing over and over again, the game says, have you guys ever had this? It's one of my favorite experiences where the game says, you seem to be having trouble. Would you like to do this and reduce it? And you're like, shut the fuck up. I am trying
God of
again.
War. God of
makes you
fucking
so
War
mad.
kept doing that.
It's the most condescending shit.
And the
the
best
worst
thing
thing
is,
is
did that to me a bunch, and I was like, "Oh God, no! I'm never gonna put on the Sentinel armor. Please stop offering it to me."
Yeah.
It makes me feel bad.
I don't know what that shit was so fucking annoying. The Sentinel armor, just go away.
Dude,
The
when God
worst
of
part
War-
is when the game makes it doesn't even say anything, but it changes the game to make things more difficult. Like it makes less enemies appear or something like that. And you're like, no, I want to keep trying until I beat it. I really want to actually beat this like it's supposed to. Don't
Or-
change it.
You can be like Chad Infamous when if you're playing really well on normal, they'll be like, hey, you want to bump it up to hard?
Yeah.
That's better. That's better.
God of War asked you, but it also asked you when you did like a platforming segment, and that's obviously an insta kill when you fall down.
Seems
It's
like you're
"Hey,
having
wanna put it
trouble."
to easy?" Like, yeah, no, I'm trying to figure out this platforming. The easy mode's not gonna help me with that. I'm still gonna die in one go.
Well, they put little trampolines all around the world so that you go back up. Yeah, interesting mode, but you know.
Yeah, again, in the modern world, does that matter today to you? Does that set your teeth on edge, knowing that?
If your point was that they shouldn't care about a little baby whether or not they complete it, why would you say like, does that matter to you in the modern world? As if fucking medieval times that was a concern. Like,
but I guess it's also kind of funny because you know how it's just like you could just do the opposite. Why do you care that they care? And then we just go on this
Yeah.
endless loop forever. Why don't we
Yay,
just have the
nihilism.
conversation?
Why do you care about anything?
Nothing matters. Exactly.
Some people played Star Fox Zero and didn't die. If it does, why? I'll ask again what I asked in 2016, as I'm still, after all this time, no closer to understanding exactly why.
See, and that's a you problem. If you can't
Yeah,
figure
that's
out
a you problem.
Yeah.
why anybody has issues
I think
with
it's
difficulty.
And he's also
feel
still
like it's pretty
using Star
intuitive.
Fox Zero as his metric. It's like, why are you still talking about how
Well,
people will react to a kid?
You see, Mark, there was this
3-year-old
one comment that mentioned it about that game that he went and found. So
Allegedly, there's one comment.
yeah, we didn't even get to see it in its original form. It was just like you copied it.
I
and
would
then-
have. Yeah, I would have just copied the comment and showed it because here's the thing with Jim is I don't necessarily trust him.
Yeah,
his primary argument though seems to be, see, no one cared that this Star Fox game that no one cared about had an easy mode. Like,
Now
I'm
let's
like,
talk
oh,
about games people do care
yeah,
about.
exactly. Well, Sekiro's going to come up, I'm assuming, at some point.
People a mouth over this shit outside of selfish, elitist, gatekeeping reasons.
Boom, there
What?
it is.
Yeah, it can't be anything else.
is so harmful
Also,
about a
gatekeep the fuck out of the shit
completely
you love.
optional mode that you never have to experience.
The game isn't something you have to experience. So there, I could flip it and tell you to fuck off.
And that's not necessarily the problem. Like, it's not always optional. That's the problem. A lot of games will incorporate a lot of this stuff. We just, like, went over how Elden Ring has kind of done it, and it was unfortunate in some ways that it wasn't, like, more telegraphed that this... They may, you know, someone will be like, that's exaggerating, but I think it's true that those things are basically like, would you like to play on an easier mode? And it's like, yes, for some people, which, you know, that's one thing, but... And then the other aspect is that when they are making something that everyone is like, I love this something you're making, and then they make it for a wider audience, it becomes diluted and they change a lot of different things to make it for, it's a different thing now. And it's like, oh, but I wanted the other thing. I think that's valid.
I think that's the problem that we're seeing in the discussion here, is that it's ignoring... Sure, if we talk about just different modes, that's one thing, but what happens when an awareness of appealing to a broader audience seeps into the core design, where you start thinking about designing, you know, the world in a certain way, or designing the enemies or the combat system in a certain way, just because you're thinking about accessibility, not accessibility, like difficulty more so. Like, it can seep into more than just modes. I guess that would be where the concern would arise from.
Your players might have an easier time and not get good at the game on its default mode. So what? Why are you worried about what others think so long as they're having fun with the same game?
Is that our metric now? As long as someone else is having fun with fun.
I was about to say, your answer's built in. You're like, why do you care if they're having more fun? It's like, well, it's at the cost of other things, namely fun that someone else's.
Yeah, you're not talking about a mod that you can just unofficially apply to the game to suit it to your taste better after it's already been made. You're talking about them making decisions to design the game around multiple difficulties. If, like in the case of From Software, they are pretty famous and their audience gives them money and keeps their business going by making single difficulty mode games that are difficult.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, then just you believe that people who are playing on easier difficulties are depreciating the value they're going to get out of their own experience with the game. That's the steel man of where these kind of people are coming from.
And like, do you honestly believe that they are literally just angry that 3-year-olds are having fun? You really think that's the case? It can't be anything else. Like, come on. You're making fun of them for like as though that's their position, but it's like nobody cares about 3-year-olds having fun.
No sane person thinks that, and the insane aren't worth talking about, so...
Yeah.
Isn't that
why is the fun of someone who's bad at video games more valuable than the fun of someone who's good at them?
Well, I suppose Jim would probably be like, no, nobody's having less fun, Rags.
Clearly that's not the case.
Someone's having less fun because all these complaints come from somewhere.
If this is the fact that this is a discussion that we're having, clearly someone is being affected by this.
Exactly.
I'm going to be the hyper elitist and say that the people who are playing on the easier difficulty are the ones who are having less fun.
Ooh.
They're not affecting me. They are having less fun.
Yeah, well, I don't necessarily disagree with you, because I remember one of my favorite experiences in Dark Souls was when I finally beat Ornstein and Smough. I was like, fuck yes, this is the best. Same with Orphan of Kos. And Maria. I remember being so fucking satisfied. If they all had, let's call it, a quarter of their health, I mean, I would have had some fun.
I know not everyone plays games the way I do, which is why it's important that, you know, there's a wide variety of different levels of difficulty and different kinds of game. But when I play something and I just kind of blunder my way through what it's presenting without thinking about it too much, that's pretty hollow.
Yeah, because I think
feel good.
It's an issue I'm having with Final Fantasy VII Remake right now. There is a lot of just, hey, walk forward until very simple battle happens going on in that game. It's very pretty, it's fun to look at, but man, a little dull.
And I think that we need to, like, because a lot of people would just be like, oh my god, grow up, people can make their own choices with what they want in their video games. It's like, that is absolutely true. However, why don't we develop that a little bit more and say, if they had a waypoint that was optional in Dark Souls, I think most of the Dark Souls community would be like, fuck me, a waypoint. Oh, and you'd be like, what's wrong with a waypoint? And you can choose to have it on or off. And it's like, oh, that just... Yeah, you can have it if you want. It's just like, Jesus Christ. And then if you just go further than that, right, you start knocking off all the other pathways, so there's basically just one. Which is funny because a lot of people would say that about Dark Souls 3 as is, even though like we're not talking, you know what I mean? Like it's you could make it so that one could build their entire experience from the get-go. Like imagine games were like that. You spawn and then you just tick a bunch of boxes or leave them blank for assistance. One's like, isn't this the best? Because now we can all choose our own experiences. But I mean, what do you guys think about that? Does that not sound like, in a sense, it's like not trying new foods because you know what you like, which isn't the best approach with experience.
The thing with that is, especially at the start of the game, decisions like that are completely contextless. I don't know what exactly I want out of the game, and I don't know exactly what I'm going to get out of it with each button press, even if it tells me explicitly, because I just
you don't know
what
where
I'm
the
being
safest path
presented with
is.
yet.
I mean, I guess here's something that's worth. What if the developers don't want you to curate your experience? What if the developers want you to play it their way? Like, is that invalid?
Well, that's what
they
I
have
was
like
kind
a
of getting
certain
at.
thing they wanna show, wanna people to go for, or a certain
Well, I
mechanic
guess
they want people to use.
I'd want to expand it beyond difficulty because I think once you do that, I think that this crowd would be too resistant. Let's say you're making a game. I like it because I think it's a good example. You're making a stealth game. Combat isn't viable. It's just not. You can try, but you'll always lose because they want you to do a stealth game. Is that wrong? Or should you be allowed to play it in whatever way you want? Like, should every option be viable in
I'd
a
say
game that is designed to appeal to a certain
I feel like that's up to the dev at that point instead of saying like, no, you have to make it viable for me to do whatever I want.
Because it's just not possible for every game or every developer.
It's very important to mention at this point that you play specific games. When I boot up Elden Ring, I'm booting up Elden Ring, play Elden Ring for what Elden Ring has in it. I'm not playing some generic blob of a game. I'm not going there to, place my own desired experiences onto the game. I'm there to draw an experience out of what the game presents. So games having their own sense of vision and direction from the developers is very important to making sure there's a wide variety of different kinds of experience on offer.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a reason that genres exist. Because then you can see it's like, oh, this is a puzzle game, this is an FPS, this is this and this.
Yeah, and a lot of them are framed into their genre via their difficulty related to their mechanics as well as just the mechanics themselves.
Some games are... Oh, go for it.
I was going to say that a game can focus on different aspects of its genre. It was like I kind of mentioned Plague Tale. I saw someone in the chat mentioned it as well. Plague Tale is a game where, like, Amicia has, who's the protagonist, has this little sling, and she's basically trying to sneak around giant, like, French Inquisition dudes in this, like, fictional 14th century. So you can knock someone out if you catch them off guard, but if you get caught, you can't just sling everyone to death as they're charging you. Like, you're gonna die. So, and that, like, adds to the atmosphere of the game because you're supposed to feel like a sort of helpless 15-year-old girl who just happens to be okay with one weapon and is sneaky.
So what you brought up there...
Difficulty can be very important for properly realizing a world like that.
Yeah.
It's important to Dark Souls, that's for sure.
To I guess a core point that is often neglected in these types of videos. What if it is the artistic vision of the developer to achieve a certain vibe and they design their gameplay and difficulty in support of that?
Yeah.
Is that invalid or wrong if it means that it is to some extent exclusionary?
Let's take a really easy example of a game that's trying to be, a hardcore survival sim kind of thing where, it wants you to have big resource scarcity and stuff and struggling to survive, but it's really easy to attain, an indepletable surplus. The game's tone, its atmosphere, everything it was going for, the fantasy it was trying to present, it's just gone. It can't achieve what it was trying to do anymore because it's not hard enough.
True.
And to those in chat who are saying that it doesn't make sense, everything Mark was saying, because of course any 14-year-old girl could beat up a French soldier. But in his defense, it is a French 14-year-old girl, so...
That's kind of balances out.
Just to be clear.
And she's a ginger, so I mean, there's that.
Oh my.
No.
About being entertained, getting your money's worth. If some
what was that Pokemon?
I nearly said it's Quagmire, and I was like, wait, Quagsire, right? Not Quagmire.
I think that's the first like, is it Wobby? Because there's Wobbuffet's like the middle one, right?
I thought Wobbuffet was the evolution. I thought that was... Isn't it Quagsire?
I only know Wobbuffet
Right,
from the memes. Or maybe it's Wobbuffet.
Well, no, because Wobbuffet is one, but then there's the evolution before, which I think is that one.
Boba Fett?
Quagsire. I'm pretty sure it's Quagsire.
Is it? I'm trying to figure it out. I'm on the Pokemon
Quagsire
wiki.
comes before... That's strange that Quagsire comes before Quagmire.
Or unless... Help me out, Pokemon fans.
Sire is like a father.
Are people saying Wooper? Is his name actually Wooper?
Wooper?
Wooper.
That's like one of your flume names.
Yeah. Wooper. Wooper's my favorite now.
Let me look it up.
They're
Wooper
different.
Pokemon. No, Wooper, he's got the little antennas coming out of his head.
About being
I'll show you Wooper. That's
Wait,
Wooper.
so the guy on screen is... Oh, that's Whoop. Oh, that Wooper turns into Wobbuffet, is it? Or
Wooper, he turns into Quagsire, I think.
Oh.
I think that's...
Got a tag
Right.
Quagsire.
Yeah.
Quagsire's
So what I figured out is these are different species of Pokemon. Quagsire and Wobbuffet have nothing in common except that they're adorable blue fellas.
Alrighty.
Look at Quagsire. Look at how happy he is.
Yeah,
he doesn't have
any relation to Squirtle.
Quagsire looks great. Look at him go.
He's
So
such a
chill.
happy critter. Look at him.
I'll post it here. Look at him. Look at him.
Aww.
He's so happy.
Like, hello, I'm gonna battle you to the death.
No, he's not.
We're the ones
He's
that forced them to
friendly
do that. It's
and
horrible.
I'm your friend. I'm
Right.
gonna help you clean up the house, and I'm gonna help you cook dinner, and then maybe we could go out and we could go
He's so
shopping.
happy.
This
He's a
one
chill
sounds kind
dude.
of fun, actually.
Yeah, Quagsire looks great. He looks like a fun guy to have
getting your
around.
money's worth. If some find that entertainment and value in a mode where
But imagine going to the Pokemon world and you discover all these wonderful creatures like Wooper and Quagsire, and they're all happy and everything. Then everyone's like, "Yeah, we make them fight."
Until
You
they...
do what?
Well, and then you
Yeah, we
introduce,
got like arenas and everything.
We have moves that involve poison and like scratching and binding.
But they're
What
not even
the
allowed
fuck?
to die. They'll be revived to fight once again.
Yeah, they're just knocked
there's no
out. We don't want them to die.
torture.
It's an endless cycle.
Like, oh, what's that move that you're using there? And it's like hyper beam. You're like, what?
I remember
when
that
we
being
said fight, we meant fight. They have
yeah,
magic
when
powers and shoot each
when the
other with
Gyarados
fire.
or the Onyx, when it body slams the little caterpillar, he's just knocked out. He's fine.
He's fine. Don't worry about it.
We'll do this all again tomorrow. It's fine. It's no worries. He never gets to escape this eternal torment that is his existence.
They do feel a ton of pain, but they don't get injured. So
You hear the
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
Pain
And
makes
then
them stronger. They
they're
level up. It's
crying,
good for them.
but they're fully healed. Yeah, the mental damage, that's something.
Yeah. It's fine. He gets experience. He'll level up one day. This is all for him. He just doesn't know it now. This is for his good.
Isn't
He's
that
over there
what
crying in the corner.
games are primarily about? Being entertained, getting your money's worth.
No.
If some find that entertainment and value in a mode where they can't die,
Well, okay, Jim, but what about two people? Right? Just one. One of them's like, oh man, do I love a challenge? The other one's like, oh man, do I not love a challenge? So now what are we supposed to do? Who do we cater for?
what does it really fucking matter? Especially in this industry where it's getting harder and harder to
what
find
does it not
fun.
matter then, I guess? Like, what does it matter? What
Still
does it not
managed to
matter?
die.
All of these arguments
They
totally
did.
reflect back, like, all the time.
Exactly. I was about to say that. People don't, when people say the why can't you just let people have fun thing, they never think about,
Oh, actually,
they don't
I'm
think
so-
about applying that to anything else.
I'm so glad you just mentioned that. Whoever was playing as Nabbit just died. They fell into a bottomless pit. So even this accessibility easy. Stop saying this. Even this easy mode is still viably. You can fail.
Yeah,
so
you
maybe
just
that's
can't get
not
killed
good
by
enough.
enemies, it seems.
Yeah, maybe that's not good enough. Maybe we need to make it so all the platforms have like little step stools. On like every gap has a platform.
Fall deaths are not an uncommon occurrence in a Mario game.
And everyone's had that friend that's like, that they do that they're like, fuck, this game is so shit. You're like, yeah, the game is shit.
If only they
Games
didn't
that are-
design it with these pits that you don't fall into.
Avoid the pits, man.
That, to be
Just
fair, that pit does come out of nowhere and it does sneak up on you. So.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Fun games that aren't trying to fuck you over, psychologically manipulating people into spending more money.
Okay.
All right, calm the fuck down.
I feel like I've missed something.
I disagree with the premise of being, in a landscape where it's just so hard to find good games. I'm like, fuck off.
Damned capitalism.
Yeah, calm
Actually,
down.
look, there's good games everywhere.
It's the fucking golden age of games. Fuck it. You got so many good options. You can't focus on the bad ones and say, all the good games you got. No. There's a smorgasbord of good games.
Just don't buy
You could
AAA games
spend
for the
more
most part,
than
and you'll be
ever.
fine.
And the emulators are working better than ever, so, you know.
You could spend the next year playing nothing but free-to-play games that are good, even. Like, there's a lot of good free games that you can play for free out now.
Getting a PC and playing just the free-to-play, that was, like, viable back in, like, 2010. Like, I remember being like, sweet, I got access to all these ones when I first got into proper PC gaming from console gaming. Like, with the intention of making it my primary, I was like, oh, let's play some game. Like, you know, I think I played League more than anything else, just because, yeah, it's a pretty versatile game and it's completely free.
I still go back once in a while. That silly little game.
I still play it once in a while.
How does the
drink? I'll carry on.
How does the conversation of difficulty in video games apply to multiplayer games?
I have no clue how you can.
Complicatedly.
They have.
They have what?
Well, like fighting games are maybe like an example of that. There's a lot of discourse in the fighting game communities of games having prohibitively high execution barriers for new players to get into them.
Oh, yeah.
But then, haven't people often said that
I don't play them much, so I can't say either way.
Well,
But
I
don't
tried.
people
I think
often
the
say-
last fighting game I tried was like Tekken 7, I think. And I was like, okay, I'm just gonna fuck around for a little bit. I was like, okay, now I want to see what are the combos. And then I saw all the combinations that are available. It's like, as soon as I remembered the first two inputs, there's like 17 more. I was like, you know what? I think I'm just gonna not play these anymore because I just can't be bothered to learn all these combos.
Tekken or Virtua Fighter combos are a full-time job if you want to learn them.
I feel like they got
really
harder
bad if you
as time
arrive at
went
the
on.
game late.
Yeah,
it gets really bad if you arrive at the game late because all of the people who didn't really care for it or all of the new people have moved on, and the only people left playing
are the elite.
Yeah, dude, I remember
hardcore
one time
degenerates.
playing Mortal Kombat online. I was like, I wonder what this is. And, like, absolutely body.
Yeah.
And I was like, I think I'm just not gonna play online.
Yeah, you get juggled by like because this is the thing. It's difficulty balancing within multiplayer would just be like skill floor and skill ceiling, right? Like if everybody only has to press A and a laser fires and then you win, it's just like, well, this game's not going to be very interesting to anybody, is it? Because that's it. But then you have a game that's like incredibly high skill ceiling to the point where you have no chance ever if someone knows what they're doing or whatever. So that'll be how they balance it at that point. And plenty of multiplayers get ruined by going in either direction. Then of course there's hacking. Destroys all old games.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't Team Fortress 2 have like this problem at the moment, or had the problem? It was like
Titanfall 2 got kind of wrecked by I think it was like DDoS attacks happening on their servers. It was really messed up. But there is like a mod that called the
didn't
North
they-
Star launcher you can use that actually fixes it.
Didn't the community do that so they actually get some attention by the devs? Like, hey, we have some issues here. Can you help us? And then they DDoS the things.
That was kind of the rumor. I don't remember all the specifics about it.
Oh,
Upper
okay.
Echelon made a bunch of videos on it, and it was the crux of it though was that it was people that were attacking Titanfall 2 and Apex, preferably so that oh god, what's the Respawn would actually start paying attention to the problems in those games and fixing it. But it was eventually fixed by some community modders who made this North Star launcher that you can get as a mod for TF2. Titanfall 2, not Team Fortress.
Oh, by the way, Dark Souls
They're both
3 servers are back online after 271 days or something.
Yeah.
Jeez, damn.
Yeah. And now the other
Things-
games are supposed to follow soon, apparently. So that was kind of interesting how long that took. I'm really interested from a technical standpoint. What the fuck happened there?
Hey, Footier.
Hey, Footiers.
Hello.
How you doing? We haven't seen you in, since Elden Ring. That was it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's
Hey.
true.
I get good.
Almost
Here I am
everyone
joining
that was
for
on
Dark
that stream.
Souls.
Yeah, no, it's, I think it's Sekiro actually.
Sekiro, yeah. Though he's hardly talked about Sekiro
Yeah.
at all.
He's
We're
gonna
gonna
get
get
there,
there
I'm sure of
eventually.
it. It's gonna happen. Well, if you want to just use that link, Footier, you can join us in this adventure.
The watch together.
It's above the Pokemans.
Scroll up, you idiot.
I'm scrolling.
We need to make Discord
Scroll
more accessible.
faster.
Need a little character to say, just use
Yeah.
the scroll bar right there.
Maybe Fortier just needs to get good at Discord, and that's enough.
Oof.
Yeah.
Ellie, stop ripping into our new guest. Precious Blue Man.
It's grindy and making games less fun, all to squeeze extra cash out of people who have already bought the damn game.
See, okay, this is just all completely unrelated.
Sure, whatever. Like, games can be really predatory and annoying. Cool.
It just makes me think, like, you're complaining that some character is stronger than they should be in some narrative in some movie, and you're like, in an environment where they're making terrible movies, we should be thankful that this character is... You're just like, what are you doing? Like, what's...
I think he's trying to frame it as if games are primarily designed to be super difficult to force you to buy DLC that makes it easier. But that's not a super common thing. I mean, I suppose it happens, but
I don't think I've seen a single game with that strategy. Usually it's they're really grindy and then, you want to buy things to reduce the grind.
Devil May Cry 5, I think you could buy...
No, not at all.
Oh, what was the thing that you could... No, but there was something you could buy that was like a revive thing that you could...
There's
you could buy an
microtransactions
unlimited
in the
amount.
game. They are worthless.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
They are worthless.
I don't know why they put them in. Because I recently booted up Devil May Cry 5 again, and I got like, I don't know, 6 of those revive things for free, and I don't even know why.
Maybe to get you hooked on them.
It's weird. It feels like a corporate lizard walked in and just, said, this microtransaction thing is cool, put some in, but just non-committally. It's really weird because, like I said, they're completely worthless.
I don't know why I would ever buy any of those.
Capcom in general is very not good at implementing microtransactions for the most part.
Maybe the corporate people said, you got to put microtransactions in, and the devs were like, okay.
Didn't tell us how many.
But they didn't want
They're in the game.
Also, I watched this like 3-second clip after I joined, and I don't like this guy. I just heard his voice. I'm like,
and yes, and also
you must have heard of Jim Stiller before, right? Jim Stiller's been around forever.
I don't know. I don't watch that much.
Wow. You don't watch my videos for tier about Doctor Universe, Multiverse?
Not
Dr.
yet.
Universe.
I've been giga busy.
It's like halfway through that before I had to come on here.
Yeah, it takes a while.
His name is.
I haven't even started yet. I've just been busy, and now I have to do
I haven't
this
even
shit.
seen the film.
This shit, wow.
Yeah, this poopy stream. 200 comes in a row or something. That's
a lot of comes.
That is a lot of comes.
That's a lot of comes. And
that's a lot of work.
It's a lot of comes for me.
Yeah.
See, Chad agrees with me.
Wow. Fair enough.
3-second judgment, and everyone is like, yep.
You're right.
I guess he's like he's sort of like the British movie Bob of video games. Video game Jim.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Well,
movie Bob.
He has his thing, which is getting really mad at the AAA, blah 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 microtransactions, blah blah blah. Which, yeah, fair enough. But
yeah,
anytime he steps outside of that, oof.
He says microtransactions are bad. He gets that one right.
And it doesn't let you forget about that, by the way. Every video's like, I predicted it, I called this out really early. It's like,
congratulations.
Yeah, sure, fine.
Really fucking matter, especially.
To be fair though, the second it happened, I still remember it being Dead Space 3. That was the one where it's like, oh no.
Oh no, take it back.
They're like, hey there, you look like you need some more scrap. If you wanna. Combine a little bit.
The protocol is gonna be good.
Just give me a credit card details. You're like, no.
It's only off topic. Have you guys seen the gameplay of Callisto Protocol?
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet. I had a friend who gave me the
pretty good.
I hope it is because I'm excited. I'm a big
same.
Dead Space fan. I'm really looking forwards to the remake because so far it's looking really damn good. Between that Callisto Protocol and Atomic Heart got a gameplay.
That looked
thing that
pretty
someone
neat.
sent me. Yeah,
Does it
someone
have
said
a
it looked great.
release date? I've had that on my Steam wish list for like 4 years.
I wasn't aware of
Yeah.
that game at all. I saw it for the first time. It's like that's pretty cool.
It's really it came out like and got revealed years ago, and then I guess
really?
it was in like weird development territory, got a publisher, and now it's finally gonna be like a thing. So I hope that's really good because that looks super cool and Bioshocky, but
Yeah.
Russian.
Yeah, Lies of P looks really
Russian
cool
nuclear
as well.
Bioshock. I mean,
And yes, the name is funny.
Yes. We will be hoping you and I both to stream that. Stream
Hell yes.
Scorn, stream Callisto Protocol. Oof.
Scorn, yeah.
Plenty of fun to
Scorn
be
is
had.
even
No,
on
Jim,
the-
no, stop. Jim specifically said that it's really difficult to find. I guess technically they're not out yet, but
They are difficult to find because they're not out. It's like, damn it.
Yeah, it's fair.
Especially in this
Dude,
industry
there's
where
so
it's
many
getting
good
harder
games.
and harder to find fun games that are just fun games that aren't trying to fuck you over. So
Isn't that your fucking
I'm sorry,
job,
but that's
though?
just a lie. That's a
There's-
fucking lie.
There's a
What
lot
year-
of
what year is this
very
video
fun
from? When did
games
Sekiro
that don't
come out?
fuck.
3
I
years
refuse
ago?
to believe-
2019.
2019.
Yeah.
What?
My
I could
2019
list
game
so
of the
many
year.
games.
Anybody
And
whose
still
job
my
it
favorite
is,
fun
It
game.
robbed Devil May Cry
2019.
5, I tell you. It robbed it.
anyone whose job it is to play video
Devil May
games
Cry
is
5.
not in a position of saying every single one I play is a horrible predatory mess. It's like, no, that's absurd.
That means you have horrifically bad taste.
Outer Wilds came out 2019, you fuckface. That's
Whoa.
an excellent game.
To be fair, I still haven't played that, though I do have it
can play it, I'll
installed
beat
on
you
my
up.
Steam Deck. I've got it. I honestly have it with me everywhere.
About to be
I
World War
I haven't
III
That's
fucking
the sort of
RPGs.
recommendation.
Less
Honestly,
strong
that's a really
opinions.
good recommendation to receive. Play it immediately or I'll hurt you.
Yeah,
Okay,
That's
fair
a
yeah.
enough.
great game.
What else
Alright.
came out? Untitled Goose Game. People love that game. That's just a fun game where you fuck around.
Yeah.
Metro Exodus on Steam if you pre-ordered it, or on Epic if you didn't.
Oh.
Blasphemous came out, but that's actually that can be a bit tough. Not just fun, but that is a very good game as well.
Well, yeah,
Oh,
all
yeah,
you're looking
Blasphemous
for
was 2019.
games that are because like Jim just says like, oh, it's so difficult to find games that aren't predatory. It's like, no.
Yeah.
To be fair, you're
Wait,
looking
it's
for games that
Nintendo,
are predatory.
it's
That's your
2019.
job.
Yeah.
Like part of
Yeah,
your
it's
job
kind
is
of a shtick.
reporting on the predatory practices, so you're kind of like biased in favor of finding them and being aware of them, and they'll make it into because like your circles and stuff. Meanwhile, there's going to be people who are just playing every game and reviewing them, and they're probably much more chill. They're probably like, yeah, this year wasn't so bad. There was some pretty good ones, pretty bad ones. That's probably the regular take every year because we've talked about this before, but games seem to be in a better position than, well, better than TV and movies at least.
I
what
would
it
say
seems.
so.
And that's not even to say that like
Comics for sure.
you know, movies are in some
Although-
awful place. They're not great, but the main what we usually talk about is like all of Disney's stuff is doing real bad,
Yeah.
which sucks. 'cause
Disco
they're, like,
Elysium came out 2019. I heard very good things about that. I still
That
don't know what it's about,
game's
but I heard it's really good.
Fantastic.
So yeah, I could go on and on. There's so many games I probably forgot. I'm just looking for like random lists right now, and I already seen like
2019 was an
this.
insane year for games. Holy god.
Really good games. Slay the Spire. That's still getting updates to this day. I'm pretty sure.
I like Slay
I
the
think
Spire a lot.
they've wrapped it now. I
It's a
think
fun
they're
one.
done with it.
Yeah,
Slay the
Sounds like,
Spire is great. I've dumped so many hours into it.
especially when you get the crazy runs. I
It's just
I wish I was streaming. I had a run with the poison dude where just like after turn 1 everything was already dead. Just because of all the combos and reductions of price. I was just like, this is fun on the burn. But hey,
Slay the Spire sounds like something from the Gamer Kama Sutra.
yeah.
Ooh.
Psychologulating people into spending more money, making games grindier, making games less fun, all to squeeze extra cash out of people who have already bought the damn game. The game industry itself is worth.
I
but
feel like this
Jim,
is all
unrelated.
wrong. Well,
I feel like it's all
don't-
baggage. Got nothing to do with the
It is.
conversation.
I think what I'm finding really odd is it seems to be conflating. Well, a lot of what is making the games successful in terms of their monetization model is through difficulty. Not really. A lot of the model is just getting people like a lot of the model, especially when you look at like multiplayer games, is creating like an ecosystem that puts a lot of pressure on you to buy into the system so that you
Yeah.
can continue to be part of the community and engaged in like what is happening right now, where this is the cool skin that everybody wants to have, and this is like the signal of status in the game. And then, of course, the next battle pass comes out, and there'll be a new signal of status. And I mean, in single player games, I'm not sure how many examples I can think of off the top of my head in recent years where they were arbitrarily harder just to milk you for money for microtransactions.
Yeah.
What exactly would we be citing here? And if you have any examples, it would be good if they weren't like you didn't have Nintendo footage on screen, because Nintendo doesn't really do
Yeah, Nintendo's a really
microtransactions.
bad one to target for this. But maybe the
Like,
visuals
you're-
aren't supposed to
you're
be for
not-
that. You never know.
Well, 'cause
His
what-
visuals
what's
are
being
all
shown here is
confusing.
what's being shown here is the easy mode for one of the Mario games. This is
And
the
not one
easy
of the
mode.
mobile ones either. Like they have Super
this
Mario
is the
Run
main
and
one.
their Mario Kart, whatever it's called, on mobile, and
So-
those apparently have really predatory microtransactions. But I
doubt that.
I feel like that's not Nintendo's bread and butter.
But the thing is that it's never difficulty. It's just progression. You just make it take longer to unlock everything. It's not that you need a requisite skill level to do it. You just need time that most people don't have generally.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
So,
make
like,
it prohibitively grindy.
Yeah, so I wouldn't make an appeal to. It wouldn't be an appeal to. Yeah, I don't follow. I'm not sure
also
what you'd be appealing to.
I'll go as far as saying it feels a little bit disingenuous too, because if you took people saying like, "I want it more difficult," when are they ever referring to like a want of you could fight Goliath and he's got all these mechanics, or you can fight him 10 times in a row before the door unlocks? You're like, well, that's not
Exactly.
That's not what nobody wants that. And it's like, yeah, grinding, and it's just like nobody's referring to that when they say more difficult. Nobody.
Also, Jim, dear Jim, what if spending money on microtransactions gives me more fun? Why are you trying to take that away from me?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, see, and that's when Jim would be like,
Is it
"Oh,
really
you,
your problem?
You don't understand, Rags." Like, I think that Jim would appeal like you're being manipulated, and it's like that's interesting that we can sort of talk about people's mental states and what they're missing out on in terms of their approach. Though when you say like,
I can legitimate.
well, I was just
Go
gonna say,
ahead.
does it not reflect with like if you make everything easy mode is just press A over and over again and you'll get through all of Dark Souls? It's like, could I not appeal to them? Maybe being they think that's what they want, but they don't want it. Could I say that, or is that going too far? Have I crossed the line?
I would just legitimately say there are games that I like and I think are good games. They have microtransactions. I pay for them. It lets me have more fun. I enjoy the game more, and I'm not being manipulated.
Yeah, no,
it's like those games exist too. So
I've always said that
it's a
about Killing
thing.
Floor. I think the game was pretty good price for what it is, and then I was happy to buy extra bits in microtransactions for it. I don't think we've ever had like a full podcast talking about the nature of microtransactions, but like I don't consider them 110% evil.
Oh yeah.
It's
they're-
always a matter of how
they're-
you implement them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they can be good. They can be bad.
Yeah, what's the entry price for the game? What cost for each transaction are you looking at versus what you get for it? Like there's a lot to talk about it. It's not just all bad for good.
Yeah, what happened was Star Wars Battlefront 2 ruined it for everything in a good way, I guess, by being like what was it, like £700 to get
Accelerationism.
Vader? It was to unlock Vader early. You have to pay like
get-
$700 or some stupid shit.
Oh yeah.
It was the price of things, and also the fact that you got very distinct objective combat advantages by buying like star cards, I think they were called, that just made your ships turn faster and shoot better and do more all sorts of
It
stuff.
was,
Your blaster
it was
now does
the-
500% damage.
So what Battlefront 2
Oh,
signaled
no.
was Battlefront 2 signaled the end of game-changing microtransactions because now it's all cosmetic. Which I don't know
EA
if that's
ruined
a
it
great
for
change.
everyone.
They ruined it for everybody, but they've also kicked off a trend that I dislike greatly, and I think I've seen now with Call of Duty Warzone just seems to be like this hodgepodge of pop
Different
culture
art
in the
styles.
same way
Yeah.
that very
The
disparate
Attack on
art
Titan
styles.
DLC.
And absolutely no consideration for like continuity or anything at all. Like it's just shit thrown to the wall because the only goal is to
Become
get people.
Fortnite.
Well, yeah, exactly. Because I mean, Fortnite's the model. You've got everything in there.
We love Fortnite.
Yeah.
Wait,
yeah.
Springy, you didn't buy the ninja skin when you played Fortnite? Don't you love the blue hair?
I'm pretty sure that because I remember I played that game when it first came out, like the battle royale mode. But that how many years ago was that? Like 4 years ago. Imagine if I played
quite a
it
bit.
again, it would be indistinguishable to me.
I played
not indistinguishable, unrecognizable.
I played like the alpha or beta for the original game that it was supposed to be, which
Oh,
was
yeah,
like a
for
buildy
defense,
zombie
yeah.
defense game.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, and I never played it
Oh,
again. It was neat. And then apparently I heard it got resurrected, ironically as it is.
As a PUBG clone, and now it's the most popular game in existence.
Well.
love
If
We
it
love
isn't
Fortnite. We love
John.
John loves
Hello.
Fortnite.
How you
Oh, hello.
doing?
John plays
I'm
as
good.
Master Chief in Fortnite.
He knows about video games. If you follow that Watch Together link, you can join us. We're just having a little chat about difficulty in video games. One might call it a difficult subject. that's the name of the video.
Wait, that's the title of the. You bastard.
Totally stole the idea. Yeah.
Well. predatory as fuck.
I heard you guys were talking about microtransactions, and
Heard y'all were talking shit.
I agree. It's not always that bad, but I remember like when I first loaded up Halo Reach, and whenever you had like a new there was like a new DLC map that you didn't have, there'd be like a big gold star next to it, and I was just like, oh,
Oh,
this
no.
is
Not a big
ugly,
gold
and it's
star.
like yellow right against like the blue traditional interface of like Halo, and it's just like so like visually distracting, and it takes advantage of people's like OCD, I guess, to just like want to get rid of that big ugly star. It's like, oh, I'll just buy it. Like, I don't like stuff like that where it like deliberately clashes with the you know the visual style of it to like annoy you.
It's like
But
having that constant notification thingy on your phone or whatever. Like if there's a notification, you just want to click it to get rid of it, even if you're
Yeah.
not like
Yeah.
gonna actually do
Yeah.
whatever the notification says.
They actually do this in mobile games these days, where it's just like, oh wait, there's something,
Whoa,
there's like a pop-up
South
thing, and you
Park.
click on it. It's like, hey, here's your sale. It's like, fuck off, and then it doesn't
Well,
go
there was a-
away. It's like,
Here's a
was a South-
banner that's taking up the last 10% of your screen, and you can pay $5 to get rid of it.
I mean, South Park did the thing where it was Stan was playing a mobile game, and as he was laying in bed, the phone would just buzz off. It's like, "Hey, buddy, you've got new friends, guy." Like, "Hey, buddy, you want to come back and play the game?" It's like,
The Canadian microtransaction, buddy.
and then they gave him free, like, "Oh, you've got 1,000 free Canada coin," and then
Yeah.
he starts playing, and then he spends like $1 million. It's just, yeah.
So I don't mind it if there's like a separate dedicated page, maybe somewhere just labeled store, and you go there, and if you want to get something, you can.
You guys remember when I described the whole situation with the beta costing $1 bazillion, the pride and accomplishment thing?
Nah, it's still meme to this day. I promise you, that
It's
meme
like-
is still alive and well.
I'm pretty sure it's like the most disliked comment in the history of Reddit or
It
something.
is, as far as I know. Yeah.
So fucking stupid. Whoever said that must feel so awful. Like forever. Just
That was also the
literally
event that gave us the
yeah.
term surprise mechanics as well.
Yeah. Oh, that was isn't that when there was like a legal thing, and then they tried
Yeah,
to use
they-
that as a defense in a legal sense
To
that it wasn't
explain why
gambling,
they're
it was
not
just like-
gambling.
Yeah, it's not gambling; it's a surprise mechanic.
Jesus.
yeah.
Working way too hard to make games less fun. The last thing we all need to do as a collective is make games less fun for each other.
I don't want to.
Yeah, but
I don't want to
the
be.
whole fucking point is
But
that people are finding it less fun to have games that are more accessible for other people.
Okay, here's a question. If it's baffling I care about this person's experience, why do you care that I care about their experience? How am I depleting their fun?
Well,
Thought I
modern-
couldn't.
They can't play the game and beat it because it's so hard.
Hey, just what about
Because
they
the
can.
idea of practicing and getting better is something
Yeah,
that he
they-
maligns and mocks.
if we're actually going to
They
go like
literally can beat it.
we're going utilitarian
Yeah.
on this shit. If I said to Jim, making it easier will allow all 11 to play the game, but 10 people will now find it a lot less fun, but one person will find it more fun. Now what do we do? Do we like this is what I mean about like conflating the accessibility and difficulty and the satisfaction of defeating challenge. Like these are all they're just being thrown up into one big tornado and then being like, shut up all of you, everyone's having fun. It's like you're not even listening to like anybody.
Yeah.
If you can always transpose the challenge down to your specific level, when have you ever actually accomplished anything? Because did what you do was pick the right settings for you, or did you actually complete something that was out of your comfort zone? And how would you ever know if you're constantly just trying to hone in the difficulties to specifically what you can manage?
Just poisoning the well of the discussion with this shit.
Oh, Jim
Okay, so-
doesn't like it when people poison the well, guys.
Asking for an easy mode in a Japanese made game is a direct affront to Japanese culture where overcoming extreme challenges is a way of life. Why do you hate their culture?
This person isn't real.
I was about to say, like, they're doing the same thing Jim's doing now. They're like,
There's
they run it off into this direction that's absurd instead of just being like, hey, some of us like challenge, alright? Simple
Well,
as that.
Person
Jim's,
isn't real. Why are you putting him on the screen? Come on.
Does Jim believe in cultural appropriation? He's an insufferable lefty. Does he think that cultural appropriation is like a thing that exists and it's real?
Probably.
Because if he does, then there might be, from his perspective, a valid argument in saying that if you want a game developer from a certain culture to remove elements of that culture from their game, which might include difficulty elements, then that you are
that already exist seems to run counter to a very popular argument against an easy mode in Dark Souls or Cuphead or Sekiro. It would betray the developers' art.
What's interesting too is that all these games that he mentions are generally very beloved and revered and respected. You know, the Dark Souls games, Cuphead, a lot of difficult games have a sort of kind of reverence to them. There's this respect that comes from discussions on these games, and beating them in particular is a very respectable thing. And these seem to be the games that, unless someone randomly fucking talks about Star Fox Zero for the first time ever, these seem to be the games that people talk about. It's
So
always these really good ones.
Sterling does think that the creator's vision is like not a legitimate point then.
Well, because I was
Apparently
going to
not.
say
So
this
that's
is
like-
The way he's putting that.
This is a different bullet in the gun, as far as I'm
Does he want
concerned.
games
This is
never more than what they are?
Well, it seems like it's about to be mocked. The sentiment.
Well, we'll see, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is totally valid to me. You should not. It's the same thing as writing. You should not force the writer or the developer to make the game you want instead of whatever their intention is as the artist. Their thing could be shit, but I don't know that you should force them to do something you want. That seems fucked.
Well, they don't have to create a game that appeals to everybody. And in fact, I mean, trying to do that is quite difficult.
Well, and you end up with something that's shit usually. That's like the whole. It's when
well,
they say everyone
it's-
likes it, but nobody loves it.
Well, I guess it's you look at something like Mario. I'd say that's a game that broadly appeals to a lot of people, but again, that's not
Yeah,
everybody. It has
I'm more so
broad
going to like an
appeal.
extreme of literally every single person. You
Well,
try
but-
and like it gets stamped down into like a sludge. Because even with Mario,
I
there's
think
plenty of people who are like, ugh.
Well, I think Theo said it earlier, and I agree. I think that I think that there's a lot that you can do in video games that isn't achievable if the overall goal of everybody is to make games that appeal to everybody. I think that certain mechanics just aren't going to emerge unless we have games that are appealing to niche interests or niche playstyles or audiences. Yeah, I don't think it's. I think you
Yeah,
just
I would-
limit a lot of potential in a medium.
I shudder to think of all of the games that I adore that are niche games and what they would become if they were made more
Exactly.
generally accessible.
Well, to be fair, I think Theo, you believe that Elden
It
Ring is what we
happened to
get.
Dark Souls.
Yeah, Elden Ring is the end result of that process. Yeah.
But it depends on the mechanic, though, right? Because, like, on paper, a mechanic can seem a certain way. Like, a lot of MMOs have, like, stuff you need to farm, like reputation or whatever, like certain currencies. Which on paper might sound like, yeah, this will be a bit tedious, but it will be rewarding in the end. But then when you actually put it in the game and quality assurance or the community test it out, then it either turns out to be way more tedious than they thought it would be, and the community hates it, and like people literally stop playing over it, or it's the opposite, and everyone just like browse through the content and does it like in a day or so. Like
Yeah.
some things you have to have tested, even though it like sounds good on paper.
Yeah, there's a reality of like when they release Demon Souls, for example, if they could then go back 2 years after 2 years of it being out and do it again, they'd likely change a shit ton from how people reacted to their choices, which arguably is the same for everything that's made, I guess.
Yeah.
Man, I love all those Souls games, but like I've talked about this before. I'm terrible at all of them. But I would never campaign for like an easy mode in that game, just because I think there is something to the difficulty that's part of that game's intense atmosphere that it has. It feels dangerous and it's not even just hard for the sake of hard. Like it's not cheaply designed difficulty. Like they're really carefully plan it out, and there's a way to beat everything, and like you respect those developers for putting that effort in. And Yeah,
There is
I
an
just
allure to that difficulty has that, video game danger has.
yeah.
Um, and it colors a lot of my video game experiences over the years, the idea of but and plus a lot of it has to do with familiarity. Resident Evil 4 is a game that I like to think I've damn near mastered. I've played it so much. I love that game to death. But the first times I went and played it, it was the first M-rated game I ever bought. GameStop let me buy it when I was 17. But
Oh, you
You're growing a
yes,
fake beard and a fake hat.
I had
17 the
a
age
friend of
frame?
mine, and I was on his shoulders, and we got a big coat, and we walked in, and
Nice.
I said, "Oh, I would like a Resident Evil 4, please, and I am 21, yes." And
Wait, you guys have to be
me.
21 to buy M-rated games in the States?
No, that was the
Oh.
lie in my joke.
Oh, okay. Because I thought 17 was the age. I was like,
I don't
Rex,
know,
I
I
think you were
forget.
just allowed
There
to.
you go. Earthbound hero
See,
in
that's
chat.
danger.
He heard me
That's
say
that's
it.
that's
Nobody
meta
else-
danger.
Nobody else picked up on me saying a fake beard and a fake hat.
Well, you can buy fake hats.
I don't know what a fake hat
Well,
looks
a
like.
fake hat. Yeah, a
Yeah, it's
fake
like-
hat.
There you
You
go.
put on wait a second. You put on this hat. It's fake.
This hat's not real.
This hat's not real. You just take it off.
Turns
Vanishes
into
in a
like a
puff of
sausage
smoke.
or something. It's like, what?
That's pretty fucking funny, actually.
Are you two 17-year-olds in a trench coat?
No,
Why are you
no,
10 feet tall?
No, we're two 21-year-olds.
No.
It's
I
just
eat
two
all my
voices saying,
vegetables.
just two voices saying no, like one after another.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah. Ribs
Like,
the
I
bottom guy. Shut up.
This hat
Like-
comes right off. It's not even real.
Did it end with the guy on the bottom sneezing, so you flew up into the ceiling?
So, would you say? Because I was saying, Resident Evil 4 when I first played it a few times, it was like legitimately difficult, but I like that about it. It was a game that had like, oh, it's on the pedestal of difficult games, and it's there if I want to play it, and I ended up doing that a lot. But what if people can't play games because they're too scary? Is that a kind of
Well, so-
difficulty to overcome?
I'm glad you brought that up, Rags, because I was thinking
Yeah.
if the perspective is, let's say you made a game and the difficulty, like John said, is in service of an intense atmosphere. If that isn't valid, why would the art style be valid? Shouldn't there be like an option to make everything super colorful and bright if it's like
Yeah,
if you don't
super
like
high
that it's-
contrast.
I guess we're pushing how much should a player be allowed to change their experience? How much should they be allowed to do
benefit
that?
themselves, yeah.
And how far should it extend? Should it extend to the graphics? Should it extend to the writing?
Mhm.
Should it extend to the characters?
How spooky it is.
I feel like
Yeah.
This
uh,
game is
The
really
music.
scary. I can't play this game because of how scary it is and how I'm just a chicken or I get scared of it, so I can't play it. They need to remove these elements from the game to make it more accessible
oh,
to me.
yeah. Imagine. And I
Let
was
me
going to
tell
say,
you,
I feel like the first bracket is devs' intentions, and then if we want to delve deeper, we'll try and find out like if we can figure out some. I'm trying to go further than depends, but it is kind of a depends situation on all these different details and every form and part of the execution. Because again, I want to come back to the mainstreamifying of From Software's games if they've gone over time. Also, what a fucking fantastic example of this is in a slightly connected way is what happened
Tell me.
to Amnesia to
Oh,
Rebirth. You can
no!
argue we
No!
got Soma because
Do not speak its name.
the artists were like,
Take it
we're
back.
going to make something we think is great. Damn what everyone says they desperately want. When that didn't work out, they were like, all right, fine, we'll give you what you want. And it was horrible. Like, they went with what they thought would be successful, and then it was sludge, like the worst kind.
Oh, so bad.
Rebirth was shit. Fuck Rebirth.
Yes.
Fuck
I hate that
Tazi
this is making
Triana
me
in her
want to
fucking
play
face.
Rebirth.
Never play
What
Rebirth.
was it they...
Another
What was-
French woman. Ah.
What was it they
I got
included?
Rebirth in a humble bundle once, so I feel like I gotta play it just to see what you guys mean
Have
about
you
it.
played-
being
I have
Well,
an extra
have
copy now because of Humble Bundle, and I'm upset about this.
Mark, to give
Have
you an
you
idea.
played Dark Descent and Soma before?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah, to give you an idea, the devs, like, it's completely fallen apart to the point where they've made the worst jump scare mechanic in the history of horror games, like the most cheap, where it
Don't
just
call them that.
it
That's
keep
not what they're
wait,
called.
so that's my point. I'm getting to.
Surprise
So
mechanics.
We were like intensely fucking complaining about them. Every player is. I've seen like there's like 1 or 2 reviews of like, oh, it's kind of interesting that they just jump scare you once per 10 seconds infinitely. That's it's not so bad.
That's kind of interesting.
Oh god,
I like Star Fox Zero. That's interesting.
The devs eventually dampened that shit from what I know. But at first they said, oh, they're not jump scares, they're fear flashes.
Yeah, they call them fear flashes.
Fear flashes aren't jump scares. That's different.
I remember that now.
That's the most embarrassing thing I've heard someone say about their game.
Yeah, own your shit.
Kick that can down the road.
Man.
Now, I guess it was technically the second patch for that game because the first patch of Amnesia Rebirth included the exe file, but the second update for that game, the first proper update, they toned down the fear flashes.
How do you make that kind of
first
fucking mistake?
install of the game didn't have an exe file.
No, it was
there's an
they
oversight.
made it. Yeah. That's all right.
But I'm
They're
sorry, how do you have a
What
whole
if-
team of devs that are familiar with video games that playtest a game with that shit in it, and they're like, well, yeah, this is ready to post. Yeah, go.
People will love that.
Yep.
It had like a meeting. It had like a meeting afterwards. Like, Frank, did you put out like a post about those jump scares? Like,
Did you tell the
I got
gamers
it.
they were wrong
No,
again?
It's no problem. It's like, oh, what you write? Oh, I just told them it's not. We call them fear flashes. It's like you did fucking what?
That's fucking brilliant, Frank.
So good.
That changes
Excellent work.
everything.
Frank, you'll promote it.
Dynamite.
Frank, you're
Why didn't we
Guys,
think of that?
why
Why did you call them something else? If you call them
Guys, they're
something
not
else, then they're
jumps.
not that thing anymore.
They're not
Is it
jump scares,
possible
they're
it was a-
scare jumps.
Yeah, jump
Oh.
scare.
Is it
Don't
possible
scare
it was a 4D chess move just so they would never have to make another Amnesia game and they could just do new stuff like Soma?
If they put out
Dude,
another
the-
miracle
the-
after it, sure, fine.
I need this Alone in the Dark game like right now because it has the writer of Soma.
Yes,
and
Mikhail
First
Hedberg,
Amnesia.
yes.
Oh, okay.
And I'm just like, where have you been? Come back, never leave.
You've been fucking around in Need for Speed. We need you
Yeah,
back
what-
in survival horror. What have you been
Please.
doing?
Guys, there's surprise mechanics.
No, stop it. You're upsetting me.
I like the idea that you tell them as a playtest, it's like, oh, my game got bugged out. There's like a fucking jump scare that was like locked in and just kept repeating over and over. And they just look at you like,
Isn't that fucking scary though?
Sustained fear
Isn't that great?
flash.
You say that's a bug. You're like, yeah, that's a bug, right? You're like, sure. I'll go.
Sure.
Do that for our next game.
Why don't you take the day off?
Fire Frank.
They talk to the devs. They're like, maybe we shouldn't make it once per 1 second. 10 seconds is probably the way to go. It's like, yeah. We fixed it.
Popular argument against an easy mode in Dark Souls or Cuphead or Sekiro. It would betray the developer's artistic vision. From Software
Why are you saying
had
it like
a very
that? Do
careful
you
game
think that's
balance.
an interesting argument?
Well, yeah, that's what we're here for now, is to figure out what the...
No, but he said it in a silly voice,
makes-
so everyone else is wrong.
It makes
Oh,
me
that is
hate him
true.
because I mean this man is the reason video games will never like
Yes.
go anywhere.
Yeah, we get less
Like,
unique and niche ones.
artistic vision in a video game.
Yeah, because they're all hunting to become more viable. When it's like, no, just be great. And I know that sounds pretty
Actually,
like...
fucking disgusting. I hate it.
I can't tell if he's arguing against that justification or if he's just doing the Jim Sterling poison the well thing and just trying to say that we're using that as an excuse. But really, we just want to keep out the people who are bad.
Mahler would never want to take away the artistic vision of Multiverse of Madness.
No, but there wasn't one. Dude, genuinely, as much as I think Michael Walter is a terrible writer, he didn't really get to write a lot by the looks of things. We probably didn't even see what his best work is there. We probably saw one of his worst possible works, but I'm not confident he's going to be making miracles. From how he described the fact that he happily describes the fact that the script was thrown out and then day one he's working on the script for a film they are filming. Like, he's like, woohoo! This is like, dude, that's terrible. Absolutely terrible. You get commissioned to write a script that they're building the sets for right now. Like, what do you mean?
Oh no.
Don't you build
Can you write a
sets
scene that
based
takes
on-
place in an alley? We got an alley set. Could you do that for us, Michael?
Yeah, then you do, and then they're like, throw that out, Michael. We're doing something different. It's like,
No. Alleys are last year. We built a zoo. I need you. We didn't go to a zoo. We built a zoo.
And
We
he's
need
like,
you to
"Well,
write a scene that takes place in a zoo.
like, what animals are in the zoo? They're like, we don't know, Michael. We don't know
We're
yet.
still getting the animal. We got a giraffe and 3 zebras and a cockatoo.
There might
Write a
be-
scene that has a giraffe, 3 zebras, and a cockatoo.
There might be some badgers. Are there badgers in zoos? Is that something?
We gotta
We're
get
gonna throw
zoo
some
badges.
badges in there.
Michael, we bought badges. You got a
Write
great
that
deal
in
on
there,
badges.
Michael.
Write
We
a
put
scene
notes.
with badges in it.
Put the badges in the beginning. That's what they see first.
Oh God, the badges died. We need you to write
You
out
gotta
the
write out the
badges from
badges,
the
Michael.
scene.
They all died. It was a disease.
Don't forget it. We'll tell the guys in the Disney CGI dungeon to CGI out the badges.
Michael, you didn't throw the badges away, did you? We can CGI in the badges easily. We'll be fine.
We found a vet. He resuscitated the badges. Write the badges back into the scene.
You know, Michael, we don't need. We're just gonna CGI the whole zoo. It's fine. Like, don't you worry about it. We'll CGI the dialogue.
That's what they'll do next. Can we just CGI a script? Like, I guess technically, if you write it on a Word document, it's CGI.
Oh my!
And they're like,
Have the actors standing on their marks and then CGI their lips moving, like that Wombo AI program.
Michael Waldron, what was it like to write Multiverse of Madness? And he's just like, yeah.
It was electric.
Badges.
Developers' artistic vision. From Software had a very careful game balance in mind when it designed Sekiro, and therefore we cannot argue with them ever on the.
That's not the. You can
That's
argue.
not the argument.
You can say,
that's not-
like,
Listen.
I don't like the way you did a thing, but that doesn't mean you can then go, excuse me, change it for me. How dare you? Like, I wish for you to do this now. This is gonna be annoying to listen to.
Why did it work or why did it not work?
Isn't that what game reviews are? Otherwise, they'd all be the
This game is
same because
not
everyone would do the.
prohibitively difficult.
Yeah.
With them ever on the modes they do or don't choose to have in their games. That's how criticism apparently works. But sure, whatever. It's about artistic integrity. It's about respecting what the developers want. But if you decide that's going to be your argument,
It's like dismissing the whole concept of a person choosing to put things. It's like, I want to see Iron Man in the next Marvel Avengers. Like, he's dead though. You have to respect. There's like, no, put him in. I want him.
But the next movie is called Flumpy Man,
Really,
not
really
Iron Man.
funny that Jim
See
talks
Iron
about video
Man.
games this way.
Oh yeah, this
It's
is
so
the
insane that he
brattiest
talks about
fucking
video games this way.
Imagine this worked. Like, we all played the new fucking Mario Kart, and all of us are like, I want Waluigi to be the main character. It's like,
Well,
what?
everyone says that.
I know, that's one of the. That's why I was referencing it. It's a mainstream request, but they don't capitulate. They don't give you Year of Waluigi, okay?
can no
This
longer
man is
get mad.
constantly screaming at AAA devs, and then he says this.
Yeah.
Like, do you want games to be sludge but with no microtransactions? Is that?
I
Is that
guess
it?
so, yeah.
Want. But if you decide that's going to be your argument, you can no longer get mad when developers do add easy modes because, you know, respecting the
Okay,
developers.
when do we get upset that a developer
can.
releases a game with an easy mode?
This is the thing. This is oftentimes an IP argument. Like, if people release a brand new thing and it's just like there's an easy mode in it, none of us are going to be able to complain with any conception of not having played. But when you're like, Dark Souls is well known for this particular experience, and you're paying them for that experience to get it again, they're like, it's different this time. You're like, oh, like, how is that not easy to understand? Like, it's the most simplest shit. Your fun gets reduced so that other people's fun might increase. Like, how have you determined, yes, but their increase is better than your decrease? Like, oh, okay.
And also, we value that increase more. Like, it's just the fun that someone has from an easy mode is worth more than the fun someone has from the difficulty of the game.
Vision and all that. Respecting creative vision seems to also go against the popularity of mods, so you can't.
No,
That's not an yeah, those are not the same.
Popularity of what did he say?
Mods.
No one,
Mods,
no one,
okay.
no one installs Macho Man Randy Savage as dragons in Skyrim and says, "You know what? Fuck the dragons in Skyrim. I can't believe they fucking put dragons in Skyrim. It needs to be Macho Man Randy Savage."
And no one that
Weird how
installs
there's
that
a bunch of
mod
different
would
kinds
then.
of game.
Yeah.
Who the fuck said
That's
they were
funny.
respecting the original vision by playing the game with Macho Man Randy Savage dragons?
No one.
They know what they're doing. They know that.
Yeah.
James
We're not
just
saying this
reminded
game
me
needs to be
that
changed for me. They're saying, "Oh, I can install this mod and it'll be a fun little time," and that's
I'm
okay.
saying I want to change this game for me.
Nor
It's
do I
funny
have a
because-
problem with anyone installing a invincibility mod into a From Software game if that's what they want to do. My issue is with them saying, From Software, you need to put an invincibility mode in this game for me.
Yes,
Exactly.
I was just
exactly.
thinking that. Yeah,
It's the same thing as if they
I
said,
actually give them a roll.
I don't want to mod Macho Man Randy Savage Dragons.
For installing it.
I want them to make the next game to just simply have that in it, and if they don't, it's bad. Like, that's retarded. Like, if you want to mod it so the game is easier, your friends might judge you, but I mean, I guess you can do that. It's just this is kind of where we're at. Like, it's the difference between forcing the developers to do it through, like, social pressure versus mods. Why would you even bring mods into the conversation?
The community
They're completely different.
altering the game. I almost think, like, would this whole thing not be an issue if all consoles had as easy access to mods as PCs? Like, if you could just say, okay, I'm on PlayStation and I don't want to fight Millennia and be able to die, so I'm going to mod it so that I'm invincible. Like, if that could happen, would these people still complain about not having easy modes in game?
Yeah.
Also, James just reminded me. Apparently, Jim defends the artistic vision of The Last of Us 2. So
Yeah, that.
I think it's as simple as that artistic vision is relevant when it comes to, I guess, what you would in a very shallow way describe as more overtly artistic. You know, like
gameplay
right,
isn't
it's
artistic
narrative, but
vision in the same
gameplay
way
is-
that a narrative
When
is.
we
exactly.
When it comes to artistic vision, right? When they go, this enemy has 100 health, he could have had 50, but we've made it 100, which is harder. You don't go like, that's incongruent with something else. Meanwhile, Last of Us 2, the majority of our issues with that game were its inconsistencies. And what I mean by that is, when you say it's their artistic vision to say that, you know, this is the scenario X, but it's also not X. Like, that doesn't even, that's just, you have two visions that compete with each other now. So what am I supposed to, how is that in any way? You know, like, changing an enemy's health to be easier to kill in a later version of the game isn't incongruent with the previous one. Not even necessarily incongruent with the game itself. It's a different enemy, but like, these are two very, very different arguments. What I'm trying to say is that when we say Joel's out of character and someone says that's their vision, be like, well, no, because their vision is built on another one of their vision, which is incongruent with this vision. What are you saying? This happened with Wonder Woman, and like I told you, some people were like, no, that's Patty Jenkins's vision versus Zack's vision. They're not incongruent. They're different visions. Like, they're part of the same continuity. You can't do that.
Supposed to be on the same team.
You don't get the benefits of being a sequel or part of the same continuity while also discarding all of the responsibilities and obligations that come with that.
People love the have your cake and eat it shit, where it's like, I want to benefit from their work, but I also don't want to have to respect it at all.
And I guess we're seeing an example here where the argument is, the artistic integrity of your narrative is unassailable, but the artistic integrity of your gameplay and design decisions is non-existent. It's kind of baffling. I'm not sure what the interest is in talking about video games if you don't really care about any arguments pertaining to the merits of the design of a game, including its difficulty. Bizarre.
Have reader. Modding a game to improve its UI, add new features and content, sometimes change the entire visual style of a game, is not only common but has been aggressively fought for over the years. Developers who disallow modding are often maligned, and Bethesda was justly raked over the coals when it attempted to capitalize on modding and turn it into a glorified microtransaction
Why are we
system.
comparing modding to decisions made by the developers?
Because this is a totally completely different discussion about what you're telling developers they need to be doing, as opposed to modding, which is on an individual basis. If you want to do something, you can change an experience for yourself in a certain way. It's
external from the
completely
game
different
in a sense. It's
it is.
It's entirely separate from the developer's intentions or goals.
Yeah, by installing a mod, you are choosing to add the person who coded the mod's vision into the developer's vision, knowing that it might alter it to the point that it's unrecognizable. And if you want to make that decision, cool, but I mean, it's not the actual game.
And besides, modding makes the game more fun for me, so it's
It's like this is what I mean.
In many cases, it does.
What does me modding my game do to Rags' game? You know what I mean? Like, the whole point of this conversation is when the developers are forced to do a thing that affects everyone's game, as opposed to individuals. It's such a weird thing to bring up.
I think it's disregarding the concept of a difficulty mode being balanced for that would affect how other difficulty modes are balanced for. It's pretending that is just not a factor.
Was also framed within the idea of respecting original vision means mods inherently disrespect vision, which isn't necessarily true, by the way.
I think it's as simple as changing something in a game. In his mind, if you change something in a game, then it's just all the same.
If you take the DS fix that came out immediately after Dark Souls was splatted onto PC, it's like if you said that doesn't respect the original vision, I'd be like, I mean,
first off, I don't agree with that because fixing bugs is if anything helping to realize that vision more.
Exactly.
Because I highly doubt that those bugs are parts of the vision. They get in the way of the vision.
The difficulty of many games, and they've existed before without much issue. In fact, in one of the many threads about Dark Souls difficulty out there, mods were used as an argument against an official easier mode. For people wanting an easy mode, it's very easy to download modded save files for Demon Souls and Dark Souls that make the game really easy. Well, you can imagine what happened when a mod came out to make the latest From game easier. After someone used a mod that slowed
and I feel fine.
I feel fine. You know what?
I do remember that article, actually.
You just want to pat his head and say, good for you.
But you feel so fine, no shame, that you had to write an article justifying this decision.
Yeah, it doesn't feel insecure at all.
Somehow I don't believe he's totally fine.
The first thing everyone's going to want to do is just be like, okay, so can we make sure there is absolutely no sense of scale here and that no matter what, you're okay with this? Like, has there been any challenge in a video game you've ever valued, and then seeing someone download a mod that cancels it out, would you be always okay with that just because of the feels? Like, is that really where we're at? There's just no example of this that's valid at all. Like, that seems a little bit unusual. I assume all of us, you know, like some of your favorite multiplayer mode online memories. I've talked about it on EFAP before. One of them was I had a 5v1 on Gears of War 2, and I won. It was I want to say Blood Drive, I think it was on, and it was one of the most intense and fun things I've ever done in my whole life for video games.
Yeah.
If it was like, yeah, but you downloaded a microtransaction, whatever that got you, you know, the super laser, and you just killed them all instantly, I wouldn't remember that. You're like, oh yeah, that's yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that's a feels argument from me. Seems like a feels argument from you too. So who's right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Also, sorry if my mic's cutting out. Hopefully it isn't on you guys' end at least.
I can hear you.
No, it hasn't.
Sound fine to me.
Sound good to me.
Hopefully it's not too bad for the OBS people. I'll try and moving it around a little bit. All right.
Fucking fix your shit, goddammit.
Sekiro down to make combat less brutal, people became furious. The guy's best Sekiro with cheats! Works at PC Gamer, this is what a casual cuck looks like!
True.
Well, it is
yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, he is an FBI cuck detective. He knows what the fuck he's talking about.
I feel like it's kind of awkward when you work in like in a gaming. Wait, what was it? PC Gamer.
Mm-hmm.
And you
If
don't
you're a
game
game
FBI Cuck division. It's just.
I gotta respect the FBI.
Can I volunteer to pay more taxes now? Oh my gosh, I didn't know we had a cuck detective branch on the FBI.
Get them all. Round up the
Cuck Space Force win.
Put them in cuck camps.
Gotta get rid of the cuck
And
attitude,
well,
okay?
don't fuck them, but the people they're
That's just
attached
what
to
they want.
romantically.
No, wait, that's not. They want to. Point being, there is like a cultural aspect of a bunch of people talking about how much fun they had defeating something like Dark Souls. That if there was one guy there who was turned every enemy to have 1 HP, the rest of them would be like, oh.
You're not having the same
like he walks up
conversation
to your
we are,
friend
dude.
group. Hello, fellow gamers.
Yeah.
I too beat the boss in Sekiro. I installed cheats, and you know what? I feel fine. And he just walks up to you and tells you this, and you're like, oh, you're not one of us.
Yeah, you're instantly the least cool person in that conversation.
Absolutely.
Here's a really easy question, right? Okay. Don't enjoy a challenge. You're not looking for a challenge. Why'd you buy Sekiro?
Yeah.
Because everyone else is talking about it, and I want to be a part of the conversation, yeah.
Yeah, but then at some point,
okay.
Sometimes it
Cool.
happens. You buy
Like,
the thing.
that's
You buy a
the
thing.
best
Like
way to, inform your purposes.
something happens. You buy things that you don't like, and then you're just like, oh, well, that sucks.
I bought Mass Effect Andromeda and couldn't wait to get out of that conversation. I was just like, no. 3 hours, I'm done. That's it. I'm not playing any more of this. This sucks.
And another. Wait, that's the cuck who wrote that shitty article about beating Sekiro with cheats. Soy boy with a disgusting neckbeard.
Why are you highlighting all of these fucking chads?
I like that he's highlighting them. Like, look how awful and embarrassing these are. It's really funny. It's like, I don't know what to say. Like, oh, I remember this.
And of course, there was that other response to the Sekiro mod, the one that became, well, memed overnight. One so arrogant it could only be read by an aristocrat, a literal aristocrat.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, boy.
Sorry, folks. Here we go.
You cheated not only the game, but yourself. You didn't grow. You didn't improve. You took a shortcut and gained nothing. You experienced a hollow victory. Nothing was risked.
Which is weird. If you were to isolate this quote as just text and present it to me, and I'm like, huh, yeah, I suppose so. If there's no risk involved and you didn't gain anything, there was no challenge you overcome, then it is a hollow victory. Like it isn't even a victory.
So this
is
the
like
thing.
something I'd hear Socrates saying.
It's totally.
And he's like, ooh.
It's tone policing, really, because the point is kind of true. It's just delivered in a way that's really kind of pretentious. Just kind of.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. It's like it's mainly the approach the guy took, unfortunately. But like, you know, this is a real thing. If someone flew to the top of Everest in like a hyper safe, hyper technological thing, and then said, "I climbed Everest," don't you know? It's like, yeah, no, not really.
No, I feel like the guy who did it without legs, and granted, his legs didn't get tired, but still, the guy who did it without legs, he could see, when he gets to the top of that mountain, I think his victory is a bit more meaningful than yours. Someone in chat said it. It's saying something in a funny voice doesn't make it false. That's true, but unfortunately, I think a lot of people think that. Yeah,
he's gonna milk this for all it's worth, because it's like, look, let's all laugh at the guy saying that difficulty matters when it's like, you took one of the memed ones. You're not really taking the argument here.
But he doesn't know what these people even want.
Well, he said that himself.
And nothing was gained. It's sad that you don't know the difference. Royston! I just roasted me a soy boy casual neckbeard! He doesn't know the value of hard work! Now feed me...
What do you say?
I wanted to end.
He's about to imply that the aristocrat is rich because he was given money, not because he earned.
An end to skits. No more skits in videos, please.
No, I'm pro nostalgia critic skits. That shit is
mainly because they're fascinating. Like
is fascinating.
Yeah.
I love those skits. I want to put them in a museum.
That's another tradition.
I want to load it onto our Odyssey probe and send it into space.
We've almost got a tradition now of covering nostalgia critic every 31st as well of Halloween, October. So maybe we'll cover them again soon enough.
Dangling from your hand!
Dangling these nuts.
Nice.
Bear in mind, this was a mod for personal use, not a demand for an easier mode to be added to the
He's just sitting there like, man, this is fascinating. Do go on.
I think the bear wasn't very convinced.
That bear was watching that skit and was like, yep, move on.
Stop.
The humans really have it better, I don't know.
So these people think that the people using this mod are experienced.
What'd you say,
They think
sorry?
that they're making the game easier on themselves in a way that's making it less fun. I'm just like, this is so easy. People think that using this mod, by using it, you're ruining your own experience with the game.
Right. Which is something I think nobody wants to talk about because it only would have happened with your choice, and everyone is more so, generally speaking, in favor of everyone making their own choices. But it's like, Sure, but if someone says, I don't want to eat this really well, like, executed steak without my big fucking bucket of tomato sauce on it, and it's like, oh, maybe, yeah, okay.
I guess maybe an example in video games would be, hey, this is applicable to me, right? I beat Dark Souls 3 in like 13, 14 hours, and all I heard from people was you missed a lot of the game. You missed out on a lot of the experience.
Yeah.
Like, they
Now-
want you to have more of an experience. They're, like,
Cool.
sad that you didn't get to see it all in that first playthrough, or they're like, oh, you didn't play the game right.
I guess it's just the sentiment of, damn, you kind of robbed yourself of an experience that I think you would have thought was cool if you were just given it more time. You know, in the same way that if someone says, I beat Metroid by looking up all the guides, it's like, damn, man, like, damn, you missed out on, like, a lot of what the fun is in this game, or I beat this game by looking at all of the solutions.
Oh, and that's the thing, there's no digging for the good faith in any of this by Jim, because ultimately, if you watch people streaming, let's take, for example, Metal streaming something where he's trying to defeat a good old Bloodborne boss of some kind, yes, we will make fun of and meme every time he dies, but the second he gets close to that health bar going to zero, and he fucking does a clutch dodge and hits them with something that kills him, everyone in chat's very happy.
Woo,
Why
good
is
job,
that,
man.
do you think?
Good moment.
Because that means that Mel did all the things that everyone else had to do back when they first did it. Now we can all share in that experience. Meanwhile, when you have a guy who's like, this is too hard, I'm turning on the cheats, you're like, oh.
Oh, well.
I mean, yeah.
Whoa, dude, nice!
Yeah, who the fuck? And then, they beat it, and
downloaded an exe
and they're like, right, everybody.
Proper mods folder.
Like, imagine you having a
Dude,
breakdown
he can't
discussion
die,
of how difficult a boss is. Like, out of the 4 people, one of them beat it with cheats. The other 3 would be like, you can't really speak on this. He's like,
I can't even talk because he won't understand what's going on.
Yeah, you just be like, I just went face on him. I just kept hitting over and over again, and I just won. It's like, yeah, but you had infinite health. I got.
It was even
Really
further than the
cool.
first try, because
I'm sure you had a lot of fun.
Because I will forever remember when I first fought Orphan of Cause, and people who know me a bit longer remember that 9-hour stream where I tried over and over and for 9 hours only Orphan of Cause.
When are you gonna beat him?
And then, I don't know. Oh, right, that was a meme. Yeah, okay. and then I finally beat the guy. I was like, fuck yeah, that was awesome. And then I did my playthrough New Game Plus 1, and then I beat the guy first try on my the second on my New Game Plus, and I was like, "Fuck, man!" I remembered all those moves, and I absolutely didn't annihilate him. It was pretty clutch, but it was a very good time because I learned the thing, had all the experiences, and then it just took over to the New Game Plus as well, and was it's just a great experience to have, and you definitely do rob yourself from those experiences if you just turn on some cheats.
Yeah, like,
But I guess
what
if
if
we
you could
only
just,
go
like,
with the
upgrade-
argument, but it's fun, so it's fine. It's like, well, then we don't need to talk about this, really. So I don't know why you're even doing this.
Like, what if you could just, like, turn on the
No,
times
you've
10
optimized
everything?
the fun out of it, as far as I'm concerned.
Like, you do 10 times as much damage, you have 10 times as much health, and
Yeah.
you beat him the pull after that. Like, you would never have remember that fight ever, like, 2
No,
years later.
no.
You would just been like, oh wait,
because now I can just go back and I see a certain attack, and it's like, oh, I need to go just below him and just do this, because I had those experiences for hours.
Main
and then
things
it's still super satisfying.
Main things I remember from Elden Ring now are Godskin Apostle, Malekith, and Melania, I guess.
Yeah.
I've mostly forgotten even the ones I fucking hated because my brain doesn't really want to latch onto that stuff, which is an ironic statement coming from me, considering like everything that fueled me to make my DS2 videos is how much I fucking hated everything in that game. That's an example of like the bosses are really difficult, but when you beat them, you don't go yes, you just go.
Yeah. Thank fuck that is over.
Finally.
You're like
Yeah.
Theoden dying on the plains. You're like, oh.
What the fuck ever, yeah.
It's like, fuck this.
Someone solved their own problem. It was simply someone using modifications to make the game more personally enjoyable. You know,
Yeah.
the thing that mods have existed to do since mods fucking began.
I love that he's just not got the state of mind to be able to understand that
He doesn't get it.
the fun being
Yeah.
pulled out in any way, shape, or form by any of this. There's just no concept of it. Like, nope, don't know what you're talking about.
Sees no distinction between an aftermarket mod and a development feature.
Demand, essentially.
It's a very good image, by the way. The helicopter
That is a
hat
lot of-
is questionable as to whether or not it's real.
Is that a real hat?
Who's the dude in below you? Is there? He looks kind of creepy.
But this time, it was unacceptable. And it was unacceptable for no good reason. Because even if you think an easier mode in a game causes harm somehow, the writer who used the mod only quote-unquote harmed themselves.
That's the point.
Are you watching self-harm right now? Or
Point.
kind of fucked
That's
up?
literally the point.
I don't understand. Like when
It's literally exactly the point.
when someone says like, "Oh, it's worth seeing this in the cinema because of the experience," and you go, "No, I fucking don't want that experience. I want to experience it with my way, which is going to be on this mobile phone upside down." And you're like, "Okay, you can do that." I'm just saying. It's like, who's
you guys
harmed
haven't really
just
seen
himself?
The Departed.
Yeah.
You haven't really seen The Departed until you've watched it with the Mortal Kombat soundtrack playing. Trust me.
In this case, making a game they bought more finely tuned to their own sense of fun, which I can't even pretend to find upsetting. People get mad if a difficulty option already exists. They get mad if some people are put off when a game doesn't have an easy mode. They get mad if you don't just go and mod the game yourself.
I don't know, man. Like, generally speaking, everyone gets mad at everything. I don't know. Yeah, sure, fine.
Isn't
You'll
it
find
weird how
someone.
different people have different responses to different things?
Oh,
Isn't that
Jim
really
is the
weird?
expert at finding the person that doesn't like the thing, and he could put it in his video.
Yeah, mysteriously, we just don't see these people. That's fine, though. I'm sure they exist.
They get mad if you do just go and mod the game yourself. It's almost as if the argument evolves so that nobody can win
It's not,
unless
no, it's
they
not about modding the game yourself. It's about installing your cuckshit BS FBI division mods that just remove all challenge from the game. Yes, I know it's your preference, and guess what? Sometimes people's preferences fucking suck, and I'll criticize you for it.
achieve the
That's
nirvana.
what. That's what his whole. That's what we all do. Can we stop
feel like that's
pretending
what we all
that?
do,
Oh, it's
yeah.
just. That's what we all do, and people just want to act like, oh no,
I think that,
no, shut the fuck up. That's what you do.
I
That's
think-
what you made your
I think-
job doing.
Well, I think people do occasionally either forget or deliberately sort of ignore that people do often have like a perspective on the choices that people make. Even though there is a recognition that they are their own choices. And in this case, it's yeah, you can choose to like make the game this way, but I think you're missing out. I think you're making a mistake.
Why
think
can't
that
we
you-
be honest about this?
Yeah.
If Jim struggled on a game for a while and loved talking about that very difficulty choice, and then some other friend was talking to him and he's like, "Yeah, but I had a machine gun mod where it just killed everything." It's like the whole conversation dies. It's like, well, we didn't have the same experience at all. What do you mean? That's not fun. It takes it away. He's like, "Oh shit." Well, and then that person's like, "I
Players are
had the same as
extremely good
you." Like, this is so easy to understand. I don't know why we're pretending like it's absurd.
Yeah.
Yeah, players are
thinking of
extremely good
using-
at optimizing the fun out of their own experiences by trying to finely tune them, because they just settle for something really convenient that's easy to get into and easy to interact with. It takes away anything special about what it was, but it's really convenient.
Yeah. I was thinking about using chess as an example, like a non-video game example of a game, and like I find it difficult. There's a lot of moves, and but that kind of that fact opens up this huge array of like possibilities of like gaining the upper hand over your opponent, and it's like if you were to come along and say, "Oh, chess is too hard. I don't want to play this," and it's like, well, yeah,
John installed a
go
mod
play
that lets
checkers
his
then.
rooks
Like,
move diagonally.
Well, and you know what Jim's response
Yeah,
to that would
like,
be
it's-
is okay, fine. If you found it too hard and your dad was like, "Okay, we'll play it so that all the pieces only do what a pawn can do to make it nice and simple." It's like that should be okay, and it's like, I mean, no, it's not. It's not. That's not
It's
okay.
not.
You're not
No,
playing
it's the
chess
only
anymore.
chess game.
That's it. It's a
Chess is
different
actually-
game at that point.
They were
Chess
like,
is a good example for that.
yeah, it's like I don't like the rules of chess. It's like, well, this is the game. These are the rules. Take it or leave
Yeah.
it. And in the case of Sekiro, it's like the amount of health the enemies have and how much damage they deal to you. Those are part of that game's rule set. So it's just like,
I think chess is so one of the problems I have with the discussion about difficulty in video games is that I think that the arguments in favor of all games should have an easy mode tend to forget that video games are pretty different. An easy
Mhm.
mode for Devil May Cry is very different than an easy mode for Mario because they are fundamentally different games with different challenges that they present you with. One game could just have the enemies have more health, or your weapons deal less damage. That's one and the same thing. You take more damage when you get hit. Maybe they have like more forgiving parry times or something in a game. Like these are all options that you could implement that pretty easily reduce difficulty. What do you do in a game like Crash Bandicoot, which is built around very rigid platforming challenges where you just need to clear the jump? That's it. You need to be able to clear the jump.
Adds more platforms and
Ability to
shorter
hover.
distances, I
So
guess.
that's kind of the problem is once we start talking about adding more platforms or whatever, how much is enough? How much should the challenge be reduced? How much should it be allowed to be reduced? And is that line to the point where you can just completely curtail every challenge? There are no bottomless pits. There are no enemies that can kill you. It is impossible to fail by just not running forward and completing the level. And at that point, have we not stripped the game of all of its like merits from a gameplay design standpoint anyway? What is there to say about it if that's something that can be done? Difficulty is not something that can just be easily difficulty settings rather are not something that can just be easily mapped onto every type of game, and pretending that that's the case to me seems either dishonest or like indicative of a really shallow perspective on what video games are.
Yeah.
Yep.
Of getting good, which is fine so long as the process of
Stop
getting
denigrating
good
the concept
is
of
actually
improving at a
fun
craft.
for the player. If the game isn't enjoyable until after you've gotten good, then people probably ain't going to give it a chance.
Well, what
That's
does
where
what does
Dark Souls-
enjoyment mean though? Like, what do we mean when we say enjoyment? Because let me tell you, I was not enjoying losing to Orphan of Kos like in the 7th hour. That was not enjoyable in the broad, I guess, what you would conventional sense. But if I had beaten him instead of not finishing that game, I probably would have been really thrilled. And a lot of what would have made me thrilled was the pain, the difficulty of getting there. When you say that a player is enjoying a game or not enjoying a game, it feels a little bit. Sometimes the enjoyment comes from the times that you weren't having as much fun, when it was getting
enjoyment
really
isn't just you
challenging and
going
you were getting
woohoo
frustrated.
and smiling at the screen.
The learning process is its own fun.
This is
journey,
somewhat
man.
tangential.
Getting
and
better.
It's a tin of
Yeah.
worms,
Overcoming
but games
adversity.
don't have to be fun. They don't have to be fun at the expense of everything else.
Engaging is often what I'll say instead of fun,
Yeah.
because fun
Yeah.
is generally
Much better
regarded
word.
as a certain, a very certain,
Emotion.
a particular sensation, yeah, but being engaged in something and wanting to focus on it and feeling the desire to improve at it, it's different than fun. It's a kind of enjoyment, but
That's what you
it's
said
different.
about horror games. Like if someone said I wasn't having fun playing Amnesia, I was terrified. Is that a bad thing? Like no,
Right.
That's how.
I remember,
Yeah.
I distinctly remember Total Biscuit. I remember it was one of his like top 10 games list, and one of the games that he had as like a special mention was Spec Ops: The Line. He said this game is not fun. Like this is not a game I would describe as being fun, but it was a valuable like experience. It was an experience that I considered to be worthwhile, but it wasn't fun. And the
The
way that he
mechanics and
categorized
encounter design in Spec Ops: The Line are arguably bad. They're not very good
Well,
at
and
all,
so
but the
I'd give
story
them
is incredible.
mediocre. But
I
yeah.
would say mediocre.
Yeah,
but that's the point
nothing
he's appealing
special.
to is that like fun is a word that describes certain things. It doesn't describe this game, but it doesn't mean that this game is bad or not worthwhile. It offers something that isn't. The games being fun. Fun is just. I think fun is a word that is generally applicable, but there are these exceptions in terms of games that provide something. Like, is Papers, Please a fun game? Like, is that a game that would be described as a fun experience? You know. But it's a valuable experience. It offers something really worthwhile that only video games can provide. There's a lot of examples like that, and so yeah, maybe the word fun is kind of like generally when we talk about video games, fun is applicable, but there's a different, more all-encompassing description of what a video game can offer. That means that sometimes you have experiences that aren't so fun, whether that be because of the subject matter of the game, or I guess in this case, a difficult experience that starts getting maybe even frustrating, and then you finally overcome it, and that catharsis is like unparalleled in terms of what any other medium of entertainment can offer.
I think the enjoyment that you take from a video game can depend on like the mood that you're in the moment. as well.
Yeah.
Like recently, I finished the Kirby game on Switch, Forgotten Land,
Forgotten
and
Land. Good shit.
even on the game's what the game calls wild mode, which is like hard mode, I guess. I found that quite easy, but I enjoyed that in that moment. Like it was a very breezy playthrough, and that's what I wanted at that moment. I just kind of wanted to zone out and not have to think too much. I wasn't in the mood at that point to play something like Dark Souls where I would get easily frustrated. Like in that situation, I wouldn't get enjoyment playing Dark Souls, but there's other days where absolutely I'll play Dark Souls, and even if I die a billion times with a boss, that's okay because I'm in the zone for that kind of experience right now, you know.
Thus, we arrive at the Chad centrist take, which is, you know what? Games, there is room in this world for games that are trying deliberately to be easy, like Kirby and the Forgotten Land. And there's room for games that are deliberately trying to be challenging, like Bloodborne. There's room in the world for both of these games.
Well, here's
And they
another
can be
funny thing about
satisfying for
that.
different reasons.
Here's another
German's going
funny
to talk
thing.
to us about humor.
Yeah. Got me there. No, because fuck, now I lost my train of thought. Oh, right, because games to chill out and just zone out and play that.
Yeah.
Actually, Dark Souls falls under that
Yeah.
category for me.
Really?
when I've did so many streams where just mainly I'm just gonna boot up Dark Souls 3 and just fuck around because I'm so knowledgeable with the game at some point. And sure, it's still just gonna be annoyed at some things because sometimes you guys get stun locked by random enemies. But that's just a game I can just chill out to when I stream it and just talk to chat or something.
The
getting
maybe the
killed by
word
any.
we should
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
maybe rewarding is a more generally a good term, like rewarding and engaging. Like you have the engagement because
Satisfying.
it's rewarding.
Mhm.
Because is it fun for me to micromanage the efficiency of pawns in RimWorld or watch them die to some terrible tragedy? No, it's not fun, but going through that is a rewarding thing to do. Like it's satisfying for me to do certain things in games, especially ones that are colony builders or efficiency simulators or whatever they are. You're not getting a thrill a minute. You're trying to it's like a Factorio sort of thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you love it when you get killed by a manhunting pack of chihuahuas?
It's like, yeah,
I got a chihuahua on my lap right now.
I guess
look.
what if maybe the reason why I don't think fun is the right word to describe it is because I think fun can often describe moment to moment experiences rather than a longer term.
Fun is fleeting.
Yeah.
Like
I can
for
have fun
instance, if you're
playing Dark
playing,
Souls 2, but I still want to kill myself after I did it.
well, for instance, if you're playing like Sim City, I guess, or City Skyline, like is it moment to moment fun like building a road or like putting the infrastructure in place to support this particular block or zoning it? It's like on a
Especially it
moment
feels
to
like
moment
work
basis.
sometimes.
Well, yeah, that's I guess that's what I'm getting at. On a moment to moment basis, maybe not, but the totality of that experience where the little building blocks lead to something really cool, and then you get that moment of catharsis when you zoom out and you look at this city that you built running really well.
Yeah.
And it's just like, damn, that's
This
nice.
is what my
That's
work
like
has given me. This is the fruit of my labor that I get to look at now. It's very Heinleinian in a
right. And
sense.
what happens if the game's like, well, I'm not finding it fun laying down these rows. It's like, well, there's a button that just lays out a perfect grid with everything in place to be perfectly optimized. It's like, oh, damn, like that just, you know, that
There's almost
something like that happened to me when I was playing I've told this before, the Jurassic World Evolution, I think, game, where you're like, World 1, you've got just an average park that's not doing so great, try and make it better. It's like, cool. And then by the time you get toward the end of the game, you've got to deal with this really small park that's been destroyed by a tornado. It's the worst weather conditions, and you've got like 2 T-Rexes running rampant and very little money. Like, holy fuck, can you figure it? And it's like, you do all that and you beat it all, and I was like, really
it's like,
into it.
no, this is a bad investment.
And then the final reward of like unlocking everything is like, now you've unlocked the free play mode. It's giant open landscape, infinite money, go nuts. And I was like, like, so, I don't, interesting. Like, when it became kind of boring to do that mode, I was like, nah, I'm alright. I'd rather
Yeah,
beat a
challenges are
challenge.
necessarily limitations, and it's it's fun to fuck around. Of course, mileage will vary from person to person, but there's that element of if I can just do whatever I want without any cost or anything whatsoever, then it's not necessarily something rewarding to it. I might not enjoy doing it.
The 2 types of Minecraft players.
Something given has no value.
Yeah, like I'll really enjoy both of those types of things, just depending on the day, the mood that I'm in, and the idea that the threat of failure doesn't play a role in enjoying a video game is ridiculous to me. Especially with horror games, you know, like I love like horror games, playing them in the middle of the night, like in the dark with headphones on, with the volume cranked up on like a high difficulty mode, like Dead Space, for example. I was doing that recently. Like that is fucking awesome.
Yeah, the threat of losing, the threat of loss. I mean, some of the most fucking intense gaming moments that I've ever had are in DayZ, when I'm wandering around and I hear another player's footsteps and I've got all this stuff on me and I've gone on this big trip and I'm like, oh fuck. Like this,
Yeah.
I could die and lose everything, and it gives this insane, like hands trembling, and you're just focused on the screen. There's nothing else in the universe apart from you and this game that you're playing, and it's just this intense experience.
Yeah.
And if I knew it was just like, oh, don't worry, it's fine. There's no challenge. There's no threat of loss. There's no, losing state. There's no nothing. Then those experiences, they just would not exist.
Yeah. There's definitely a line for me where it would become too much. Like if a game has like a hardcore mode, for example, where you can't save, and if you die, you go all the way back to the beginning.
Well, yeah,
I wouldn't.
We're getting
Personally,
now into
that's not for me.
Everyone's own, everyone out there's people out there who fucking adore that experience, and there's people who don't. And so this is why this video is strange to me, where it's just like it's treated enjoyment as though it's this clear, obvious. Everyone is better off when this is happening. It's like, oh, okay. Also, I had a
enjoyment is objective.
Especially with the direction taken in it, which is enjoyment is best dictated by the terms of each player, which I don't believe is even remotely true.
Yeah,
given the chance, I think given the chance, every single player will ruin their experience in one way or another.
Possible.
I think actually I meant to bring that up with the Dark Souls waypoints. If you had the option in Dark Souls to just turn on a waypoint to tell you where the next place to go was, it would be very hard to resist turning that on if you found yourself kind of lost. But just exploring that environment and trying to find your own way is so satisfying once you find the elevator that links back to Firelink Shrine. It's like, oh, sweet. But if I followed a waypoint that said unlock elevator to Firelink.
That's what I mean. You're highlighting exactly where all this attitude comes from. If I was watching one of my closest friends play Dark Souls for the first time, and then he was like, oh, I added this mod that gives me a waypoint that takes me to the next, elevator takes me right back to thingy. I'd be like, wow. That just fucked yourself from enjoying
annihilated that moment.
It's funny to me. It would actually be comedic, like if you put waypoints in something like Dark Souls.
I think so.
That would get a big laugh out of me. Yeah.
Isn't that such an interesting type of difficulty in a way? Like
The
finding
waypoint
your way
discussion?
around the world?
Yeah, it forces you to study the environment, and it gives you the shape of the land, and like landmarks are giving you clues as to where to go. Like that's a really interesting way to approach it.
Attaining mastery of a Dark Souls 1's world, man, that's so satisfying.
Yeah,
When you know
that's
how
why
everything links
we're
up,
forever
how to get from A to B.
We're forever desperate that they'll do it again, but Dark Souls 2,
Yeah.
nope. Dark Souls
Never
3,
gonna do
nope.
it again.
Elden Ring, nope.
The closest they ever came was Bloodborne.
Yeah,
but
Bloodborne was okay.
Yeah.
It wasn't quite as good as
Bloodborne did okay.
in reference to the way of the map, because Yharnam was pretty good.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's the back half of Bloodborne that gets more segmented.
Dude,
Although
I
you could
watch
say that
a-
of Dark Souls also.
Anytime I watch a friend play through Dark Souls for the first time, and I watch them get closer and closer to a shortcut, I'm like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Exactly. Yeah.
You're gonna be
Like,
real
I get
happy in
so
a second.
excited for them, it's insane.
And if they miss it by an inch, or
And then walk into a boss room?
I did it twice on. I think I did it on Elden Ring too, where I'll walk across a bonfire or a grace or whatever, not even realize. I'd be like, oh god, I could really use a bonfire right now. And everyone in chat's just like.
You keep walking by the shortcut gate, just unlock it.
There's
By the
the one
way-
at the start of Dark Route behind the illusory wall that everyone misses,
Yeah.
Different experience.
I got a
It
notification
makes
that
Sif a lot easier if you have that one, though.
it's a Twitter one on my phone. I saw this. I'm getting criticism for the Doc Strange video, which totally makes sense. Somebody said,
Not to get it. No, not that one. Oh.
somebody said 5 hours and 50 minutes. Jesus, get a job.
That shit's
Review,
ridiculous.
where the review is
Literally
longer
his
than the
job.
film.
It's
If a film is 2 hours, you only have 2 hours to talk about all of its problems.
I-
Because as we
what
know,
a stupid fucking rule. Yeah,
it is
Sorry.
the person who said this is fucking retarded. But as if we don't live in a world where fixing shit takes longer than breaking it.
But like, what do they imagine my job is? Do they like, hello?
Yeah.
It's
I was
this.
perusing through Cinema Roberto's Twitter thread on it, and it was hilarious. I actually really enjoyed reading through it.
I mean, it could be 10 hours long. It just depends how much detail you want to go into everything, and that's worthwhile.
Oh, they're getting me to the point where if someone just made a 10-hour video and they're talking just about, somebody's shoe, I'd just be like, fine, do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Go nuts.
This weird sentiment
This guy's
out there.
bio. Him, writer, byline, CBR, Polygon,
There's this
Anifem,
weird
Anime
sentiment
Channel.
out there where it's like, oh, if you do X amount of time, you just ramble and get redundant. It's like, why? Why are you thinking that? Because I don't think you watched the video when you said that.
Do you know why people wrote books?
I don't know what you mean.
You know?
I don't know what you mean.
Maybe certain
you're
things
making that
take
up.
a long while to explain.
I like, James has said, I do construction, I know how long it takes to fix shit. I do like the whole, like, it took you how long to build this house and you're holding a grenade? Like, let's see how long it takes for me to,
cringe.
like, I'm gonna do something else to it. It's like, oh no.
Is actually fun for the player. If the game isn't enjoyable until after you've gotten good, then people probably ain't gonna give it a chance.
Not true at all?
I don't
also,
think that's
that's
the
also not how it
enjoyable part.
works.
Also, that's fine.
The enjoyable
So
part is
many
the process
people
of getting good.
That's totally
picked
fine,
up
by the
their
way, as an
first-
experience. If you're like, this is too difficult for me, I'm not interested, that's fine.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's fine. That's
It explains the
fine.
Play
complete lack
something
of
else.
popularity of the Dark Souls series. Yes.
But if you-
Nobody's
if
playing
you-
Dark Souls.
But if you look at Elden Ring, so many people picked up their first Soulsborne game with Elden Ring, and there was a lot of people who's like, "Oh, it's too hard for me. I don't mind." But there was probably more, if not the exact amount of people who are like, "Oh, this is great. I understand it now. That's good shit." Because it's all a journey, and getting good is a really good experience. As much as it's memed, getting good at those games is fucking awesome.
Yeah, so
I don't
people who
think
mock
super
get
satisfying.
good, it's like, oh, you're mocking the concept of getting good. I don't have to listen to anything you say.
Yeah.
You're
I
just
know he's
you
just being dumb, but it's not the process. It's not after you've got good you start to have fun. It is the process of getting good that people enjoy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. That's
Yeah,
what
we're
I
gonna
was gonna
get-
say. 'Cause he keeps saying after, but that's not
As
the
if
thing.
there's
Like
some like
after you've gotten
barrier
good,
to entry.
Yeah.
like that's not the main point of enjoyment. Like that is also fun. Like me replaying the game and
Yeah, and
shitting
then just-
on the boss that I've played for hours is
just-
still fun to me. But the biggest fun is the first playthrough. That like nothing
Yeah.
beats a first playthrough of a Souls
So
game. Like
good.
holy shit.
And then after that, you can go ahead and just try different things. But how many fucking playthroughs of Dark Souls 3 did you do when it came out? It's like a million.
A lot. Come on.
Because I remember he was like, "Oh, this time I'm going to use this weapon, and this time this weapon." It's like,
Yeah.
what are you doing all these things? Stop it.
I did the same with Bloodborne.
Yeah. God, I wish they were all those playthroughs would be around still. Fuck.
Yeah, that'd be
I'm
fun.
still mad. The Dark Souls 2 playthroughs that we did back in the day. All
Hey, at
gone.
least those were worthwhile. They got into a video, okay?
Yeah.
What? I'm sad that we didn't archive our things back then again.
Oh yeah, I just
One of my
I wish I
favorite
would've-
lines.
I just be
I wish I
compared
would
to
have
favorite
the-
lines.
compared to
my
Bioware Infinite is all I
archiving
mean.
YouTube. Yeah,
Wow.
I wish I would have started my archive YouTube channel way earlier
Mhm.
because man, there's so much good shit lost to time.
Oh, I've had it asked millions of times for Tier and Metal's playthroughs.
Oh, I'm still
you guys'
getting asked
clips
as well.
in those series is
Yeah.
funny
Yeah.
as fuck.
Gold, yeah. I was gonna say my favorite line that 4T has ever said that I've heard was, "Come on, game."
Do you
Oh,
remember
man,
when Val, you're running around some area, I can't remember what it is, but like 7 fucking phantoms spawned, you're just like, fuck off! Like, what is this?
Like, oh great, not
I
an
still
ambush.
remember the square, man. The square is just like the
City
pinnacle of
Square.
Dark Souls
Oh
2
my
for
god,
me.
it's so good.
To the square!
To the square.
Oh shit, there's too many. To the square!
It's so funny.
That's like a fucking
praise the cube.
20-minute section of compiling all of the shit AI in Dark Souls 2, which takes forever. Like,
To the square.
The fucking like the Frank role playing. Oh my god,
Yeah.
that fucking kills me to this day.
what was I gonna say? Yeah, Get into the whole, like, to simplify it out to you get good, then you have fun, is ignoring the very real experience that I think a lot of us have had, where you go, like, they go left, dodge right, dodge up, dodge that, I fucked up the last bit. Okay, I can do this, I can do this, next try. Like, that on its own wouldn't be categorized as not having fun. It's like, no, I kind of am, actually, because I know I'm getting there. I'm gonna make it. I got this. You know, that feeling where you're
I'm
like...
having so much fun when I can see my
improvements, yeah.
When I can see myself getting better and better, inch by inch. Like, this attack was constantly catching me, now it's not. This attack was, causing me problems because I never expected it, now it's not.
To move to a different kind of game, but I'm assuming somebody here can share this experience. Good old Guitar Hero. When you're losing and losing and losing, you lose. Like, and then you come back to that solo for the next try, and you can see your rock meter, and it's like teetering in red, and you're like, come on, yes! And you get into star power, and you get through it. Like, fuck! It's like the idea that Jim's like, yeah, but you only had fun once you beat this. So it's like, no, shut up. You know, it's way more interesting than that. How this all works.
No, that was just the payoff. That doesn't mean nothing happened along the way.
Exactly.
Yeah, playing through a Guitar Hero or Rock Band game on medium is okay if you don't really know what you're doing, but like the real enjoyment in that game comes from like, okay, I can play this song on hard, cool. Wait, I can get it on expert. Oh my god, I can get it on expert and hardly miss any notes. Now I can play this harder song on expert. Like it's fun.
Orange buttons now.
But the thing is
I
also
gotta use all
that
5 fingers.
the thing is also like that's where the good Souls bosses and the bad Souls bosses differ a lot, right? Because when you go against a bad Souls boss and you're having issues and you're on the boss for hours and hours, when you beat that boss, like Metal said before, like you won't have the fuck yeah, you will kind of have like, oh fucking finally get this shit out of my way. Like it will be more of a relief than a enjoyment. But when you have a good boss and you're like, okay, I'm ready. Next time I fucking got him. Okay, I got his movesets now. Like it's more of an excitement, and then when you finally get him, it's like ta-da! Like you did it, like in a happy way. Whereas a bad boss will be like a frustration, like relief from a frustration.
That's where was always so masterful. Getting good was fun. It already gives players many options to deal with the game's challenges while maintaining a certain level of challenge itself. You can level up, you can call in help from co-op players, you can try a massive variety of weapons and armor, and all of it's valid, all of it can work, giving players tons of...
I mean, I was about to say, I wouldn't know that I categorize this necessarily as what is getting good. Like, the idea is, like, you figured out summoning is possible, you're getting good. It's like, that's a different kind of thing.
Yeah, that's just like, I recognize that a mechanic is in this game.
Yeah, exactly. That's like,
it's
I wouldn't
like, oh, look,
class
that's a car. That doesn't make you a better driver because you saw a car.
Yeah, summoning is a bit of an outlier. I would say, though, that finding your play style is a form of getting good, like understanding what you are good at utilizing in that game and then building your character around that, I think is a pretty cool experience also.
Yeah.
I would personally say it's more so a matter of finding out what the things you have are good at versus particular enemies. For example, figuring out with the Zweihander, you can just pancake a bitch, and that makes most basic enemy encounters really easy. It's also extremely satisfying. As
best boy.
Like finding out you have a
if you get a lot of
tool.
boys, you can trade with people.
Finding out you have a tool doesn't mean that you've gotten better. That's just like you've acquired a new fact. It's like if I go against Melania 100 times and I die at second stage 50% every time, and then I summon something, did I just get a lot better? No, I just added another tool. Like I didn't get better because I could beat Melania on the first try with a summon, right? Like
in the same vein, like he's talking about upgrading like vitality or something. It's like that's not getting better.
It's getting stronger.
Yeah.
Arguably, it's making things easier, is what it is.
Kind of, yeah.
I think for me though, like when I first kind of got into the Dark Souls games and really found my niche, or it was after I played Bloodborne actually, and I think I realized that for me, dodging was kind of the better way to go about playing. So instead of making a knight build the way I'd done when I'd first tried Dark Souls, I made a thief and kind of fell in love with the series. So, I mean, Dark Souls 2 notwithstanding, but, I find I would always just build my characters to be, like, light, very roll-heavy, high stamina, and that that was more fun for me personally, just because it kind of suited the way I like to play video games more than, sword and boarding it. But I don't know. I would argue that is getting better by saying, okay, I've noticed that I suit this play style more than the one I was previously attempting that people told me was really powerful, but it was like, I can't really make this work very well. So, I don't know. A lot of variety.
Interventions. And if people want a tougher time, they can run around in just their underpants hitting things with a broken sword. All that said, it's clear From Software has a very strong vision with any game.
Just want to point out that's not always a tougher time. Sometimes it's actually an easier time because you get more iframes.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't necessarily say it was harder or easier to begin. I just thought it suits my playstyle better. And
yeah.
Game it makes. And even with so many options, Dark Souls and the more streamlined Bloodborne have one set difficulty level across the board. And that's fine. We have to accept that designing games this way comes with a risk of turning otherwise interested customers away, but it's fine. Sekiro is even more strict about the way it's to be played. There is only really one way to approach it, one way to maintain an advantage in combat. It's focused heavily on parrying and countering enemy attacks, while maintaining a steady rhythm between defense and the seizure of opportunities. It's a specific game with a precise goal and a heavy emphasis on
I
pretty
think a seizure of
merciless
opportunities would be if you went into an epileptic fit during charades.
challenge. All of this is fine. Sekiro is a critical and commercial success. Sold fucking, 2 million already?
I really wouldn't want to base this on how successful a thing is anyway.
Yeah, I don't.
Because like you can have games that are amazingly made that didn't get anywhere, so that's not.
Brilliant. It's an incredibly well-made game that succeeds at its core philosophy. It doesn't need an easy mode at all, and if From Software believes adding one will pollute its philosophy, then great. Good for them. Seriously. From shouldn't feel forced to add an easy mode if
I'm on board with this. Yeah,
I'm so confused.
Yeah, I'm fine with this.
they believe it would violate their vision. I totally respect that. But I also respect that you, the player, paid $60 for a video game and can do whatever the hell you want with it.
No. I shouldn't be able to cheat if I bought a video game.
It's not a DVD. You can't just fast forward to an easier part of the game.
You are not entitled to cheat because you did. If you're, that feels so weird to me. The idea that I'm going to put cheats on this difficult game
because I bought it.
Hello? What?
Hello?
Yeah, people.
Theo.
Theo died it.
You lagged that up.
He's fucking dead.
Yo, are you alive? What's going on?
It's okay. Sometimes you die. It's okay.
Yeah, sometimes people die.
Hey, Shadows die twice.
Theo!
Theo dies twice.
Connection is flamed.
Oh, damn.
Well, but yeah, I mean, it's necessarily that's sort of what makes video games interesting is that when you buy a movie, you're like, okay, I'm going to get everything that this movie has to offer me in terms of content, right? And I can extract different amounts of things from that based on who I am as a person. But a video game, you buy that game, it's like, no, you've purchased a series of challenges essentially that you have to overcome to get to more challenges or more rewards. It's what makes them sort of special in a way. You bought this video game, but you're not just owed through purchase, through money, all of the content in that game. You have to play through it, get to it.
Yeah, like there's a different game for each person. Like if I watch a scary movie, or say I watch a kids movie, and then I'm angry at the film that it's not a scary film. But I bought it. It should be a scary film because I want to watch a scary film. Like you can't that's not an argument.
This is a weird argument to be presented.
Like I'm owed victory.
That's odd. Like to on one hand say, yeah, so this is the objective of the creator in making this piece of art, but because you paid for it, you should be able to change it. Odd. Bizarre.
I wonder how he feels about Jigsaw.
That's how publishers
What about a painting? Like, what if you bought the Mona Lisa?
It's like, yeah, I should feel free to just draw like some just stick
this
figures
bitch
on
needs
it.
a mustache.
I bought it. It's like, oh, you're ruining it. Like, you're ruining it.
Mona Lisa needs some makeup.
She needs a makeover.
Well, I guess property rights, you know, yours to do with whatever you want. Wouldn't recommend it.
I knew that painting was missing something.
Also, hey Duma, how you doing?
Hey,
Hey,
Duma.
man.
We're
Hello.
we're talking about video games.
Ew.
Cringe.
They exist
hate
too.
those.
You don't just have to talk about politics. God.
Imagine talking about politics on the internet.
I know.
Lol,
That
cringe.
sounds terrible.
How about
It's
those
not-
politics? Hmm?
Oh wow.
I like politics. Oh wow! Sure enough.
Well, there we go.
Well,
As long as we're not talking Canadian politics, I'm safe.
here we go. Time for
I
politics.
was elected on Dark Souls 2.
What's the
It's
deal
the-
with all these politics?
I was given a copy of Witcher 3 by Poland.
You,
Or
the
it was
player,
Witcher 2, actually, damn it.
I
paid
think so, yeah.
$60 for a video game and can do whatever the hell you want with it. It's not in From's artistic vision that Dark Souls should say thanks Obama when you die, but people modded that shit into the game in droves anyway. It's not in From's
pretty
artistic
funny.
vision
That
that you
is funny.
glitch the game out and walk through the air to skip and break gameplay sequences, but speedrunners do it to rightly earned applause. It's not in From's artistic vision that their games be played at a
So-
slower speed, but oh well, people have done it, can't put the
Exploiting bugs and glitches for speedrunning is a thing. So therefore,
And there are speedrunners who, like, there's speedrun communities who do, like, no glitch speedrunning.
That's the kind of
that's kind of
speedruns
its
I
own
like.
thing.
yeah,
Those are often more popular, or
Yeah.
sometimes they're more popular. I mean,
it's certainly
yeah.
far more enjoyable for me to watch.
Yeah, I'd never liked the idea of like, oh, I'm gonna just play a completely different game that's like skipping everything with glitches. I don't know. It just
Well,
felt
if you
weird.
see if you
It's
walk
fun to
into this
watch. It's not
bathroom,
fun to
stare
do.
at this tile at 4 p.m. on a Tuesday, and then turn yourself at 16 degrees, and then press these sequence of 4 buttons at once. You can actually skip to the last level. It's like, okay,
Go into
Well,
the console UI and
all right.
change the date to.
It's fun to watch. It's not super fun to do.
it's fun to watch once for 5 minutes, and then you're like, oh, okay.
What's the thing?
Do
We
you play the
wouldn't-
game?
We wouldn't resist the idea that there's going to be fun in it. It's just we'd keep trying to angle it of being like, what fun is lost? Hello, what if you don't want to play it in any way that's intentional? Or, there's never the. I don't know why you can't infer the other sides of the argument with what this relates to. Of fucking doing anything you want to, especially a game. I mean, I wonder if I said I wanted to read a book every odd page and then every even page. If everyone would as fervently argue the same thing, it's like, yeah, it's your choice. That's how you have fun. Like, yeah, but I think you might have more fun if you read it in continuity. Yeah, it's fine.
In the intended
It's
sequence.
always what's being said, and I don't understand why this is so hard.
the toothpaste in the tube now. It's their game, it's their mods, it's their experience. It's got nothing to do with how you personally approach and enjoy games. And again, I need to bring this back to something that's actually important. You know, the game.
Stop trying to do that.
Actually important.
It's
yeah,
not worth
you don't have to bring it back to anything. Just stay on topic.
You will be on topic anyway, but just the fact that, like, you see, everything I've talked about so far has been unimportant. That's why I talked about it. You're like, sure.
Game industry itself is working so hard to stop us having fun in games to make more fucking money. We need to not be
Some
policing how other people have fun. If
Oh, because some publishers abuse microtransactions, then shut the fuck up. There.
Yeah,
boom,
what about the people who
argument.
fucking love microtransactions? Exactly.
certain fucking
I mean,
publishers
honestly though, like, I guess he's not wrong saying that you bought the game, you should be able to do whatever you want with it, because you can mod it. Like, nobody's stopping you from modding it, right?
You can't cheat.
But we're not. It's not. That's not the point, though. It's when someone says like Dark Souls. Ooh, interesting new game. I had a friend who did this, by the way. They got stuck in the first like 5 minutes. They immediately pulled up Google and it was like, no, please stop, please. And it's like, hey, I can do whatever I want with my game. You trying to stop me from having fun? It's like that.
We're trying to.
I am not trying to rob you.
I only want to.
I'm trying to help you.
I'm trying to help you.
And yeah, and if Jim were in the room being like, "Wow, Mola, let him Google," I'd be like, "No, like you only get one chance."
No,
This reminds me of
sometimes you
H-Bomber
have
Guide
to
that-
do things on your own. Sometimes you have to go on a journey, an unexpected journey, even.
Just reminds me every time of H-Bomber Guy where he said in his videos, like, I'm just gonna tell my friends where to go because there's only one way to do it anyways. It's like, no, don't do that.
Yeah,
Getting
he was
lost
like,
is a critical part of the fun of those games.
DS2, you can beat it in so many different ways. In DS1, there's only one way. What are you talking about?
Patently false.
That's
get
why
their way.
some people
None
tell
of-
me things like that all the time. Go this way, go this way. It's like, no, just let me.
Oh,
just
chat
let
are the
me
worst
figure
for
it
that
out.
when you stream games. Mutually go this way. No.
No,
Mr.
no, I'm not
Streamer,
even looking
the
at
thing
you.
you're looking for is here. It's just like, fuck off. I don't want you.
Yeah, let me play. Let me play the game. Let me play the game.
There's nothing more beautiful than just going nuts in the game as it was made. Go ahead. It's what nature intended, honestly. God wants you to do it that way.
That is what God wanted.
Mm-hmm.
None of us will be having fun anymore. Have you seen the Elder Scrolls Blades? Have you fucking seen it? This.
Hey guys, remember Elder Scrolls Blades?
I don't even know what this
I
is.
guess.
No
I
one
don't know. Here's
does.
the thing. What's
That was their
interesting?
mobile
game, yeah.
Yeah, when this game
had a
came out, it got
mobile
talked
game?
out a bit. Yeah, so oddly enough, a couple days ago, I was just with a bunch of friends and we were watching videos and talking about stuff. And then because I just remember Elder Scrolls Blades being a thing, and I told them, "Hey, do you guys remember Elder Scrolls Blades?" Because we were talking about mobile games, and like no one in that conversation knew that there's an there's a Skyrim on mobile basically, and no
Like
one knew that. Everyone forget it went down the memory hole of just things that definitely happened, but no one remembers.
Elder
Elder
never heard
Scrolls
about it.
Blades
ninja
exists.
combat. Like, don't you like swipe on the screen to swing the sword?
I
And kinda
think
like,
there's like blocking and something like that.
I
Elder
remember it
Scrolls
getting
Blades.
announced at E3 or whatever it was, and people still didn't know what it
It
was when
got
it came out.
it got the what was it called, the the Diablo Immortal. I almost said El Diablo Immortal.
Oh yeah.
El Diablo Immortal. Yeah. I'm going to go and park
Don't
on
you
your lawn.
guys have mobile phones? Boo!
Oh yeah.
well, that
That
guy
was
was
funny.
vindicated.
Yeah.
He was
April
vindicated the
Fool's joke
moment he
guy.
said it. He was vindicated the moment he said it by the room that he was in as he said it.
Actually,
He
I've
has
got a little
higher
sticker.
precision in Blizzard now.
I've got a sticker on one of my hard drives that's the out of season's April Fool's guy joke, but it's drawn like One Punch Man doing the OK, and I love it.
You guys don't have fans?
Howard said was a pure Elder Scrolls experience, where it takes anywhere between 5 seconds and.
Yeah, fuck them when they
Why
do
are
that.
we talking about
That's
this?
fine.
Stop.
We treat this as though we can't just go, fuck them, that was shit. And he's gonna be like, yeah, but it's their
Yeah.
vision, right? I'd be like, well, yeah, sure.
Their
but fuck
vision
'em.
was for us to buy. I don't have to partake in someone's vision by
Exactly.
not buying the product. I don't have
Exactly.
to download it.
6 to open a fucking loot box. That's what they want to turn games into, so have fun with Sekiro, have fun with Dark Souls, have fun with any game you can get your fucking hands on.
Just completely just you blending up shit that doesn't belong together. I'm sorry, that's all this is.
Enjoy it, cherish it, and stop attacking others over having fun.
No.
Isn't that what you're doing, Jim?
No, what? No, what if I have fun telling you people to fuck off and stay away from my video games? And that's fun to me. It's fun for Mahler to, I don't know if it's fun, for him to make a 6-hour video on a Dr. Madness movie. And no one who says this is willing to, it doesn't beat the Hitler argument. Hitler had fun killing Jews. Why are you trying to ruin his experience and his fun? It doesn't pass the Hitler test.
Fucking
Doesn't
pass any test. It's stupid. The whole fucking point, the whole reason people are saying this is because their fun is being infringed. It's that core argument. It's like you're annoyed that a 3-year-old's having fun. Like you obviously don't even begin to understand what's happening here.
The argument is so easy, but it's missed every time. There's two sides to it. That you
It's
have
fun to
fun,
cheat.
like your fun is being diminished because of games putting in easy modes that take developer time in order to put into the game. But then you also believe that their fun is being diminished by their choice to play the game on a lower difficulty or to mod it to be invincible or whatever. It's so easy, so I don't understand what's hard about this.
Just having fun while you still can.
Stop painting the landscape as this barren experience
Yeah, I
where there
know,
are no
right?
fun games.
Like there's
Quit
only,
doing that.
There's only days of good video gaming left. It's all
There's
about
so many
like
good
the
games, dude. There's so many good games.
This is the perspective of someone who just like doesn't play games, who only gets gaming news from a few places that are doom and gloom about video games. They don't actually go out to stores and to Steam and to wherever and buy and play games as they constantly are coming out over and over and over. It's like someone from the outside looking in.
Well,
Yeah,
the
it's
thing
annoying
is-
how
also
many
never
good games
been
there are.
easier to play old games.
We know
It's
Jim
true.
plays plenty of games, lots of reviews going on, but I think there's a selection bias and an awareness of the shittier practices, the shittier companies, and keeping an eye on all of them. And then you get to the point of being like, wait, this is just all. Like, that could easily happen to us doing, like, Marvel coverage. We could be like, all movies are terrible. And it's like, no, we know that they're not. We know there's plenty other places to grab them from. That's why we usually try and caveat that it's from this place that they suck. Which is what's happening here. This is a particular place you're talking about. Triple fucking A, microtransaction-laden, predatory mobile games. Like, that's not everything. That's a very specific selection.
Yeah.
Everything Everywhere All at Once came out at around the same time as Multiverse of Madness. It wasn't even the
Exactly.
only multiverse movie out at that time.
Exactly.
Ooh, ooh. I don't know why I turned into a ghost at the
Is
end.
that a picture of him as a
It's
baby?
time to say that thing
It's
I
no,
said in
yesterday.
2016, the same thing I said in 2013 before then, because apparently this conversation blows up roughly every 3 years. Oh, so let's
Do you have
say
anything to
that-
do with
You're the
that?
one that made the video on it.
You made the video. And clearly, if you're talking about, I don't know, man. I just, what productive anything are you lending to this discussion? Because I feel like it's virtually none.
thing that gets people mad again. If From Software decided to add an easy mode to Dark Souls, I wouldn't give a speck of dry jizz, and I don't know how anyone else could either. Every time I say
You
Because
definitely
now,
You would
Yeah,
care,
that's
yeah,
the
you've shown
problem.
us that.
Once
Apparently
again,
you
yeah,
make a
I
video
totally
about it
don't
every
care.
3
Yeah.
years. So
If there was an easy mode in Dark Souls 4, then saying I beat Dark Souls 4 instantly comes with a follow-up question.
what difficulty?
It was an easy
Imagine-
mode, right?
Imagine being a commenter talking about that subject and being proud of the fact that you don't understand the opposition's argument.
Especially when you've been talking about it for years and years, and even years to come, you're still talking about it. He's like, oh, I can't believe you're still talking about it. He's like, it's your fucking channel and your video. You're not a slave to anything. You can make videos about whatever you want to make videos about. Don't do this whole, oh, I didn't want to make this video. I was like, well, don't fucking do it. The pity train has moved on. It has departed from this station. It has left. It's gone off the rails.
I think it's in China now.
Oh no.
Pity does not align with party values.
Yay, fun.
Hello, everybody. Is Mahler gone or what?
I don't know, I'm
Hello?
scared.
Hey, yeah, there was quiet for a moment. Yes, Mahler.
I'm very scared.
Mahler, no, not on the anniversary. No.
What am I, the only one that can press play?
This
Oh,
I'm
there you
automatically
are.
misquoted as saying I want an easy mode in Dark Souls. I've been misquoted on this since around 2013, most of the bloody decade. And the thing is, I don't even want an easy mode, because I don't care enough about whether one's in there or not. I don't give a shit.
Yes, you do.
I'm
You
not
clearly
asking
care.
for or
It's okay to care. I don't know why people do this. They're like, as if, oh, I don't care. They're like, no, you do. You're talking about it. You made a video. You can't just shit the. Well, I guess some people can, but it takes effort and time. And you dressed up in that fucking outfit and everything. You care. It's
This is
okay to
all-
care.
That's-
Somebody else doesn't win because you admitted that you care about a discussion you're having.
That's the main part of this. It's okay to care about it, alright? You'll be fine.
Yeah.
You're gonna make it.
Like, he just wanted to dress up.
Maybe.
People who don't care about things don't make 27-minute long videos on a subject.
Yeah, I've
you
noticed
definitely
that.
care, and that's fine. It's totally fine.
It's not cool. Yeah, this whole I don't care about
It's not
anything,
cool to care.
man.
It's like, yeah, it's weird.
I'm just an easygoing drifter, blowing through the breeze.
demanding an easy mode in Dark Souls. I wouldn't use an easy mode in Dark Souls, and
Yes, you
that is
would.
exactly why I don't care whether one's in there
You do.
or not, because
first
I
off, you
wouldn't
would, but-
use it anyway. It wouldn't affect me at all. And people say,
Yeah, well,
that's the interesting
again,
part.
as Theo has mentioned,
Would
development
affect, yeah.
time taken away from some resources, it will.
Yeah.
There is finite time in the world, finite manpower, finite resources. If you're dedicating development to an easy mode, you are
Well,
spending
this is-
time on that to the detriment of some other aspect of the game.
As I said, I think it's fair enough to assume that that's what Spirit Ashes were. They were added to be like, we need to add more things in here to help like, help players
It's
who
an
are having
easy
more
mode
trouble.
without an easy mode.
And that is
I think
arguably
for
more
people-
intrusive because lots of players who are like veterans would be like, "Oh, cool new mechanic, I'll use it," and then it's like, you best not use it because you're fucking not gonna play the game anymore at some point.
In a way, easy mode is at least in its own section, like divorced from the
Exactly.
other elements of the game in a way.
The difficulty with any new feature or item or mechanic that you introduce into any video game is that they don't exist in a vacuum. They are one part of a whole, and they interconnect and interact with other parts of the game. Something you add that is, oh, well, you don't have to use it. It's like, well, you say that, but like the fact that it exists may well have influenced how you've designed this game, and in fact, it almost certainly will have. It's kind of hard to have an element in a game that could be taken out and changes nothing.
And just to repeat it, because I'm serious about this, like, grabbing these items, if it were just called easy mode and that's where they're available, that's one thing. But when they're just in the world and you don't even know how good or bad they are, that's arguably worse damage.
And
And there's a lot of them.
Yeah.
And how do you know until you use it, what it does?
Yeah, and
I had
how do
two
you know
playthroughs where people gave me shit for my
Ah.
build because it was like, oh, now you're using this overpowered build. I was like, what? This is just this is stuff I started using.
How could you know? Exactly. How could you know until you discover that it's overpowered, at which point some amount of your game has been diminished?
Well, and also,
And so
how
that-
powerful do I have to get until I decide that I'm too powerful and it's
Exactly.
not the game that is being too easy, right?
Exactly.
I mean,
because
there's-
everybody's
Well, what's the
definition
difference
is
between a
freedom.
smart build and a broken build? Like,
Yep. What's the difference between
Yeah, it's
overpowered
really
mechanic and a broken? What's the
Well,
difference
I'll
between
just
a powerful
use an
item and a
MMO.
broken item?
Just say like, oh, this class, this specialization is extremely potent and extremely easy, low effort to use. And I will tell you from experience that if you have an MMO or something like an MMO is a perfect example. Let's say that I don't know, maybe you made a particular class. Let's call it Mechanist. And it's very, very powerful, and it has an incredibly easy rotation. It does a lot of damage. It comes with a big old bot mech that does a lot of the work for you. It just so happens that if this theoretically existed, you would see a lot of these goddamn things everywhere in the game, and it doesn't make me angry. It's fine. But if you have these kinds of things, this easy mode class, this easy mode specialization, then you start to see them all over the place, and you might have to start to fix your balancing in order to adjust that. Oh, look, there's one. Not that I'm actually doing anything like this, but
Somebody in chat has mentioned the meta, which is something that I think is worth going into. It when you think about a FromSoft game like Dark Souls, there is definitely a meta surrounding that game that people find very valuable, which is the shared experience.
Exactly.
What is to be said about a game where any person that you talk to, if they say, "Yeah, I've done this, I've beaten this boss," then you know that they went up against the same experience that you had. That you have a shared experience that you can, talk about.
And you might have approached it far differently from each other.
But ultimately, how much is that diminished if it's like, yeah, but I beat it on easy mode though, and that's available to everybody.
Not to be
an
extreme, but
easy mode.
the Everest thing. It's like I climbed it, you climbed it too, and you look at the guy and maybe he's like out of shape, and you're like, damn, dude, really? And then he's like, yeah, and then in your head you're like, you climbed it, you didn't use the helicopter, right?
I saw the top, whatever.
I used a telescope, it counts.
Because when I was playing through Elden Ring, I picked up the summon and I started using them, and then I found one of the really good ones. I started noticing that I wasn't struggling as much on bosses, and that kind of rang a bell for me that maybe this bell thing is kind of, or this summon is kind of maybe a little bit too strong. I came to one of the main story bosses, and I killed him in 2 tries, I think. And I remember after seeing him dying and it started to play cutscene and all kinds of stuff, I was just like, that didn't really feel good. So after that, I stopped using the bell for the rest of the game because I felt like I was cheating, because I felt like I was robbing myself of that challenge to overcome feeling that we always try to impose on others, by not having them Google and stuff. I felt like I was doing that to myself. So I stopped using the bell at that point. I don't know if that like if that counts as the break point when something is broken that we spoke of before or mentioned before.
It's like the porn thing. It's like you can't necessarily define it, but you know when you see it.
Yeah, like it just felt off, you know. As someone who's played a lot of FromSoft games, I'm not supposed to beat like an end game. Well, it's not really end game, but kind of end game boss by just like just spamming buttons, you know.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. There's an angle as well, I would argue, of this. What is, because this sounds like it's getting way too specific, but I think it's reasonable. Like, say you beat that boss and you're like, and someone's in the call with you and you're like, "Do you have fun?" And you're like, "Yeah, yeah." And then a week later, you look back and you're like, "Not really." Like what? You know what does that mean? It's like it could be like a
shame
fleeting
starts creeping.
It's like a fleeting fun versus a more meaningful, like, you know, I'll forever remember it being incredibly fun to play Dark Souls for the first time. Like, so you know, what's the difference between those? And maybe it's an English language thing, but just like saying they're both fun is like, it's a bit lacking, isn't it?
No.
Well,
Phone's
how
too
would it
broad.
work? Answer that one, genius. And I won't answer that one because I don't care whether one's in there or not. It's
Man, you really like pulling out the don't care.
Yeah.
You might ask this one specific question to me that I put in my video, but my answer to that question would be that I do not care.
Yeah.
I see.
not my problem
Anyway,
to
let me
solve.
elaborate.
It's not From Software's problem to solve. They don't want to put one in. But if they did, I'm sure they'd figure out an elegant solution because they're From Software. And
I wouldn't describe
Are you
From
sure?
Software's approach with everything as elegant.
Yeah. They're better
Most of the
game
launches have
designers
been
than me
rough.
or you. The only reason my indifference toward an easy mode has been categorized as me demanding one is this ridiculous, farcical, us versus them mentality where you're either for it or against it. And you know, not everything has to be an
Well,
I mean, you might be. I certainly believe that you have an us versus them mentality, but I don't necessarily think that all agreements that I have with people need to devolve to that level of tribalism. But maybe you just do that and you project that into other people.
Perhaps.
ideological war. You've got your Sekiro. You love your Sekiro. Enjoy it. Don't make yourself miserable by worrying about how other people are enjoying the game. I've been staring at this particular comment and I just don't
condescending.
get it.
Unpopular opinion, but Sekiro having an easy mode would detract from the experience. After being beaten to a pulp for the 30th time by a boss, we'd all be tempted by the easier fight. Just knowing that's an option would stop us chipping away, improving over hours, days, and weeks. How is that hard to understand what they're saying?
That's
That is
completely
true.
real. That's
Yeah.
every gamer.
Please make fun of this comment, you dumb.
It's on it. It's my biggest problem with
He
most
said he can't
of
understand it.
lots of modern AAA games letting you change the difficulty back and forth whenever you want and not tying achievements or trophies to difficulty.
Yeah, we went over this a little bit earlier when the game is like, don't you want to make it easier? You're like, get the fuck out of here, go away, fuck
No, I
you.
don't.
Leave me
I know
alone."
I will set the difficulty lower if I ever fucking just give up.
Do you
but
know I've never?
That's
Yeah.
giving up. Giving up isn't quitting. Giving up is setting
Yeah.
it to a lower difficulty.
I've never interpreted those kinds of messages in games as genuine, like, maybe I will. I always interpret them as the game making fun of me. I'm like,
Mocking.
yeah, I'm like, yeah,
Mocking
real
you.
funny game.
Like how fucking I'm gonna prove you wrong. There, I'm gonna do the opposite of what you want.
It looks like
Finds
you're
it
having a
more
hard time
endearing
over
by
here.
interpreting it that way.
Having a tough time there, buddy.
Little fucking paperclip.
I'm
not okay there, you pussy.
You being a little bit cucky.
How
The
did your
argument
mommy
is-
raise a bitch? It's like, don't talk to me like that.
Video game. I don't appreciate this. I'm trying. Okay.
It looks
The
like
an
you're sucking balls. Would
Easy
you
mode
like
would
to
detract
like
from the experience because after a boss has beaten you to a pulp 30 times, we'd all be, and that's what it says, we'd all be tempted by the easier fight.
That's
No.
probably
No,
damn
we
close
wouldn't.
to
That's
reality.
literally
Yeah.
never
Yeah.
happened to
Yeah.
me.
I don't
No.
believe you.
No.
I don't believe you.
I
I do
think
not
I
believe
don't-
you.
I buy that.
I don't believe you.
If
I
you
don't-
can knock a fight down a difficulty level that is really frustrating you, there is a point in your frustration where you will break.
Yeah.
But if
No,
it's not an
it's not
option,
even
you'll
that.
tough
No,
through
no.
it.
It's not even that. It's just
even
being
do it, it's thinking
tempted.
about it. Yeah,
It's just
exactly.
a temptation.
Are you saying that you've never after the 30th time just sat back and just thought, Man, what if I just bump it down?
Dude,
I'm a stereotype elitist man, and it's happened to me.
I mean, I think the fact that you are
exactly.
tempted and don't do it is more virtuous.
You know, I've said that Maria needed more health. There are plenty of bosses I fought in Dark Souls where I got them down to like 99% of the health down, and I'd be like, if this boss were designed with 90% of the health it had, which I think would be fair, I would have won by now. And, you know, what is that thought, if not, maybe it should have that kind of health. Maybe if there was something that was like the lower mode reduces health for everything. Do you remember, like, no way you've never had this thought. Fuck off.
Like, the thing is, being tempted and doing it are two different things, right?
Absolutely.
Because, like, me struggling on a boss in endgame and being tempted to summon because I know that trivializes the fight is not the same as me actually pressing the summon button.
Yeah, and what we often end up doing as veteran players, we'll go, I'm going to do it. I'm not going to let it beat the boss. I'm just going to see what it does. Just going to see how easy it is. That's all. What do you know?
I mean, I literally did that a couple of times, and then I quit out just because I didn't want to beat the boss that way.
Like, caving to that temptation is probably the worst possible route, because you're probably someone who appreciates getting a challenge out of what you're doing, but you've also not actually surpassed the challenge you were going for, and you can't really go back now. So you're fucked.
That's why I kind of ruined my first Elden Ring playthrough at the very end. I figured out that I could use the Hoarfrost Stomp at the Godskin duo.
Yeah.
And
Dude, getting the bleed weapons and the blood slash move. Oh god, it started to become
one thing about bleed does not work on the two final bosses, Radagon or the Elden Beast. Nothing. No effect for bleed. So
I think I already had.
There's at least that.
It was Tish. Oh my god, Tish on the Elden Beast. What the fuck? It's not fair.
Oh, just the projectile alone would make that fight a lot easier.
It's so unfair
Getting
to the
to it is
bosses.
the hardest part.
You actually feel bad for the bosses.
What do you guys think about summoning other players, like multiplayer, to help you with a boss? Do you consider that like detrimentally nerfing the experience?
Yeah,
I believe it will negatively affect your experience, but it's the easy mode that the games have. Go off if you want to.
recommendation
and it's
is
the easiest way to designed with that in mind. Like, oh, you summoned another player. Well, we're going to have to add something to compensate for that.
It's the easiest way to add
more health.
Yeah, that's
their AIs just cannot handle multiple players.
Yeah,
I think that's the
can't do
best
it.
argument against it, is that when you look at how these bosses fight when you put another person in the room, they just can't deal with it. And doubling their health doesn't account for it. Nor would quadrupling it, really, because you can take advantage of them so hard because their moves are all like directed at one person. Sometimes you get like a 360 move or something, but they are not designed to take on more than one person, typically speaking. And it would be really complicated to design the whole game so that they're ready for one and multiple interactions. But yeah, so I would recommend, if someone was really tempted and thought it was really fun, it'd be like, save that for another playthrough maybe? Try and do it solo.
Yeah.
And you can do that first or second, I suppose, but just, yeah, I'm just saying. I'm very familiar with summoning. I wouldn't recommend it necessarily as soon as you have any trouble.
It's not a bad way to get new players into the genre, though. Like, I mean, my wife, X-Ray Girl, she played Elden Ring. She's never played a Souls game before. She would probably never play one alone, even to this day. But she had a bunch of fun summoning me and having us fight bosses and stuff. But I wouldn't necessarily say that's, in any world, the ideal way to play it if you want the Souls experience.
And I'm not very good at video games, so I don't know what a real hardcore gamer would struggle with there. And I know for a fact that I'm
inherent in the question was struggle. Like, I don't even know, like, that's the hypothetical. When you are struggling, you will do it. And he's like, I don't know what the struggle is there.
That's what a temptation is. A temptation is essentially a struggle.
Yeah.
not tempted in that way, because Capcom does that thing where it offers to lower the difficulty for you if you...
Again, I find that that's so insulting when they do it. It's less, like, when there's modes and it's a different experience.
It's like a robot telling me I suck.
Yeah. It's coming up on their preference, not yours, you know? Like, this is slightly different.
Die one too many times in a particular place. And every time that's happened to me, because I'm not very good at video games, I take the attitude of, fuck you, Capcom.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Don't you take pity on me.
I
Don't
think
you
this
pity
way,
me. I don't
therefore
need
I
your
know how all
pity,
people
you
will think.
Scum. Did the mirror...
What do I mean? We agree on this, but absolutely not only admit that we've been in the situation of, like, tempted to bring down the difficulty, but that, of course, people would. People, in general. Come on. Why are you...
Absolutely. Everyone would probably be tempted, and a certain amount absolutely would.
Existence of a lower difficulty setting detract from Devil May Cry 5 for you. If it did, get good at handling different difficulty levels in a game. Get on my level, scrub!
What was that?
Well, okay.
It was a
Also
game
makes it
dank
mean.
as fuck. That's what it was.
If someone does lower the difficulty of a game, it probably is because they really, really, really struggle at the normal mode. So if they bump it down to easy mode, they'll probably struggle at it still. If they're
Where are you?
Why?
Where did you get this
just
from?
Made that up.
You just made that
You
up.
made
yeah.
that up. You just made that up for your video, and then you said it.
I could have just said, "What were you?" When people are struggling and they lower it, it's probably too significant of a drop, and so now they find it too easy. I could have just said that. Like, we have a plethora of fucking results. Yeah, it could be anything.
Shockingly easy.
Oh,
Some
yeah.
easy modes are. Yeah, it helps.
I don't even know. I looked at it on the screen and said, "We call this balance." Like, that's not balance. Like,
not balance.
When you have 4 difficulty modes, the idea that one of those is guaranteed to fit your abilities, like, I doubt it. There's going to be one that's too hard or too easy all the time. It's very rare you get one that fits you. What does it even mean for a difficulty to fit your abilities, like, perfectly? Like, in a balanced way? Do you lose only 2 times before winning? Is that what it means to be balanced?
Yeah, I was just thinking the messaging of that, whenever you get a prompt that says, "Do you want to lower the difficulty?" It's as if they think that dying multiple times is an abnormal occurrence. Like if you die 3 times, like you maybe die 10, 20 times in a row. Like that's part of it. If like you set a relatively high difficulty, right? It's like if you die more than a few times, that's like weird. Like,
That's why I've always
that's
found it
peculiar.
weird that people count their deaths against Souls bosses sometimes, where people can tell me, I beat this boss and I died like 8 times, because I die a lot, dude. When I'm beating these bosses, I die a lot.
X-Ray
I
Girl
lose
did
count.
have a death counter on her streams.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of people do it, and like that's just funsies. I don't care, but like when people tell me that as like a point of pride or whatever, because usually I take me beating a fight in a low number of tries as a sign the fight isn't very good, which is what that was the lesson I took from Morgoth, which was in fact wrong. It was just game balance fucking me over.
Happen.
They're less skilled than you, right? Playing it on the easy mode would give them an equivalent experience if that mode's been finely tuned and developed correctly. Easy modes are
Pretty tautological, I guess. Just like, if it's done right,
If
you will
it's
be
good, it's
happy.
good.
You're like,
okay.
Yes.
Feels,
It is good if it's good.
Doing things good is anyway.
aren't new, of course. The standard, hard, normal, and easy settings have been a part of video games for decades with nary a complaint. And these days, ways of adjusting difficulty and challenge have become an art form in and of themselves.
Why did you show it? Why did you show an accessibility screen when you were talking about?
The first thing I read when he was talking about difficulty is subtitle
Disabled
background.
parallax.
Like, wait, what? Big
And
subtitle.
then it says at the top, see, I told you he'll do this. He will dishonestly make these edits and make these statements that purposefully confuses and mixes up accessibility and difficulty. Because that's just, I don't know, I guess it's just the person he fucking is.
Well, the
he
only
does
one-
that. He's done this years afterwards.
The only one that
he
applies,
still
I
does it.
think, is option to skip puzzles. That's like the only one.
Privilege goggles.
Oh, Privilege Goggles was a great video.
Privilege puzzles.
Adjusting difficulty and challenge have become an art form in and of themselves. Among the most impressive is Celeste, a game most of us agree is very good indeed. On its default settings, Celeste offers plenty of resistance to players attempting to conquer it and collect everything, but you can tweak almost any aspect of said resistance if you're struggling. You can extend your ability to air dash, you can slow the game down, remove stamina penalties, or even just become invincible like SFZ's zero difficulty mode.
Yeah, so with brand new IPs, you're not going to find people arguing against you on it. This is all new. But even still,
yeah,
they'll
it's
wonder
the
when you
make
say
their own shit, don't
I
ruin
beat
theirs.
Celeste, they're still going to want to know what you mean when you say that.
That's really interesting because Celeste is pretty hard, actually.
is.
I didn't even know that those options were there, and I really liked the game. And part of why I like it so much was because it was challenging. And I thought that it being challenging was actually really in service of its theme as well.
And this is kind of you'd want to ask Jim, right? It'd be like, so if people are going in with invincibility mode on or whatever, and they've like a grand wizard came down from space and said, "I know for a fact that had you told them not to do that, they would have had more fun." What do you think? Like, yeah, well, the ability to choose is more important than directing them in a way you think they would have more fun.
I don't know
I
if
think
it's like
is a
this.
bit of a tangent, but I have a question that's rearing its ugly head, which is, Do you guys have any particular opinion on games having difficulty modes at all, as to whether or not that's a good thing?
I think that if it's
I-
designed with
I-
that in mind, it's usually okay.
I generally will. I
Yeah.
definitely like harder modes so that I can challenge myself further, especially as I begin to master a game, but I still want to feel challenged by it and prove to myself that I've mastered mechanics and improved. Which is a lot of times something that you just need a harder mode in order to really do. Once you hit the normal limits,
I think
But
Is it
it
just
depends on the
it
game,
depends.
because
Yeah.
some games harder means you have less health, enemy has more health, and that to me is just kind of dull. Like that's like, instead of dying in 2 hits, you die in 1 hit. Like I didn't really get any better. Like I didn't like, the challenge wasn't really me having to adapt in any way. I just, don't take hits for it.
you know what? I'm gonna take an extremely firm stance. I am very, 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 very pro having harder difficulty modes.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like the experience that I want would not be desirable for most people, and it just if they didn't have a lot of different modes, then what I want out of a game would just wouldn't exist.
I would
'Cause, like,
not
they would
play
make
some
games for normies.
games nearly as much if they didn't have a hard mode, whether it's RimWorld or Vermintide or anything. Like what keeps me playing those games is that I know I could go to higher difficulties, keep making the challenges more difficult, and when I hit the max difficulty possible, do my best to really, really excel and get better, become familiar.
I kind of like it when you
Yeah.
can unlock higher difficulties. Like Resident Evil 4 just has normal mode. Like that's all you can pick on a new
At the
game.
beginning, yeah.
Yeah, and then you beat it
Cry
once,
series.
and then you get
Professional.
professional mode, and you're like, hell yeah, dude, that was a lot
That's
of
kind
fun,
of-
and I welcome a challenge on this game. So
Kind of what I'm
I
getting at,
fired that
like,
up right away when
the
I
intention of
unlocked it.
building the games with all of it in mind, instead of just going throw on a mode where everyone's got double health. Done.
Yeah, fuck
Yeah.
that. If you're gonna make a higher difficulty, please go with glass cannons instead of spongy tanky enemies. It's just fucking annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To wail on
I ask
something for
because
an
I've
hour.
noticed players. I
You're gonna have
guess
to restart that, Theo.
taking
You
the
kinda
wrong
cut out.
difficulty.
Yeah.
I just ask because I've noticed a trend of players picking difficulty modes that are not conducive to the kind of experience they want because of, I don't want to say like social pressures, but their own perceptions of what's going on in a
What do
difficulty
you
mode.
mean?
Like a person thinking, I'm not very good at video games, and then picking an easy mode
Oh,
when
okay.
that's, they are well within the ability to handle a
Play
harder mode.
normal.
And so that compromise.
Especially normal modes. Normal modes are
mode.
generally quite manageable, and
Yeah.
of course, I
Yeah.
consider myself pretty good at video games, but still, I feel like a lot of normal modes are like you can definitely do it. Don't be afraid. Just play. Now, I like to generally start games playing normal because I figure that's sort of the I think it's sort of the default sort of this is the experience we're presenting to people, and I kind of want to get that because I know I can always bump it up.
I could be
But-
wrong, but I suspect like hard mode in games is like the devs' normal mode, and then they nerf hard mode for
think it
like
absolutely
normal mode for
depends
the
on the
release.
game.
Depends on the devs too.
I agree. Yeah.
Because sometimes with devs, I'm like, because I just think I know, like, I'm way better at some games than the devs are. I just know it. I have the time to devote to it. I've been able to devote time to it. I've really been into the game. It's like people who know the writing of a story better than the writer might know, just because the writer's either forgotten or anything. It's like, yeah, they made it, but some people do. There are people who know like Game of Thrones lore to insane degrees or whatever it is, and they probably know it more than the people who wrote it because they've just devoted themselves to really remembering and categorizing everything. So I could absolutely say that's why it frustrates me when I play a game and I ask, like, do the devs not fucking play their own game? Why did they put this in? This is nuts. This is insane. This is so underpowered or so broken, and it's so obviously done that way. Do they not play their own game? Everyone could see this.
But then you
Yeah,
also have difficulties like in Borderlands, for example. Borderlands 2 comes to mind, where the enemies just start off with a way higher level than the weapons you would have at a normal play from the beginning, where they basically want you to play the normal difficulties before, so you have actually the weaponry to tackle those enemies in general. Because if you would go with like Ultimate Vault Hunter mode as your first playthrough, you probably have a really hard time.
Like
getting
Diablo
anything done.
style difficulty.
Well, a lot of games
exactly.
just require you to have a familiarity with enemy behavior and mechanics and the synergy of abilities and things like that in order to do well. Like you just have to learn how the game works.
Yeah.
Even if your options for what to do in the game isn't necessarily high, if it's not a super mechanic rich game, or if it's not like you don't have a huge move set for a character and stuff, you just have to know how what you do interacts with the things in the world are to just understand.
But a game that actually has a good like difficulty slider, if you will. Um, I mean, probably more than this, but like MMOs, like I'm thinking of World of Warcraft specifically. Like when you do a raid, you can do the raid on normal, heroic, or mythic difficulty, which is basically easy, medium, and hard. Um, but so and between those difficulties, the boss does have more health and does do more damage, but it also adds abilities per tier. So like the boss does new things that are also more difficult than the previous tier. So like it adds difficulty in the sense of like it's more challenging on a mechanical level,
Yeah.
whilst also being more challenging on a like
Numbers
damage
level.
level. Yeah.
That
Yeah.
way, Destiny's raids are similar in that respect.
Yeah,
The hard
and I
mode
think
ones actually
that's
add
probably one
mechanics.
of the better ways to do it because upping the difficulty shouldn't just be numbers. I think upping the difficulty should make either the AI smarter somehow, but I think that's pretty hard to do, or just like make them do something else, like flick on the switch that makes their third attack doable or something. Like I don't know, something that just like changes the playstyle a bit that to make it more challenging.
Yeah, I think Killing Floor 2 is generally my go-to example for how difficulty it doesn't just make enemies, do more damage or whatever, but they move faster. There are different assortments of enemies. They will just flat out do different moves that they don't do on lower difficulties. There is a lot of, there's thought that goes into like, oh, I'm at this level. That means that this enemy will use this attack that he just flat out doesn't have on lower difficulties.
Champion
Halo
difficulty
does
in
that.
Vermintide adds friendly fire, which like really changes things. It's like, oh man, now I gotta
No, it
I gotta
doesn't.
not be too.
No, it doesn't. Friendly fire is
Wait.
extremely weakly minuscule in that game. It changes nothing. It's
No,
one of my
but
complaints about the game.
what about on like the higher difficulties? I
Nope.
remember that they
It
like
can if you
Oh.
use a part some stuff like if you're not to get into deep Vermintide discussions, but I
Sorry,
play a
guys.
shit ton of Vermintide, but like yeah, when you get to a certain level, technically friendly fire is added, but it's just so tiny that it's just not like it doesn't even matter. And even you have to get up to Cataclysm, and then you have to hit friendlies with certain kinds of attacks to even do appreciable kinds of friendly fire.
Oh man, I
But
just remember one time I was getting nuked by a Sienna. I was like, oh my god, this is,
no,
this is
Siena's friendly
impossible.
fire is really weak.
Huh.
To the point where as a Sienna main, I just don't even worry about friendly fire on Cataclysm because it's like it just doesn't matter. It does so little. I'm helping you out by making this area of effect attack where you are because I'm preventing the enemies from hitting you that do just
Way more damage.
exponentially more damage than I would.
Yeah, fair enough.
However, the point does it is correct. Yeah, the fact that at a certain difficulty, friendly fire becomes a thing is that is a good thing to do. That is a good way to increase difficulty by saying
Really makes
it.
you
Like
think
it
a
gives
lot more about positioning.
because it doesn't just say you have to play better. It says you now have a responsibility to other players that you didn't have before.
The best higher difficulty mode I've seen is in Fury, if anyone's played that. It has a Furia difficulty, which is New Game Plus, and it changes no stats about either you or the enemy. No damage values, no health numbers. It just makes their openings slightly smaller, and also changes their patterns to be more complex.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's an
I
interesting
think
way to do
it was professional mode on Resident Evil 4 is essentially playing the game at it removes the difficulty adaptive difficulty, so you're always playing on the highest difficulty that the game has, and it never lowers. When
Does
it
normal
comes
mode do that?
normal mode has adaptive difficulty, but
I
it can
didn't know
go
that.
up and down and move around. Professional is you're always playing at the hardest difficulty. So you always get the least amount of ammo, the enemies do the most amount of damage,
Right.
and it won't lower.
Oh, that's cool.
It is actually really cool because sometimes when I start a new game and I want to challenge myself and do a zone, like can I do this zone, like getting, without taking hits or with only doing certain things, and you try it a few times and you lose, the game will make the game easier and you can't, it's like no, don't do that. Don't do that. I want it, so I have to reload the game so that I can do that section over again. But that's not generally something that players encounter.
Rightly the time for its non-condescending approach to difficulty. It was a game that admitted, quite acceptingly, hey, not everyone can play the game in its default settings, here's a way to tailor it to your liking. And that
yes, they can.
Tailor it to your liking by becoming invincible? What?
I don't want. I'm tired of this putting down of the average player. The average player can beat Celeste on its basic difficulty.
Yeah.
It will take time, but they can do it.
No.
Stop. Like, the moment you say, I probably can't do this, you've given up and you can't do it. So congratulations, I guess.
And that is why you fail.
Pretty much.
That itself isn't a new thing. Early Silent Hill games offered their own rudimentary adjustable difficulty, allowing players to raise and lower the challenge of combat and puzzles as two separate things.
There is
So you can
no
have
amount
brutal
of this other game ... that will convince me. So just don't even bother.
I'm just arguing principally. That's why it's all kind of bunk. Just like, all right.
enemies but easy puzzles or breeze past enemies while giving your brain a workout. And none of this has been controversial. It does only seem to be certain games where this discussion about difficulty and
games where everyone's discussion on the experience of defeating the challenge is prominent. What a coincidence.
And which side of this argument is the one complaining?
Games that weirdly feature prominently in popular culture so people don't want to miss out.
easy modes causes people to...
And what are you suggesting? That if everyone had complained about Silent Hill or Celeste, that then they'd be right, I guess? Like, is
People complained that games were generally too easy.
I don't even
then
like.
It's okay to remove all the easy modes, or what?
Maybe
I
they
know
would.
what you mean, Moly. The arguments don't really. They seem like they're totally unrelated.
Yeah, because he's suggesting it's like, if this argument were true, then where are they for this, that, and the other? And it's like, so if they were there, you'd be like, aha, this must be real.
Does Jim script, or is this just stream of consciousness?
This is script. This is a script. It's just bad.
This is not a very good one.
Most people that we
it's like
cover on
good
EFAP,
news.
it's script. They're just bad. They're bad.
What? Or it's just first draft.
Yeah, I guess first draft basically is stream of consciousness.
Kind of.
You can just retake lines.
clutch their balls and gasp in horror. Games that a certain group of people have decided are theirs
Look at that
and
Snake
theirs
Boy.
alone. Something to guard
Yeah.
jealously like
really
a
cool when you
dragon
kill
on it.
Snake Boy. No, fuck this. Gatekeep the fuck out of the things you like, because we've seen what happens when you don't.
Kind of funny, like people who difficulty, they're like Smaug sitting on their gold.
I mean,
pile
why
of
can't
gold.
you can possibly interpret it in any kind of positive way. It has to be negative. It can't in any way
Smaug,
be.
you're Smaug sitting on your pile of gold. The
They
gold
want
being
you.
video games.
They want you to experience the big highs. You cancel them out if you cheat.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying it's
Yeah.
all cheating. You know, the words that you understand what I'm saying. Like they don't want you to ruin
When
it
I-
for yourself.
When I tell people, like whether it's family members or friends, like to go on the crazy roller coaster, it's not because it's because I want them to experience this kind of experience that I absolutely adore, and I want them to feel that for themselves. I want to encourage them to know, don't be afraid, do it. It's a crazy sensation that you'll probably never really get in your life otherwise.
Its pile of gold. And fuck that. When I like a game, I want people to know about it. Like I want people to know about Sticks and Bones, which is the funniest
don't.
fucking game I've played in years. For $10, it's super short, so it's a very hard to recommend game.
Hashtag
But it's
ad.
the deadly premonition of zero-budget Steam games. Now, am I just looking for an excuse?
Is that good or bad?
I don't
to
know,
be the
what does that have
zero
to do with
budget
What is
anything?
this
something?
contraption here?
Well-
What is this contraption?
Even say Deadly Premonition's a game that you got to kind of sell people on a little harder than that because it's not
What
for
is-
everybody.
Sorry, what is this device?
I assume this is something that you can attach to the loops on your shoes to pull your shoes up without having to bend down in order to do so.
No, it's just a
Oh no, you
shoehorn,
put
right?
Yeah, it's a shoehorn, isn't it?
Have you guys
Yeah,
never
the-
used a shoehorn?
No,
No,
this is different from a
I've never-
shoehorn.
It's just a
Is it?
shoehorn with an extended grip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it looks like it's a loop, not a.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me too.
What's the loop for?
No, I don't think it's a loop. I think it might just be the. It's like a shiny spatula thing, right?
Okay,
Like a
that's
tongue.
what confused me. I thought the shiny bit was the background, and I thought it was a loop.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. That is an
And so
extended
you
shoehorn
use it
with
to
a
help
handle,
you
yeah.
put the shoes on then.
Yeah.
I assume this
Instead
is
of-
for old people, not
I
lazy
would
people.
presume so. But
Yes.
again, this would be, if this is meant to be comparable to video games, this would be accessibility, right? Like, this
Yes.
would be the features that make it
Yes.
so like
It's-
colorblind settings.
Some
So
shoes
it's not
fit kind of
really-
tight.
Old people have trouble putting on shoes, not because they're stupid or untalented. It's because they're old and their body doesn't work. So they
Yeah.
need some mechanical assistance in doing that.
Yeah.
Used to awkwardly
Tell me about it.
shoehorn in a plug for a game I really enjoyed.
old.
Yes, I am.
I have
Primarily because
mechanical
it's an
assistance,
obscure
though.
game and also a game I'm
put on
being
shoes.
positive
Wait,
about. Which
so is that
I only
why
have one
people-
foot.
Oh my god! I'm
So putting on
letting you
shoes is
see- that's
easier for
why-
you. You have
that's
half
why
the shoes to put on.
No, I gotta
shoehorning.
put on a whole leg.
Oh my god!
Well, we're talking
I
about the
never-
shoes.
Shoehorning.
I didn't say I
I
had
never-
the same
No.
issue.
I feel like there's
You know
two
what?
conversations going on at once.
Yeah,
right
I don't
now.
know what's happening.
Hey, Metal, how are you today?
Oh, I'm
I'm
good.
saying
I'm fine.
shoehorn. You know? It's shoehorned in. Now I know.
It's easier for you to put a shoe on because you can put the shoe on your fake foot before you put the foot on. That's even easier.
Mom!
Yeah, that's true, but I still have to put the leg on.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's different than putting on the shoe.
It's harder. I can tell you for sure because I still put shoes on my human foot. It's easier to do that part.
My human foot.
Hey, the other one's a robot, man. So I'm actually a
If I had
cyborg.
watched the video, I never would have learned what shoehorning means. That's incredible.
Oh wait, that was the revelation you were having?
Really?
Yes.
Oh my! No
Etymology
wonder I
is
was
not
confused. 'Cause, yeah,
Is this like confirmation for all the EFAP haters that say that you guys never touch grass? Like you guys never put shoes on to go outside?
Hey, I knew what a
Shoehorn,
shoehorn
I don't-
was.
Yeah, that's what
I'm
I
legitimately
know,
surprised.
I've never heard of a shoehorn, and now I understand why it's called shoehorning.
He thought it was a musical instrument.
With a little mouthpiece on the end that you play through the mouth of the shoe.
People are confused as to whether or not calling this like a Biden moment or a you're Zuma. Like it's
I've never heard of
they don't even
Look,
know what
there's
to
got
do
to
with
be a
it.
non-Australian here who's never heard of boomeranging, right?
I guess you
no.
don't. And I guess especially if you're our age, you don't really encounter shoehorns. Maybe at your grandma's house or whatever, you see this
I was
weird
gonna say I know
bendy
about it
thing, and you're
because
like,
I've seen my relatives use it. So
yeah,
I
I don't know
own a
how I
shoehorn.
learned about them. I've just always.
They'd be
I've owned a shoehorn since I moved like away. Like I was 18 when I moved from my parents, and I got a shoehorn like the first few things I bought.
yeah, if your shoe fits tight, like in not in like a
Yeah,
constricting way,
helpful.
it's a very useful tool. Yeah.
Or if you know you have a foot in which you can't point the toe at all, it's easier to get a shoe on if you have a shoehorn sometimes.
Yeah, true.
Like whenever a shoe doesn't fit well, I just force my foot like into the shoe.
Wait, why
Probably-
don't you just? Why do you not just keep the shoe on your fake foot, even when
Sometimes
it's not,
I have to
like,
switch
attached to
shoes.
you?
What if I'm going from like my job at the army clinic where I'm wearing combat boots to the gym? I gotta switch shoes.
Why not just always have the your work shoe on your fake foot, so you only have to change half the shoes in your life?
But because I can't get into the gym with the work shoe on, I need a
not?
running shoe on that. Well, I mean, I could probably make a fuss about it and make them
Does it-
let me because they'd feel
does
bad
it
for
matter
saying no
for
to a
your-
cripple. But like,
Well, when you're
not
running,
supposed to.
when you're
But
running
what's-
and you do it with your, does the kind of shoe on your robot foot, does that make a difference, or is it just?
Running is a
Like,
bit of
yeah.
a special case because I have a whole dedicated leg for running that is like the spine of it has its own like sole of a shoe, but I do still need to wear a running shoe on my left foot.
Well, my legs are really generalist, I suppose. I don't have any specific. I don't
You
have
got
any
the standard
specialist leg.
package.
Kind
Yeah.
of. I got the
Factory
default
default,
settings.
yeah.
I used to
Yeah,
have that.
You need
That
to buy
was-
like
it was
two
not
pairs.
bad.
Complete set though, Rags, don't you? You need 2 pairs? Or do you just
No.
have shoes on your front legs and your hind legs are just bare?
I generally don't need them, but if you're going to go out to, if it's really, really hot, you might have to.
Right, so that you don't burn your
You know,
paws.
at that point,
Would
just
the
don't
hind
go
legs
out.
not be the one with shoes?
I'm not sure. Like, I guess
You
it depends
definitely,
on-
you definitely want them on your. You want them on your rears. Yeah.
Which,
You
which
want 'em on your
drive would be
legs.
you know how there's front wheel and rear wheel drives? Like, what would it be for like a dog? Which legs would be considered the driving legs?
Front leg dog
driving legs.
You would probably.
Well, like, which
I
legs
don't know. I guess I've
propel-
never thought about it because
Ones that-
you just do it. You know. You don't
yeah,
really
of
give it a
course,
lot of.
I
Now
still
I know
feel
in
like
cars, rear wheel drive is a thing, but it's not a.
What is the
I mean,
utility of rear
it's
wheel?
both,
I'm
right?
assuming that it's the rear legs give the power and the front legs do the steering, right? Is it not pretty similar to a car in that respect?
In that case, they'd be front leg.
Well, rear wheel drive. It's not that. It means that it turns the back wheels. It only drives the rear wheels. So even though you're steering with the front, that kind of the engine's in the back and not in the back, but it turns those back wheels instead of, I guess, all of them. I'm not exactly sure.
I don't know
It's
much about cars.
I don't know
to be
much
fair.
about automobile powertrain distribution systems, honestly. But
If it's
rotational
four-wheel
propulsion
drive-
is not my area.
Four-wheel drive, the motor is turning all the wheels, right? But then if
Yeah,
it's
I
just
think so.
I'm
other-
right
otherwise,
leg,
the
so
motor
my
is turning
right
two
leg
wheels.
does the steering.
Because my car is a rear wheel drive.
Four-wheel drive or all-wheel drive is when the power of the engine is going to all four wheels.
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't affect the steering though. I think there's like rally vehicles and things like that that can turn the rear wheels in the opposite direction to make it turn tighter, but I don't think that's very common.
You're never gonna really need that in your daily life. It's more things to break on your car.
All right,
Is
then.
Rag V8 or V6? No. It's not a V8 or a V6. It's a turbo V4. Which you might think, oh, that's weak sauce. But when your car weighs as little as mine, you could fucking zip. All right.
It would get about 100 views if I did it in its own video. But the point is, when I love a game, I want everyone else to love it too. That's the ideal world for me, where all the
Well, sure, but like,
shit
what if
I
it's
like.
for very different? What if it's for very different reasons because of difficulty settings?
No,
What if
Yeah,
it's-
I disagree. I don't want everyone to
Yeah.
love the things I love necessarily.
I want everyone to stay away from the things I love.
Kind of. That's the grouchy old man mentality I have these days.
It's
Which is
just
just
diluted,
stay
isn't
away
it?
from my shit.
If
Stay away from my
everyone-
shit.
This is why we're always skeptical when everyone praises a thing. It's like, what is it though? What is it offering if everyone likes it? Like, it's got to be something very, very generic at that point, right? Or approachable. But that's just an indication. It can be anything. It's just that if there was a video game that everyone enjoyed and everyone agreed had fair and interesting challenge, I'd be blown away. Like, no, before even playing it.
Tetris?
Yeah.
I suppose.
One of the
Widely
reasons I enjoy
accepted. If we lived
it's one of the reasons I enjoy the Souls games is because it's distinguished by its difficulty, because it lends to that game's oppressive atmosphere, and it stands out from the most games nowadays which have accessibility settings out the ass.
They definitely like the difficulty complements the world for sure.
Yeah.
Dark Souls 1 at least, the difficulty is just, you're not some big cool guy and, some raggedy thing with a broken sword. That is a realistic threat to you. It's part of how the game becomes grounded.
Yes.
all the horrible shit I like is widely accepted. If we lived in that sort of glorious world, my dates wouldn't hurriedly leave the house and drive screeching off into the night when I say, sit right there, I'm gonna put Puppet Master on. I guess I just don't understand and never will understand the mindset that says I'm enjoying this
It's not
game.
hard to understand the mindset. It isn't hard.
Especially when you don't try.
I'm just waiting for
exactly.
at the end of it to just be like, I don't care though. Throw that on too. Why not?
Just another reminder. Yeah.
I don't want others to enjoy it.
You are a hipster.
Making games accessible, making games enjoyable for a variety of people, that should be seen overall as a net positive, surely. Speaking purely
wait, why would you say that?
And also show any of us where we said that we don't want people to enjoy it. We just don't want them to change it so that they're not enjoying the thing that they're trying to enjoy anyways, because it's a different thing now.
I just want to replay that full sentence again.
All right.
Because I
says, I'm enjoying this game, I don't want others to enjoy it.
You are a hipster.
Making games accessible, making games enjoyable for a variety of people, that should be seen overall as a net positive, surely.
So you would agree that like films like Transformers are a great thing in terms of making films that are more broadly appealing to a wider demographic by comparison to films which cater to more niche audiences?
Yeah, so take a film like Moon, and then someone's like, you should make it more like Transformers. Surely that's better if more people enjoy it.
That's how we got Transformers 3.
Because it appeals to more people. It's more fun for more people. I mean, look, it made more money, right? So it's not, this is not an argument that would ever be applied to like any other form of art.
I think this is a great argument to go all the way back to the beginning. This is where the conversation starts, and you go, so let's dig in. You know, we'll use that as our baseline. But this seems to be near the conclusion for some reason. Like, it's like, this is what we've reached? Yeah, okay.
Hypothetical. If an easy mode led to Sekiro selling another 1 million copies, then
why is that our metric for success?
I don't know.
Selling copies.
Why are Jim Sterling
FIFA, man?
Exactly.
Yeah,
amount of revenue
Justin
generated.
Bieber.
Surely it's a good thing that they have Ultimate Team. I mean, that makes $1 billion like every year. That's
People love that. They have so much fun with it.
And if that makes more people buy the game and spend more time in the game and have more fun, that's a good thing, right?
Yeah, that's healthy for the industry. It's making so much money.
It's not good.
I mean, if cutting half the game out as DLC, it ends up getting the game more money, and then more people see it and play it because of its success, like, maybe that's a good thing. I don't
Hell,
know.
how many times has that happened and we just don't know about it?
Oh, yeah.
The
Why don't
hype
you
to
think?
take any game that isn't some mismanaged, cynically produced live service trash, selling as many copies.
So we exclude that then.
Okay. You see, it's very simple. Just don't do it when it's trash. You're like, right, okay.
As possible via almost any means. I mean, provided they're good games in the first place. A game like Sekiro.
Right, so more
or
caveats.
Yeah, feels like we've now realized, like, oh wait, it's about more than that, a lot more.
Jimmy Johnson's anything with an engine. Games don't have to be designed to appeal to everybody, that's true.
Yeah.
But it's generally good for both the audience and the game if they do have a varied appeal. They don't have to appeal to...
No, not true.
You don't. No.
Not true.
Especially in a landscape where there are so many different games that you could... There's games out there for everybody. To say that games need to appeal to as many people as possible, no.
You lose out on
games.
I mean, it's not
That
even
is
how do
the
you
death
apply
of
this?
games.
Dude, wouldn't it be better if there were more jokes in Godfather? I think it would make it better. It would appeal to more people.
Appeal to more people.
Wouldn't it be better if there were some straight romance options in Dream Daddy?
Yes.
Like,
Well, just, wouldn't it be like, how do you apply this to mature games? It's like, well, they should
Plot
be
twist, you are the Dream Daddy.
all the darker subject matter, or the violence or gore or anything. That's kind of like cutting them off from everybody. I don't know, why would you think that you wouldn't say this about movies? You wouldn't say this about TV shows or books.
Why do games get treated this way? Yeah.
Imagine going to a bar.
Shadow of the Colossus? Yeah,
What
that
about
needs more
Shadow
jokes.
Colossus?
Yeah, it needs more
comedy.
jokes and it needs more random holes in the ground with like a bad boss at the end of them or something.
Yeah, why doesn't the horse quip?
What was lacking?
I
in the game?
like
and pop music
saying,
throughout.
imagine,
Pop music everywhere.
if you went to a bar, right, and you sat down, and all of the drinks in that bar just had that they had broad general appeal, all of the drinks, but there was no real like identity to any of them. That like I couldn't go down and have that drink that I really liked because they're all just sort of designed to be mostly appealing to most people.
Well, Yeah, like you go into the bar and there's this huge one tap and it just says alcohol. You're like, what is that? You're like, that's your alcohol. You can have some.
It's your alcohol, and you taste it, and you're like, well, this is. I don't see how anyone would really object to this. I suppose, but most people probably think this is fine. What else do you have? And they're like, that's
Rubbing
it.
alcohol and grape juice.
Well, do you have any more drinks? So it's like, no, but we have more taps with this same drink.
Like,
Because it's a very healthy bar landscape that we have now.
Would you like food? And you're like, what food have we got? Food.
Just
food. Like
it's the food.
And there's these gray cubes, and you eat them, and you're like, that's okay.
You should go get our food. It's really generally appealing to a lot of people.
People really like the grey cubes. They come back with a lot of positive feedback, so I don't know.
To anybody, but if there's a way without compromising the game to appeal
Without compromising the game.
Oh, good luck doing that.
Why is that important, Jim?
Yeah.
To a few extra people, a more diverse
So why
crowd,
did you
that's
mock
generally just
the
gonna be
idea
good.
that people
Dude, how many
want to preserve the
caveats?
vision of the creators?
Do you see how many caveats were thrown in? That's generally good. Like, what? Hang on.
You are making such a broad statement. I don't even know what you're making.
Yeah.
For the game's success. Sekiro did.
Wait, now it's about the game's success as well. That's not. We're talking about what's good, not what makes the most money. Why do you keep doing this?
Keep flipping back and forth.
I mean, if you don't account for all the people who die, hurricanes are actually good for you, you know?
They bring awareness. It's just like, wait, what?
Amazingly well. Would it have done better if more people felt they could play it? Probably yes, because in general, the more people
Done
a
better
game looks
means
accessible
sold
to,
more?
the more people will access it. Some hardcore gamers TM don't like that idea. Whenever I've argued in
Why can't someone be a hardcore gamer? I
I
consider
hate
myself a
that.
hardcore gamer. No TM, no mocking. It's like a lot of people. Well, you don't think there are not hardcore soccer fans and hardcore parasailers and hardcore deep ocean fishermen?
Probably.
Like,
but
why
yeah.
do you? He would never mock them. He would never mock these other things. People who are super passionate and spend a lot of time on particular hobbies.
I guess we got to find a name that isn't considered cringe. So, like, you know, veteran gamers will be like, nope, too cringe. You're like, all right,
It's
expert
all
gamer,
from the.
too cringe. Professional gamer, too cringe. You're like,
It's residue from the whole gamers are dead articles wave around, you know, that thing that happened that is constantly being referenced by the same people in Jim's camp. But yeah, they don't like the G word.
Gamers are dead, so they're more passionate than ever, it seems, and more numerous than ever.
And they keep talking about this thing I don't care about.
I should make a video telling people how much I
Which
don't
my
care.
whole YouTube channel is about also.
In the past, I've been shouted down for quote-unquote demanding that games appeal to quote-unquote everybody. Some
Well,
games,
I mean,
it is
you've
argued...
just said that it's better.
Yes, when you say that this scenario is better than this scenario, you're pushing for the better one, surely. Why wouldn't you?
Or are you indifferent to the world being a better place in your
Yeah, that's where him not caring comes back.
Dude, I don't care should be in the next April Fool's.
It should be on his tombstone. I don't care.
He doesn't care.
He died as he
I'm
lived.
dead, but I don't care.
That's your epitaph. Just I don't care.
Should exclude, shouldn't be as accessible, should shut people down. The game isn't for them, they argue.
Yes.
It's for people who know the
Yes,
value
that
of hard
happens.
work.
No, okay, stop. Stop.
Okay.
Don't- see, this is the kind of bullshit that he does. Like, quit. Not everything that I like is for you, and not everything you like is for me. That's fine. That's how I want it to be, and that's how you want it to be, even if you are loath to admit it. Don't conflate that with, oh, because I like this, the people who don't like it don't appreciate hard fucking work. Like, don't do this, you disingenuous fuck.
Because they played a video game a lot and got good at it. Well, the phrase get good used to be a joke. The humor's been sucked out of it by people who took it seriously.
Let's be honest.
And
You should take it seriously. You should strive to improve and get better. It's not a joke. It's a fucking lifestyle. Do it, live it, love it, learn it.
It's obviously said in a way that you could be like, you're kidding, right? And you're like, yes and no. Like,
yeah,
sure, I'm kidding, kind of, but you
It is
should-
not the most serious way to say something that you should take serious.
There are some complaints and criticisms that can only be responded to with like, you just have to.
You need to get better.
Well, yeah,
You gotta get better.
To give you an example,
Learn
right?
some mechanics.
H-Bomb guy said the thing he hates about Dark Souls is whenever you try and heal, the enemies will punish you. Like, he's not even talking about reacting to healing. He's literally just talking about the act of trying to heal in the middle of a fight. How do you respond to that other than like, oh, you need to get better at the game? Like,
Yeah, positioning
when it's safe to heal, that's just how it works.
Positioning yourself and choosing your moment so that you can safely heal. That's a mechanic.
Yeah,
Hey,
things like-
boss,
different
can you
for every
please
enemy.
Stop moving.
that where
I
you-
need to heal.
And if someone said like,
Isn't that
"Oh
where
my
you
god,
showed
you
the
said
clip?
get good, but for real," you're like, "Well, yeah."
Yeah, that's what life is. Life is about you getting good. Like that. Since when did this become controversial? Is because a gamer said it and you hate gamers.
Yeah,
So
like,
now it's just not a thing we do anymore.
I just want to clarify. There are times, like, say for example, there's a glitch and you fall through the floor and die, and you're like, "What the fuck?" And then someone goes, "You gotta get good."
Yeah.
Like, you gotta avoid that.
Yeah, it's like, no, the game needs to get designed better if it's
Yeah.
a clipping issue.
Not everything is a skill issue. A lot of things are, though. A
Yeah.
lot of things are.
Understanding is often a skill issue.
Oh.
Which is why if you're gonna critique or review a game, you should be good at it. You should be great at it, even.
It'd be worthwhile.
You should certainly be
Ooh, I'm in
familiar with
trouble.
it. And often you become
Familiar, I got
good or
familiar.
great by becoming familiar with it.
It's the reason why that Cuphead video was so funny, because
Dean Takahashi.
any perspective you share on that game is worthless, because we are just not playing it the same way. Like, the way that you play it and the way that most people play it is going to be so different that any observations you have are just not valuable. Like, that's not even...
I just want to see you say that to him, to his face. Your perspective is worthless. It's like, oh man.
The perspective in the field that you have chosen to make your career is
I guess the
worthless.
perspective is valuable to people who also struggle with the tutorial, but like,
I mean, in
I don't know.
the sense that like we can all value from a bad example in a way. Like, yeah, sure, good job, but that's probably not the kind of person you want to strive to be.
F's in the chat for Dean Takahashi.
He's like, I don't know, like, because it always pops up with him every once in a while. It happened with Doom Eternal when he was doing the playthrough of that game, and he was just fucking shit at that game.
He's gotta just not
really
live
funny,
stream
though.
anything ever.
He strikes me as the kind of, like, you go through a field. Let's say you work at a I don't know, a mine, and you get in at the ground floor, so to speak, and you go into the mine and you mine and you learn what all the rocks do and you learn how to save the canary and all the little things that you do. And for years and years you mine and you get your pickaxe and you sing your dwarf songs and everything. And then eventually one day you make it up to be a big shot guy. You're the manager. You move up, and then you work in the office now, and you're doing logistics stuff, and you forget what it's like to mine. That goes on long enough that you just can't quite, it's just an old experience, and you can't remember how to mine. So when you do your videos on mining, you go down and you're like, oh, I'm actually shit at mining. I've been in the office for too long. That might be Dean Takahashi, which in a way gives him an excuse for being terrible. But maybe that's him. Or it's possible that he's just really shit at games, but video game journalists don't often apparently play games.
Of Dean Takahashi playing Doom Eternal.
Oh, it's bad.
Maybe it's the concept of thinking of your job as I'm a writer, so all I need in order to do it is this word processor in front of me. I don't need to go anywhere else. I don't need to do any other things. I just need to type 1,500 words.
Kind of. That's what a lot of these articles feel like. I know I've covered them on Dog Bites, and I read them, and I hear them when like people talking about Star Wars and stuff, or people talking about games, and it just feels like content they shout out in an hour when they wrote this article, and there's nothing of value. There's no passion. It's just fuck the fans, they're bad, don't they? It's like you didn't like how many you just don't have any sort of talent. You're just squeezing this shit out and putting it on a website. And lucky for you that you're just one of those people that you should feel so grateful that you were born in the 21st century.
It is a neat century.
I am turbo tired, so I'm gonna go and head to bed.
Wow, that's really tired.
Take it easy,
Thanks for
Fortia.
letting me
Later,
join.
man.
Bye,
Happy
Flisms.
200th
Goodbye.
What a piece of shit. Am
I hate him so much.
I like him.
Garbage.
You like what a nerd.
Get out.
Oh.
No.
Oh man.
I'm sorry.
Use it to entry, because the irony of people angry at the idea of those who want games made for them is that they too want games made for them, and only them. Not every game's made for you, these people argue, while at the same time wanting a game made
I thought
purely...
you just said that they only say this about a specific type of game, like Sekiro or Dark Souls. I thought you specifically highlighted that this thing weren't said about Silent Hill 2.
I was just
I don't
thinking
believe I've
that,
ever
like,
heard it.
At least in the media, this only seems to be an issue with From Software games. And it's just like, this is one developer, like, trying to do something unique. Like, just let them do their thing. Like, do they have to be like every other fucking company?
It's just because they're in now. They're the popular thing in the zeitgeist, so,
Metroid Dread was getting it a bit too. People,
Oh, really?
and they eventually did add an easy mode.
And
really
and they're a
surprised
good
the
developer.
non-Souls game got
Like,
it.
they've banked a lot of goodwill, a tremendous amount of goodwill, with the fact that the games, like the way they play, is so responsive and rewarding. and challenging. I mean, a lot of the people who get these games, they appreciate that about it. So I feel like the minority are the people complaining about the difficulty issue. You know,
The only
I don't know.
people I hear complaining about it are like these people. It's the only ones I've
Right.
ever heard complain about it.
Still
It's always
annoys
some Polygon writer or just some fucking Jim Sterling type who complains
Yeah.
about it, even though they don't care. That's the only people I hear complaining about it.
Yeah.
still
Lead
annoys me
for-
because with the exclusion of Sekiro, these games are like, to use inflammatory language that I can't think of better phrasing for, they're baby's first difficult game. They are really not
Yeah.
that hard, with the exception of Sekiro. Sekiro is
Well,
a
and,
lot harder.
You know, I don't want to be too weird
Cringe
about
when you
this,
say it
but
like
let's be honest, gaming is still pretty new, and we're a part of a
Yes,
generation
developing.
that watched it go mainstream.
Yeah.
Oh
And
yeah.
so there's this awkward element of like we're all very familiar with way more than some guy who was paid to like, and he's like, video game? Okay, yeah, sure. What do I and he tries to review it like a movie or something. We're just all awkwardly looking at him like, why doesn't he know how to jump? What the fuck? Like, what is happening? Like, and yeah, I don't know. There's this weird disconnect that happens there.
them. And if you do that, you don't ever get to
Do.
complain about games not selling as well as you want them to. Because
When was that a part of the conversation exactly? When was there this like portion of
But I
people?
mean, moreover,
Also, you know what?
complain about
Sometimes I
something
might
that has
complain
real
about that.
merit. Well, yeah, like if there's something that you think has some real merit, it's a really great game that is achieving something that you think ought to be rewarded, including a difficult experience, and it doesn't sell well, that's still lame.
Yeah,
can still-
I absolutely
it's not-
complain about Titanfall 2 not selling as well as,
not
quite frankly, it
mutually-
should have. Or
Yeah.
anything like that.
Why would you say this? That your only options are either you need to be willing for a game to compromise on what it wants to be, or what the developers want it to be, to appeal to the broadest audience possible, and therefore it sells well, or you can have your artistic integrity and it doesn't sell well, and you're not allowed to complain about any of the outcomes.
Well, I'll tell you, Fringy. The reason is because there's only one thing that determines how well a game sells.
And that's how difficult it is, apparently. Even
Difficult
though
it is, yes. There are
Elden
literally
Ring
no
sell,
other
like,
factors.
1 million copies.
Cite
Didn't Elden Ring
Titanfall.
sell a lot more than Horizon Forbidden West?
Elden Ring sold more than fucking anything in the universe. That
Yeah.
game, like,
Yes, that was an incredible result.
Maybe
was very
you
happy
don't have
about that.
a
Let me check the sales of that
industry as
game.
strong as you think it is. You know, like
Elden Ring
It is
sales from here.
unbelievable in terms of popularity.
I think it's over 10 million sold copies
Well,
now. I think I saw.
I'll tell
a
you,
post,
I'm looking at it. We don't have to
oh,
guess.
good.
Mel, shut
Yeah.
the fuck up.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
God damn
By
it.
the end of June 2022, it had sold 16.6 million.
Yeah, there you go.
Now let me look up Horizon.
Like,
I don't think
Forbidden
anyone was for Horizon Forbidden West. I don't
the
think
figure I
they really-
trot out a lot is that for a long time I would check the Steam concurrent players for
Yeah.
Elden Ring and Dark Souls 3, and Elden Ring's currently playing one would consistently be higher than Dark Souls 3's all-time peak.
Which is crazy.
Looks like they're not.
It's
I don't think-
absolutely insane how popular
Looks-
Elden Ring is.
Yeah, it
Let's
looks
put
like
it
they
that
haven't released the sales for Forbidden
If you
West, which
can't
is always a
find the
good sign.
numbers,
That's
is
always
that
a good
they're not
sign.
good.
Sony's
means it
been
didn't sell
pretty
well.
cagey lately. They
Companies
just
will-
recently said that Last of Us 2 had 10 million across like 2 years. I think, or, like-
Everything, really.
Well, it's just really interesting though, because Ghost of Tsushima, they were very quick to talk about how well that game sold because it sold well.
Well, yeah, didn't
It, like,
this applies to everything? Didn't Disney say like they gave the numbers for Loki, but then when Miss Marvel came out, they were just like,
well,
No,
it's
numbers?
this is especially in the video game industry. If they tell you how many copies they have sold, then it means that they're happy with those results. If
Yeah.
they've told you how many they've shipped, or if they tell you how much money it cumulatively made in conjunction with like console sales, that means that they're not particularly happy with those results. And if they don't tell you at all, it means that they're very unhappy with the results.
Yeah.
Because
Didn't,
all of these numbers get put out by these companies to benefit the companies.
didn't they keep ragging on about Last of Us 2's like opening sales? Like they kept
talk about how many
referencing.
shipped.
I
How many
thought, yeah, but I thought they kept
shipped.
focusing.
yes.
Yeah, like they wouldn't address like either
We
refunds
shipped
or
4
the
million
crash in
copies.
price for
Yeah.
this game because nobody liked. Well,
Yeah, it was one of those turnovers was really low, like month per month for that
Yeah.
game. They talked about the ships, not the sales.
Exactly. They were like,
There was
we
a
shipped
big-
4 million
They did their
copies.
best. They
There's a
did
big
their
trend of
best.
people taking pictures of like 500 copies on the rack at a Best Buy and things like that too. It's like, oh, okay. A lot of these are just sitting in stores, not being sold.
Yeah, you hear about that game, and then you're like, "Fuck, I don't want to play through that."
Buy your own.
Well, some people do, okay, and that's fine.
I guess some people
Oh,
do.
boy.
An admission, you don't want outsiders playing your games. So you
Hey Theo, this is you, okay?
Yeah.
I don't. You know what? This kind of happened with. Point being, yeah, I kind of don't like. I want people to try it. I want people
yeah.
to try the game, but I don't want them to just be like, I don't want this game to appeal to everyone. I really don't. I don't. I like it for
Well,
what it is. That's why I
want to
play it.
preserve the experiences that are available to you. You don't want it to change into something that you dislike.
That's
in
totally-
order
yeah.
to
And I
appeal to a
feel like
broader audience.
Jim will be a part of the group of people that would probably back Scorsese's comments about cinema as an
Exactly.
industry. You'd be like, what do you think that if we would do as best faith as possible, I could go with like, oh yes, you've got all these gangster movies that are really like deep and have very important thematic and character like interactions and stuff, but they can be a bit
Yeah, like
dry, or
Pootie
they can
Tang.
be a bit this, that, and the other. It's like, let's make them better by making them more like Marvel movies. It's like, you'd never fucking agree. And if they started to do that, would you be like, oh, well... Oh,
It sold
well.
more, so-
yeah. Like, I don't know. Like, it feels like we're not keeping consistent across it really does feel like games, for some reason, doesn't get the same approach as a lot of other things do.
you don't really want them to be as successful as they could potentially be.
Don't make it about, weirdly, how much money I want it to make.
Yeah.
You just
You're
want
the
to
only one talking
hoard
about
the
money.
game to yourself, and if you do that, there
Yes.
probably won't be many of them made.
What are you
I
talking
don't know. There's
about?
5 Devil May Cries, bro.
You can't show Dead Space 3. Dead Space 3 was the product of trying to appeal to a broader audience, and it didn't
kill the
work.
franchise.
It failed. Yeah,
And
it
it's
did.
a
It sold
shame
less
because
than
that game
two.
isn't even bad by any stretch. It's just like
Right.
it's not what Dead Space
Yeah,
is.
Dead Space is
Well,
a
let's
different
see.
thing now.
I guess
I don't
let's
know,
see what
bro.
Sterling has to say about Dead Space
It's just
3.
so easy.
Why-
There's 5 Devil May Cries.
Well, and the one that they tried to make to
Yeah, and
appeal
a
to
reboot.
failed. And then
Yeah,
they-
I mean, we talk about
Cry
Dead Space,
five.
we talk about Dragon Age. Dragon Age Origins is a niche game. A lot of people, understandably, will not like that game. It's tough. It's difficult. It has like mechanics, and you have to think. And combat is tactical. And then Dragon Age 2 comes out, and again, it's not a bad game by any stretch. It's just like it's clearly not Dragon Age Origins. It's been
Not
super
at all.
generalized, and so it
Fantasy
just,
Mass
it became
Effect
something different.
2.
Darkest Dungeon did great, and then they made another
Kind of
one.
in a way. Mass Effect survived this. This sort of that reputation hit. Mass
I
Effect
think because
didn't get.
the style that Mass Effect was going with just works better for that kind of more sort of movie presentation type game, whereas Dragon Age not being a CRPG and all of a sudden becoming a cinematic action game with some RPG elements, just, I don't know, felt to me a little weird.
I
Wasn't there
can't
a
put my
quote
finger
from
on
that
why.
just said, hit a button, something cool happens. We have the button that you press, and something cool happens whenever you press it.
It was certainly more flashy, better animated. It certainly was cooler in that sense. But I could not tell you why Mass Effect 1 became Mass Effect 2 and people were super into it and they loved it and Mass Effect 2 is revered. I can't tell you why that worked and Dragon Age Origins became Dragon Age 2 and that just was clearly instantly met with a lot of derision. I'm sure there's a reason, of course. I just don't know what that reason is off the top of my head. And I think it's because the writing for Mass Effect 2 stayed so good.
Yeah.
And people were really, really keen on the characters, but they just didn't connect with the Dragon Age 2 characters the way that they did with the Dragon Age Origins characters.
And Dragon Age lost a lot of flexibility too. Like there was a lot you could do in Origins it just kind of felt like a lot of your choices in
Yeah.
Dragon Age 2 were like, you can
Dragon
kind
Age
of
Origins
things
was
a little, but like
it's far from an open world game. It was quite shoehorny,
Mhm.
but Dragon Age 2 felt even more so. Dragon Age Origins was able to hide itself, not in a dishonest way, but it didn't feel like it was. It's kind of like a Pokemon game, right? When you especially the early Pokemon games, you just download a look at a JPEG of the entirety of the world, and it's not really that big at all. And you
Yeah,
look
yeah.
at it, you're kind of shocked at how small it is.
Dragon
With
Age 2 was all in the
Age-
city, right?
Pretty much. The
But it took
vast
place
majority
over
of it
3 time periods, I wanna say. It's been a long time since I played it, but,
You go to the same locations a lot in Dragon Age 2. You really get set fatigue in that game, but you don't in Mass Effect 2 because you go to a lot of different places, and I think that's
Yeah.
probably one of the reasons.
And there's all the planets you can just mine on that sort of, give you the illusion of the galaxy being even bigger than the places
I don't
that you can explore.
Sort of. I don't think that fooled a lot of people, but the
No,
probe
no, no,
thing,
no.
because the Mass Effect 1, which is my favorite of the trilogy of the 3 games
You could
of
go
Mass
down
Effect
and
that they
explore
made.
them.
I
was
could
to
have
make sure
sworn
you
there was
went
one
through
more.
No, they stopped at 3. But there was it was really fucking cool to even though the Mako driving was, let's just call it skill-based gameplay. It was
That's a way to
fun
put
to
it.
just land on planets and then find things and roam around and get to pirate outposts. I get why people might not have liked that, but I did like it. It did make the universe feel kind of big. And I did like
Also-
its very RPG-ness.
Hello, Mr. Critical. How'd you do?
Hola.
It's a pleasure
we're
to be here.
Hello.
We're having ourselves a little conversation about difficulty in video games, gatekeeping, IPs, mainstream infecting genre. I don't know, lots of things. Money.
Okay.
It's all going on. If you want to
lot
scroll
of
up in
it.
our little chat, you'll find a little Watch Together link, and you can join us. We're nearing the end of this video.
He doesn't care, by the way.
Oh, right, of course. I'm waiting for Sterling to say that again, yeah.
Spoiler alert, Jim doesn't care.
The next time a publisher cancels a series because it sold below expectations,
But
you
you're
don't get to be
showing a
pissed off.
game that- You're showing a game that.
Yeah,
What?
this
You
is the
can't-
rebuttal that we use.
You're like
But
mag
yeah,
dumping your own foot right now.
To be
like-
clear, Dead
What
Space
is
was a
the
very
line?
specific experience. People fucking loved it. They released a second one that I think stayed pretty strong to the original. There's a couple of changes, a bit more
Absolutely.
action-oriented, sure. Then the third one, it was like, whoa, you've been influenced by current trends, haven't you?
And the
Ooh.
reason why they did that is because Dead Space 2, despite being a success by pretty much any reasonable standard,
And
didn't
everyone
sell
loved it.
well enough to justify the cost. And so Dead Space 3 had to appeal to a broader audience, and in doing so, it appealed to a smaller audience because a lot of people who were formerly interested didn't show up. They didn't buy it. You're showing a game that tried to be more accessible
And
in terms
died.
of like appealing to a broader audience and died because of it.
It was also, I believe, in the era where Andrew Wilson was the CEO of EA, and his mandate to every team was basically, how can you guys turn your property into FIFA Ultimate Team? And they're like, they go to, no, not Motive's the one doing the remake. Redwood, no, not Redwood, shit. What's the name of the Dead Space studio?
Visceral.
Sorry?
They were
Visceral.
Redwood. They were Redwood, but
They
are
were
Vis-
Redwood, yeah,
were
they
Vis-
changed it.
and
Oh,
they're
Visceral,
and
Visceral,
now they are
yeah.
non-existent.
Yeah,
remember-
and they were like, oh, I guess we can sell weapons. Like, it
Because
just
there-
did not work.
There's so
very
much
well
about
in
it, but like I just remember because the opening sequence, you're like in a sci-fi city, right? And then you're just waking up, and then they
The
tell you
scroll.
you're and
Oh, wait, no.
there's-
Three was the moon. You were on the moon, and then some guys bust in and just put.
yeah, and I remember how
you
the double
immediately
take
crash.
when it's like you have your machine gun type weapon. There's several chest high walls in the middle of this like series of
Yeah.
roads, and you got your enemies and and I was like, is this Gears of War? What the fuck is going on?
And the
It's
whole
like,
shtick,
it was.
the whole shtick of Dead Space is you don't kill the enemies by just blasting them with bullets. You need to disassemble them or like
exactly.
use things around the environment used to throw at them, like stasis and whatnot. But they changed it to appeal to a broader audience, and it failed.
I think around that time, co-op gameplay was a major trend.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
EA in
Gears.
particular was really trying to push that because they put out that game Army of Two, I think.
That was
I
also
remember that
Silver
game.
Roll. Yeah,
Around the
that was
era
a-
of Resident Evil 5 as well.
Yeah,
Resident Evil
exactly.
5, yeah.
Well,
It
so
started to be really
it
cool
was
to have a
both.
survival horror experience where you had to co-op with someone. It's like, yeah,
Yeah.
there's nothing says horror like, being with your mate and having a laugh the whole time.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, in the case of Dead Space, where isolation is so key to that franchise, and then all of a sudden forcing co-op into it,
Well,
that it
imagine
really didn't fit.
in Metroid. Imagine there's another
Oh my
Samus
God.
just running around. It's like, so the atmosphere is dead.
Hey, she's not like other
it's not-
girls.
And I just want to make sure because people are gonna fucking straw man. It's not impossible. There are games that are built like what's that one that people really like? Phasmagorium something.
Phasmagoria?
Phasmophobia?
Phasmophobia. That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're gonna have two players, like it's gonna have to be like they have to be
The
super
Star Wars game?
vulnerable.
Yeah.
Like to make horror work, to make like fear work in a situation like that, because otherwise, like, yeah, you've got nothing to work with.
Yeah,
I
I don't
got
think you can
Ryan
escape
Kinnell
the
really
meta
good in
of there's another
Phasmophobia 1.
person playing with you that you're talking with that exists outside of the game, and that is
Exactly.
instantly just it's so hard to get sucked into the game in the same way
I think that
if you're sitting there
horror.
chatting with people.
I think if you're alone, right, like being alone and nobody has you back, like
Yeah, it's
that
one of the key
alone can
elements.
be enough. It's a
Feeling
Well,
reason why
especially for Dead Space. It's why I was going to say Resident Evil, I think, got away with it a lot more cleanly than Dead Space did, because Resident Evil 4 was pretty straddling the line of being an action movie at that point. Like
Yeah.
it was much more of a shooter, and I thought 5 worked well enough. I didn't like the on
Call
rails
it
turret
anything close
sequence.
to an
but-
action movie, honestly.
Resident
I think-
Evil 4?
No.
I mean, like I don't know. It's still scary, but you're doing a lot of fighting in it. It's not
Well,
like
well,
it wasn't.
action in the sense of I guess in the sense that if you there's a lot of combat in it.
What about that
yeah,
knife fight scene,
but in
Just
though,
the
where
whole
guy
like
is-
the
So
over the
there's-
shoulder
I'll-
camera just
here's the
opened up it opened up a lot of combat options, and obviously the game wanted to take advantage of that because it was like the first time a Resident Evil game could do that kind of thing, and it
Yeah.
was great at the time. It was a real innovative, way of engaging
Right
with
now.
Resident Evil. But it doesn't really lend itself so much to like survival horror and the sense of like, slow paced, kind of creepy isolation.
Was it-
It's
Definitely disagree.
Look, the big
'Cause that's what
disconnect
Dead
here is
Space
probably the fact that you, Drinker, correct me if I'm wrong, but you were very familiar with Resident Evil's format before 4 came out, and then you were like,
Yes.
so this is a big change. And so when you think of survival horror in reference to Resident Evil, you're thinking of the format for 1, 2, and 3 versus 4. 4 changed it to be a much more action-oriented. People consider Resident Evil 4 as
but
a
then,
form of death for Resident
but then
Evil as a franchise, by the way.
I think so, but then you go back to like the remake of Resident Evil 2, where it's like, okay, that proved that you can still keep that classic formula of survival horror with the over-the-shoulder like 3D environments. It does work. It's just like it's all about the pacing of the game and how much action you want to throw in, how much combat you want to put in versus just exploration and atmosphere.
I think,
And that's actually why I always thought that Dead Space was a really good post Resident Evil 4 game, that it took that camera style and even actually added the ability to move while shooting in a limited way, at least in the original Dead Space, and made it toned down there, or tuned it closer to horror, and made that work and have it still be scary.
Well, it's
because of
also
the
in conjunction
atmosphere.
with the atmosphere would be the thing that helps as well. Just like Dead Space as a concept is pretty innately scary, I think.
Yeah, which is why
like the
making it more
markers and the
action was like,
necromorphs.
Dude, Dead Space's
Well,
opening was fucking terrifying when I first played it.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
In the greatest of ways.
And-
And I want to
and
be
in-
clear, I was scared by Resident Evil 4 when I first played it. A lot of people saying it's not scary. It's like, don't Joseph Anderson.
Oh,
me.
the first time you see the Lost Plagas is horrifying.
Yeah.
It's a spooky game, absolutely.
It became more and more camp. And
Honestly, I've got
Resident
such
Evil
mixed
5.
feelings about RE4 because like there's moments of genuine brilliance. Like the first time you fight the Ganados in the village, it's like that's brilliant.
Oh, yeah.
Like they're swarming you, they're everywhere. Like you're running for your life. Awesome stuff.
The
But then when it gets
regenerators
to
are
the-
still like the scariest.
they're pretty cool.
Yeah.
But then you're walking around these enormous like Gothic castles, and you're fighting like suits of armor that have been possessed by the
There's a goof
last Plagas
factor.
powers. Like,
There is a
there's
goof
there's
Armaduras, yeah.
Four was meant to
I
originally
think
be a
it
lot
verges.
more,
It really gets close to like campy
Yeah, 'cause,
silliness.
I don't even know if I've talked to you about this, Rags. I feel like it's something we probably should have talked about before, but like it was always an awareness that I found really odd because I started with Resident Evil 4 for Resident Evil.
That's where I started.
And so when people tell me like Resident Evil 4 fucked the franchise because they went a completely different direction and now it's all over the place, Resident Evil, in terms of what game you expect next, is the FPS, like
Which
sort of
sure
side
as
of
hell
the
not
tree.
RE4's fault.
Well, so the funny thing for me was like Resident Evil 5 was 4 but diluted and worse. Resident Evil 6 was the crystallization of destroying that branch, if you will. I was like, fuck, it's all worthless
There's
now. When other people are like, no, it was destroyed back at 4, and it's like, oh, okay.
I think they have a very the idea.
Yeah, it
of-
wasn't destroyed. Like it was almost just they learned they learned the wrong lessons from RE4. Whereas
Yeah,
like,
like,
I think that's fair.
it was that fluid kind of fast-paced gameplay, and they're like, oh brilliant, we just need more of that. We need more enemies, we need more action, we need more combat and more kind of linear environments to facilitate that. It's like, no, that's not what made the game work.
And
Yeah,
it was
well,
following
Resident
Gears of
Evil
War
5.
that popularized the co-op in that type of game too.
5
It's
was
funny-
the best-selling Resident Evil, as far as I know.
It's funny because that's
Need 2
basically
copies.
the approach that was taken to Resident Evil 3 back in the day on PS1. Like they saw Resident Evil 2, how well it did, and then it's like 3 needs more action. You start off with a machine gun. There's more zombies everywhere. You know, you're in the city. You're outside. There's more destruction.
There's a
The
dodge
idea
button.
that you're going to make an action game with like 2D pre-rendered environments.
I know, it's
Like,
amazing looking back on
that's
it,
some
isn't it?
undertaking.
That's what
It's like
Onimusha was
there's
probably
there's
the end state of that.
there's a scene that always sticks with me. It's like when you're fighting the nemesis right at the very end, you shoot it with a railgun, and like it gets blown across the room. And like I don't know if it was the same for everyone, but like the frame rate drops to like 10 frames per second because like you can feel the engine just groaning trying to move that many polygons around.
Please
yeah,
don't shoot again, no.
yeah, like I think you've reached the limits of what the PS1 can do for you, my friends.
Yeah.
I do because I don't want.
Yeah, I was just checking. It looks. I'm just going to scroll here. Resident Evil 5 sold 13.4 million copies.
Well, good. I actually, we've talked about this before. I've enjoyed Resident Evil 5. Every time I play
Oh,
it, I
it's
usually enjoy it.
fun to play. Yeah,
It's a
once
fun
with a
co-op
friend,
game to this day.
It's a fun one.
For those who
definitely.
don't know, there's a full
Like-
playthrough of it on Moolah with me and Rags. We hated the
Yay.
last
Chris
sections.
Redfield is
Honestly,
Chris Redfield at his most jacked. And
Oh, yeah.
Sheva Alomar too.
Punch them boulders, boys.
Sheva
Yeah.
is one of the
If
hottest.
you
women in video
played
games.
Resident Evil 1, like the very original one, and then thought like it's gonna end up this with
Yeah.
like Chris Redfield fighting Albert Wesker in a fucking
Volcano.
volcano.
Breathing at the top of his lungs.
Has anyone ever
How did
doubted
we-
that Resident Evil was anime? Play
How
Resident
did we
Evil
get
5.
here?
It seems
on.
like you can segment them into like trilogies in terms of
Yeah.
style now. Like the
Yeah,
first
absolutely.
3
Yeah.
are their own thing. 4
I
to
was gonna
6
ask you
are
guys-
over the shoulder. Sorry, go ahead.
Did you guys ever play the Revelations games?
Yep.
I
Yeah.
didn't.
Wait, what did
I
you
actually,
think
I
about
only
them?
played the
No,
first
I
one actually,
didn't.
not the second.
I really like the second one.
I was gonna say I've got a real soft spot for the second one. I think it's it tries to balance that that new like over the shoulder combat heavy gameplay, but like pairs it back quite a bit and brings in a
The
bit more
horror, yeah.
survival elements to it. Like ammo's quite scarce. You've got to be quite tactical about how you do things, and there's kind of like attempts to like give you a bit of like scary horror and suspense. And I
Mhm.
kind of like that game as a little self-contained Resident Evil that was a little bit more restrained than some of the stuff we'd had before then.
Yeah. And the riot mode in that game is really fun. I think it's called riot mode.
Okay, but who has played
Is it like
Resident
a
Evil
Mercenaries?
Survivor on the PS1?
Nope.
I've
played
not.
that.
But I just watched a video on it, and it
I still have
seems
my original
funny.
copy.
Well, did you guys play the mobile game Resident Evil Blades?
That's not the
Many of them made. The next time a publisher cancels a series because it sold below expectations, you don't get to be pissed off. I do
Yes, I
because
do.
I don't.
Oh, it's echoing on Drinker, by the way. But yeah, just we've said it already. It's just fucking wonderful that Jim has managed to turn one of the most famous examples of a game going mainstream and stopping into it's your fault if you like. Or it was just like.
want games to be exclusive to just me.
Because just before I move on, Dead Space 2 didn't meet expectations for sales because of its marketing budget and the game production budget. Because you look at the second game compared to the first, it is clearly a more expensive game, and
no,
it just didn't sell enough to justify the cost of it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but we usually, I mean, this is what I remember my take being, but it's been so long since I played them now, I'm assuming, I don't know if I would change, but that Dead Space 2 mechanically is smoother and more like...
Oh my, yes.
Absolutely.
Like,
Yeah.
very noticeably.
Yeah, but Dead Space 1 had the benefit of just, I felt like it had the better experience for the horror, specifically.
Yes.
Yes.
It's almost
Yeah,
like
I'd say
Bioshock,
so.
doesn't it?
But, of course,
A
yeah.
little bit.
Bioshock has like
Yeah,
the same thing going on.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
I'd put Bioshock 2's atmosphere up there with the first Bioshock. I think they did a great job replicating Rapture a second time,
I've
but
been
I
playing
guess that's...
Bioshock 2 on the Steam Deck. It's actually holds
I
up
need to-
quite well in
need to stream
handheld
it.
mode.
The first Bioshock holds up really well.
Um,
It's got that style. You
Well,
know?
I fucking
It's not
adore
trying
that
to be-
game.
I love
Oh, yeah.
Bioshock.
It's kind of cool. We've
One
been
of my
talking about all these
favorites.
games. Resident Evil 4, Bioshock, Dark Souls. Like, these are 3 of my favorite all-time games. It's just like, oh, this is fun.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Those games are they
shit.
have aged like a fine wine.
The
This
atmosphere.
is what we say about movies as well. It's like, damn, we didn't realize how good we had it.
Yeah, a little bit.
But get gooders don't get to. That sort of discussion is, how would you say, not for you.
Why do you think that? Do you think every person who says you should get better at Dark Souls thinks that every game needs to have Dark Souls difficulty? Because I don't think they do. I don't think anyone does. Because that shit would be exhausting.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And saying
Yeah,
get good also isn't saying quit.
Exactly. It doesn't. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
If they said don't play the game, they'd say don't play the game. But they don't. They say you need to practice. You need to get better.
I've seen these discussions so many times, like not so much with Dark Souls because I wasn't so much into that, but like with Elden Ring, very much along those lines of like it's insanely hard. I'm really pissed off. I don't want to play this anymore. And then people are just like, look, this is why like these games are meant to be challenging. Like if you don't want that, if you don't want the kind of frustration of having to retry something multiple times, like yeah, it's probably not for you. But like if you want to do it, you're gonna have to put the effort in and get better at it.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
that's not bad. That's not a bad thing to say to a person. And
Well, I
like,
think didn't Az say like he was gonna quit and then he got emboldened because he didn't like the idea that there was like monsters he couldn't kill, and then he ended up fucking playing the shit out of the game.
I think
Nice.
I've been on a similar emotional journey in that game.
I think
Where
Az
it's
found
yeah,
like an Uji katana or something like that, and then he started
Got
building more
dominated,
like a
yeah.
samurai with bleed, and he's like, "Oh, this game rocks! I'm not quitting this game after all."
it is one of those things where it's like you get out of it what you put into it, and it's like you have to put in the effort, and like ultimately it will become easier, it'll become more rewarding, and it opens up a lot more possibilities for you. And yeah, it's you get a sense of accomplishment when you progress through it, that you don't get with other games, which kind of hold your hand and just like they're basically like interactive cutscenes essentially. But like different games for different people, I suppose. Like
Yeah.
I'm all in favor of games
Pretty
like this
much.
being challenging as fuck.
Diluting your game
The
to
argument that people that Jim would make is that, well, you've still got normal mode, you can just play that, and then easy mode's there, and people can play easy mode, and then they can enjoy that. But the temptation, I think, would be too great. Like if you lose a couple times on normal mode to just go to the easy mode.
I think we've
You know
got a
what?
lot of very
You know what?
realistic
I'll
problems.
tell you what. You know what pisses me off the most in games where it's like you die a few times and the game itself
Yeah.
suggests how about switching
Yeah,
to
we were
easy mode?
talking
It's like, how
about
about you,
yeah, that
motherfucker?
I like that. That's just proof. That's a uniquely understood thing. It's just like, yes, we hate that.
Everyone gets it.
I am more than capable of humiliating myself. I don't need your help.
Thank you very much, game.
I have chat right there. They're telling me I'm shit every time. It's fine.
Yes.
And what I like about the Souls games is that the game wants you to go into that game with a certain mindset of like caution, and it's the type of game that actually encourages you to walk. Like a lot of games don't really do that. It's just everybody just runs everywhere. Like if Dark Souls, any Souls game had an easier mode, I would be tempted to just run around and be like, oh, whatever, it doesn't matter, I'll just fuck around. But like because it's as hard as it is, and it's all working simpatico with like the dark atmosphere, like the big foreboding castles and lightning or whatever. If the environment has that, it's like you're thinking, oh shit, I gotta be careful here. Like that's part of the experience. And
getting your ass kicked is thematically relevant.
That's basically Dark Souls 1 in a nutshell. Like what the game asks of you isn't much other than get off the methamphetamine and calm the fuck down. Manage that, and you will realize that pretty much everything you're staring down is extremely beatable.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
is, how would you say, not for you. Diluting your game to cynically chase every conceivable demographic just makes a game watered down shit.
So how come you're using this image now?
I recognize that then.
So he does, yeah.
I'm a little bit, yeah. Confused. Like, can we let him play a little longer? I guess I'm a little like, wait, what?
For you. Diluting your game to cynically chase every conceivable demographic just makes a game watered down shit. Adding some features that bring new audiences.
You motherfucker, you're conflating the two. You're conflating them.
Yeah, he did it again. He did it again with this image. This is the
You're
second
cheating.
time.
Everyone knows Reg's a beer.
Yeah, you're cheating.
That's just
years. I can't do it, guys.
We said
I
Dead
can't
Space 3 is
do
like the
that.
best example of what he's advocating for. That he says, no, it's
No,
okay to
Dead
have
Space 3 is
accessibility options. As if that's what people hated about Dead Space 3 or something. Like, This damn
It's
colorblind
a
mode, you
shame
ruined
because that
everything.
game is savable. Oh, Dead Space 3 is such a savable game. It's not even a bad game. It's just you didn't. Oh, it's not there.
Also, hi CJ, how you doing?
Hello.
Hello,
Hello, CJ.
gamers.
Whoa.
Oh, you said the G word. Oh my god.
But he said
What's
it
up,
lovingly.
fellow gamers?
Hello,
I'm
fellow
here
gamer.
and
How
I'm
do you
ready
do?
to get cancelled. Let's do this, boys.
Sweet.
You found the right group.
Since it's been a while now, and I don't want everyone scrolling up constantly, I will repost that Watch Together link, so it's easier for people to access. There you go. So nice.
Blacked ass spam.
We're currently
No worries.
on the topic.
I'm already
of...
in because I'm a smart boy.
Then
oh my.
Let us. Well, since we're getting close to the end, because I'm looking forward to the video after this. It's thematically related. And it'll be funny.
In to join your existing one, however,
Oh.
is basically good business. Part of the reason the AAA industry is in such a slump that I got really angry at that bit.
Is it in a slump?
It was. Well,
I
this was
feel
made
like
in
it's in a slump.
20. Was this 19? I think this video came out.
19.
I don't.
Hasn't the industry been making more money year on year, which is the metric that
so.
seems to be really relevant?
I don't know why he's bringing up the fucking.
Like the gaming industry probably in 2020 and 2021 probably would have made a shit ton of money.
I would have
from
thought so.
AAA
Yeah,
games.
it did.
You've got a
my
captive
God.
audience,
COVID
literally.
people inside, yeah.
Isn't it at least $100 billion industry now?
Yeah,
It's the best thing in the world to happen to Animal Crossing.
Well, it's why this shit happens. There's so much money to be
Animal
made.
Crossing
He's-
is an easy mode, though.
Do you see the problem though? He's like simultaneously advocating that, like, you know, it's that they can make more money if they appeal to more people. And then it was like, and look at Dead Space 3. That's what happens when you. You're like, well, I'm so lost. Like, what's
Dead Space 3 is an example for both sides of a dichotomous proposition, which is interesting to see in a video.
Yeah.
This on industry. Part of the reason the AAA industry.
I love this movie, by the way. The Scrooge McDuck.
It's great,
as-
yeah.
Oh, it's a
The
classic.
Christmas Carol one?
Yeah, Christmas Carol. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
That's
love it.
good.
It's
Yeah,
great.
the ending really scared me when I was
I wanted to enjoy it. But
Yeah.
How do those glasses stay on the beak? It doesn't make any sense.
That is true.
Yeah.
Not anatomically possible, sir.
I'm writing a
When
big
you're right, it
old
does suck.
6-hour video
No,
on this
it
scene.
it does
Sorry,
make sense.
Movie Bob will
Scrooge
pick you
McDuck-
up on this one, Moller.
Yeah, he will.
Oh my
Scrooge
god.
McDuck is so greedy, he creates a gravitational pull that keeps the glasses.
Just want you to know that all Scottish people are like him, by the way. We fucking hate parting with money.
Oh, sorry, Bill,
Isn't-
not beak. My bad.
Bill,
Such
that
a
is true,
slump
yeah.
is that it designs games to appeal only to people who already buy their games. That's why Fuse turned out shit, focus tested wank that it was, and this.
It's really
Yeah,
it's
So
spot on it, by the way. It's
You
like a bunch of
highlighted
static
another
images.
example.
Really, really
This is
engaging.
We kept talking. That's what our main argument's been throughout all of this. Really, is like we don't want it to be focus tested sludge that gets ruins the original intentions of the IP and the experience everyone's hunting when they follow the IP. And then he's like using all these examples, like, we don't want this. You're like, wait, hang on, whose team you on again? Like, what's happening?
Where have you been 10 minutes ago in your video? What's happening?
This is why, rather than find ways to expand their audience, publishers use.
One other thing that's interesting too is that this whole expanding your audience is that the gaming audience is just always expanding because there are more people being born, more people becoming part of the
Exponentially.
industry. So chasing you don't have to necessarily change a game in order to get a broader audience. I mean, a lot of it's marketing, a lot of it's just finding how to get those people to discover the game in the first place. I mean, it's
Yeah.
weird that Dead Space 2 didn't sell well enough for the budget, and so Dead Space 3 was their attempted solution to that. Instead of scaling things down and reconsidering market strategies and things, they were just like, no, we're going to keep these super high budget action, but we're just going to dial it up even further and make it more generic in that aspect.
I was going to ask about this, right? I know this is a slight tangent, and I don't want to derail from this video, so I'll make it quick. But yeah, one of the things that I've posited in recent years is like because they're much like with movies and TV shows and stuff. Like there's such a massive choice now. Games designers, it almost feels like they have to like signpost everything for the players and make it as easy as possible. Like generally speaking, because if they don't, players will just get frustrated and pissed off and just like move on to a different game instead.
The slightest sort of hindrance will get them to
Yeah,
quit.
is that what influences game design at this point? Like, because you know, 20, 30 years ago. Like, you invested the money in a game, and there wasn't a huge amount of new releases every month to choose from. So you would kind of put the time and effort into just mastering the game, like even if there was frustrations there. But like now, is it just a different gaming environment? Is it
Like,
now like
this is the game I bought this month. This is my monthly or bi-weekly
Yeah.
game that I bought. I'm gonna stick
yeah,
with it.
and is it just
Maybe.
like if it gets too frustrating, if I'm held up for too long, am I just going to say fuck it? I just don't care about this anymore. I'm going to move on to something else. And so it has to be like made easy enough that you always move on to the next objective. You always know where you need to go, and you can always like reload as quickly as possible if you get
There might be an
killed.
aspect that most people who quit games probably quit them very early in their playthrough or their play time. I bet of all the people who quit a game, most quit within the first hour or 2 hours. Like exponentially more people quit
I was
really
gonna say
close
if the
to when it's starting.
if the developers fancy themselves storytellers too, they also just want you to get through their whole story. So it's like, oh, we want to make sure they
Yeah.
beat it, so let's make sure it's 10 hours and super
the
easy.
gameplay is
The best one
inconvenient in that respect.
the best one I can liken it to is like, because it's like the longest running series I can think of, is something like Tomb Raider, where the new games that I've played were very much like you've got a waypoint that you follow that literally tracks you to exactly where you need to go at all times, and like once you get there, it's pretty obvious what you need to do. Like the game's literally like holding your hand. Whereas you compare that to the older titles, it was like you were very much just left to figure things out, by yourself. There was no particular direction about where you needed to go. It was kind of up to you. And I just think, is that philosophy now just gone because people aren't willing to put that time in to figure things out?
I think it comes a lot from pretty much the majority of, I guess, AAA games at this point being really embarrassed or frustrated by the fact that they have to be games.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're so right. It felt like over the last decade, there's been this sort of it was kind of like coincides with the push for more cinematic games, and a lot of it's felt at the time a lot of press heralding these games as, I mean, damn, Bioshock Infinite. It seemed like an era when a lot of people were embarrassed about making video games or being interested in talking about video games, that it needed to be like a push towards more cinematic,
games as
I guess,
art.
broadly appealing experience. Yeah, ignoring the
Last
fact
of
that
Us
games
2.
have always been art forever since the beginning
Yeah.
of time, and that
Well,
games have always
Bioshock
told
Infinite and
stories.
Last of Us 1 were within a month of each other, I think, or a couple
And
months.
They were quite close. Yeah, that was definitely the year that seemed to kick it off. And man, it was not. Yeah.
Also ignoring the fact that making games that way as art is directly going against what makes games compelling as an art form, in that they are the only ones that have direct
I like my
interaction.
games gamey.
Yeah.
Soma doesn't work as a film. It doesn't get to do what it was doing as well as a film.
I think Soma would make a hell of a film.
Whereas you think
don't
of
think-
go for it.
I think that a lot of the quandaries it poses to you would
Now,
not
remember,
be as
careful.
strong.
Sure. Yeah, it wouldn't be as good. I still think it'd make a really good film.
Yeah, I agree that we would be watching
Yeah.
someone do the things instead of doing the things, and I think that game is a unique way of making you do the things. It's very, very good. I completely agree with you, but if we're talking less so about the meaning of it and more so about the I think it's a great fucking idea what they have for a story to be told in it. That's all. Like the movie I envision would be everything up to where the player wakes up. You can make a movie out of that.
I guess, yeah, to rephrase, yeah, it being a game, it has access to you in a way that a film doesn't, rather than Soma wouldn't work as a film. Yeah.
It's all the adaptation stuff, right? Like, if Bioshock were adapted, it's not going to be one-to-one with what the game is. In fact, we might want to see the fall of Rapture as opposed to what the game is.
I would love to have seen what Gore Verbinski's Bioshock would have been.
Oh,
The
wow.
guy
Well,
who
we're getting a
did,
TV show, right?
Well, we've got the Netflix one to look forward to.
Yeah, I'm less excited about that. The
Yay,
guy
throw it on the
being
pile.
fresh off doing The Ring and then demanding that he get funding for an R-rated BioShock movie. And I forget who it was. I think it was Universal was like, "Nah, it's too expensive. You got to make it PG-13," and then he bailed.
use monetization to squeeze more money out of a stagnant audience pool. Yes, I have officially
It's not a
tied
stagnant
even the
audience
easy
pool.
mode debate back to
Not at all.
microtransactions.
Why does he think it
That's
is?
why I'm so fucking good at this job. I don't just respect the lack of an easy mode in
Definitely, you're
Sekiro.
very, very
I am
talented.
impressed by its boldness, the same way I was impressed that Nier Automata doesn't reveal the true scope of its narrative until you've beaten it twice. Doing that is a huge risk in an industry where making as much money as possible is the only goal of mainstream publishers. That's
I
fucking
mean, you're
admirable.
sure as hell using monetary gain in order to make some of these arguments.
I was gonna say, I'm not
so,
sure
yeah.
whose point that even assists. I don't even know, like, I'm just like, okay.
What Sekiro's done is admirable. But even with that in mind, if Sekiro had an easy mode, I just wouldn't care.
Yes,
believe
you
you. I
would.
think
That's
you
what
would
this whole
carry
video
on.
was.
In fact, you've espoused that it is better, that it is
Yeah.
undeniably better if games try to appeal to a broader audience.
Yeah.
Because his goal is that the
Because that's
most
how
amount
they
of people
go.
have fun.
Stop
whatever
telling
that
me you
means.
don't care
Never
over
mind
and
how-
over and over and over and over again.
The more you say it, doesn't make it more convincing.
Exactly.
He has this
You
opinion
don't
on
care in
drug
as far
use.
as you wouldn't use it.
Any
That's
man
fine.
who must say I don't care clearly cares.
Yes, as Tywin would say.
He really does seem to be going against himself now in this video. This is
Yeah,
kind
this
of
portion's
baffling.
strange. It's like,
Yeah.
How'd
Why
this get
should
snuck in?
I? Why should anyone? Anyway, see you for this discussion in another 3 years, I guess.
But you don't care. I thought you don't care. You're already planning on caring into the future, but you don't care now.
Keep Skellington Botlin. Fuck you. Anyway, I realise there's a measure of irony in me emphasising how little I care.
Oh!
You don't
So
say,
you,
Jim.
you know that there's
You don't
irony.
say.
You kept it in the video.
this level.
This is the
yeah.
part where this is the part you realize it and you go, oh shit, I have to rewrite that other section because that's really fucking ironic.
Or it's just like, fuck it, I'll just put it on the end that I'm self-aware so it doesn't count as a criticism.
Yeah, it's okay. If
Yeah.
it's self-aware, it's fine.
About the debate while doing a 20-minute video that shows I care on some level, and I do. I do care on some level.
So you're just lying?
What's the point of
Like,
all
I don't
that?
even
It's
know.
literally stream of consciousness. Like,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
whatever
This part
pops
is,
into
yeah.
his head at any one moment, he would just say it.
I don't care about easy modes in games. I don't much care for the cyclical discussion about difficulty.
You've
in
made
games. It's
multiple
the same-
videos.
I don't care about
on
the
it.
cyclical discussion.
You
Makes one
plan
per
to make
3
more
years.
videos.
Yeah.
You decided, that you plan on making more in the
He's
future.
made videos on this topic this year.
Yes.
Look at
Correct.
Sonic the
He sure
Hedgehog
has,
up
for
there
Elden
on the
Ring.
shelf. Sonic the Hedgehog doesn't care about what's on that computer screen. Take cues from Sonic the Hedgehog.
Stop
Don't look at
lying.
it. Ignore it.
Be like
Don't
Sonic.
care
you
in
guys.
as far as you find it frustrating, which means you do care.
Be like
Exactly,
Sonic.
you're
Don't wear
missing
clothes.
language, Jim. Language. There's not wrong words. Using the wrong words.
It's a cycle. It goes on and on, but very much like the game industry.
Is he
itself.
really quiet all of a sudden?
Wait, what the fuck? Yeah.
So as you
Yeah.
can see, I
Yeah.
had an outro, a closing
Wait, what?
statement, all
well,
recorded,
what's happening
now?
and it was talking about how reductive it is
Talking
to
over himself.
speak of From Software games in terms of only difficulty. But right at the last minute, I was compelled to say something else, something that few hardcore gamers, if they've gotten this far, will find blasphemous, insulting. And I'm quite certain when I say this, a certain subgroup of hardcore gamers will take it out of
Get on with
context forever.
Fuck me. What's the point?
So instead of just
I gotta admit, I'm
redoing it-
interested.
I need a minute for this. I fucking hate this with video essays. Get
Yeah.
on with it. Get on with
So
it.
what he did was he recorded something, and then that was a-okay, I guess. And then later, afterwards, he decided what he said needed to be changed or amended potentially. And so instead of changing it, he put in this section about why would you do this?
Incorporating the past material when it was totally
Voice over
unnecessary.
bullshit, and so he just like recorded himself saying complete nonsense and used the just faded out the audio. We need a lip reader here to see what he was actually saying in that original video.
That'd be awesome.
Just, I'm checking my watch. I want the point already. You know?
Is it-
Like,
I assume he's saying you.
Just to highlight again, for fucking, I get made fun of this all the time, right? Like, nobody added to your scripts, nobody's doing anything for your pacing. And stuff. I was like, Why would you, as Raz kind of put it out, you took the time to record that whole segment, and then you realized in post, man, what a stupid segment. I'll let it play to then talk over it as it fades away to talk about how I shouldn't have made that section and instead made this one. Instead of just doing the section.
Yeah,
What
instead of
is
just
the point
doing a
of all
different.
this?
Yeah. Is it because he thought, wow, that was really fucking good material? I don't want that to go to waste, except for the part where I literally can't even play the part that I said.
I think that's
May-
exactly what it is. Yeah, it's a bit of
Hmm.
narcissism. It's just like
I think I
I
figured
was
it out.
wrong here, but the material is so good. I gotta keep it in anyway.
Or like I still stand by it, but I have to like it's so non-committal.
I think it's simpler than that. I think it's just that he had the live action footage of himself, didn't want to get all dressed up in his little suit and corset top hat again. So he was just like, okay, so I'll just have the video of the original conclusion I made playing, but then I'll fade it out and do kind of an artistic zoom into a space skybox and then do the actual conclusion voiceover. That way I don't have to get dressed.
I just want to know what's going to be blasphemous to, I don't know, me apparently. Just, just tell me.
And to each other so they can get off on what a not real
Shut up, get
gamer
over
I
there.
am. So here goes. I don't play video games to be challenged. Not technically, not on a mechanical you will die.
Honestly, so if
Okay.
someone said, like, what is the fundamental for you when it comes to video games, that's going to be one of the first thoughts I'll have. I'll be
Yes,
like,
maybe the first to experience some kind of a challenge, either by the game or the game presents me with a way to impose challenges upon myself with a set of rules.
If you don't want a challenge, just watch a movie. Like,
or watch a Let's Play.
I
right?
don't get it. Like,
Let's
what do you
Play.
expect to get out of it otherwise?
What a weird... Oh, also, hi, Cap. How you doing?
Hello.
Hey, man.
Hi.
Cap.
Cap, why do you play
Hello.
video games?
Yeah.
I like that I can play games on my phone when I'm bored, and
But why do you play video games?
I'm just happy to be here.
Okay. He found that question challenging.
All right, well, there's a link to the Watch Together if you want to join.
Is there an easy mode for that question?
There's an easy mode for EFAP.
The truth, I suppose.
Yeah.
It's the easy mode for EFAP 2 times speed.
Also, yeah, by the way, don't play games for a challenge. Why don't you go play Little Hope? Go enjoy that fucking game.
Oh my god. Play Disco Elysium, I guess. That game's not challenging.
Little Hope. Oh wait, that was the
I mean, there's-
Dark
there's-
Pictures one, right?
There's
Your
more to be
mama.
gotten out of games than just challenge, though. It's the experience of playing it. Sometimes you just want a power fantasy,
Also,
like playing God of War 3 on easy mode and just fucking everything up.
Yeah, that's why I said, like, that would be one of my first thoughts, but it certainly doesn't encompass all the reasons I play video games. I understand that. Like, but to open with, like, I don't play games for the challenge, it's like, really? You're wiping that out?
Cool, but a lot of people do. So
I can tell you one thing for sure. People in large part play Souls games for the challenge.
Yeah.
And he's been saying this whole video that he does play the Souls games and he doesn't want easy modes in them. So do you just
not-
really like the way the graphics look in that game?
Yeah, I'm not willing to make any like huge criticism of him with this one. I just wonder why he plays Souls games if he's not particularly after a challenge.
It
makes
seems
me believe
inherent to the
what he
medium to
says.
me. Like there needs to be at least a tiny bit of a challenge, which is still a challenge. So I hope Jim answers his own question of why exactly he's playing these games. I don't know
Don't
what
get
else
me
he's getting
wrong.
out of it.
I'll wait
Caveat,
for him to
like,
enlighten us.
it's not that the Souls games are just challenge, but challenge is a large part of what they are, even if they're not the most challenging things in the universe.
Yes.
So,
Hmm.
and that's certainly how they exist in the discourse. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the mainstream discourse around Souls games, but their reputation is the hard games where you learn the patterns. That's what they are to people.
Well, I play them for the story.
Liar.
Genuinely, when someone says that, I'm like, I have trouble
If you had
believing
said
you.
atmosphere, I would, there's
Sure.
something to that.
I would
Like,
also concede
okay.
that plenty of people would like to enjoy the stuff, but like most of them are like, I'll wait until someone makes a video.
No, I understand. Yeah, I mean, I play Tribal Hunter for the plot. That's why I play it.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I was like lost.
That's fine. No need
I
to
play
explain.
Mario for the plot.
Yeah.
Level. Challenging games can be fun, of course, but they're usually fun for many other reasons, not just because they're challenging. I've been playing video games since...
This is just the laziest.
I was gonna say,
video
what?
thing, you know?
What even the point?
Telling ya.
Gonna
It's
be?
lazy editing. It's nothing
I would have
else.
liked to know, at least in brief, what reasons.
Yeah.
Well, Commodore 64 cassettes were still sold in W.H. Smith. Hell, W.H. Smith was still a thing. Is it still a thing? I haven't been to the UK in ages. Anyway, I played
It
Dizzy
is-
Prince
it
of
is
the
still a
Oak
thing.
Folk.
You can Google it real quick, find out.
It is still a thing.
Yeah.
On the
Smith Books in
Commodore, I
Canada
played
is now
Gremlins
Indigo.
2 on the NES, why not? But it wasn't until the late 90s came along and the UK got Final Fantasy VII, and not all that long
What are we talking
after we
about?
got
Shut
Metal
up.
Gear.
I don't know what's happening anymore.
What are we talking about? What is this?
Get on with it.
This is why, like, you can edit, but like you have to do it well. Like this
Fucking
video is
rambling
clearly
head-ass
edited, but it's not good.
This is voiceover, so it's not like he's doing this off the cuff. Presumably, he's got a script, but it's like, where's this
I
even
don't know.
going?
This is
I think
an
this
attempt
part
at a
might
weird
be
like
off the
Tim and
cuff.
Eric type thing of just
Here-
like, oh,
here-
look at how random this is that I'm doing with this edit.
I think what he did was he sat down at his computer and he was finalizing this and he was editing it and putting it together. And as he was doing that, he listened to himself saying that thing earlier, realized at this point that maybe that would ruffle feathers or do something that he didn't like. So all of this that he's doing is being done with Vegas open in a way, and he wasn't planning on doing it. And so I think this part is off the cuff that he's doing now. He sat down at his computer to edit visually everything, caught something he didn't like that he said earlier, and instead of going back and changing it or getting back in the outfit, it's not even a full outfit. He doesn't even have to put a pants on or anything. But he was like, "Nah, I'll just fix it right here, and I'm not even gonna get up."
I mean, he's got another 3 minutes, so maybe he can tie all this together into some like cohesive argument. But like, I'm struggling so far. Like, he just seems to be meandering between different like perspectives on this.
How do you make a short video
I
and
got
then
a chance
meander?
to appreciate that, hey, video games can have something to say. Video games can have intricate stories with lots of different plot threads and lots of different themes. And that's why I truly love
Games can have something to say, immediately defaults to stories. Fuck off. Fuck off. They are games. They can say something to you through the game part of the
That
game.
is very true.
Yep.
God fucking damn it.
games because they can be so many things. I played Final Fantasy VII for the story. I played Metal Gear Solid for the wild characters and the.
You want to make a point? I'm still
What about
wondering
the video
what it's gonna
game?
be.
Yeah, one of the things that makes Metal Gear, the original Metal Gear, good is the ways in which it uses gameplay to tell its story in
It had
some
some
ways that are kind of unconventional.
It had pretty
if you play
revolutionary
Metal Gear-
stealth mechanics for its time.
I was about to say, I'm not even like a Metal Gear Solid player person, but I'm like, man, so when there's not a crazy character on the screen, you're just like, what, fucking around, waiting for the next crazy character to show up?
But you get things like Otacon when you're in the prison cell giving you a bottle of ketchup, and then you can figure out that you can use the bottle of ketchup to fake that you've killed yourself so that the guard comes in and then you can escape that way. It doesn't just show you that in a cinematic, it lets you figure that out and play it. You know,
Yeah.
it's not just that there's a cool story. There's more to it.
Interesting anti-war themes. I play Silent Hill for the dread atmosphere. I play Saints Row to be immersed in an open world of constant.
It's funny because we brought this up about all these different
finally-
IPs, right? What if their sequels,
Yep.
they then were like, oh, you dread an atmosphere? We want to reduce that a bit. We want people to be a little bit less freaked out by it. So
Too
we can appeal to a
dreadful, too
larger
atmospheric.
audience. Yeah. And you can do that with any of these aspects.
The average
The-
human is afraid of atmosphere and dread. So
the
we
diluting of an IP, basically.
And then when Sterling says, "Oh, that's publisher mandate," the developers say, "No, we
Yeah,
want to do that."
Yeah.
Nobody told us to do that. EA actually told us to keep it the same way, and we disagreed.
Now what do you do?
Because
Exactly.
developers never get
It's-
any
it's-
blame. It's always the publishers who gets the blame.
Played Red Dead Redemption 2 for the impressive writing and the amazing vocal performances. And challenged.
What are you
Not the
playing,
gameplay?
Watch a film.
But Red Dead Redemption 2 has like a lot of stuff between all that.
It does
what-
feel-
like,
Exactly. It's like the Metal Gear Solid thing.
How many
I'm gonna be honest with
westerns
you.
are there out
He
there?
played it for his vocal performance.
If I
It's like,
said-
damn, man.
That's
Yeah,
one,
if I said I
one
played,
thing that's
like-
good about the game, but like, why would that be the first thing you go for?
That's right. It's so weird to be like, oh, GTA, fucking love GTA 5. Oh yeah, great. It's mainly the voice acting I'm in it for, though. Like,
Resident
really?
Evil 4 for the romance story.
Gotta struggle through all of this gameplay in order to get to the things I really want.
That's sometimes how it feels. Like you are pushing through the gameplay to get to the stuff of real substance, when for a lot of people, the gameplay is the substance.
Games are so fucking embarrassed of their gameplay. Like they don't want to be associated with. They don't want to put any effort into it. None of them care at all about actually realizing the fantasy they're presenting through the gameplay, because the gameplay is just the inconvenient vehicle through which the story is to be delivered, and we can't make it too inconvenient, or else people are going to get really annoyed.
You know, like rather
Yes.
than the means by which the story is conveyed.
You can do so many really cool things because the player has direct interaction with the events going on. They are a participant rather than an audience member.
Sounds exhausting. Just tell me how I need to feel.
No, please.
See what Jim's got to say before he blinks out of existence.
Make those games more interesting, more fun, but challenge on its own isn't all that compelling to me. It's
You sure about that?
And who
I
cares?
don't believe you. This video is a fucking challenge.
Who cares?
Play Souls games. I don't believe you.
But like, who cares? I don't even know. Like, what if I just made the exact same video and said, you know, vocal performances on their own just aren't that compelling to me? So, like,
what bearing does this have on the point that you're trying to make here?
I don't understand. Yeah, what's the point?
Like, whether games ought to have difficulty. If you don't care about difficulty, I don't even believe that, really. But, like, given that you've spoken about it for 30 minutes...
It's like people who say they don't care
like
about
whole
consistency.
generations of arcade gamers played games like Pac-Man or fucking Space Invaders. They didn't play them for the story. You know, they played them for the challenge. There was something deeply compelling about that. Like
Yeah,
that,
beating the high score
the
of the other guy.
Yep.
So when I hear him talk about all of this stuff here, I remember earlier when he said I wouldn't be tempted for an easier mode for a boss that I couldn't beat, and I wouldn't do all these things. And then I hear him right now saying, "Oh, I don't even play games for challenges." Like I didn't believe you before, but now I really don't believe you. My degree of disbelief has increased.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Silly.
I play games at all. Gatekeep what video games can and cannot be enjoyed. What video games?
No, I don't think they do. I
That's
don't
not
think
what's
that
being
anyone's gatekeeping what games can and cannot be enjoyed. People are saying
Literally.
that don't take this game that is enjoyed by all of us for this reason, and then dilute it into something else so that people who didn't play the game before will now play the game. Once again,
It's getting kicked by some people, and those people often seem unhappy. They seem like they don't
Oh,
actually
okay.
like.
All right.
Oh, who hurt
Okay.
you? Who hurt you?
You know, you just
These people are unhappy. They're angry.
They do this with
Oh,
us
it's
on,
like, ugh.
with EFAP, right? Like when people post any of it, they're just like, man, they must not have lives at all to spend one day talking to their friends all day. That must be
Yeah,
so
that's-
like per week. You know, that must be you must have not have lives. Like, what are you talking about? Not even
Yeah,
you
they're
believe
miserable,
that that's
they're
true.
happy,
Why are
yeah.
you saying this?
Yeah.
You're like, well, they're saying it to try and denigrate you. That's all. They're just trying to make you look like a
These
worse
people are just
person.
unhappy.
I have to keep in
Imagine
mind next time
caring
I'm-
about something.
I have to keep in mind next time I'm meeting up with friends, like, I can only stay for an hour, otherwise people think I don't have a life. I'm sorry.
We'll just bring a pot of grass with you so you can touch that while talking to him, and you should. Be
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
Video games. I know when I like things, I enjoy sharing them. I think
Oh,
that one quote near the top of the show said it best. I hate games. And I'm not saying you hate games if you like challenge and you play games primarily to be challenged, but there are lots of other valid reasons to get into and enjoy and love games.
Who are you
Play
talking
all the
to?
games. Yeah.
Who are you talking to?
Play games that aren't about then. Fuck off then. Go
No
play
one
those
is saying that
games.
narrative games need much more difficult modes, or we won't ever play them.
Do you remember?
Play Civ 5, put it on print, steamroll the map.
How?
Do you remember
How
that
many
post about the Batman where someone said, you know, I couldn't enjoy it, there just weren't anywhere near enough jokes in it? Like, legit, there was a tweet where someone was saying that, and it was just like, what the fuck? Marvel
Oh,
has poisoned
yes.
you. Like, you can't... It's like, what? It's too dour, there wasn't enough jokes. It's like, go watch a funny movie then, fuck.
Yeah.
People were saying that about Dune as well, I remember.
Yeah, I think so,
where's all
dude
the
didn't have enough
humor?
jokes, yeah.
As I was walking out of the theater, I heard, yeah, the action scenes were okay, I guess, but it wasn't as good as a Marvel movie. And I was like, oh.
Oh, no.
Fucking shoot me. That's become the
Oh.
benchmark now.
Pain. Feel pain.
But
Zanif-
how many people do you think play the
16.
Souls games only for the challenge and not for everything else, like the atmosphere and other aspects of the gameplay, like in Elden Ring, the exploration and the rewards you get for kind of going, oh, there's a cave. I'm gonna, you know, roughly like how many people do you think play it just for the challenge?
I would probably say it's a majority because of the reputation the games have.
Is it worth saying people, I think the majority play it primarily for the challenge? Because I certainly do, but I'm still there for the other bits and bobs. I like the
only
the
is a strong word.
environments, the music, the all the little tidbits about the environment, in terms of you can learn about what happened in this world, even just like the vocal performances. There's little bits and bobs that are all flying around in terms of me enjoying it, but yeah, I'm mainly
Especially
there
because you pick it up along the way. Like as you seek out that challenge, you're just going to absorb the things around you anyway.
The main excitement and anticipation I get is when I look, I'm walking down a corridor and I'm seeing a big room ahead of me, and I'm like, ooh, time for a boss.
Yep.
Let's hope it's a good one.
Could be a boss.
If you don't respect those reasons, you probably don't like games very much, because some people truly do talk as if challenge is the only thing that makes a game.
Yeah, you've nailed it.
Wait,
the people
he said
who say
what?
this, the people who say this don't like games very much because they're about more than just challenge. You've nailed it. That's
because
it.
they're about gameplay. The people who play games for gameplay, they don't really enjoy games that much. Fuck off. You know, personally, fuck you personally.
He's now concluded that like the people who care so much about challenging games don't care about the story, don't care about characters, don't care about, I don't know, any other element that can be in. Why would you? Why? Like,
Things that the difficulty might have a lot to do with.
Like,
and also things that are just there with the difficulty, as if the store, as if you. It's like you could only care about one thing. You can only have one reason for doing a thing.
Worthwhile. So much so that if there is an alternative way to enjoy a game, they get offended. And they'll call you a cuck and tell you that you're playing the game.
They'll call you a cuck.
See, this is Jim Sterling. This is just like...
Gosh darn it, they call you a cuck for enjoying
as a
games
person.
differently.
How can I mischaracterize the other side as much as possible
Why even
while also
bring it
making
up?
shit arguments myself?
Fond of video games, having that attitude, wanting them
Why
guilty
do you keep bringing up the cock argument?
He seems really insecure for some
He
reason.
seems
I don't
very
know.
upset by the fact that someone called him a cuck.
They called me a cuck because I told them I played games for the wacky characters. They called me
For
a
the
cuck.
vocal
They called me a-
performances.
I think most people call
Get out
Jim
of my
Sterling
medium.
a cuck because he came out and said that he lets his wife have sex with other people.
Oh.
I mean,
oh.
well, that doesn't make any sense. Wait a
Conversation,
second.
though,
Who
that's
wouldn't
being
want to have
laid
sex
out
with Jim
here.
Sterling? That doesn't make sense.
I play Red Dead Redemption 2 for the voice acting. Sounds like a cuck thing to say to me.
What are
Play
you,
it for the
cuck?
murder.
Closed off, kept away from the quote-unquote masses. And while I'm here, I might as well address what some people are doing, where they're finding players who are physically...
Let me tell you what other people are
Okay.
doing. I'm an expert in other people's minds and behavior.
And now
challenged
Jim's going
in
to
some
stand
way
up
who have
for us
managed to get
cripples.
through Sekiro, failing to note, of course, that there's a reason why stories like that become big hits, become major headlines, and why people playing Dark Souls with a Guitar Hero controller.
So, but there's a difference between saying, I like this game for its story, mostly, and saying, I don't play video games for the challenge, generally. Those are two different things, because there are games that I don't really care about the gameplay at all, but I adore the atmosphere and the acting and all that sort of thing. But that's not generally the reason why I play video games.
I guess
Also-
does Sterling play stuff like Tetris or chess or any number of games that have no
For the story,
characters?
mostly.
For the vocal
story of
performances.
Tetris. The vocal performances of the
In
Tetris.
Tetris.
plot. They turn around.
I'm not convinced he plays many games at all because that list he
I'm not
gave
either.
off was just like you go into Google and you type good
Yeah.
video games.
Yeah, it's a bit generic, isn't it? It's like when what are your favorite films? Oh, you know, like The Godfather.
Blade Runner.
Okay, yeah.
Jurassic Park.
Runner?
Citizen
Yeah.
Kane.
Oh, yeah, Citizen Kane. It's like, oh.
But if someone said like Anthropoid, I'd be like, oh,
Wow,
really?
yeah, exactly.
Dark horse
Exactly.
pick.
And it's the same with video games. What are your favorite games? The Last of Us. Okay, Bioshock.
Oh, all right.
Ocarina of
The Legend
Time.
of Zelda, Ocarina of Time. Oh, all right.
Whoa.
Like, my favorite game is, I guess, yeah, Dragon Age Origins. That'd be like, oh, okay.
Oh, you played
But,
that and you
Yeah,
didn't. You
my
liked
boy.
it. Oh, that's good.
See, that
Or if
reaction
someone
along.
tells me a Souls game like
That
that,
is
I'm like,
that is legit one
oh
of my favorite
wow.
games.
Your favorite game's Dark Souls 3, huh? Ooh.
Whoa, calm down.
Mr.
Point being made
Controversial.
here is that when someone lists a bunch of generic good games on their list of like favorite games, like has been done here, it's interesting, is all.
True.
Yeah.
Pretty significant news.
Well, I mean, I think it's fine for an ordinary person to enjoy those sort of.
Oh, of course.
No, and say, yeah, okay, my
What a
favorite game is
cock.
Red Dead Redemption, but like, if we're talking about somebody who is, I guess, a video games journalist or somebody who's played games for like 20 odd years and stuff, you'd think that the taste would be a bit more specific.
Refined. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Varied.
I feel fairly confident in saying that people who have actually played a lot of video games, their favorites aren't the ones that everyone knows about.
Well, because usually they'll have some
Or they're a
well-defined
good
interest in
variety.
video games.
Yeah.
Variety, because
Yeah,
it's
so when I could
indicative
say-
of a broad set of games you've played.
Yeah, I've played games for a long time. Some have stuck with me. They're not games you might necessarily know about just because I've just tried a lot of games and not every game is a mainstream game. And they're not all necessarily the same genre of game, maybe.
Well, and it's also sort of statements like I've always found it really odd when people talk about like I guess the types of stories and characters that you see in video games, because most video games don't have characters at all. And like when so much of your conversation about storytelling or whatever in video games, or I guess like, you know, what types of playable characters there are when people bring up video games, it always seems indicative of do you think that like the only video games that exist are the ones that Sony makes? Like third-person action adventure games with stealth elements. Yeah, I don't know. These sort of statements are really, I guess, telling in terms of where the focus is for you and the types of games that you play and what you're interested in.
Tell these sorts of people that something like Darkest Dungeon exists and they just lose their minds. Like, whoa, really?
Also,
Yeah,
great game.
Yeah, it's really
Darkest
good.
Dungeon's
What do you guys think of
fantastic,
Darkest
but-
Dungeon 2?
I haven't played it yet. It's on
Haven't played
Epic.
it yet.
I'm waiting for the actual release.
Yeah, I figured I'd ask.
Fucking
I was wondering
epic.
if anyone. I was
From what
wondering
I've
if
seen
anyone
of it.
said, "What? There's a Darkest Dungeon 2?"
It's not because they're easy and that they quote unquote don't need easy modes or whatever. It's because those players are exceptionally talented. That's why they're big headline grabbing news stories, because they're exceptional. And that works.
No, I just don't think
Hey.
you don't have to be really an exceptionally talented
No,
gamer
I
to
think
not
I
want
think
to have
you,
things dumbed down.
So the point that's being made is, you know how like you'll see those articles where somebody beat Dark Souls 3, but they have some disability that you would presume would make it impossible for them, and then they manage to do it.
Yeah, like they don't have an
some-
arm, or they have some mental disability, or they're French or something.
It's just some set of yeah, like I guess that you wouldn't expect them to beat it, and I think the point that's being made here is yeah, but why would you like these are exceptions? They're exceptions to what would generally be the case, which is that a lot of people are precluded from playing these types of games. I think that's the point that's being ramped up to.
I would assume so.
Word spins off from exception for a reason. It's not a good faith argument. It makes you look like a
Oh,
bit of a
good
dick,
faith
and
Jim
it completely
Sterling here.
ignores the fact that accessibility options exist in video games for many.
Yeah, again, we already went
Well,
over
sure,
it.
but
Accessibility is
does
a
anybody
different
else say
argument.
that?
It's
Oh, bro.
not
Yeah,
the same
'cause,
thing
like,
as difficulty. Ugh.
Rebindable controls are a feature of accessibility,
Yes.
in a sense, or different controllers. I don't know that you're going to find anybody who's like, it harms the experience of playing Dark Souls that you can rebind your keys.
Well, yeah, if someone's like, you can
that.
complete it with a banana, but that's not the way you should do it. It's like, well, I guess if you could only access a banana, then like,
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a very
Well,
appealing way to play the game.
You remember
Nice.
how Microsoft
Good.
released a
Yes.
that was a good pun. Microsoft released a controller. They had some sort of controller that was specifically
Adaptive
designed to
controller.
be- yeah, that's the one that's highly customizable and very
Yeah,
much
yeah.
designed for players with disabilities. I doubt that there's
Literally
anybody in the
nobody
world-
dislikes that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Who is upset about that? Nobody.
Even
There's not a
Satan is
single
like,
individual.
that's fair.
many different reasons. Easy mode being one such accessibility option.
Oh my god,
Satan's
no!
like,
There
I
you
can get
go.
more disabled people
That's-
to say the
Right,
N-word in
so
video games.
I would
easy
say
mode
that's
is
the
an
conclusion.
accessibility option.
Yeah, I would say
Yeah.
that's the conclusion of the videos. If you're against easy mode, you're against accessibility options, which means you're against
There it is.
people.
You can smuggle it in the
Means
back.
you're ableist and you hate.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
said that Sekiro, you said that it's
That's
great that they did that they created a game that but you've also said that it's exclusionary.
Are
that
you saying-
think that
wait, you're-
accessibility options are good?
You're saying Jim is taking both sides of a position at different times depending on his
Well,
bad
they're
argumentation?
contradictory. The perspective is contradictory.
Well, hold on a minute.
Now,
Listen, he
wait
doesn't
a
argue for the, he
second.
doesn't he doesn't make arguments for the
Stop it.
challenge, okay? He does it for the characters and the voice acting, clearly.
Anyway, this bit was only supposed to be a minute
Jim
long.
Sterling is a tough talking straight shooter who tells it like it is, god damn it.
He does it so much he cancelled his own part of the video to record over it. Like, just say, hey, I came up with a different thing now. Shut up.
So
I was hoping he would eventually disappear, but he kind of stopped.
I find it
getting
hilarious. We're
smaller.
still on this graphic. Yeah,
It's just lazy is what this is. Like, that's all it was.
And we've only got 20 seconds.
Yeah, we're almost there, everyone.
Easy mode being one such accessibility option. Anyway, this bit was only supposed to be a minute long, so I'm going to wrap it up
So
there.
instead of re-recording
So instead of, yeah. Or, you know what, instead of saying this...
This is what
'cause
rambling
he's saying is... He's saying here that this bit was only supposed to be a minute. I've hit that predetermined time limit, and even though there's something I might need to say to further my point, I reached the minute limit, which is more important, so I'm going to end it here.
Yeah, and people say that I ramble in my videos. I was talking to Rags about this. Like,
Yeah.
this is what ramble. He turned on the microphone, just started speaking, and then threw it in. That is literally... I don't do that with my videos, trust me.
This was not the original plan, yeah.
Nerve on his head, and it's been grabbed today by some people.
Yes, I've upset a lot of people with existing today.
Well, maybe if you'd edit your videos finally, they wouldn't be so upset.
Yeah, Mahler, edit your
How
videos.
dare you talk about a movie for a length that is above my arbitrary limit?
They did it
Which
again.
is
The viral.
You need to
I
make your
love-
videos more accessible.
The viral tweet he
love
lays
how you
out.
call out the length of your videos as if that's some kind of own. Like, oh, look at this guy made a long video. It's like, yeah.
I can
Oh,
only
yeah.
talk about things for 4 minutes.
But dude, every
You could
time
probably fill a full
Somebody
segment
soul
on this
wit,
show.
says I.
everyone's in
Attention.
their audiences say like, oh well, but I like H Bomber Guy's long videos, and he's like, well, no, that's different. He's making points. That are
Yeah,
different.
that's fine. He's an
Oh,
intellectual.
so
He's
it's not
actually
about
saying
being
things.
long. It's not the long at all. It's how good or bad the
Yeah,
video
just
is. Have
say you
seen
think
it?
I'm
No,
shit.
Of course not. I haven't.
Yeah,
just say you think I make bad points. Stop saying I'm long. That's not your issue.
Or even
Dramatic
better.
read of Movie Bob's Twitter
Stop
feed
saying I'm
one.
long. Stop it.
Long
Or even better,
phobia.
and they'll never do this, but maybe actually just bring up any point that I said in my video and
Well,
why
how
it's
can
wrong.
you do
That
that
would
if
be
I haven't
cool.
seen it? How can I do
But-
that if I haven't watched
Well, I don't
the
have to
video?
see something to criticize it, you see. I don't
And then,
have,
of course,
it's
the result
long.
would be, oh, but I'm not going to watch the whole thing. It's like, dude, just watch like 10 minutes.
Yeah, just pick out one argument. Just one. Just skip to anywhere, pick out an argument that he makes, and then
Yeah.
just go with that. And if you can't find one, then then there you go. I guess you
Well,
couldn't
you know
find
what?
one.
You already do better
Oh,
than
I
90% of
did
anyone else.
If you don't know,
I did
you
see
don't have
movie
to.
Bob like responding to other people who like call
Yeah,
him
you
out
spotted
for,
the
like,
J.
what is the problem?
Yeah,
And yeah,
it's
like
been really funny.
his argument seems to rest on like, well, how can you be criticizing things like the consistency of the magic and the powers and abilities of these characters because it's just a dumb, like fantasy world where anything can happen. It's like, okay, that's not really a valid rebuttal.
Maybe
You know-
movie Bob just watches. He doesn't watch movies for the story. He watches it so he can take 4 screen caps of wide shots and post them on Twitter.
Watches
He's,
it for
dude,
the challenge,
he's
maybe.
watching
I
it
don't
for the vocal
Oh, I
performances.
thought you were.
Okay.
I thought you were gonna say that it gives him to something. It gives him something to do while he's eating.
Dude,
Oh,
that
no.
comment
Works
makes
as
so
well.
angry.
Well, the
I hate
chicken.
it.
Gary's
marinated
reply
in-
is like,
Yeah, while
there
the
isn't a
chicken's in the oven
refrigerator.
marinating in the Mountain Dew, I gotta have something to do.
To do while he's stalking Lindsay Ellis.
Oh no!
Lindsay, do you like chicken? Do you like chicken, Lindsay?
If you don't like Mountain Dew, we
You
can try
like
stuff
Mountain
out.
Dew?
Look, guys, it was a normal amount of McDonald's for an average
I
sized
can't
person.
believe, I can't believe that.
I'm willing to switch to Diet Mountain Dew for you.
It was 4 meals.
What was it like?
Lindsay,
4
you have to
double
choose the
cheeseburgers,
Mountain Dew
4
or
large
me.
fries, 4 large
I think
cokes
it
or
was
something,
nuggets as
Yeah,
well.
and like
that's
40 chicken nuggets.
Yeah, I know. I tried it.
Oh,
It's like, Bob, you and I
Oh,
have
you
very
tried
different
it?
definitions of
I
what a
I
normal
streamed it.
person
It's out
can eat.
there. Go
how'd
watch
you
it.
go? How did
Metal,
they go?
how? Remind us of how far you got. I've forgotten. How far did you get?
I did not finish the fries, and I had 2 drinks left and a burger, I think. And I felt very bad.
This is good timing actually, because I had this, and I'll read it out, Rags.
I would love. Oh, this! Oh, this! Oh, I love this tweet. Okay. A wind gust. This is Movie Bob. He tweeted, "A wind gust just hit the house so hard, almost 100 empty soda cans stacked neatly in a window frame fell all over the goddamn kitchen floor. Frowny face." And then Phil says, "Yeah, why do you have 100 empty soda cans stacked in your house?" To which Bob replies, "Because I have very little storage space, and it's a place to keep cans, sparkling water, by the way, not actual soda, until recycling."
What a fascinating story, Bob.
First off,
I
that's
don't believe
horseshit.
you.
They're full of soda. All right.
We know the
The
truth.
classic
Second-
lie of like,
Store them until just put them in a bag.
Yeah, don't
No,
put them in a
there's no
bin or a
storage
bag.
space.
Stack them up in a windowsill with a breeze coming through it. That's
We know he lives in a basement apartment. There's so little storage space for all of his cans.
Why would you block the light coming into your house like that?
Why'd you stack them on a windowsill with a
He
window
likes
open?
less
What's the
light coming
fucking
into
point
his
of that?
cave.
Probably stacked in front of blackout curtains, anyways.
And just if you purchased 100 cans every week, that means between because recycling comes by every week. The date it will vary.
Oh, right, because in America you don't do the thing where like people does anybody have the thing where like you can just get your cans and you can recycle them for like 5 cents? You get 5 cents per every
You
can.
do
or-
that is a thing.
You had
I
to
don't
bring
know
them
the
in though.
Yeah, so
Well,
most people,
yeah,
what we
sure,
do is
sure.
every
We-
house has a special bin, and it will be for recycling. So you'll put all your
Yeah.
recyclable materials in the bin, and then you'll bring that out to the curb on recycling day. And so there's people with a truck who come by, they collect all the bins, and then you do that once a week, which means that in a week's time, he has accumulated so many cans that he cannot store them without stacking them by an open
I
window.
want to know what that stack looks like as well. Like, is it a castle of some sort that he can go into and like romp around in? Like, this is my castle.
Or like a little man.
Made
Well,
of
like,
sparkling soda cans.
when you consider that soda cans are essentially collapsible using your foot, and they store really easily, no one has no storage space for cans.
I think we can conclude that Bob can put quite a lot of weight behind his foot as well.
My
sparkling
cans
water,
still
by the
on
way.
the floor because of the wind. The wind.
Like,
blew them over.
If you crunch
yeah.
soda cans up, you can probably fit many, many dozens of cans in just a grocery bag. Because I know he buys groceries.
No,
so
but I don't
he
have
could
enough storage space. I got to stack them by the window.
I've
It's so-
he just puts on a
this is the
shoe.
worst
It'd be
lie ever.
very easy for him to crush a can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, here in Germanheim, we have deposit on all these cans and stuff. So we actually have to bring them back to the store. So we get 25 cents back.
25 25, jeez.
Yeah,
Wow.
25 cents.
Ooh.
And it's
That's
8
big.
cents on glass bottles.
Because I think
that can money.
So I cannot crush them, but I know how bags work. So
I've heard of bags.
Beautiful German engineering right there.
And I have big bottles of water.
The
It's not even
bag.
cans most of the time. So those take even more space. Still, 2 bags and you're Gucci.
On that
good stuff.
tweet. 5.5 hours.
Wait. So I was gonna say to set that up, right? Chat. Do you remember once upon a time I was talking about how some people don't know what decimals are? Like they get confused. So you got 5 hours and 50 minutes. With how hours and minutes work, that is not 5.5 hours, or like he's converting the hours into minutes. It's just like, well, no, that's not how decimals work, Robert. But it's okay.
5.5 hours would be 5.5 hours.
Yeah.
It's also
Not
I
5
guess-
hours and 50 minutes.
550 in decimals, what, 5.87?
It's something like that, yeah.
Also, the sentiment is really amusing when you remember that I think at peak there were like 12,000 people watching that video while it was premiering.
Well, yeah, and,
No
and
one
it's
would want it.
unnecessarily like come after me, sure, but why are you going after the people who helped edit it? What the fuck? Like, what's it? Nobody worked on it. Interesting. It's like, okay.
I had a really hard time not just tweeting below. It's like, go fuck yourself, you absolute piece of garbage.
Exactly.
Like, what a fucking piece of shit. Just go.
I almost said something. I was just like, I don't want to interact.
Dude, it
with
was
movie
clutch
pod.
as fuck getting the video out that exact moment.
Yeah.
You seriously have no idea how much of a matchstick operation it was in terms of getting it all to line up. But yeah, I never would have made it without the additional 4 editors that helped the fuck out of me. Like it's baffling that you'd be like,
But the video
yeah, well,
wasn't
you're not
edited. What do you
interesting.
mean?
Oh, sorry. I forgot. The video is just me rambling
I
randomly.
remember more. You made the video long to help you in the algorithm, even though uploading big videos every like 6 months is very much not good for the algorithm.
It's so funny for us to hear it because like Free and Rags and other people I talk to semi-regularly, like they're all aware that is not the intention at all in this production. I don't want it to be a particular length. I just want to get my points out, and I will tell them like, oh shit, man, this is gonna be 2 hours long, and then I'm like, it ballooned. It's 3. It's like
And I will tell you, man, when you stop caring about like trying to make the YouTube appropriate algorithm matching videos, and you could just say, if it's long, and that's how I want it. It's just a weight off your shoulders.
It really is. You've got all of these weird, arbitrary restrictions that you're placing on yourself that are getting in the way of the creative process. But remember, this isn't creative either. This is
If
just
the video, if it's
cynical,
what
you know?
Yeah, if it's the kind of video you want to make and you feel satisfied when it's done and you're glad when it's done and it's got everything you want to be in there, you do not care if it isn't great for the algorithm. So much more rewarding to make what you actually want to make.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
Also, I just don't like someone just randomly saying to my friends they're just fucking not interesting, or I don't know. I just have a hard time not to swear, but just saying that all the time. It's just fuck you. You don't even know who you're talking about.
So Jay put a comment saying, "So it begins," and then he put a comment underneath that saying, "You know, I don't even know these people, but someone told me they like make fun of me on a podcast and stuff."
Then fuck you.
The unsolicited lie, dude. I love it.
It's just so funny. Like Jay wasn't even looking for retribution or explanation. Jay's one of the people who was insulted by this fucking tweet. Jay's just having fun, but Movie Bob is just like, "Oh, I don't mean it. They're just mean though." It's like
Every
what?
time with the unsolicited lie that has information that wasn't like nobody asked. So why?
I mean, we have
why do you feel the need
tweet
to
proof
explain
that
this?
he knows who we are. It's just like it's that lie. Who was it? It was someone, I forget who it was. Multiple people have done this in our journey as EFAP, where they pretend not to know who we are when they've
I
referenced
think
us.
what you're
in
mixing
past
up with
podcasts.
Hassan was the opposite. Hassan knew nothing about EFAP, and he
But
immediately
claimed
said
to
it was
know.
dog shit.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
no,
well,
because
dude,
I think the first thing was EFAP, they like covered you or something, and then he said, "Fuck EFAP, I'm not watching their dog shit content."
And then
That
so it
the
was like
first
every
time
frame
he
of pause is
ever
good. Sorry, every frame of painting is good. And he was like, every frame of painting. Like I don't
He didn't
know.
know what was what. He didn't know. He just immediately kicked.
Yeah.
It was like he was a zebra and something just walked past. He immediately bucks and kicks in the face.
There is this animalistic quality to him. Like he's just barely learning that you could like rub sticks together and live in caves. You know.
There was a couple of things. I don't want to cover like everything that happened, but Goga let me know about this one. So someone said, hello to Movie Bob, and they seem good faith. They're like genuinely interested in the answer. I made a video praising Godzilla, King of the Monsters that's 2 hours long because A, it doesn't get enough praise, and B, there's that much and more to like about it. Does the length of the video invalidate the praise? And then Bob said, not if you're not annoying.
Mahler, you are very annoying.
See, there's where you're going wrong, right?
I made that mistake.
There's a special place in the New World Order gulag for people who annoy Movie Bob. Our Führer. All right.
All right. Then.
I want to play a short clip of Mahler's voice and a short clip of Movie Bob's voice to a woman at the other side of the planet who doesn't know who any of you are, and see which one she finds sexier.
I like how the woman needs to be on the other side of the planet to not know who they are.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess Frankie,
They're further away. They wouldn't know.
I'm in Canada. I'm on the other side of the planet. That was a really weird way.
The
to
other
phrase
side
that.
of the planet from Wales is the ocean, I think.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
Unless he's just talking generally using hemispheres or something.
Canada is not on the opposite hemisphere to.
Okay, like a different universe.
What's the left and right hat? Is there a? Do we have a left right half?
Yes, there is an east and western hemisphere.
Yeah, get fucked.
Bob would choose to like pick a fight with you of all people, like because It's not like you disagree with him politically or anything like that. Like, you've never expressed any opinions of any kind like that. It's just literally you make long videos, and that just makes him inherently angry.
It makes a lot of people inherently angry.
I would add on to that, because this is the reality. Whenever these tweets arise that are just shitting on Mola for like making these videos, if he wasn't effective, they wouldn't make them. Like, if he wasn't convincing or compelling to a lot of people, nobody would feel like they need to push back. That's the reality. The videos are strong, they're compelling, and they get a lot of attention. That's the reason why people get really mad about it.
No. The worst thing that you could do is be successful.
And make more long videos even longer.
Yeah, like who would be making these tweets like, oh yeah, Mola's a loser if like nobody watched and nobody cared and every video had 100% dislike ratio? This just never happened.
Yeah.
The only reason that they keep coming is just because, yeah.
So the whole like low level of artistry, low level of effort, rambling, no editor, like this is, and just long for the sake of it. It's like, this is just the worst kind of shit. And it's just like, why aren't anyone else doing this? Like pumping it out. Why isn't everybody? Why isn't it all over the place if this is so fucking easy to do? Like, they treat it as though it's like this, like, oh, you can crap that out in a fucking afternoon.
I can sit in front of my webcam for 10 minutes and sort of talk about a movie that I just saw 5 minutes ago, and that's real artistry.
It's so much easier to just do it's so much easier to not do it this way. What is the advantage in spending months to spend like 6 hours talking about a movie that came out 3 months, 4 months, 5 months ago in exhaustive detail compared to like getting it out straight away?
Well, and some people here will know, like, I've been advised against it by YouTubers. Like, you probably shouldn't do it that way. You should do it this way to maximize. And it's just like, that's okay. I understand. And I know it, and it's good advice, but it's just ironic that I suffer the whole, like, you're just trying to appeal to the algorithm. It's like, do you know anything about the algorithm? Obviously, I'm not.
Yeah. I don't give a shit about the algorithm, because, like, I suspect that it's changing all the time. So, like, what's the point in adhering to something that could, like, be different the next day? It's like, just make the stuff you want to make and put it out, and there'll be an audience for it if people like it.
You're almost like treating the algorithm like a vengeful god, people where it's like,
you don't want to anger the vengeful god. Yeah,
I compared it to some monster locked away somewhere that you got to sacrifice an animal to.
Ooh, it's the black goo in the basement in Little Nemo.
Yeah.
By the way,
that shit was creepy.
We must appease the algorithm.
That comment from Bob, Jay responded to it saying, okay. Like, just because it's bizarre. And then James asked, wait, do you watch Jay's content then? Like, because why would you have responded to Jay specifically? And Bob said, just clarifying, I was replying to Jay about the post and the image, not aiming to say anything critical of their work. Like, I don't think he knows that Jay helped edit the video, because... it's just...
So, regarding that tweet about your video, Mahler, when they say no one involved in this, are they referring to the editors?
Well, so this is the weirdest...
You're the only one that speaks in the video, right?
So this is the weird thing about it. Most of my videos are solo. Like, I mostly take care of all of it myself. This is the first ever video that I've had 4 other people work on with me. And for some reason, he chose this one as the one to be like, everyone involved in this is uninteresting. It's like,
yeah.
Why?
Thanks, buddy.
I don't know how you'd watch the video and assume other people were involved,
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. It's weird that
they didn't watch the video.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, also
that's
true.
Yeah. A little bar there, so he didn't watch it.
None of these people actually watch the videos they criticize.
No.
And talk about. They just see the thumbnail and video length, and then just.
Well, they get offended when you ask.
I have everything I need.
Yeah.
You're like, why the fuck would I spend my time watching it? It's like, but you're talking about it.
Shitting on it. That's why.
I feel like you should watch a little.
Long.
Like,
we're not even asking you watch the whole thing. We understand that watching a 6-hour video is just not reasonable to do.
I couldn't even watch it
We're
yet.
crazy, of course, but you watch a little bit. You just take a little peek.
You
One
can
of the
pause
long...
it, and YouTube will remember where you were in the video.
One of the Long Man Mad posts was posted just like... It would have been right after it was processed, after it was premiered. So they were just waiting. They knew it was happening. They were just like, can't wait to get those fucking points on the internet. It's just
I can't wait to get them dopamine hits.
Yeah.
Dopamine.
Oh, and they
47 likes on Twitter.com.
Yeah,
I
they
am,
refresh
I am
Twitter
validated.
all day, checking the replies.
Yeah, 1,000. Oh wait, it didn't even get 1,000 likes. That's all right. Got less
I
than
shouldn't
that.
have said anything at all. If I don't get likes, that's the most important thing.
I recently put out a bunch of videos talking about the first season of Halo, which I didn't like, and I split mine up into separate ones, but altogether it's about the same, almost 5 hours, and that was after I whittled down all my, talking points, like just as concisely as I could. But there was just a lot to go over and a lot to go into and a lot of detail to elaborate on, and it's just this arbitrary idea of bringing the length of the original material into it is totally arbitrary. Like
Well, let's
people
put it
pulling
this
all
way.
these rules out of their ass. Like, oh, it's got to be this length, otherwise you're long-winded. Like, it's so
YouTube
fucking
is
dumb.
the ultimate like forum for making things as long as they need to be. Like you're
Exactly.
not
Yeah.
trying to fit into like theater showings or anything. Like if it's really long, fine, people can tackle it in chunks. Like
Yeah.
you can go away, do something else, come back to it like a day later and watch some more of it.
Yeah, this
No
idea where it's like, well, I hit play, I'm locked in now.
I mean, if anything,
movie theater mentality.
if anything, there's a lot to be said for people who make really long videos like this rather than splitting it up into like half-hour chunks and making like a lot more money from it, like because they're all separate videos and they're all got revenue streams for themselves. It's like, yeah, you
Yeah.
put it all together into one to make a seamless like viewing experience for the audience. Like that's pretty commendable. But it's like, no, it's long, so it must be bad. It's like, oh, fuck off.
I
I know.
I saw people like discussing because in the thread, like people agreeing how bad I am, and they were talking extensively back and forth about how I never talk about the substance or the themes, and I was like, I felt gaslit reading it. I was like, I have whole sections about the themes. What are you talking about?
They wouldn't know. They didn't watch it. That's
They didn't
it.
get
They
to that
didn't watch
point.
it.
That's got to be like the ultimate like fuck off kind of
Isn't that the-
statement
oh,
where it's like, oh,
Yeah.
no, it doesn't really get into the deep themes or the deep ideas of the movies. Like it's like fucking 6
A
hours
whole
we're talking
section
about it.
dedicated to it. A whole section dedicated to themes.
Well, there was
They might have heard you say themes once and then extrapolated that you don't believe in the concept of the theme.
I had that reputation for a while. I don't know where it came from. I was critical of TLJ's themes. I didn't say themes don't exist or that I hate. I don't know where this came from. It's like I've been quite a fan
Because if
of-
you criticize mechanics, that means you can't care about themes.
Well, when I criticized the shitty hitboxes in DS2, I didn't mean I hate hitboxes
can't
in
care
general.
about themes.
Like, he must
Get
hate
rid of
all
hitboxes.
hitboxes.
I feel like these people just don't have they don't have a lot of CPU power in their noggin, so they can only like do one task at a time, or else they'll just freeze. And so if you're criticizing anything other than themes, well, you don't care about themes.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
They like.
I was just gonna say, quick, Mr. Drinker, do you need to drop out, sir? Have some. sleepy
Sadly,
times,
I
perhaps?
do. I'll drop out. I'll make some space for other people to jump in. So,
Is
yeah.
there a chance of perhaps maybe catching you on the other end of this insane adventure? Because obviously we're doing this for a while.
Right. I'm going to be out and about doing stuff tomorrow morning, so might be tricky. But I'll message you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we'll be going till like 7 p.m. tomorrow, so if
Yeah, pretty decent window. So yeah, if I've got an hour or two free, I will message you and try and jump in.
Sweet.
Crazy.
Sweet.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Great
talking to you.
pleasure, guys. Good luck
See you
with the
later.
rest of the stream.
Take care, dude.
Bye.
Toodaloo.
Wait, we're nearly done with the video.
Yeah, we may as well end this video.
There's a video.
Let's finish off this sucker.
Quickly, just rip off the band-aid.
Yeah.
We're almost there.
God for me. All that shit.
Oh, that was
Okay, we were really
Drinker didn't make it to the end of the Jim Sterling video. He left before it was over.
All I
We
caught
only
was
had
him
1
saying the
millisecond
word
to go.
shit, and then it ended.
Thank God for me. And
Oh, that was great.
Well, yeah, we did it. Congratulations,
That was great.
everyone.
The moral of the story is if you're going to think highly of yourself, you should be good.
Yeah.
Well, you know.
Good
That's
advice.
some good advice,
stories
yeah. Well, alright, so that was a kind of video. The next one, because I'm not wasting any time here, okay, we're jumping right in.
Oh my god.
Because this is the thing, you get so many kinds of videos, and I
There
was
was
actually,
there was a production assistant on this video. And an art
Alex
director.
Manuel.
What?
Production assistant,
Manuel.
I suppose.
Well, I mean, The person doing the assistance would have been the assistant.
Is that an art director?
Well,
Yeah, no, you're right. Actually, yeah, of course.
If I was to introduce this video, right? Its thumbnail and title, actually, yeah. So the thumbnail says "Dark Souls sucks, and here's why." And the title is.
I agree.
The title is Dark Souls Retrospective. Dark Souls sucks, and here's why. So you might be thinking, like, why are we covering a video that's probably like multiple hours long? Why are we doing that?
Yeah.
It's like,
I haven't even played Dark Souls, so yeah.
Exactly. Why would we cover this video? Well, I just caught it randomly. I don't know where this is from, but I checked it out. I was like, oh my god, this video is fantastic. So I'll start her up.
Dark Souls.
Wait. Oh, whoa. Do you know who this guy is?
Oh, I know who this guy is.
Oh, it's Ace. Oh, so this guy. Hold on. You might just be careful with this one. This guy is called Acerthorn, and he's a bit of a lolcow. So what he does is he makes these really rambly like videos that suck, and then people will respond to them making reply videos and stuff. He has actually sued quite a few people for making reply videos to him.
Really?
He files a lot of. Yes, there's a few YouTube channels. There was a big one. I can't remember who it was, but he did a whole thing about I'm being sued by this guy. He files a bunch of frivolous lawsuits to basically because he's a salty little bitch and he used to work as like a law clerk, so he thinks he knows the ins and outs of the law. Sid Alpha, that's it. Oh, he lost that lawsuit. Okay, but yes, this guy is quite notorious for suing people who criticize him. So
the video's so funny.
Just be careful with this one.
Yeah,
that is all I'll say.
Fuck this
Is
guy.
be careful.
All right, only
But,
say nice
this
things,
video
guys.
is awful, but like, just you might want to think if it's worth it.
Is it worth the memes?
It is.
No,
you can't let people who do frivolous bullshit on the internet because they're lolcows to not like that's not gonna we can't let that give him power over us. It's nonsense.
Yeah, but at the same time, do you remember like when H3 went through back when H3 wasn't the worst thing ever? Everything to do with their complication. I think he eventually said
Matt
just
Hoss,
the journey of fighting back for so fucking long was like a huge detriment. But I mean, yeah, because if he like guys, you joke, but like, what if he actually did fire a whole bunch of strikes or whatever, or did some crazy shit? You know, you never know with some crazy people.
This guy is definitely crazy.
Which is a shame because the video is hilariously awful. But,
Oh, it's awful. Yeah.
Well, because we got plenty of other videos to cover.
Yeah.
I don't think he's probably never won in any of these frivolous cases and stuff that he even attempts to do.
No, they're all frivolous suits that get thrown out, but like, it's a pain in the ass to deal with.
I mean, so we're not covering his video.
Also, yeah, the whole idea of like you'll give people an idea that that's how you can stop them from covering it is like I don't think we have that to worry about. This sounds like a very specific and strange person.
Yeah.
Which we actually don't cover a couple of people for that very reason.
Yeah, I recommend watching what you say about him because I have a friend, Kritosis. He actually was on one of the lawsuits. This guy's pretty nuts. He did lose a couple suits, but yeah, it's might want to avoid it just for now at least.
Yeah, like I said, we lose nothing. Trust me, I've got like a bazillion things. To cover. We'll be fine.
As much of a lolcow he is, he's pretty weird.
Like, I would love to see you tear apart this video, but I'm not sure it's worth it for you.
What a shame. But looking at my list, like a candy store.
I feel like such a Debbie Downer now.
That's all right.
Well, I mean, warning's a warning.
That's valid that you brought it up. It's just such
Yes.
It's such a shame. The
Sucks,
bummer
though.
is
the
bummer is
whole-
what he's doing.
The whole thing
Yeah.
is bullshit. Yeah.
No, it sounds like it, and the whole reason they do it, I don't even think is necessarily because they definitely expect to win. Oftentimes, it can be just to tie everything up, tangle everything up. You know.
Yeah.
To not criticize him. It's to.
Well, it's not going to do much for his reputation, is it? It seems like everybody.
He's a
This
fully
person
negative
does not
reputation.
care.
Everyone, this person does not care about their reputation.
Yeah, I don't know if they ever got approved, but I heard a judge was threatening this person with marking them as a vexatious litigant, which kind of means what it sounds like it. but I
Sounds
don't
like
know
a
if
Harry
they...
Potter curse.
He is a vexatious
Vexatious
litigant. Yes.
Oh, he is? Yeah, okay.
Yes, he is. I don't think he's been formally declared one, but that is what he is.
I know they threatened to. I don't know if it was formally declared.
Alrighty then. So
Great.
this one is since I'm
Oh.
staying on theme here, okay? This one was passed around quite a bit actually. I don't know if you guys have heard of this video at all, but a couple people in our community wanted us to cover it as well. Called The Curse of Video Game Criticism. You must wonder what this may or may not be about, whether or not we'll agree, whatever the points may be.
They all suck.
This guy, he's really prominently displaying the Sonic. What game is that? The
That's
GameCube
Heroes.
one?
Sonic
Adventure 2
Heroes.
Battle.
Is that a good
There's
one or a bad
multiple
one?
ones.
Don't be proud
Well,
of
it's
liking
just
Sonic.
Sonic Adventure 2 with a multiplayer mode added, basically.
I wonder why it's so prominent more than the other games. Like it's special to him, I suppose, in some way.
A lot of people like Sonic Adventure 2, right? That's often people's favorite.
I like it. It's janky, but it's got a charm to it that I like.
Do
I don't
you
know.
love the story though?
I kind of do. Yeah. It's silly, but I don't know.
What?
I kind of get a kick out of it. Yeah.
All right. Let's find out
Kick these
what this is
nuts.
all about.
I'm so busy criticizing every video game I come into contact with that I can't just enjoy things anymore. The curse of being incredibly intelligent and funny. In
Already hate
2001,
this.
Sega released a little game for the Dreamcast called Sonic
Oh,
Adventure
okay.
2. I was 3 years old at the time, so I didn't play it, but when Adventure 2 Battle released a year later, my child brain was slowly gaining true consciousness, to the point where one of my first
Okay.
memories ever is when my friend's little sister spilled Coke all over my GameCube. You don't understand. We were
Okay.
playing
Bad.
two-player Emerald Hunt. I was to call, my friend was
Get on
Chaos.
with it.
They're not gonna, Theo.
Get on with it.
At least
boy.
appreciate the
Uh,
editing. I think you covered a guy recently in the last couple EFAPs. At least I appreciate the editing actually showing what they're talking about. It's
That's
kinda
nice.
rare
Yeah,
nowadays.
that's nice.
I do feel
Yeah.
slightly bad. I just have no patience for this sort of thing anymore. I can't with
Well,
the
so-
lengthy
yeah.
preambles.
If we
It's
could-
about
Listen,
nothing.
he got his controller spilled on when he was a kid by his sister.
If you
Just miss me with the lengthy preamble, please.
wasn't it like yesterday that we watched a video that was really bad for that, Theo? That's probably why
Yeah.
you lost patience recently, especially. There's you just want people to make points. I understand.
The map was Aquatic Mine, and while I don't remember how the match was going, I was probably winning because I'm just awesome. Needless to say, Sonic
Okay.
Adventure 2 solidified itself as one of my favorite games of all time. I listened to the music for years on end and looked
Okay.
back on it fondly as I grew up, but then in 2016, I made a mistake. As a fledgling YouTuber looking to diversify my content, I decided
I hope this isn't going to be 6 minutes of fucking boo-hoo, woe is me. I criticize something on the internet and people push back on it. I really hope this isn't that video.
I don't know
I'm not
what
saying it
we're in
is.
for exactly. I just know that this caused a ruckus of discussions about things, and it's called
I
video
hope it isn't
curse
that.
of video game criticism. So I have a feeling this won't work out in terms of us being happy with whatever is said here.
to revisit
Well, it's already
the
been
game
so
and make
clever
a
and funny. I'm sure we'll be fine.
silly review, and quickly discovered that many segments of the game were not as fun as I remembered. That, or I probably never made it to Canon's Core as a 5-year-old because I sucked at video games. I rescind
So
my
you
statement
didn't finish the game.
about beating my friend at Emerald Hunt before the incident, despite all-
Look at you.
So
Look at you. You need to go back and change that. Good for
So
you.
just to clarify, the story is like I went back to review it and I found it was much worse than I remembered. Is that it?
Oh, I know the feeling. That's
It almost
fine.
sounds like
that seems to be, yeah.
I guess.
I went back to review it and I realized that I actually didn't play the game when I was a kid. I just played
That could
like
be a problem.
I played one multiplayer mode with my brother and I remember winning and it being awesome. And
it was all a fever dream.
And I've been
Everything else
calling
I
it my
invented in
favorite
my
game
head.
ever since.
Oh, by the way, I was so distracted I forgot. Hello, Indigo Gaming. Welcome back.
Hello,
It's just so. It's like a big. We're in a big bar, you know.
Hey,
People are just
Indigo.
coming in and out. It's very. Casual.
Why indigo? Why not any of the other colors? They're fine colors.
Yeah,
It's actually a really it's the curse of like picking off. I literally decided on a channel name like off the cuff, and I kind of regret it, but it's stupid. But literally, the only reason I picked Indigo was that when I played Doom 2 Deathmatch way back in the day, I like the
That's your
color
color?
Indigo. Yeah, that was
Right on.
literally it.
It's weird because right
Well,
now
that's
you
not-
indie arrive.
That's not really that arbitrary.
Or is it?
Yeah, not arbitrary, but like I probably could have put
A
more
little
thought into
bit,
it.
but
yeah.
I
Yeah.
like the way that story ended.
Yeah, an indigo. Yeah, I like the color in that Doom game, and yeah, there you go.
Hmm.
I remember my first color for my Halo Combat Evolved character on the Xbox. I chose cobalt.
That was
That's
me
cool.
too. Yeah.
Yeah,
Cobalt.
that's a fun word.
It's a
Cobalt is a
fun
cool word.
color name. Yeah.
Cobalt. It's got a lot of. It seems like a gravitas for a color. Cobalt.
Like crimson.
I think a
Crimson's
tool
good too.
company. There's a tool company called Cobalt, or maybe I'm thinking of DeWalt. I don't know.
DeWalt is definitely
is a
hardware,
tool
yeah.
company.
I came up with my cringe alias Digital Fear almost 15 years ago because I was in a hurry to get started on Return to Castle Wolfenstein because I just bought Xbox Live. I got hooked
Digital
up. I was like,
Fear.
fuck, I just want to make up a name and get started playing this. And then that ended up being my identity for like a lot of my life. I should have put more thought into it.
Yeah, I took like probably 30 minutes. I got Xbox Live probably about like 4 years into Xbox the life cycle, and it probably took me like a half an hour to come up with a unique title that didn't have 5 numbers at the end.
I think I made like a parody one once, and I called him Sniper Fire Phantom Glass. Like what?
Oh, look out!
That's a lot of characters.
Yeah, that was the point. I think I put like XXX333 or something on either side.
XX no scope Sephiroth 66 or something like that.
Love Sonic Adventure 2, but why? Well, it's about the experience. Now, I don't bring all this up to make an isolated point about the power of nostalgia, but to instead talk about a larger phenomenon within the gaming sphere, and how it's impacted both the way I view games as a self-proclaimed video essay writer, along with the gaming community at large. I'm not trying to say that I hate talking about games, or that criticism...
I never said you did.
Very odd.
I never, in the long run,
Get on with it.
My mind, yes.
It is amusing, right? It's like, let me begin talking about Dark Souls. Now, I'm not saying I hate Dark Souls, but also like you're just like, whoa, why?
I'm
why
not
are we...
saying I prefer Miracle Whip over mayonnaise. Some of you might be thinking that. We're going to dispel that to rest right now.
Why are we jumping to that?
This thing I've put in your head for you.
Just tell me what you think.
We're getting there, I'm sure of it.
Self-proclaimed video essay writer, along with the gaming community at large. I'm not trying to say that I hate talking about games, or that criticism is inherently a negative thing.
I don't think anybody would have been.
No person in the
Why would that be our
universe thinks
baseline
either.
assumption?
Don't you
Who would
accuse
think
me
this?
of hating criticism in general? Like I don't even
really
know
felt
what
the
your point
need
is
to-
yet.
Yeah, he was writing this. So I need to preemptively make sure that we nip that in the bud right away.
He's doing
Or
that speech pattern that kind of bugs me too. It's like, I'm making a video and I start off high and then I go low like
Low,
this. And then
yeah.
when I end the
When I
sentence,
go
there's an
low.
upward inflection.
And then
like
when I end the
this.
sentence,
And when I start a new sentence, I go low and then I go high like this. Like it's that over and over again.
low
It
and
feels
then
a little
high
bit too
again.
artificial.
Well,
Look,
if the script
he's gonna,
is
guys, stop. He's
solid,
gonna tweet about how
I'll
we're
allow
making
it.
fun of his voice.
I make fun of everybody's voices, including my own. Come on, it's only totally fair.
Criticism
Yeah, we make fun of
inherently a negative thing. I think it's fun. Kinda sorta turned it into my job. I like criticizing manipulative practices and mechanics I think could be improved while
Sweet.
gushing about the things I love,
Okay.
but
Good.
when I play games nowadays, I'm so often looking at them with a subconscious lens of how they could be incorporated
Okay.
into a video.
All right.
Well, that's a you problem, but okay.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
All right.
I'm with you now.
If you're a full-time YouTuber who makes YouTube videos about games, that's a good habit.
Feel
Yeah,
that's
that's
well,
nice that you think that.
I could understand how that may affect your. You want to go back to when you could just enjoy things without thinking about how you could contentify them, I suppose. But I doubt that's the only point you're going to be making.
Or what I could say about them in an interesting analytical sense. Pokemon was one of my favorite things in the world growing up.
Same for
Did you play that
everyone,
game?
and then everyone realized what the mechanics
Hey, look,
were.
it's I've already forgotten his
Quagsire.
name.
Charizard.
Charmander.
Yeah.
This may be me being, I guess, elitist in another sense, but if you're going out looking for interesting things to say, you've already lost.
Yeah.
Wait, do
What
you
can
mean,
I say that's interesting?
You say if you're
Don't
good.
make the video if you
I
have
know,
anything
man.
to say.
Yeah, like,
Oh, God.
If you have
what are you
something to say, make
passionate
a
about?
video.
He has things to say. He's telling us stuff about him.
Yeah, aren't you
I get what you're
enthralled?
saying, like searching for a topic rather than the topic arising.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
you
No, and
don't
then you
make
want
a
to talk
video
about
on the premise of I will now go and find things to talk about with this thing. No, you probably started from somewhere, right?
Yeah,
Unless I guess if it's a review, like if it's like, okay, this is a game that just came out, I got a code for it, I need to play it, come up with something good to say about it, and make a video.
Well, to give you an
But not if
idea-
you're an essayist. Like if you're just making videos about topics that interest you.
To give you an
Well,
idea, I
like-
could have sworn I said around like April to either Fringy or Rags that I doubt I'll be making any kind of video on like Multiverse of Madness. Yes, it's gonna make no sense because it's like crazy nonsense shit, but like, you know, I just can't see myself wanting to make a video on that. And then when I came out of the cinema, I was like, fuck.
You actually have a lot to say
Sometimes
about
that's
it.
how- yeah.
Gold
Sometimes
mine
that's how
of
it happens.
material here.
You
Actually,
want-
fun
I-
that. Sorry, Rex. Go ahead.
I think with some people, it's like there's a difference between I have interesting things to say, so I'll be a video essayist, and I'm a video essayist. I need to come up with interesting things to say.
Yeah.
It's almost treating it like it's a job that he was given and stands to lose if he doesn't just put out product. When it's like, no, you're kind of self-employed, man. You don't have to do this.
Well, it's really unfortunate when it gets to that point. You don't want to get to that point because when it sort of, because you manage to turn your hobby into a monetize it sort of, but then it becomes a thing that
Yeah.
you're like, ugh, it's following me around
A
everywhere.
slave to.
Yeah, you don't want that to happen.
But
The
it's
last
become
thing
a
you want to do is get stuck in some sort of genre that you can't stand. I think that didn't that happen to like Joji, the pink guy, the guy who did all those memes. I think
Yeah.
he kind of started hating
Oh,
the
Filthy
content he put
Frank.
out. Yeah, Filthy Frank. Yeah, I think that kind of happened to him. And
he also
like,
had a bunch of health issues and stuff, and he wanted to focus more on music, I think.
yeah, I think he's actually like hurting his throat too, doing the voice and stuff like that.
Well,
I mean,
eating
that's just
hair
one
cakes is
example.
probably not good for you.
His music's pretty good.
You know, all power to him.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
But that's
I
like
think
one
it's
thing I had a hard time with when a video starts out with just like random anecdotes and doesn't like you can kind of get into your anecdotes, but I think a video should probably start out with roughly your mission statement or your thesis fairly
yeah.
front loaded, because if you just get into random anecdotes, it takes like I'll just like skip it like I'm watching an introductory ad or something. It's like, okay, what are you guys talking about?
Mhm.
I had
Yeah,
that problem with H Bomber guy. He does that a lot in his videos. He just kind of rambles a bit and then finally stumbles into his topic.
Like it's nothing personal, but I just don't give a fuck about your sister spilling some soda on a GameCube controller when you were a kid. I just don't care.
Like I said, after a bad experience, I've just lost patience with this kind
Anyone
of
who
thing.
tells you they care is lying.
I am more than happy for them to put a little bit of fluff in there. Let them have it, you know? I just hope the video's good.
Sure.
I'm just pretty
Standards for fluff need to be higher.
About them in an interesting analytical sense. Pokemon was one of my favorite things in the world growing up, but it's become a series I'm so hypercritical of these days that I look at people that enjoyed Legends Arceus and I'm like, how?
Is that what it's called?
Is that what it's
Arceus?
pronounced? I thought it was Arceus.
I think it is Arceus.
Is it
Is
as
it
Arceus?
That's what X-Ray Girl calls it, and I think
No,
also.
I mean, you have to agree. So
Yeah, well, I mean that's true. But she's the Pokemon expert in the family. I've never really played a Pokemon game.
I can click. There's sound. It says Arceus on the little Google thingy.
Yeah, Google
I
says
swear-
Arceus.
Maybe
so
I've,
what are the two
maybe I've
pronunciations?
just always heard.
Arceus and Arceus?
Oh, I've
Yeah,
always thought it
Arceus,
was
I think,
Arceus,
is-
yeah.
Oh, British say it differently. British say Arceus.
I keep
imagine
hearing
Arceus.
Arceus. I'm in Canada.
You know what?
Arceus?
I can imagine that there's a reason why that's the case.
That's so weird.
Arceus, Arceus. So we've got three.
That's
Tomato,
strange.
tomato, you know?
Well, in this case,
Yeah,
tomato,
yeah, I
tomato,
guess.
tomato.
Arceus.
It looks like according to there's a Pokemon book that was released that has I guess it's canonical that is Arceus now.
Okay.
It is okay, yes. It's canonically it's Arceus because they released a book on it.
Well,
and
there
it
you go.
gave it it had a how to pronounce it, how to say it in the book. Arceus. That's a fucked up looking Pokemon. Let me give you a picture of this creature. The fuck's going on here?
It's got like a
weird.
thing around it.
Pokemon.
Doing
Yeah, it's
stuff.
got a weird
I just
head
call this
and
one Breath of the Pokemon.
breath of the Pokemon.
There's a lot of influence definitely from that game.
Yeah.
Alrighty then.
I felt
All
bad.
right, then.
My wife played through the whole game, and then she was having a hard time, so I just beat the final boss for her. So I beat the game
Wow.
technically, but I didn't play it.
Misogyny, probably.
I don't know if
Probably.
Arceus, and I'm like,
Mansplaining Pokemon.
how? How do you do that? What I am trying to say, though, is that it doesn't matter how many times I play through Sonic Adventure 2 and rediscover how rage-inducing half the levels are. It doesn't matter that I called it objectively bad in one of my old videos, and it doesn't matter. Now what happens?
What does matter?
Well, yeah.
Please.
Why doesn't that matter?
I am kind of getting to that point where I really want you to like say
I beg
something.
you to begin the topic.
Yeah,
I-
we're 2.5 minutes
really
in. And this is,
nihilistic.
I'm sure we're on the cusp. I'm sure we're nearly there.
we're almost there, guys. He will make a point.
He's doing a little memes. We're almost there.
What I'm trying to tell both you, dear viewer, and myself, if he'd listen, is that it's okay for childlike wonder and dumbfounded happiness to win on occasion.
That's it.
What does that have to do
Win?
with?
That was
No
all.
one-
You,
what
that's
does that
what
have-
that was leading up to.
So,
So it's
Child-
basically let
child-
people enjoy things.
childlike enjoyment of a thing from nostalgia or whatever fucking reason does not get cancelled out by a thing being poorly designed. Those two can exist at the same time.
Also, like he
No.
didn't have to make a video on Sonic Adventure. If he
Also,
like,
he
if
could
he was
just
that
said this
adamant
2.5
about like,
minutes
I'd
ago.
rather just not take this
So I
away
guess-
from anybody.
Well, I
Like,
guess that's
I
what's
think it
happening in
sucks, but
retrospect.
whatever. I get that people like it.
I guess in retrospect, he's decided that that was a mistake. That the approach that he took, maybe with criticizing it, is like, wait, but why couldn't I just indulge my personal feelings about this game? It's like, well, I mean, you could do that. That doesn't really preclude anything, though, in terms of criticism.
Well, yeah, it looks
What's
like
the-
we'll be
you
going
know
back
what
to
I mean?
basics with this one in terms of like, so why do we even do breakdowns of like empirically or verifiable mechanics slash things that are present in the story or the game? Why do we do it? And it's like, well, it's information, and then it compares on
Yeah.
a standard. Like that's why.
Maybe the question that needs to be asked at this point when you say this is, so what is your goal when you like critique something? What is the objective of your piece of criticism? Are you just saying it for the sake of it, or is there something you're trying to push for? Is there like a landscape that you would prefer to see? More games that are a certain type of way? Or is it just because you like to talk about it? Is that it?
Well, I think that is the case a lot of the time. Like people either like to hear their own voice or they want to be heard, and it's just like my rambling is good enough for a video.
Are you implying that this guy likes to hear his own voice?
That's what to see.
You can just like something because it's cool or because it has a boss
yeah, but
fight.
who said
No
otherwise?
fucking way, dude.
Wow, you can
No
like something because it's
way.
cool. Like, guys, you
Very-
can like
Who said
something because it's cool.
I can like things.
This is a
Whoa,
controversial video.
man.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Why do you,
I-
why do you
I-
think that just because you criticize Sonic Adventure 2 that you can't also like it?
Yeah,
I like
you
the
can
voice
you can
acting.
talk about what is good and what is bad about one game if you have mixed feelings on it.
And
There's
that's
no
the
rule
thing, like,
against
they
it.
don't have to compete with each other. They can inform you
Yeah.
of something. When you're like, I like this, even though I recognize it fails to do all the things I believe games should do. What does that mean? It's like, and then if you go, well, I really remember playing this a lot when I was a kid, and it reminds me of those times. Like, there you go.
Yep.
All right.
did it.
Yeah,
Awesome.
all right, man.
We solved
I
it.
gotcha.
Fine. Yeah, you've
That is-
completed that. The analysis is complete. You can feel satisfaction in understanding yourself a bit better, and you get.
You
to move
asked the
on.
question and provided the answer. We can now move on with all of our lives. The mystery has been settled.
I'm still hung up on his point about, like, you know, contrary to popular opinion, I actually do like talking about video games. Like, it makes me think of, like, imagine if you saw an episode of The Talking Dead where it's like, you know, contrary to popular opinion, I actually like talking about The Walking Dead show. You know, it's weird, but, you know, I do.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of like assumptions of what people are thinking and feeling about things right now. And I'm just sort of sitting here blank, like, what? No, I don't. What? No, just tell me what you think.
Yeah.
Where you mind on a big lizard. You don't need to write a college thesis
Okay.
for your own feeling.
Who said you did?
Okay.
That feels,
Yeah, we know.
that feels like what this video is.
It's like you can jump in front of a train. You don't have to. It's like, yeah, I know.
Oh
That's why I
man,
haven't done it yet.
why does everybody feel like they're so interesting for having come up with this, right? So read what is on screen. Have you ever played a game before? Well, I have. I've played a few actually, and I think that Sonic Adventure 2 might be the objectively best one ever made. And how can I determine that? Well, through a scientific process I've developed called the definitely not subjective method. It's like, wow, you're clever, aren't you? Like, nobody's ever come up with this before.
So in his original video on Sonic Adventure 2, none of the criticisms that he had were objective things that could be improved if he were to like give them constructive feedback.
Perhaps that'll be the point.
It's all just now. I just thought it was stupid.
Why are my two options this or Joseph Anderson when it comes to video games? Like, I either get Dry Man who is bad, or I get just meandering nothing. Ugh.
Where are you, Matthew Matosis? Come back. Come
Wes,
back.
please, just keep making your game. That'll be cool. Keep doing that.
Yeah.
I'm a bit confused with this so far because I thought maybe I misheard, but I thought he had said in a previous video that he said it was his favorite game and he wanted to amend that. But then I think more recently he just said that in a past video he said he didn't like it and he wanted to amend that. I'm not really sure what his position is.
What I
Maybe
gathered
the
from
first one was the one. Yeah.
What I've now gathered from this narrative is that you have this guy who enjoyed playing games as a kid, woohoo, and that informed a desire to sort of analyze them, and it became a job. And then he went back to Sonic Adventure 2 and he was like, oh no, like this is one of my favorite things of all time, but Critic Brain says it's bad. And then he had a fundamental euphoric moment of, fuck the Critic Brain. That's not better than enjoying it for any reason. And I think that's the revelation of this video. You can there is no metric that's better than any other one. Fuck it. Like, okay.
Yeah.
It's weird that is presented as like a profound realization when it's really dull and boring one.
So, so this is the really big problem for EFAP. We get this all the time. Everyone wants to tell us this when it's like, oh, we knew all of this stuff. We got here when we knew this. Like, this is where we would have started, that most things just mean as much as anything else. It's like a really popular and understood worldview. I don't know why. Like, did you not know? How old are you? And then they're like, oh, I'm 17. You're like, oh, fuck. Sorry, I'll go. You go have fun with life.
It kind of reminds me of Jim Sterling's take on the whole objective criticism thing, what he did a while back, where he just like he tried to he obviously strawmanning the idea of an objective review, and he was like, well, this is a game, it can be played by up to 4 people, it has controls, it has graphics, and it's just like just a really stupid sort of take on that.
And I think I know what you're talking about. It's the one where he's this ukulele, right? Where he's like, this game was made by these people. This game has these colors in it. I'm being objective, laugh my ass off. And it's like...
Yeah.
That causes...
Go ahead.
Oh, well, I was just going to say quickly, that causes problems when they've set themselves that the metric means anything that's like verifiable within the thing. It's like, cool. But what is verifiable? Let's just say, for example, Iron Man, he's there, right? It's like, yes. His name is Tony Stark, right? Yes. He likes alcohol. Can we say that? Like, yes. He is a bit sarcastic, can be a bit mean to people. Yes. He cares about people, though. He wouldn't want anyone to die, right? Yes. And they're like, what's your point? And then we show him killing someone. It's like, oh. So, is this a problem? Is this an incongruence? Objectively? They're like, uh-oh. Because it's like, wait, fuck. And you can do this with loads of aspects of design in basically any craft.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to extend out their logic. Got to work with them. I tried to explain this when I was debating fucking Destiny on Adam and Stitch's show. Let them set all the parameters, and then just start digging away at different things for what it applies to. Jim Sterling had the exact same problem. He's like, this only goes as far as saying who made it, and what colors are there, and what shapes are in it. And it's like, feels like I could take that a bit further. But all right.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be a certain human reaction and sort of subjective element to it. You know, I haven't watched your new video on Dr. Madness, as Rags put it, but I'm sure you'll have that is his name. I'm sure you have moments where you're like, at this scene, I really kind of felt it. His acting was good. I mean, how do you measure his acting in an objective value? You can't really. You can just, some people might react to it positively, some people might react to it differently, but you can say, okay, well, in scene 9 of Doctor Strange, he said blah, and now in this movie, in scene 42, he said something completely contradictory. Was he lying, or was it just bad script writing? Things like that make a lot, but a nice mixture of the two is good, and you can kind of, the subjective stuff is even more powerful if you ground it in objective facts that lead up to that. It's like, because of this scene, and this conflict that was established previously, this moment hits way harder because there's actually foreshadowing behind it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
But yeah, to be fair, I have no idea where exactly we're going, but it just feels like we've set the groundwork for that.
It feels like we're going nowhere.
I disagree, Rags. I think that's exactly where they're going, and I've based it on what they've said already, so fuck you.
We could be going anywhere. We
That's
could be
true,
going
yeah.
nowhere.
Need to write a college thesis for your own feelings to be justified, and the college.
Also, that's another thing. They always say that. It's like, you just want your feelings to be justified. It's like, so you can make that sound almost like petty and insecure from one framing, but then if we reverse it and build it from the ground up of, I'd like to do some introspection and write about why I feel the way I do about certain things, like certain stimulus, certain things that go back and forth in life. And when I discover, like, the reason I was so angry here when I attacked this creature and it did nothing, and then he attacked me and missed, but it still hit me, was because my expectation was that the hitbox would line up with the model box. And ultimately, like, when it comes to, and you explain all of that, and then they're like, you're just trying to justify your little feelings, aren't you? You're like, I guess so.
I'm a little hung up on, you don't need to write a thesis, says I, the self-proclaimed video essay writer.
Well, but this is their epiphany, Fringy.
The epiphany is that he's
They don't
not
need
a
to do any of this.
essay writer? What is this then?
I'm assuming this is the video to say, well, it's called The Curse of Video Game Criticism, so I'm assuming we'll reach...
And what is this if not you writing something to validate your feelings? This is what you're doing. This is what anybody does when they write any opinion down ever.
It's the shockingly little introspection I notice in the videos we cover.
I wonder to whom precisely that criticism is directed, you know? Who could it be? Could it be the developers, maybe?
Who can it be?
Developers in
now?
general?
Someone else has written doesn't invalidate your own feelings. Sonic Adventure 2 is so stylized and cheesy and funny and stupid. And sometimes fun that it's one of my favorite games of all time, even though the pish-posh writer in me is getting upset. Yeah.
What?
Such an
He's at war
interesting
with
like
himself.
view to have of yourself. Yeah, because if I were like having loads of fun with a particular scene in some superhero movie or whatever, and then I noticed like in the corner of my eye, I was like, oh shit, that shouldn't make sense because it's like, oh, I don't immediately go like, shut up, critic brain, you're cringe. I'm having fun, but I also don't go, shut up, feeling brain, you're cringe too. It's like, no, they're friends. They're fine.
Yeah, they're like,
they're okay with each other. They're just chilling out. Critic brain is like, oh shit, that doesn't make sense, does it? And heart brain, for lack of a better term, like is like la la la. Oh yeah, whatever. This is funny.
Does this person have a second channel where they tackle like a very different topic, like politics or something like that? Because it almost kind of feels like his whole point is, yeah, doing anything about video games is stupid because whatever.
It's beneath me.
Yeah, but you know I do it because
political
it's my
games even
job.
more.
But
It's
kind of
just
like,
a little in the medium.
Chill out with
I kind of get. Sorry, go on.
I was just saying, chill out with the anger toward your just being critical. It's like, it's okay.
Yeah. Remember
like
Resident Evil 8? Like, oh, that was fun to play. It was fucking garbage.
Kinda, yeah.
The part of the part of me that really enjoyed the movie Bullet Train, and the part of me that understood that it's very, very stupid. They get along. They're friends.
Yeah.
Well, it's it almost because there's two parts. There's the part that is just how you feel about everything, but the part where you're trying to be more critical is probably the part that has to do more so with the craft. How was everything achieved? How was the game design written? Could it have been made better? Or what are the things that actually work? Because of course, I guess if you want to say criticism is strictly negative, but that seems a bit limiting. Like, there's also things that you can extract that are positive from it too. They're not like, pardon me, it's not one or the other.
Yeah.
But it does seem to be presented that way.
I love this point because I was thinking this exact thing because I kind of get where this guy is coming from, I think, and why he felt motivated to make this video. Because like I like the Sonic Adventure games as well for some reason because I know that they are indefensibly janky. Like to the point where it's like, did they even play test this? What the fuck were they thinking? But it has this both games have this accumulative effect on me where I'm just kind of charmed by them and I enjoy playing through them, even though there are parts that are objectively garbage. And I'm perfectly willing to admit, like, yeah, that part sucks, this part sucks, this was poorly designed. Like anytime you get to a loop-de-loop in a Sonic Adventure game, it's fucking trash. Unless like you just hold forward and hope for the best and hope that it doesn't glitch out and put you through like the floor into a kill zone and then you have to restart from the last checkpoint. But I find it so interesting that I like them anyway, despite how badly designed they are. And it's okay
There's
to
a
think
roller
both things.
coaster element.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the whole story behind this video, but what I kind of get is almost an attempt to do the whole Angry Joe thing, just a bit more highbrow, where, you know,
Right.
Angry Joe is like, his immediate reaction is like, oh man, Game of Thrones season 8, best season ever, so-and-so, you know, Loki, 10 out of 10. And then when people say, actually, it sucks, he's like, well, actually, you know,
Are you trying to invalidate my experiences? Everything that I feel is totally justified, and it's fine, and I like it, and it's okay that it's terrible and bad because you can like things.
And then he kind of like quietly backpedals a little bit to sound a bit more reasonable so that his audience isn't tearing him apart. But in this case, I don't know who this creator is, but in this case, it seems like they're trying to sort of intellectualize that concept where it's like, well, actually so-and-so, because, you know, nostalgia, and I haven't played this game for a long time, so I didn't realize it was actually bad, but I still like it and it's still great. But if I were to objectively write a review, I'd have to say that everything was objectively perfect and amazing and explain nothing about it. And I don't know, it just seems like a kind of like an indie hipster more highbrow way of doing the same thing.
It's like, I'm sorry you think that you've gathered such a shitty audience. I mean, that must feel really bad that you feel the need to say these things, but I don't have that issue.
Yeah, you just say, well, yeah, I know it's not the perfect game, but I like it. It's fun.
It's pretty simple, actually.
Yeah.
I never liked that. The whole we have to go to, like, I'm not saying it's perfect, as if that's ever something that was thought that you were saying, but people say it all the time when you criticize something. I'm not saying it's perfect, but I like it, as if you can only like perfect things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
stay mad. You'll get
I don't
your
want to
chance
judge
when...
this video too early, but it does seem like where he's going with this.
Well, I'm not
is
liking the vibes.
Well,
I'm
there's
not
some
liking the vibes.
deep, soft part of
good.
me that does like this game, so maybe I should just disregard the critic side of it, and he is
weird.
looking at
Why-
it as like one or the other.
Why can't they coexist? And yeah, but it's not just that. It's the vibe of like the critic guy is this pompous, annoying. It's like, oh no.
Well, yeah, like you've arrived upon, you're enlightened now, that you
Yep.
figured out something that was pretty obvious, which is, you know, you can feel things that aren't reflective of, I guess, what a more critical eye would conclude. That's not like a big brain take.
Yeah, the real intellectuals didn't feel the need to give this out into the universe as if they've discovered, you know, something incredible and grand.
No, the real intellectuals talk themselves into liking Blade Runner. That's what the real big brain is.
I wonder how many watch throughs it'll take.
that it's one of my favorite games of all time, even though the pish-posh writer in me is getting upset. Yeah, stay mad. You'll get your chance when...
If there's a pish-posh writer inside of me, then he needs to leave, and we need to have an exorcism.
We need to have a discussion about boundaries.
I will hire the Pope to exorcise this demon from my soul.
Inside view, there are two pish-posh critics.
Frontiers
Which
comes
one
out.
wins?
It's time for a stupid
The
video.
one you make
Shut up.
essays for.
The main reason I'm making this video is because I feel like the issue extends beyond just myself, or
Oh.
game reviewers and writers in general. You know what they say, everybody's a critic. Wait, who says that? Oh, it's fucking Zach from League of Legends. Whether it's people looking to argue on the internet or give their detailed review on Steam.
It's one of the lines from Zach in League of Legends.
This is a League of Legends quote.
Oh, okay.
But okay, this has gotten slightly more interesting. He's saying this expands into everyone else around the internet. All right, what is our curse?
I kind of like what he did there, like telling his own narration to shut up. I don't know. I just thought it was a little creative.
He was telling the pish-posh writer inside of him to shut up, which is
I appreciate that it's a likable thing. It just reminds me of Channel Awesome.
So it's amazing.
I've heard of that. I haven't
So
watched
it's
it.
amazing.
It's
Channel Awesome.
got awesome in the name, you know. So.
I watched
Channel
a whole
Awesome is the
bunch
most
of-
appropriately named
The
YouTube
best
channel that has
YouTube.
ever existed. They're so awesome.
That's not Ego Raptor, is it? Like
No,
You're
no, no.
Awesome
it's-
and all that. Okay.
it's- So like, chat would be able to help me out probably because it's a bunch of you would have been there too. Metal was there. It was Nostalgia Critic,
Appar-
Phaelus was someone I watched. I think I watched a bit of Film Brain.
Mrs. Movie Bob.
It's like a whole network of creators, including Nostalgia Critic, right?
Yeah,
I think I've heard of
and
that now.
all of them, without fucking fail. I don't know why. I don't know if it was mandated by Doug or some shit, but every one of them had to have personas, and they had to cut to them all over the place. They had to run a narrative. It usually had to reflect the film that they were covering, and it always.
I think that was mandated. I think they were told that they had to be similar to Dog Walker in order to be on Channel Awesome.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was all Doug or if it was Mike Machad as well, but yeah, that was from the top down. Like everybody was basically told, "Oh, you're not overreacting. You're not moving your arms enough. You're not being as wacky and kind of quirky."
Act like a 40-year-old playing an 18-year-old.
Unironically, yes, it was like you had to be like animated characters because that's plays well and it gets people interested in stuff. And I'm pretty sure it's a quote from Doug. He wanted to be like a cartoon, but in real life.
And in the end, they basically just created like.
I was about to say he was
ducklings.
in the end he is a cartoon, but in real life
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah,
it does.
How
It
he kind of
totally
conducts
does.
himself.
Is he like Judge Doom from Roger Rabbit?
I think to clarify though, Ego Raptor was Game Grumps.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I was just going to say, God, it's so
Was the
weird for
word
you to think
awesome
about
threw
Game
me
Grumps. They,
Angry
Anyway.
Joe was from that. From
yeah,
Channel
Angry
Awesome.
Joe. He was Blistered Thumbs, right? That was like a.
Blistered Thumbs, yeah.
Right.
Fuck, let's going back.
That sounds like a Kojima creation.
To argue
Punish
on
Joe, Blistered Thumbs became to Punish Joe. However, before we proceed, so we'd mentioned Angry Joe. Someone just linked me. Angry Joe Show put out a video called "People Are Pissed We Didn't Hate She-Hulk Episode 1." So,
well,
I guess I'll just leave it here.
That's
for that to be a thing.
We'll be able to cover some of the things he said about She-Hulk in our
Okay.
anniversary. Don't worry.
How did Angry Joe like it? Wow.
He likes all kinds of fucking garbage. Angry Joe's a horrific media reviewer.
I like his game stuff.
I guess his game stuff is fine, but holy fuck, when he talks about
TV and
movies and
movies,
shows,
yeah.
he's worthless.
Very
game stuff is-
impulse based, you could say, I suppose.
He's very impulse and non-critical.
His
and
initial
not that
reaction
mean.
means a lot to him.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
it's
don't mind him,
fucking Zach
Sorry,
from
go
League of Legends. Whether it's people looking to argue on the internet or give their detailed review on Steam or make another bizarro concept video essay, there's a lot of people looking to share their opinions. This
Alright.
might be the pettiest thing I've ever been upset about, but I absolutely despise this copy and paste checkbox template that so many people use to review
Yeah, I
games
don't like it either. It's shit. Stop doing it.
Yeah.
Someone said the gameplay in Hellblade was very good. Look, I love Hellblade, but the
yeah,
gameplay in that was
all the things to
Serviceable.
Gameplay.
It was fine.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah.
That's a game that I did
fine.
not play for the challenge.
Also, wait, out of curiosity, just for all of you, would you prefer to have no information on the game or a review of this kind?
I almost
in
might
from
say
a
no
random-
information.
Like from some random guy, one of these.
What? Just
Well,
a checkpoint list.
What I'm getting at here is like it sounds like everybody's very against these kinds of reviews, but are you more so against the sort of abilities of the person writing it or the format in general?
Probably more the former. I don't think a lot of people can accurately review the game based on this kind of checkboxy thing. I would rather them just make a paragraph
Thumbs
just
up
with
or
their
thumbs
thoughts
down.
in it, because I think
Yeah.
that might actually have some information included in it.
Yeah, I agree.
I
Like I don't know if you ever had to basically figure out if an Amazon product is just crap or it's got a bunch of AstroTurf reviews or whatever. But what I do is I go into the reviews.
Stars.
I go into the 1 stars and see if I can find a pattern. If there's multiple people saying the same thing, I'm like, this might be an issue. Like that's kind of reading between the words and kind of seeing like, oh well, the hinge broke in a month. Oh, I was using it's great until
You
you
should
know
use
a
the
year later.
Stonehenge.
But like, yeah, I'd much rather get people to write it because otherwise you can get just AstroTurf reviews or bot farms just posting 5 stars and you have no idea if it's any good or not. But if you actually had to read the reviews and you find out that it's actually just a bot generated lump
And
of
I
garbage.
think,
Yeah.
and if you have someone who just writes like just a paragraph or half a paragraph's worth of info, it might just be about one issue that they found. And I could use that in conjunction with a lot of other reviews as I'm scrolling by. And that's just like a data point on, oh, this person said this about the balance or the way that how well it runs and the performance or some sort of bug or issue. And even that's if that's all I get from that review, then that's something I can consider. Where it's just like these I get such little value out of it that I kind of just I just skip over them. They don't mean anything to me.
I'm not sure I'm convinced because I've never ever even seen these before. I didn't know they existed. I didn't know this is a thing. But in concept,
convinced of.
Well. So if someone told me like, do you know that this is how people are reviewing things on Steam now? I'd be like, huh.
I see it here and there.
And then, well, so whether or not it's true, I'm just saying. So theoretically, what do I believe about that? And I'm just like, I don't really know. I guess like, if I can get a better screenshot of this, is there one where? Okay, so if I saw this about a new game, gameplay very good, graphics beautiful, audio amazing, I'm not like, would I find this more valuable if it were a sentence saying, I thought the gameplay was very good, the graphics were absolutely beautiful, and the audio was amazing, full stop, you know, like if it was, I don't, surely we can consume it in the similar, Fringy, what do you think about this?
I'd consider those similarly. I think I'd consider those two things very similar.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of the times when people write Steam reviews, they're just like one or two things about the game, and then they write it down.
I'm trying to figure
and
out
it's more
When I
specific.
look at this format. So gameplay very good. It's like that's not helpful.
Yeah.
So is it? Yeah. 'Cause I'm assuming then it's more so that there's just not enough info. Like we would take issue with these if it's just the information
It's too
garnered
broad
from
and
them.
diluted.
Right.
And if you're gonna go that broad and diluted, I think don't waste my time. Just give me a thumbs up or thumbs down.
So this is the funny
all
thing.
of the work they put into like the broad strokes of these things, I'd rather they just gave me a couple sentences about something they hate or really like.
Yeah.
Right. Funnily enough,
Because
like,
this isn't going to be the only review I read anyway.
The reason I don't know about any of this probably is because what I rely on is the current, like, new reviews and overall reviews. And if they're overwhelmingly positive, I'm pretty much guaranteed a good game. We thought about this before, but like the sort of metric on Steam of the aggregate review is like the best of any aggregate reviews ever. They seem so fucking consistent.
Yeah. It's if a game gets an overwhelmingly positive, you're probably gonna like it. Whereas if a film gets like a
Overwhelmingly positive.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything.
And so what's
Fresh
funny
with
about
the
that
top
is
critics,
that
though, guys.
if I saw the overwhelmingly positive, I garner more value out of that than seeing several reviews that say gameplay very good, graphics masterpiece, audio amazing. Like I'm with you on that. It's just what did we have before this format came out? A bunch of people writing out paragraphs that oftentimes were about as vacuous as this. No offense to random Steam reviewers. I don't want to be too mean.
I think I noticed when I scroll through Steam reviews, even people who just have a little, they just put a couple sentences down. They were compelled to do that because of some issue they found in the game, or there's something in particular they really like. And because if you're going to review a game, I would never just copy paste some format and check boxes. I feel like if that's not really super informed or passionate people might tend to do that. Instead, they want to write out in their words what their issue or specific praise is.
I want to make sure people understand I am not saying it is 100% reliable. I'm just saying it's pretty reliable compared to how
tends to be pretty
unreliable every other aggregate is. Because someone said RE8 is overwhelmingly positive. It's like, well, funnily enough, as Metal mentioned, I had fun playing that game. And I completely, I understand perfectly why it's given overwhelmingly positive. Like, I don't feel lied to with knowing that it's got overwhelmingly positive. Meanwhile, with something like Multiverse of Madness, I'm like, did people really rate this high? Did they even know what was happening? Come on. Like, who
I have multiple friends who have it in their top 5 Marvel movies. I'm like,
and will it be
well,
that?
now you have 5 less friends.
Will it be? Will they keep it after another 5 come out? I wonder.
I don't know. But some of them are going like, I don't really like Marvel movies, but I love Sam Raimi. And that's the one that confuses me the most because I'm like, that's almost specifically why I hate the movie as much as I do.
Because of Sam Raimi's involvement?
Well, just because I think it seems to me like someone skinned a Sam Raimi film and then puppeted it around in a PG-13 Disney film. And that bothers me as a Sam Raimi
I don't
fan.
feel like it's wearing its skin other than like there are little, like he's got some bits on it.
I'll tell you
like
what it is,
some of
Rex.
his...
wearing his
Huh?
hat, fake hat.
Yeah, that's a fake Sam Raimi
Big
hat.
hat, yeah.
Take off that fake
even a
hat.
real hat.
Not even. It
Kinda-
comes right off.
Speaking of fake hat, I saw Abraham Lincoln's actual hat that he was wearing when he went to Ford's Theater and got fucking killed.
Wow.
Oh, so
That's
his
a
lucky
real
hat
hat.
then.
That's
even
his.
fake,
He
yeah.
should have kept it on.
Some of those have metal in them, don't they? That would actually probably deflect the bullet a little bit, maybe.
No, probably not.
No,
In
probably
no way
not.
whatsoever. I imagine.
Well, some of them. Well, interesting enough, that might have been already out of fashion, but there was, the Mad Hatter. That's based on people putting. I think was it lead? They used to put lead in mercury or lead, one of the two.
Some safe metal, yeah.
Yeah, perfectly safe metal that would actually drive them crazy over time. So that's where that comes from.
Mad as a hatter.
Mad as a hatter, yeah, exactly.
I know
Cool.
It was fashion at one point for people to wear like metal skull caps for some level of protection, but they would dress it up and have a hat specifically over it. But I think that's a different time when people had to actually feel like they should be concerned about having some level of head protection in their daily lives, which generally we don't have to worry about now, thank goodness.
Yeah, I was going to mention it was a sort of format I kind of stumbled into, and I didn't really realize what I was doing until a commenter kind of identified. But I did a couple. I don't really do many like straight up reviews anymore, but I did a couple review series where I would just kind of pick games out of a specific sort of theme or genre, and all the reviews were positive. Like they were all recommendations. So the entire review is basically caveats. So I would say, I like this game. And I think you might like it too if you like games like blah. You appreciate mechanics like blah. You enjoyed similar games such as blah, and you don't mind the occasional, turn-based action or this or that or the other. Like basically, the whole review was, a thumbs up, essentially, like a Steam review. But I would just go over the caveats of what you may or may not like about the game. I guess that's what all reviews are, but specifically highlighting, hey, if you don't like games that do blah.
Experience.
But like a one paragraph caveat or like an asterisk basically on the review is like, I love it, but if you don't like turn-based games, you probably won't dig this. Like that would be way more useful than graphics awesome and sound amazing.
If every Steam review was just 3 things I like, 3 things I dislike, and everyone just did that, it would be insanely helpful because the patterns would become very apparent.
Very much.
Or if every Steam review was just one thing that you really like and why, and one thing you really hate and why, that would probably be even better. Especially because you take reviews as a group. Boy, that would be helpful.
Yeah.
And you get to see what a person holds in high value for that game. Like I swear to God, I think Jim Sterling reviewed Fallout 4 positively because you could have multiple partners. And that was like the best thing about the game to him.
All right.
I'm not even joking.
This might be the pettiest thing I've ever been upset about, but I absolutely despise this copy and paste checkbox template that so many people use to review games on Steam. This strange attempt at organized objectivity entirely removes the explanation.
Okay. Organized objectivity.
What?
Why would that...
Having a consistent standard?
Well, so, okay, to clarify, when someone says graphics very good, you... Like, why can't that just mean they like them a lot? Why does that have to... I'm a little bit lost. Organized objectivity.
I don't fucking get it, man.
I think he's referring to the concept of having a standard. Like a
checklist makes
So
it
I
feel
think
scientific to him.
I feel like he sees it as a bit too cookie cutter. Like I see it just as like green text, you know what I mean? Where it's like super point form, graphics this, gameplay that. And I don't necessarily object to that, but I prefer ultimately like a little bit of elaboration where it's just like, this is what I think, this is my brief experience of it.
It feels to me that it's just like wrong target almost. Like organized object, like why you could have an organized objective paragraph that talks about things in detail.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Well, what about audio good is like objective to him? You know what I mean? Like why is he labeling it that?
It's a weird label. Yeah.
Organized objectivity entirely removes the explanation or context that would make Dark Souls difficulty or watching paint dry gameplay make a hint of sense.
So,
I'm
so
so,
the-
I'm
the
so
criticism
fucking
is-
lost. I'm
so-
absolutely lost.
Yeah,
so
me too.
I'm a little bit. It seems like the point being made with the checklist is, well, there's no argument supporting it, so it's worthless. And it's like, sure, but how does that spin off to anybody trying to, I guess, for lack of a better description, like separate their emotional response and try to go through it as clinically as possible? Like, the only criticism here is you didn't substantiate anything, which is fair.
But it's also just a Steam review. I don't know. It's not a dissertation. It's just like I didn't like this, and
Well,
so
yeah,
if you
'cause
see
it's
enough
not
of those, you go,
I
oh,
think-
then maybe this part isn't good.
I think also this kind of Steam review where it's just like, oh, graphics good or whatever, those tend to not be upvoted very much in terms of like most helpful
No.
reviews. So
Yeah.
when you go on a Steam, page and you look at the reviews, it's usually the most helpful that come up first, right? These kind of reviews don't really get that much traffic, so I don't really think they're that important.
I would go out and say I don't really see those reviews much anymore because
No.
Can I rewind like 10 seconds? I'll tell you exactly what he did. He went to one Steam user and looked through all the reviews. This particular Steam user does that type of review every single time because I noticed every single game he'd scroll past and he saw different games, and for every game he'd have the same format of review. So he found one person who did it this way. But I don't necessarily think it's an epidemic problem. I hardly see those, and to your point, I think that the most helpful ones are the ones that people upvote and actually say specific things like, yeah, this is kind of like Civilization, but with starships or whatever.
Maybe the guy who does that checklist format is actually the pish posh writer inside.
No,
of him.
no.
Oh no.
Oh, I had a question about that. Is the Pish Posh Writer Inside Me a book on criticism or a porno?
A pish posh writer, like he writes a porno that's very high class.
No. The Pish Posh Writer Inside Me.
Is that the title of a porno? Or
title of the
Like he's writing. Oh, the title of a porno. Oh, okay.
Sounds like a Chuck Tingle novel.
Oh,
no.
Oh no.
Last block coming on.
So just to confirm what you were saying, Indigo, the guy filtered the results to be only reviews from that one user who was using that template across multiple games, and then made it seem like everybody was doing that. Is that what you said? Sorry if I'm getting it wrong.
I would say I've seen them every once. You see them every once in a while, but they're not prevalent. You just notice them every once in a while because people are not gonna. They're just gonna here's some of my light thoughts on my review. Yes.
Can we do
no.
playback speed? I just wanted to show how the screen looks like. If you go to a user on Steam and look at the reviews, it looks like one user.
Right.
Can we do playback speed on this? Or
when
no?
you say playback speed, what do you mean? You mean slow?
Like half speed? Yeah.
Yeah.
Said about, but I absolutely despise this copy.
Yeah, that's just the
and
same
paste
user again
These
and
are for
again.
all different games.
Yeah,
Wait,
it's the same user.
Oh, that doesn't really.
That's yeah.
Wait, difficulty? How come the middle option is easy to learn, hard to master? And
I
wait,
hate this guy's review
not-
specifically.
just call him out. Fuck it. Like this asshole. Nah, man, don't do that.
This
Don't do that.
one Steam reviewer
Don't do that. It's
is a
fine.
blot
It's
on the video game
fine.
criticism world.
I got a bone to pick with this asshole.
This is one
And
sick
his
son of a
fucking
bitch.
So many
boxes.
people use to review games on Steam. This strange attempt at organized objectivity entirely removes the
It's not
explanation or
strange.
context that would make Dark Souls difficulty or watching paint dry gameplay make a hint of sense. It tells me.
Thanks for the random clip of you dying in Dark Souls.
I'm still kind of baffled by that statement. I just don't quite follow it.
Context as checklist. It doesn't tell you much, but the average Steam reviewer also doesn't tell you much
This
because
is
they're
kind
fucking stupid.
Kind of my issue with this whole idea, like trying to rip into this for being like there's lack of information there. It's like, well, yeah, that's the format. I think they knew that when they were writing it. It just looks like it's quick, I guess. Like to be critical, it's being treated as though this is an approach people now have to games. It's like, well, no, that's just that guy's quick review. Why are you?
Yeah.
If
I
anything,
load up.
If anything, we're better off now than ever for billions of reviews that go into all kinds of depth. Like, you'll be fine. There's someone out there who will get you the thing you need. Be it a 1-minute review of a game, 5-minute, 10-minute, hour, you'll get them. They're out there.
I mean, that guy does Steam reviews where he has a little template and he
Because-
he enjoys
Yeah.
filling them in for the games he plays. I
Yeah,
think
if you
that's
follow
fine
him,
too.
you
Like,
get that level of information.
yeah, like,
As much as I harp on these people, a 5-minute video from a person whose opinions you generally align with or trust, saying this game is good, I recommend it.
Yeah.
Easy. That's fine. That'll do.
How come
Yeah.
how come whenever you're getting onto someone, you call it harping on someone? Because a harp is a gentle, pleasant thing. Like if someone
What about
harps
hoppy?
at me,
you ever tried to
like
carry
a harp,
one?
well, harpy is different. All right. But a harp is if someone was to harp at me, I'd be like, oh, so like it's almost like you're serenading what I'm saying
I
instead
think
of
I think it's because harps tend to go on,
go on.
for a
They're-
long
they're
time. They take a
resonant.
while, and they're slow instruments.
Like they vibrate a lot. Their tones last a
The
long
one guy
time.
at the party won't stop playing the fucking harp.
I was like, oh, there's Jim. He brought his goddamn harp again. He did. He brought the fucking harp again.
Like playing a piano while holding the sustain pedal.
Janice, you need to talk to Jim about his harp. Not now. It's just sometime.
Don't look at him. Don't look at him. Don't look at him.
Not in front of him. Don't look at the harp. Just don't ask him about his harp. That's what he wants you to do. That's why he's carrying around a harp on a cart.
Interesting. Oh,
Somebody said in chat that how come you're like not acknowledging the hit he just took against Dark Souls? I have no idea if that was what was happening there. That sentence is bizarre to me. Okay.
It was bizarre, yeah.
He said, I think I got what he was trying to say. He said that the criticisms, this has Dark Souls difficulty, and the gameplay is like watching paint dry, make no sense. And I mean, the paint dry one, it's an obvious expression that people use for boring. So just saying the gameplay in this game is boring makes no sense.
So he's saying Dark Souls difficulty is really engaging, and so if you describe it that way and it turns out it's boring. Is that what he's saying?
No. He says that because it was examples from the checklist.
Right.
That like difficulty, one of the options was Dark Souls. And he's like, so that option makes no sense. I'm like, well, I don't know. Like a lot of game journalists do compare video game difficulty to Dark Souls. And I think if like it's a thumbs up for difficulty, it's like, yeah, it's hard. Okay. Sure.
Well,
I
you
get that
shouldn't
that's what you're
call-
trying to say.
You shouldn't call something Dark Souls difficulty just because it's difficult.
All right, I'm
Like,
listening to it again.
It's clearly well-designed difficulty.
I'm listening to it again. I'm doing my best to understand this
People
sentence
use
now.
to
Okay, here
review
we go.
games on Steam. This strange attempt at organized objectivity entirely removes the explanation or context that would make Dark Souls difficulty or watching paint dry gameplay make a hint of sense.
And like my argument is that they could be more clear,
What?
but they do make a bit of sense. Like I get what they're trying to say with it. If you're
They're
like a normie gamer who just used a template to review a game and you said, yeah, it has Dark Souls gameplay and it's also kind of like watching paint dry, I'd be like, okay, so the guy thinks it's hard and boring.
I have
Right?
seen
Like-
templates like these that have on the difficulty, the most difficult difficulty option just says Dark Souls.
It's kind of a thing that's been around for a while. Like I remember before Dark Souls was people's cultural touch point for difficulty. People used to talk about NES hard. Like if you ever play the old NES games, like Battletoads or Ninja Gaiden, those games were fucking hard. And people would always use those as like a reference point, like, oh yeah, this game's NES hard. You're gonna have a rough time with it.
Ninja Gaiden's hard but doable. I think Battletoads, there are parts of that are just legit bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen several interpretations of his point in chat. I'm trying to keep up.
Because he's a skilled communicator.
I think it's
Basically, I think what he's trying to say is, if someone is just saying, "Oh, its difficulty is Dark Souls and its gameplay is watching paint dry," obviously those are shorthand for hard and boring. I
Yeah.
think what he's saying is that there should be more to it than that, and just saying that on its own is not enough information.
So it's not a knock against Dark Souls.
I think that's
I don't think it's a knock against Dark Souls. No.
The fact that that was a 50-50 interpretation for people in chat makes me think this line could be better.
But I will say, I think that what you said is what he meant to say, but not exactly what he said. I think what he said is that it downright doesn't make sense. Didn't he say it doesn't make sense?
and that's
he says
what I
it
don't
doesn't make
agree with.
sense.
I'm like,
I think,
it's not good,
maybe,
but
or
it
maybe
does
that
make
is what he actually. Maybe
I
that is
think,
what he's trying to say.
Well, I think what your framing of it was the more charitable and better way of saying what I think he just said there is that when you say, "Oh, the difficulty is Dark Souls," that doesn't make sense. Whereas what I would say is, "No, that's just nothing. I can't use that information. It's barely anything other than it's hard, I guess." But there isn't a lack of sense. There's just a lack of anything in that. Like, what am I meant to do with that as a statement?
I guess it's just the problem of saying a lot but meaning very little. I always go to Ahoy. I think you guys have covered him on this channel before. Ahoy will basically break down an entire paragraph into like one sentence. He'll just every word is so meaningful in his scripts generally when he's talking about whether video games or technology or the Amiga or anything like that. He's able to condense a lot of useful information into very few words, whereas generally, even for shorter form content like this video, I don't think it's very long. They'll just go on and on about something, and you really could probably break it down into a few paragraphs of actual data.
Yeah, just like Mahler's videos. Got him.
Mahler. Oh, here we go. 10,000 likes.
What?
Aren't I clever?
It tells me to nothing about how the person actually felt,
Right,
nor is
yeah,
there any
sorry.
interesting evaluation of what the game might be trying to convey.
I mean, it's a very basic
I mean, what are you
opinion. That's what you're
expecting?
going to get.
That is what it is.
Steam user review, man.
But
It's not just a Steam user review. It's a very specific format of a Steam
I
user
thought
review
that,
from one account. Like, yes, it's designed not to give you very in-depth feelings of the person's thoughts and feelings. Isn't it a thematic definition of what the game's going for? An analysis like that. He's framing it as though that's a very common way to review games that everyone's now on board with. Like, we've lost the soul of analysis. Like, what are you talking about? No.
See them every once in a while.
This is where I'd go back
Definitely
to.
not.
I'd go back to affirming my review critique distinction, where a review is just a description of your experience with it and a recommendation based on that, whereas a critique is more analytical in nature. These people down in the Steam reviews, they're reviewing to try and recommend a game.
It's product
They're
recommendation.
not necessarily there for substantive
Describing the
analytical
product
discussion of
more
the
than anything
mechanics.
else.
Still not a fan of splitting those words that way. I feel like they're so much more broad that you could have all kinds of crossovers.
He's found the perfect scapegoat. Like, really, the video title could be, "I really don't like the stream reviews by Gary Template." That could be that could be the entire review. It's like this guy don't like him.
That's fucking bastard, dude.
Yeah, Gary's a dick.
No, just the whole template family. They're just like this.
Steve Template
Mother
sucks
was a
too.
dick.
Like, I know where they got it from.
Sister was a dick. Don't ask.
Graphics? I play games that could probably run on my 2007 iPod.
Okay, so when they say the graphics are good or not, that doesn't mean the game is good or not, does it?
Yeah,
You're
also,
asking...
you don't have to care. You just...
the component part.
And you don't have to care, you're right,
Does
yeah.
any reviewer who talks about the graphics, are you this upset that they talked about graphics in their review?
Well,
I would
imagine-
expect someone to mention the graphics in their review.
What he just said to me is not quite as stupid, but as like on the level of being like, music good, why would I care? I'm deaf. Okay.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah,
You're like,
you
well,
don't care about it, but that
Yeah.
review wasn't specifically written for you.
It's fine that you don't care if the graphics are good or not. That's still information.
Touch. What the fuck is a graphic? Gameplay? I'm not even gonna
You don't know what they mean?
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, there's your problem. You don't actually know what the words mean.
You don't know what graphics
Wait,
are.
hang on.
Is he?
Did we jump ahead to assuming a better point was made and a worse one got made?
Of what the game might be trying to convey. Graphics? I play games that could probably run on my 2007 iPod Touch. What the fuck is a graphic? Game?
Oh, he's saying that like
is
he
this
doesn't
supposed
know
to be
what
a
a
joke?
graphic is because he doesn't play games that not all the games he plays have good graphics. So he's like, I don't even know what a graphic is. Is that the joke?
You know
I
what
don't
this
even-
normie
I
with a
thought the-
checklist probably
I thought the
means by
point was just
graphics good.
But he doesn't care how good the graphics are because good games don't have to have. Is that? I thought that was.
Yeah, I think that's probably the point. Is like, oh, not every game has to have good
Yeah.
graphics, so therefore, why are you
Which is a
rating
really
a game based on
stupid,
graphics?
stupid
is
argument
it-
because I'd like to know how good the graphics are anyway.
It matters a lot to
Yeah.
people. I actually have a very specific example. I just moved, and I was talking to one of the movers that I helped hired for a couple hours, and we're talking about games. It's like, oh, I noticed you have a tattoo from Elder Scrolls. Right on. It's like, yeah, love Skyrim. It's like, all right, looking forward to the next game. Yeah, graphics are going to be awesome. That's like the entire thing he had to say about it. I'm like, okay,
all that
guess that's all that
matters.
matters to him. Yeah, it's
And
fine.
plus, if a game has bad graphics, and if everyone consistently says a game has bad graphics, that's something worth like taking into consideration, especially because that could mean
Absolutely.
things don't load properly.
Oh yeah.
There's clashes in the visual style. It just looks horrendous and
Assassin's Creed
ugly.
Unity suffered from they had very, very good art design, but
In
horrible
faces, though.
graphical bugs. Yeah.
What I find strange about this coming format is the fact that it's clearly become I'm going to highlight one and then tell you why this stuff is lacking, I don't know, depth or information, when I feel like you've already made that point, but your first one was that you don't care about it, not that it lacked information. We're not off to a great start of proving what's wrong with this format, which I think we all agreed it lacks information, lacks depth, lacks detail, lacks context. So, I don't know. But, like, I'm curious what the knockback for the rest of them will be. Like, gameplay. Again, I would happily just concede, it's like, yeah, I don't know what any of these words really mean. That's the problem.
And also, I bet the person who's making these reviews would agree that they're not in depth.
Yes.
Gameplay? I'm not even gonna start with that one. Audio? Okay.
So
what?
Isn't that the point of this video? Like, what was
yeah, I thought, isn't that your job?
Okay.
That little list that he had there, that's like a joke, right? That's not like a standard that's used, is it?
I assume it is.
Meh, and it's just gameplay or both options on there. Like,
Yeah, well, I was about to say the last two are redundant. Because watch paint dry instead also means don't.
Yeah.
I thought the video creator
Maybe you
made
can
this
choose
list
more than one
himself as a gag.
I think he did. Yeah, this looks like a Google form or something.
Oh, okay.
Like, I don't think this is anything that actually is official. Like, I remember back in the day, it used to be pretty standard. Like, remember GameSpot? I don't know if IGN did it, but GameSpot would have like your graphics, music, or maybe they bring it over to sound. Graphics, sound, gameplay, and like maybe multiplayer, and then have like various different kind of stat points. And then the overall was an average.
GamePro had famously had fun factor as one of its criteria.
Yeah, it's a stupid system, but they tried to itemize it. It's like, yeah, this game looks awful. It doesn't. It's nothing to look at. Doesn't sound great, but hey, the gameplay's fun. Or maybe it's actually a middling game, but has an amazing soundtrack. I mean, I think the Halo fans in this call could tell you how much impact a really good soundtrack, how much that enhances a game already. Like if it's a decent game with an amazing soundtrack, it can make it a lot more enjoyable. But things that totally, it really matters to who you're talking to. Like I try to convince my friend, yeah, VR is really cool. You can see the depth, you can do this and that. And then I forget that he actually is blind in one eye and so can't see the depth factor. That's like a big down point on VR because that's like half of the experience. So, but yeah, I think it kind of probably, this sort of format review, which I honestly don't see very often, probably was inspired by that sort of like, the Game Pro, Nintendo Power, PC Gamer, what have you, sort of, we're going to itemize these stats and these numbers to make them look more official.
An organized aspect to it. Like on the eyes, it looks very structured and good for just visually the way that it looks.
Yeah. It seems to give
print medium too. It's a style, like visual style even.
It also tends to like give a little bit more gravitas, like, oh, we've done this whole scoring system, and so this is our official number based on our scoring system. When in reality, it's an arbitrary number. You could pick a 7 or 8, doesn't really have any objective standard to it. You just happen to give it that higher number because you liked it.
Yeah.
By the way, the whole like gameplay very good down to just don't. I mean, I'm assuming we're all here. We can reasonably assume this is supposed to just mean 1 to 6, and how did it score out of 6? And that's all you're supposed to really, because again, like being like, what do these words even mean? And it's like, well, you had to choose words to go here. And when you've got only 1 or 2 or 3 words to choose from, whatever, it's just like, you're probably not gonna be able to do much better than this. The limitation of the format, I think that the premise that's bugging me about all of this is the idea that we're all doing this with games now or something. It's like, no.
I'm not even gonna start with that one. Audio? Okay, does that mean music or sound design or balancing?
What's funny about that?
That's the guy who made the template.
What's funny about that is you can dig further than those you just said too. Like all of them are gonna have subcategories as well.
Or audience? Sign me up for the grandma games.
Wait,
like who it's meant for?
Okay, so
maybe.
So that's not
is
a good
that
response.
A genre?
To be fair, being like intended audience, kids, teens, adults, that's a useful piece of information.
Yeah, that's actually useful.
Yeah.
That's like what a rating is on a video game that you've had basically your entire life. This is Wait, why is Grandma at the? Oh, that's a horny ass
I mean,
grandma.
back in
She's on the bottom, not near the kids version.
well, also like in like the Nintendo Wii era, there were a lot of like old folks' homes that just had video game consoles that the old people would play, and I'm certain there were some games that were better for old people to play than others.
I didn't know that we're now we've gotten so overzealous about all of this. We're throwing out like audience intent. Like, why would we throw that out?
Age rating, yeah. This is essentially age rating.
I'm a little. Wasn't something that he said earlier in the video? Oh, I don't need to write a whole dissertation on why I think a game is good or bad. But now the criticism is that there's nothing here to latch onto. So, like, what are we doing? Pick
Maybe
one. Do you want it
was
to
it
be
a
long or
dissertation
short?
on
Do
why
you
he
want it to
liked
be-
it, or to justify why he liked
Oh,
it?
well, no, he was originally shitting on, like, the notion of spending a lot of time writing up a big script explaining, like, objectively why something is good or bad. That was something that he didn't like. But now
But
he's
these aren't
criticizing-
objective enough. They're not accurate enough.
Well, I mean, I don't. He just said that there's nothing.
Maybe
here,
he
and
wouldn't
it's
say
like,
it that way.
I don't.
There's a Goldilocks zone.
What I'm saying is I don't understand like what point he's trying to make. Which one do you want, or what do you want? What does this have to do with your original point?
What he
and I
wants,
also
the gold zone that he wants is for you to tell an anecdote about how you played it as a kid, and your sister poured Coke into the machine. That's what he wants.
Yeah, sign me up for the grandma games. Difficulty? Dark Souls is unironically an option.
Oh, hey!
Grind?
Hey, I called it. I mentioned it earlier. It's a real thing. See, it's been confirmed. Hashtag vindicated.
Grinding
yeah,
isn't
I
even
really
a
don't like
concept
that. Like,
in
really
so many
hard just
video
means
games.
Dark Souls.
Well,
That's not.
now he's very
Yeah.
specifically arguing against this template.
But like a lot of people hate grinding in games.
I was about to say, like, what?
Yeah.
telling people that the game is grindy is valuable information.
Well,
Yeah, it is.
Imagine
It
I said,
legitimately is.
Is the game an RPG? And someone goes, RPG. That's not. Why would you even care? Not all games are RPGs. Like, well,
yeah,
I was
what-
asking
what
if it
about this
was.
one?
Like,
Don't
what?
even get me started on gameplay.
Which
Yeah, is this based on the template from that Gary
He
template
didn't-
guy? Or I'm trying to figure out
Well,
where
he is
where he's
acting
getting
as
this
if these
form.
are not his. He's saying that these aren't his. I guess this is just one that he found.
I think
assuming-
he's been a straw man this whole time.
I thought this was.
He's just...
Well, okay, so treating it as that's embarrassing. If this is
I
made
think
up,
this is real.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm hoping it's real because the fact is, like, this isn't a very good response to this. Like, you could have just said it was shallow, but instead you're going way too far.
Ironically, an option.
And saying
Grind?
like, why would you talk about whether or not there's a grind? Some games don't even have grind. And it's like, do you see the option? Nothing.
That's
to
the
grind?
option. Yeah. Like, this is legitimately useful, and if
Exactly.
games had this, this is information that I could actually use. If almost every option I see for a game is like the top 3 options, I'm like, oh, okay, there's not really much grinding in this game. That's good.
I was going to say, so if I was playing this game for the first time and it ticked only if you care about leaderboards and ranks, I'd be like, oh, okay, sweet. Then if it said, like, you'll need a second life for the grinding in this shit, it's like, oh.
All right, well, we're playing a different game then.
Exactly. This isn't actually one to cite for being worthless.
Grinding isn't even a concept in so many video games.
Then it's the
Story?
top option.
Like,
Yeah, the no
Grinding
grinding
good?
would be...
Yeah, like Mahler
Yeah.
said.
Well, here's another thing. You can. It's a template. You can just remove things that do not
So ma-
apply to that game.
Or you can just fucking filter it so you don't read
no.
them. Jesus.
Yeah, if you see it, just skip over it and read
Yep.
the other 7
That's what,
bajillion
yeah,
reviews of
there's
the
a
game.
scroll on your mouse. It's super helpful.
many video
Some of these
games.
reviews I don't care for.
So what do we think first about this? Story, no story, some lore, average, good, lovely. I like the...
mildly interested. I think this could be
It'll
somewhat
replace
useful.
your life.
I just like that some lore is
I
like
guess, like,
placed at like
CRPG.
the low end. The Dark Souls
I like
equivalent?
this. I like this better
I'm fine with
because there's at least a rank, an identifiable rank to this. It's like,
Yeah.
like if
Like,
you look
no
at it from top
story.
to bottom, yeah, no story, some lore, average. It's like bad, okay, good. Like you can tell, like there's actually differentiation between each.
What do I grade a
So
story
what-
that has a lot of story but is bad?
I was about to say this conflates two at the same time. It goes from whether or not the story is there to story being there is a good
Whether
thing.
it's good,
You know,
yeah.
it's like wait,
Yeah.
hang on.
Yeah.
'Cause it-
Right.
And
Yeah.
also,
Yeah.
a story being good, it will replace your life. That's weird.
I have
that's-
nowhere to put the Telltale games.
That's a fantastic point. I'd rather have no story than a bad story. Like a game that will just not shut up but has terrible writing is the
Oh, yeah.
worst.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree. Yeah.
Yeah, the problem with this one is you need like
presence of amount of how focused the game, story gameplay ratio maybe, and then you need quality of writing or something like that if you're going to split these.
Story? Okay, but like, how would a single checkbox warn me that before your eyes could throw hands?
It's not gonna.
What?
Not gonna.
What?
It's
Yeah.
not supposed to.
Was that a specific character in a game?
Like, okay, so we need to
All
reset.
we're highlighting is the limitations of the format, which, yes, yeah.
Why was the format made? It's like to be as in-depth as possible. It's like, no. It's to tell you something as quickly as it can.
No.
Do I need to know what this Wolfman's intentions are in order to enjoy the game before I play it?
Man wakes up in the morning, looks at his fucking door, and gets super angry because it's a door. He's just looking at something
it's
and being
only a door.
really mad that it is what it is.
You lied to me. You said you'd be the Narnia door. You're just a regular. You're a fake door.
Real doors have Mr. Tumnus behind them.
Yeah.
Doesn't
So,
open.
You kind of it's kind of conflicts with what he said before, because before, based on this template he's using, he had like a, kids, teenagers, adults, grandma who's like into porn, I guess. But like, wouldn't the idea of like more of an adult themed game, you would expect the story to be more mature and have more graphic violence and things like that? Like that, even based on the stupid template that he's plucked from somewhere, it kind of does cover that. It does cover the idea that this guy with, I guess he said he threw hands. I'm not playing this game, so I don't know what he's talking about. This guy
You didn't even mention what game it was.
No idea.
This next one, this could be useful if it was hours 1 to 5, 5 to 10, 10 to 15, 15 to 20, 20 plus. If it was
that would be
this is
great.
unfortunately short. Could mean anything. Average, I don't know exactly. Like I can interpret
Average for what type of game?
Short, average,
Yeah,
long
average
could
for
be
what type
like
of game, true, yeah.
0 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30. It could be, but I don't know.
Yes.
Average for a Call of Duty campaign is not the same as average for a Japanese role-playing game.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Like, what the fuck is average these days?
That's that's the problem with this one. Does he nail it? Does he nail the problem with this one?
Time? Oh boy, the hour
think
count
MMO you can
obsession
put
is
into
another
infinity
topic
and
for
beyond pretty
another
safely.
video. Price?
Is
He didn't nail it. He didn't
another
nail
video.
it. Listen, in case anyone missed it, I just want to play it again.
Yeah,
right?
let's,
I feel like I laid out the best argument against it. This was his.
Single checkbox warned me that before your eyes could throw hands. Game time? Oh boy, the hour count obsession is another topic for another video.
Yeah, like you screwed up.
You screwed up. The reason why a lot of people value the game time knowledge, and I'm pretty sure we've talked about this on EFAP before, but people in chat have said this. Some people do not have the time for they're not in a position in life where they're just like, I'll just play anything for any amount of time and hope the experience enough isn't. They're like, no, I need information. I need this thing to take this amount of time, this level of story, this kind of engagement. I got work to do. I got a life to lead, family to look after. I need this shit to be delivered on time. This is why, like, same thing with movies, right? It's just like, that's a 2-hour guarantee. I'm in and out. Hopefully I go for a good one. With games, it's like, yeah, how long does it take to beat this thing? I'd like to get it done within the week, or with day. And it's like, it's Elden Ring. It's like, oh, you might not be able to. And if this guy just bursts in going, you shouldn't care about the length. It should be about how good the game is. It's like, yeah, that's great. How long is the game?
Yeah.
Right.
So I found what I think he based this video off of. I linked it in the chat. It's I had to dig pretty deep. I had to do game review forum template Dark Souls, and it was like the 20th result or something. And it's got some of the same verbiage. It's even got the kids, teens, adults, grandma, and Dark Souls as a difficulty level, and even has long enough for a cup of coffee, short, average, long, to infinity and beyond. So I think he basically took that, chopped out each question section and then put it into his video format with all like the purple, pretty background or whatever. But this is hardly the gold standard of review. This is just some random, it's something.github.io, just something some dude made. It's nothing official.
Cherry picked thing.
Yeah. Oh no,
yeah.
I just realized as well. Yeah, the most common argument. So if a new game is coming out, let's say God of War Ragnarok's on its way out, and then me and Metal are told, like, I can tell you the game time if you want to know, and we go, no, I don't care about gaming hours. I only care about the quality of the game. And we're like, well, no, I'd like to know that it's like, are we looking at like 30 plus, 50 plus, 80 plus? Like, it would be nice to know that. Because yeah, I'm hoping it's not a fucking 10-hour game. That would be a surprise and kind of lame.
Disappointing.
Yeah.
and more as people get older and get busier and have kids or whatever, they actually shorter condensed experiences become more attractive to people who don't
Exactly.
have 500 hours to put into an RPG.
Yes.
And so this whole
it's
like
actually quite an important thing.
everyone being obsessed with length, it's perfectly reasonable to want to know the length of the game. That's fine.
Well, so this is the impression I get. A lot of the time when I've noticed people bring up, the obsession with length, it's usually to criticize people who focus more on games that are longer and get upset when they see a game that's got a shorter length. It was mentioned, once you get older and your life gets busy, you want games that are shorter, and everybody recognizes that as totally valid. Conversely, there's the person who's like, I have in my budget enough money to buy one game per year. You know what? I think that one guy might have good reason to be interested in finding out if a game is really long.
Yep.
And that for them, games that are really... But that guy's treated like an asshole a lot of the time.
Exactly.
Like, oh, wow, long, yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
imagine
that-
wanting more content.
Cringe.
Price? Oh boy, count obsession is another top.
Whoa! What just happened?
It
Wait,
was
wait,
back,
it
it
went
bounced
back.
back.
Other video. Price? Oh,
Wait, I want to see the fucking. God damn it! I want us to
his
judge it
hour
before he
count
does.
obsession is another topic for another video. Price?
Pause.
Right, so we
there you go,
will
got it.
judge it before he does. Price, it's free with the price. Okay, this isn't. useful.
If it's on sale, if you have some spare money left, well, what is that? What?
Isn't
I don't
this mean an
understand.
overall assessment?
I would like to believe I have spare money left so I can buy a game. So I think that's like a criteria you have to do
I
every
think it means
time.
if you have money left while buying other games during a sale. I don't know.
This is a
Why
weird
don't
one
you
because
say
they
that?
clearly want to answer the
Yeah.
question: is it worth the money? And it's like, so first one, it's free, therefore it's up to you, I guess, because it's got nothing to do with the price. So the second one,
How is
worth
it
the price.
monetized What price? Full price?
I guess
that's
this will
the
be
other
for.
problem. I guess it must be about full price.
Well, because he said if it's on sale, it's like, well, what about if the regular price drops? You're not helping me. Just say full price, sale, like half price.
I think we should assume
Or
worth
just
the
give me
price.
$70 remake of a game you've already sold twice.
Or just give me
Yeah.
monetary value: $60, $40, $20. You know.
The incorporation of humor in these, where the idea is to be brief, but then it's like, oh, we got to make it funny also.
Well,
But then you have to like decipher like what does each
Yeah.
tier mean.
Yeah.
Like it just gets in the way of it. Sorry, I interrupted you, Rag. Sorry.
This one's because if you should get it when it's on sale, that means it's now worth the price. So it checks 2 boxes.
Right.
Yeah.
Oddly. And also they could actually check 3 because if you have some spare money left, it's on sale, which makes it worth the price. It is now 3 of the 6 options.
Hey, if it's free, it's worth the price too. So,
But isn't the price because if they're going for price tiers, then stop fucking calling me. But there is a
No. Sorry,
like
I'll
there's
call you.
sorry, my phone went off for the 3rd time and like
I'll call you
3
again.
minutes?
Fuck you.
Oh,
Get out of here.
What's your
but-
number? Sorry,
One.
go-
I'm number 1.
Ah.
But if
555.
the price is something you know, like when you're looking at it, the price doesn't need to be in the review anyway. So this has to be for something else other than just telling me what the price is. And if it's worth the price, then you'd have to. This is an odd one. This is weird.
Well, so it's very confusing exactly what they mean, but I think if I was being as best faith as possible, it goes free, full price, sale price, only if you really have money to spare, no, and you're seriously burning your money with this one. Like that's the best way I could interpret it. It's not great.
Probably.
Let's see what they say.
Price? Oh boy, the hour count obsession is another topic for another video. Bugs?
Wait.
What?
Wait, what? Oh, he fucked up.
Wait, what
Yeah.
happened there? Hold on.
Okay, hang the fuck
He
on.
replayed the
Oh
same
boy,
clip.
the hour count obsession is another topic for another video. Price? Oh boy, the hour count obsession is another topic.
Wait.
Oh, yeah, that's a
wait.
fuck up.
Wait,
It's not an
I
intentional
think is the
joke.
point supposed to be that price is based on our count, almost like worthwhile?
No.
No way would he
I don't.
be serious saying
It's the
it.
same footage.
I
though.
say-
It's identical footage too.
Is that
Maybe
the
he
point?
just
He
wanted to
fucked up.
show
That's-
more
is that the
Sayonara footage.
No,
Is
I
that
think he
the-
copied and pasted part of this video. I've seen that happen before.
Is
Somebody
that the
accidentally
point, though?
repeats part of the
Well,
video.
so I
Is
think
that the
I think
point?
he's trying to say that when people talk about whether or not it's worth the price, they're talking about the hour count.
I believe so.
Surely
Oh,
not.
No, I think
do
he
you
is
mean
trying
like
to
the
say
whole-
that, but I don't understand how or why.
Either he's
I
made a
feel
mistake.
like it's
Well,
more
because
likely it was a
obviously the
mistake.
response I would have to that is like, well, no, because we can have very, very short games that are really fucking potent. So
And cheaper.
well, exactly, yeah. So I don't. This is either a mistake or he's trying to say like tongue in cheek.
you're obsessed. You need to calm down. It's not the price.
Is it
doesn't
the
prove anything.
exact? Is it the exact same clip, or are they just similar?
Yeah, it's the same
The
clip. He
score
goes
is
on
the same in the top
right
left.
the other end,
Yeah, it's got to be an error, unless he's doing some sort of
I
like
don't know.
fourth wall sort of Groundhog Day repeating himself thing. I don't think that's the case.
He hasn't been that
I'm on
clever
Muller's
so
on this
far.
one.
I think this is
Well, it's
just
not
a
clever.
editing
It's just,
mistake.
Well, all right.
There also
well,
isn't
it's
a
to
ton to the
clarify.
gameplay in Sayonara Wild Hearts. Like
Clarify,
this game,
either
it's
he
pretty
fucked it
simple.
up or his point is pretty worthless. One of those
Yeah.
two. Like, it's,
Not a good selection.
no.
Quick for video. Bugs? Alright, try filling out the
Okay, what the fuck?
Oh,
Walk
so
together,
this
calm the hell
one,
down.
this one gets a pass.
Hang on.
And I
wait,
guess all of the options in the template are valid on this one.
Sorry,
No-
it didn't play
no
on my
complaints.
end. I'm gonna have to play it again.
is another topic for another video. Price? Oh boy, the hour count obsession is another topic for
Oh.
another video.
Wait, no.
Bugs?
No.
Alright, you can have
It's
that
still
one.
awesome.
I could try filling out this template to the best of
Okay, wait. So Bugs
See,
is okay
Bugs
then?
is okay to talk about. Yeah, he's fine with the one
Isn't
for
that-
Bugs.
okay, so
that one
this-
gets a pass.
You fucked up because the whole point you were trying to make, which I thought you were trying to make, was that it was really shallow and that it was really like not that useful, which you can definitely argue, especially with the bugs part, when it says there are some bugs, there are no bugs, there are a lot of bugs. It's
Yeah,
like,
what does
but
some bug
yeah,
mean?
what
It's
bugs?
all implied
Yes,
up in
you
this
can't
list.
even your
I think
definition
bug
of a
is
bug
game
would-
breaking.
Yeah, you can't
Yeah.
start the game. It's like-
That's what I'm saying. Like, what you can't just. That's one of them. In fact, we might have been most critical of that one, but he's like, oh,
Yeah.
that's a pass. It's like, what?
I would say that there's like you could probably have multiple categories of bugs. You could have sort of like immersion breaking, you know, nothing too bad. A lot of just weird kind of funny glitches that don't really ruin the game, but kind of break you out of the moment. Stability, you know, crashes, but also you can get performance. Is this game going to be running on, you know, the CryEngine 10, and so you need a supercomputer from NASA to be able to run it, or is it pretty easy to run? Like there's a whole, I don't know if there's another category for that, but that's a whole other ball game of just, you know, actual performance issues. And then hard locks, soft locks, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, because when it says minor bugs, does that mean not many or low impact?
Yeah, like minor bugs and can get annoying really blur together to me. Like
It's bugs
I don't
only about
know.
children, you know, children related bugs.
And then you know,
Well, Deep Rock Galactic, there's a lot of minor bugs in that one.
well, there's loads of bugs in Mario Sunshine,
minor.
but like it works. So like, you know,
Wait, why is one of the things Ark Survival Evolved? I don't even understand that one.
I guess it has a lot of bugs.
I would just simplify it to like cosmetic versus like interfering with gameplay. Like you know when you go to Blight Town in Dark Souls, for example, and those fucking flies come at you, and then it drops the frame rate to like 5. But then like Cyberpunk, where objects get like duplicated and they hover in midair, it's just like whatever. It doesn't interfere with the game. It's just looks stupid. Like those are like the two primary categories.
well, no, this got a pass, John.
Alright, you can have that one. I could try filling out this template to the best of my ability, hesitating on my complex thoughts involving each
Oh
category.
my god, I feel bad for the template maker at this point. The guy is
Yeah.
like, why are you ripping me apart when this thing is meant to be read in like 10 seconds? That's all it's for.
Is the Chow Garden a grinding mechanic? Or I could just write my own review for Sonic.
The Chow.
I don't
the
know
what?
what that is.
The Chow
Nothing to
Garden,
grind.
a grinding mechanic?
It's like an area in Sonic Adventure
side
2.
Yeah, the,
Yeah,
I'm a-
side
I
thing
was
you
seeing
can
that
do.
much.
I'm sure it's a fair question in terms of how does grinding exist, but that's the format is not capable of dealing with that. You are correct. I don't know.
He's
what-
already
like,
found the solution. He can just make essays on YouTube. Oh,
yeah,
wait,
there you
that's
go.
What he
Oh,
already does.
If only someone had thought of that before. If only there were thousands of these things.
Adventure says, sometimes this game feels like walking over broken glass while getting my eardrums ruptured by a smoke alarm, but other times you go fast and it's kind of fun. And that makes more sense.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah, you could
why, that
do
was
that,
always an
yeah.
option. There was nothing stopping you from doing that.
Yeah.
Why does that
You
need
don't
to be
have to
watching-
follow any template in a Steam review.
To be
You
fair,
can do whatever you want.
if we're gonna
Yeah.
be as mean to that format as we're gonna be consistently mean, okay? So sometimes this game feels. What does
Ooh, I love being
sometimes mean? How
consistently mean.
often is that? And are you
Oh,
talking
no.
about bugs when you
Yeah.
say walking over broken glass? Are you talking about mechanics that aren't working? Is the game functioning, or do you just hate it? What are you
And have
saying?
you encountered the people who like walking on broken glass or getting their eardrums ruptured by a smoke alarm?
So the sound is bad.
Yeah, is the sound? Is it? Are you saying it's been poorly mixed? Are you saying the songs are poorly written, or is it it's just loud? It's just really fucking loud, or constant, or repetitive.
Oh boy, we could have the conversation about games feeling like walking over broken glass for hours. We can
Fast.
save that for another video.
And then you got
We
other
do that
times
with
it goes
movies all the
fast and it's kind of
time.
fun. I'm just
Kind
like,
of
so
fun.
all you said is I don't like and like parts of it.
So
How is that
really,
more useful?
Because you said broken glass and eardrums ruptured by smoke alarm. You see, you had fun.
It
with
evokes
your,
thoughts and imagery in your head, which means it's better than the boring objective one that said there are bugs.
It's
Instead of broken glass, they said the gameplay was bad, and instead of eardrums rupturing,
They said the audio was bad.
Yeah, the audio was bad. That's virtually the same thing in my mind.
I don't. This is what I mean. How is that better? Tell me. Explain
His is more
to me.
flowery.
I think
and
it's
that makes more
worse,
than
actually.
watching paint dry.
You
Being
said it makes
boring.
more sense. How does it make more?
No, it
Doesn't
doesn't.
make more
It's-
sense.
It
It's
communicates
shorter, I
less
suppose.
information
It's more
because
Because you haven't told me anything about when, how. Like, you haven't told me anything.
What's the ratio? How often am
Yeah.
I going to be having fast fun versus the glass
There's
eardrums?
so
thing?
much information that's not in
Well,
there.
well, we can take this route. Remember when he criticized the sound option for not talking about what do you mean sound effects? Do you mean the music? Do you mean the cues for things? And then he makes
Exactly.
this, which doesn't describe any of those things as well, and he says it's
True.
better. He's like, well, no, you didn't.
Right.
You didn't do those things. You had
This
the
is-
chance. You specifically you made a specific complaint about the format, and then in your quote unquote fix, you didn't have that fix in the format that you criticized.
Kind
which
of
is what you
fucked
need
his
to
own point.
do. Kind of.
It's hard to itemize what he's talking about here. I wish he'd use a template to, review the review format.
Oh no, those are bad.
More sense. I think I've become so engrossed in his video about game critics, understanding the
Don't even.
I don't agree.
Yeah, but Donkey's an idiot, so maybe we shouldn't quote him.
Fucking donkey, don't.
person behind the review is important. If someone like me
You know when you don't need to know who's behind the review? When they give you, like, proof in context.
Yeah.
And they do research.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know Barfy Man 369 on Steam, but if he makes a really good review on a game, then I'm like, all right, this is interesting. Unless he's probably not just flat out lying to me. So
Right.
Or if they're just talking about their experiences with the game, are they backing it up by saying, "I had a lot of fun in this segment because this mechanic is designed very well, and here's why. Here's why it's engaging. Here's how I think it could have been done maybe a little better." Like you can go into depth. You don't have to just be like, "Yeah, this is my experience, so watch my video." Like, okay, you got anything else?
A little bit beyond to me because, like, right, like you're in your review of Fallout 76, right? It's like, we don't just go on your word that you didn't have fun with it because it is bad and I don't like it. It's like walking across crushed glass, damn it. Instead, we're kind of like, well, sure, but can you show me any of that? And then you're like, yeah, look, this is a glitch. Look at this happening. Oh,
Yeah.
look at this, look at this, look at this, look at that. And we're all just like, oh, shit, yeah. Kind of the point with my videos. I'm like, Doctor Strange chose to do this. That's fucking dumb. Moving on. This is like, in case you didn't understand. Instead of just me saying like, oh, I just don't like it. Like, we're doing the thing where it's like, isn't it so much better to speak from the heart, from a person you understand and their experiences are led before going, oh, the audio isn't at a particular bit rate. This is a stupid robot.
Like he's kind of priming it to be like, don't even think about what the reasons for my opinions are. Just watch my videos and listen to me because you like me.
Well, yeah, then he can just make video essays like diary entries, and it's fine.
this is more like a diarrhea entry.
Oh, got him.
Got him. If you
He
were to
says
add, so far I do not have any confidence in this person being a good video game reviewer so far. And if this is your professional career, then I would maybe I should be expecting a little bit more.
All right, Rags, are you saying that this review or this video is Pepto-Abysmal?
Yeah, that was really good. I would have saved it for when like medication was involved, so it's a bit more
Sure.
topical. But I like that. Pepto-Abysmal. I like that. That's good.
That's good.
That one's gonna grow on me.
enjoyed
So,
Breath of the Wild.
Actually, sorry, I took a while to actually try because I was kind of thinking. So,
Well, it's because Bismol sounds like abysmal, so
Yeah.
they're really
So,
similar.
in terms of the point that this guy is making, I agree that knowing what the person who's reviewing its preferences are is helpful in that if you know that somebody doesn't like a certain genre of games and then they review a game from that genre, it's like, well, their advice may not be anything that they say might not be that useful to me because I like that genre. The good thing about trying to substantiate all of your arguments with references to what is in the game or in the film or in the TV show is that the more effectively you can do that, the less somebody needs to know about what your personal preferences are. They can just rely on the arguments that you put forth, and if they're convincing to them, then that's it. So the goal of just trying to be more, I guess, empirical is that you can create something that's going to just be broadly useful to anybody rather than people who specifically align with you or people who know exactly what you think about any number of different games or films or TV shows.
If Metal played through Ragnarok, and I said, Metal, review it for me. Give me a spoiler-free rather, blurb of what's it like. He starts going, it felt like a summer breeze. You lay down after a long walk.
Summer breeze.
It felt like the birds singing. Felt like a lot of the weight on my shoulders was lifted. Like, the fuck you?
Sounds exactly like me.
Yeah.
Like,
it's a good point, Fringy. Sometimes a reviewer's consistency is more important than what they think about something specifically. You know, it's like they hated this thing, but I know what they hate and what they like traditionally. So like,
or when they
I know
say
that
this,
I'm probably gonna like or hate this thing.
Yeah,
based on that.
Yeah, to Fringy's point, I find two different types of reviews really, really useful for myself. One is from somebody I've followed for years, and I know exactly what they like and don't like. Like if I ever get a review pop up from ACG or from Skill Up, I know that they have a certain type of game. Like Skill Up likes kind of action RPGs with a lot of mechanics, a lot of depth, a lot of progression. So I know if he likes a game, I'll probably like that type of game because I do like that type of game. But I can understand when he doesn't quite jive with the game if it doesn't quite have the mechanical depth that he's into. Secondly, the other type of review is, like you said, somebody who kind of puts something in a frame of reference. Like a great Steam review would be Splitgate. I've played Halo for 20 years. This is like Halo meets Portal. Love it. Okay, cool. That sounds like fun. I'll buy it.
Right.
So if you don't have a long history with that creator and know what their particular likes and dislikes and have a track record of the kind of games that they liked and disliked, a simple frame of reference, sort of brief introduction to the kind of things you like or the kind of things you play, that's so much more useful than, a bullet list of graphics good, sound bad.
For sure, yeah.
I hate open worlds, or if Donkey himself says he likes an RPG, everyone goes, holy shit, what's going on with that game? Video games can be such personal journeys that simple number scales and quote-unquote objective reviews often fail to convey the...
I just don't like if it's like you lost your understanding of what value can be gained from people being quote-unquote objective about sound design or mechanics in any way, shape, or form. Like, why are you now being like, I'm enlightened? I've realized people can describe personal experiences they had with video games. It's like, why didn't you have this at factory default? How do you not know this?
Yeah, this should be an idea that you just sort of come in to understand naturally very quickly in this environment. You are not clever by suddenly realizing it.
Well, they researched. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, I was just saying
Why don't you fucking go?
They besmirched Sanic. How you can't besmirch Sanic?
I was just going to say, your job, Mr. Video Essayist Man, is to tie back the feelings about your experience and why you felt the way you did to things about the game.
Thing.
Yeah.
Then make a point about the thing and how it exists.
Otherwise, all you're saying is, I like it. Yeah, I liked it. I didn't like it because of personal reasons that I can't share with you meaningfully.
The best thing a review can be is accurate.
Well, yeah, I mean, how do we address, like, if you watch a review where someone says, Uncharted 4 was a great game. I really like the part where Crash Bandicoot... Oh, fuck, no, he's in that game. I really like the part where Jack went to Haven City and ran around in Haven City. Like, I really like that part. And so someone looks at you, it's like, oh, that didn't happen in that game. It's like, well, what does it mean to be wrong about something that you say about a video game, which is entirely possible. I really like the open world mechanics of Super Mario 3D Land, you know? Like I really like the open world in that game. Or it was really cool how in Mortal Kombat that first person shooter segment in Mortal Kombat 11 was like really engaging.
It was a bold choice.
No, opinions are wrong.
This inverted my expectations.
Probably the toughest review is the review where you have to convince somebody the value of a game without actually detailing it for reasons that if you were to detail the good parts of the game, you would ruin the game for somebody. Case in point, if anybody's ever watched Total Biscuit while he was still around, he reviewed what quickly became his favorite game of all time, Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons.
Brother, yeah.
But he could not discuss what made the game so great, which was really, really tricky. But he tiptoed around it well enough that you got an inkling of what to expect,
right?
But didn't spoil what made the game so special to him, which I think is quite a useful skill and very difficult to do. But yeah, you have to do that dance where you're not ruining the person's experience by showing too much, kind of like a preview or like a trailer to a movie. You have to kind of do that dance where you hint at what you can expect without actually showing or telling it in explicit detail.
Individual take their personal feelings shine through, and I often wonder if the current state of criticism impacts the way the average person interacts with each new game. With
well,
the way
just
so
because
many
it affects the way that you do it doesn't mean it affects everybody.
Well, and even if it did, so what? If the general discussion, breaking things down, changes how people consume media, that just seems like a natural thing that's going to happen. There's no way to stop something like that.
Is that
Yeah.
worse? Is the
And also,
question.
and when I listen to a reviewer, I want them to talk about what's in the game because then I could listen to those things and say, oh, I like that, or that sounds neat to me, not him to say if he liked it or not.
Like,
This isn't
I'm
a review
guessing
for the reviewer.
Part of what we're getting at here is like, oh no, what if people start not going to the game for the experience and instead they're just searching for things that are good about its design or some weird thing like that. Instead of just taking, you know, that Sonic example, instead of just taking it for what it is and enjoying it, instead some people will now be encouraged, thanks to all these reviews, to treat a game as though it's very mechanical and very down to it, and so you don't get those experiences. Like, that's not happening and you know it.
Yeah, you're not going to give me a really crap game and just like convince me emotionally that I need to appreciate
like-
the blah blah flowery bullshit. No.
I would go as far as saying we're pretty hyper-analytical. Someone might have thought that from the last 200 episodes of this show that we've had, but
no,
that doesn't change the fact that if I'm watching some shitty movie even, but it's like funny or just stupid, campy, fun, like whatever, I could just enjoy it. I don't care. Like, that's totally fine. And if someone went, "Wow, have you ruined yourself by now by breaking movies down for how they don't and do make sense?" I'm just like, no, I'm human. I'm fine. I'll survive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I pity you if it does.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I'm sorry if it
I have
does.
people
I don't know
that-
how that happened. I wish you better fortune.
Maybe you should, yeah. That's a moment where you go, how come this ruined me? And is it really me being ruined?
Mm-hmm.
That's another thing. If you start consuming media differently, you are out here saying that's worse. It's like, you sure? If they start like treating everything as though it's to be broken down mechanically for design to appreciate and criticize where necessary, as opposed to simply taking it for what it is, you're gonna really walk up to that person and say you're consuming media incorrectly. Especially when they'll probably have a lot more to say about that media than you will. If you're gonna go like, I really enjoyed it because it felt like a summer's breeze, versus them being like,
But also,
feel fine.
that's
talking-
the personal way that they want to express their feelings about that, you know? That's meaningful to them.
Guys,
saying,
you're just watching movies wrong.
This is what I'm confused about. It's
That
like
is
these are
true.
just two modes, talking about how it made you feel versus what you saw and understood to be there, and whether or not you think that's well executed. Like, these are just two things people do. Let's see why we're chastising one of them.
Reviews are structured, it feels like people are searching for talking points to critique.
That's you. You admit to that.
Yeah.
That's not everybody.
I'd maybe level that at, you know, the typical video essayist who just, you know, they just kick out a video every very regular interval, and it's you know, like 10 minutes and it's surface level. But
actually, admitted,
honestly, I don't really care about those people. So
I watched She-Hulk, and I was like, why the hell was this so fucking awful? I have lots to fucking say. And I was just like, yep, we're talking about this in EFAP. Meanwhile, I watched House of the Dragon, and I was like, well, that was like double the length of She-Hulk, and I don't have a lot to say about this. And that's fine. Both results are fine.
Back of the box controversial takes on character writing, or incessant comparisons to other well-known titles. There's something to be said for establishing your own format as a reviewer, but I just don't think the traditional story, graphics, gameplay, difficulty 8.127 out of 10 is an engaging format to describe the complex multimedia experiences we call video games.
Cool, it's not supposed to be.
Yeah, that's not what it does. No part in those reviews does it say, like, this defines how you will feel when playing it. I mean, technically it does in the terms of sensory thing, but what I'm saying is that you will not, they can't tell you what your experience will be emotionally, but they never pretend to.
Do you think the people making those just sit there for hours carefully cultivating the perfect checklist review, as if it's something incredibly meaningful?
I mean, have you guys ever watched a video that said, like, here are the graphics, they're this good, they're comparable to this thing, and then you're like, tell me how they made you feel? This is Hello Greedo, I just realized.
Oh, how did it make you feel, though? Those graphics. I need.
You know what's great about this, too, is...
I was going to say ACG is
a lot of
actually
reviewers
really good at breaking things into categories.
They make reviews for themselves, not for other people.
There's that.
Yes.
I was also going to go as far as saying some of them don't know how to express themselves that way. Some of them would be like, I don't know, I felt good. And it's like, tell me more. I don't know. I
felt very
it.
good sometimes.
Yeah,
but
and it's like, tell me more. Explain
good.
to me what it felt
I
like. Can you
played the
describe
game
it?
and I smiled.
Good like.
And you're just like, fuck you. I don't care to tell you how it made me feel. Leave me alone.
Give me info so I can see if maybe it will make me feel a certain way.
Tell me if it felt like a summer's breeze. I have to know.
Make me feel fine.
Almost.
I think he just said like incessant comparison to other titles, and it's like, yeah.
What the fuck's wrong
why
with
would
that?
you compare games to other games? Like, he's saying it as if like, when will it end? Oh, the humanity.
When will we stop judging things based on everything else we've experienced?
That's so useful for gameplay, though.
Especially when trying to relate
for a video game.
concept
it's a
to an
good,
audio.
useful metric.
Why would you judge The Last of Us 2 against The Last of Us 1, you goblin? Why would you do that?
No.
Why would you talk about the shooting mechanics in other third-person shooters that feel better, or stealth mechanics in games that are designed better than Last of Us 2?
Yeah.
Almost like comparisons are demonstrative and are an important part of analysis in that.
They're
way.
relatable.
And they
like if you tell me the
you
movement,
know how I know?
the anchor
I've seen
points
better
too.
ones here.
Yeah. Do you like the movement in Titanfall 2? Then you'll like da 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 da.
Exactly.
Do you like the shooting in Battlefield? Then you'll like the shooting in da da da.
When someone says, like, the inventory system in the new Resident Evil game, which other Resident Evil game is it like? It's like, oh, it's like this one. You go, okay. Instead of that he's like, wow, how incessant of you.
Like, why can't
just
you
made a
judge
game
it
on
its own
merits.
terms?
Yeah,
I
it's
am.
almost-
Because
It's almost like this guy just doesn't like shorthand. Like, I don't know who created this form, but how many times on Steam did you play a game and you're like, you just finished a game, it's like, hey, do you want to recommend this game? It's like, yeah, this game's good. Click the thumbs up button. It's like, okay, write a review. And I'm like, I don't really want to right now. I'll do it later. And you close out of the window. It's almost like that form, which I don't think is very widely used at all. I don't see very many of those posts anywhere, but that form is basically just, okay, shorthand, graphics good, gameplay good, got it, copy and paste, you're done. You don't have to write a whole thesis on it and submit it
But
to your professor.
Even his example of what a better review would be was also incredibly shorthand and not very descriptive or useful. Didn't contain a lot of information. It was just a bit more writerly.
You have to explain your format and also this stuff, which again doesn't really matter all that much unless somebody has a long track record. It's like, okay, I liked Sonic, Sonic 1 and 2 for the Genesis. Didn't really care for, the Dreamcast Sonic debut, but I liked Sonic Adventure, so-and-so, or whatever. And that would give you somewhat of a kind of interesting introspective into what they like. Like, for example, if you knew the Resident Evil games I played versus the Resident Evil games that Rags played, you'd probably know that I would have a different outlook on the games because I played some of the earlier ones before I played 4. And I didn't play some of the later ones or something like that. So I may have I may be more lenient toward the sort of can't see around the corner, fixed camera Resident Evil games versus the 4, 5, 6 plus. So that's useful, but that's shorthand. Like, he's kind of arguing against shorthand and just explaining why a game has value or comparisons to
aren't
other
you
games.
more likely to see around a corner with a fixed camera than over the shoulder?
I mean, it depends on the camera angle. Sometimes they're really
Sometimes-
tight.
Sometimes they're really not helpful at all.
Someone asked if
Well,
I would use that format to recommend Soma. It's like, I wouldn't use that format.
I wouldn't use that format. Yeah, I would have to be pretty apathetic on a game to use that format, to the point where I wouldn't put in the effort of finding the format,
Like,
and copying it and put it into review, and then checking the boxes.
Similarly, though, I wouldn't do a 5-minute or 10-minute review on Soma, probably. I would be like, the second I start talking about that game, I'm going to want to make it a very long video. It's not going to be short. But however, if you want to be like, well, if you're just recommending it, I just be like, oh, I just say I recommend it. Go play it right now.
Yeah.
Did you do a video on that or no?
I did a video comparing it to Amnesia: The Dark Descent, in which I basically just praised the fuck out of Soma and Amnesia: The Dark Descent. I love them both.
He's working on an Amnesia Rebirth praise now. Secretly. You told us not to tell, but I did. Fuck.
Compared to relaying one's own experience to the viewer in a unique and interesting way. But don't even get me started on trying to actually share those experiences online. I can just...
People are totally fine with you sharing your experiences like that if that's your format.
Oh boy.
If you made a video
just
that's
might
all
be
very
shit at it.
emotional...
No, they're not.
based-
Didn't you see the gun pointed at his head?
Didn't you see the gun? Look, okay, so if you made a
Pay your
whole-
editors.
Also, I like that we've got this image because I now I know
Is he
exactly
gonna
what's
turn
fucking
into-
coming.
Oh, and that's why everyone who hates The Last of Us Part 2 is just a bigot.
If you spend your whole video on The Last of Us 2 talking about how much it meant to you because you've gone through something similar, something like that, and then all the comments are like, yeah, but was it any good? How was the gameplay? How was the graphics? What
Yeah,
do you think
where's
was
the
well written?
review?
If you were like, well, fuck all of you guys, I was just trying to review it my own way. It's like, they probably, I mean, at this point, yeah, like have you always done it this way or have you not? Because it's kind of weird if all your comment section was like, fuck your personal stories. Like, no, usually people are just like, whatever you expect to have on that channel. I'm assuming maybe they switched it up randomly and that people were like, what the fuck? I think that if we had an EFAP episode where me, Rags, and Fringy were only reviewing things in the form of relating it to personal experience and how it made us feel, everyone in chat would be like, okay, but like, was it any good?
But
Like-
yeah, I was like, but how does this help me as the person that this review is being read by?
Exactly. That's but you know, maybe I'm jumping the gun on that. Let's see what happens next.
Just say The Last of Us 2, and if you're vaguely tapped into gaming culture, you probably know what I'm talking about. But if you don't look
Explain
it
it.
up or anything.
Oh, well, then that's not fucking helpful.
What's it like to be happy?
Your example that you're using is literally, by your words, only going to be understood by the people who already know. So the people who don't know, who you should be communicating to the most, fuck them. Don't even look it up.
I'm a little bit confused. I thought that
and
it was going to be
he's
used
suggesting
an example.
that
I'm actually.
I would have thought in like a 16-minute video he'd actually say something, but I guess I was
sure we're getting it.
mistaken.
Well, we wasted a lot of time because he went on this whole tangent about how he hates that specific checklist format. But his real point, the real curse of video game criticism is critic brain. And so the format isn't really relevant. It's like the part that he doesn't like is when you analyze things based on, you know, gameplay and mechanics and things like that. He wants you to just say how you feel.
If I
doesn't
said,
really
you know,
matter the format.
If I said the thing meant a lot to me, and then I get people saying like, "Give us actual information, idiot," he's like, "Wow, that's so unfortunate that that's the reality we're in now. That's the industry, that's the culture," and that's the point this video wants to make, I think.
It's because random people on the internet probably just don't give a fuck about your personal experience. They came here for information.
You are correct. This is the obvious fucking thing. When you want to know whether or not you should buy this game, or whether or not it's any good just from a point of view of knowing more about this thing that people are talking about. You're like, when you ramble on about your childhood, it's like, that's great, man. I'm not here for that. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is, I'm sure a lot of people reviewed The Last of Us 2 in a way where they mostly talked about how it made them feel, like in that it made them angry and frustrated and all that sort of stuff. Like, not every person who was critical of The Last of Us 2 was very like autistic and robotic about their criticisms. You know what I mean? It's just he doesn't seem to like that anyone was negative about the game at all.
Yeah, well, I was expecting one of those generic sort of lines, like, if anyone says anything positive about The Last of Us 2, they get shat on. It's like, alright, fine, whatever.
Up or anything. Completely unrelated. What's it like to be happy? Internet discourse has become so volatile over the years that to like a game...
Well, if you play The Last of Us 2, you won't have any fucking clue, so...
I don't
know.
Oh, what it's like to be happy.
I don't even actually... Yeah, I don't get what that's actually
I'm
pointing
sure
at.
most people.
I really like this game, and a bunch of people tell me that it's not a very good game, and that doesn't make me feel very good.
I
Why
think
did-
even people who like that game would agree it's pretty fucking miserable.
Yeah, that
The-
shit's like it's a
Yeah.
fucking misery
It's a miserable
simulation.
game.
Miserable game.
I want to feel miserable for the reason the game wants me to feel miserable, not because a bunch of people are telling me that I don't have good taste.
Aren't you happy that you're miserable?
Game exactly why you like it and explain it in a way that sounds like you're a lifeless Wikipedia article.
No, you know what? It's actually
No,
the
I-
opposite. People
don't be-
way
don't be
prefer.
besmirching Wikipedia, but yeah.
You think Matthew
People-
Matosis is a Wikipedia article?
And people way fucking prefer if you can deliver like nuts and bolts information, but in a way that's not monotonous. They don't want monotonous. Like this, typically people don't tune into that. But you could get away with it if you have like a particular style and approach. Like, would one call YMS monotonous?
I wouldn't, personally.
Sometimes, but I don't.
What I'm trying to say is
Only when he doesn't care about the thing he's reviewing. But like,
no,
if
I
he's
don't even mean
invested
it
at
as
all, his
necessarily
voice
like
is
a
very-
criticism. I'm talking about like a
Are you
style
talking
of
about
speaking.
tone and voice?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
like
would say
actual
he's
tone.
monotonous as in terms of like style. Yeah.
because what I'm trying to say is there's a difference between like I thought this was okay because I went versus like the way that YMS quote unquote performs / voice acts. He's like got a very I find him engaging. I like listening to him talk.
Oh yeah, he's got tons of highs and lows. Yeah, he's definitely not monotonous presentation. He does have a little bit of an interesting. I mean, I have it too, where I don't always go up and down with my voice, but yeah,
Hey.
presentation has lots of like anger and then upset and then a little bit more subtle and then disappointment and anger and like expression.
Hi, I'm Lana Wazowski.
The content matters a lot too. Like his Lion King video is great.
Oh yeah.
But like,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
point is like saying people just want you to read out a fucking Wikipedia page of all the things about like how the game works. But it's just like, come on, man.
That's what people say your reviews are.
They do. Yeah. I guess there you go. It's true then. I guess people are apparently watching the Doctor Strange video. I don't know what's wrong with them. They must not have touched grass.
Bricks.
What's funny though is like you could totally watch a YMS breakdown of a movie, a Mahler breakdown of a movie, a ER breakdown of a movie, and he doesn't really do movies, but like a internet historian breakdown, and they all have very, very different styles with all sorts of weird expressions and cutaways and gimmicks, but in the end, like none of them would sound like a Wikipedia article. They couldn't. They all have their own, takeaways, and yeah, just like I don't remember who said that, but it's the whole Wachowski thing. It's like we're
I'm baby.
I am
We're
baby. You're
all
baby. We are
baby.
all baby.
I would love to go to Wikipedia one day and just have an ER script up there where like just I wasn't expecting to see one. I just searched
That's what I
Mad
mean.
Max Fury Road and
That's the other thing.
Oh,
As
be
if
the
anybody
lettuce.
does that, As if there's any fucking reviewer who does that. The whole point is to format bullet points into a script to sound like a human being. Like nobody fucking does it like a robot. Come on.
Course has become so volatile over the years that to like a game, you have to know exactly why you like it. And
We prefer you be good at your job. Yes, that's
I
true.
would like
Well,
if,
if
you're
you're a
gonna
game
make a
reviewer,
review,
yes.
yeah, if you're a game reviewer, it would be nice if you know why you like something.
Yeah,
In
'cause
fact, I
you-
would almost say that that's like mandatory to be a reviewer.
If you want to ramble on,
if you don't, why are you doing this?
If you want to ramble on about how you feel about a thing, please title accordingly. Like, I ramble about
Yeah.
Sonic Adventure 2 for you know what? Fucking Toll Biscuit was a legend
mean-
for that. I talk about this thing for this long.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like, all right.
He's incredible. One take. Yeah, he was incredible.
I mean, what this guy is telling us is that basically, you just tell people that you like it. You don't even have to know why. Just tell them you fucking like it. That's enough.
Well, I assume he's saying
Well, right.
he wants to explain why he likes it to the point of saying, it was fun, I liked it, I enjoyed it, it was really great, I just really had fun, it was so awesome, I had fun.
But you don't want any scrutiny, though.
Well,
like, you
I-
want to just be able to put it out
Yeah,
there. But
that too.
never
Well, he doesn't
really-
want the scrutiny of, I want to know why you liked it that relates to something verifiable in the
point?
game.
Why are you making a video and putting it on the internet?
Yeah,
Like, what-
yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
asked. So,
I would actually say that.
Responding-
Sorry.
Like
go ahead.
responding to challenges with just, well, fuck you, I liked it, that's why.
I mean, I would go so far as to say the difference between a critic and a consumer, not the consumer, but just a consumer of content, would be anybody can tell you whether they liked something or not, but only a well-spoken, well-reasoned, with arguments and knowledge and specific critiques could you actually say why you liked it or what made it a good piece of content or what made it
And
a bad piece of
explain it
content.
in a way that makes sense to someone who doesn't know anything about the content.
Yeah, anybody can watch Star Wars and say, I just don't like Han Solo. It's like,
Oh,
okay.
speaking of ER, I've never played a Life is Strange game, but I absolutely love his Life is Strange video. I feel like I have a great sense of what the first episode or whatever season of that game is, and I think it's hilarious and don't need to know anymore. It's
And
pretty much
explain it in a way that sounds like you're a lifeless Wikipedia article, lest you be told that your opinion is indeed subjective. This landscape of constant...
All they mean by that is
So
just
there's
when
only
you
one
say,
way to talk.
When seeing the blades of grass roll through the hills, that reminded me of my childhood. It's just like, that doesn't work for me because I fucking grew up in a cave. So
Literally
I'm
what
not going to be able to help.
I grew up in Plato's cave, all right?
I don't see what's so vicious about this, because
What about the shadows of the grass?
That is a dissatisfied okay, and then the conversation ends.
That's all that is. You're right. Yeah. When someone says, however, there are shit tons of bugs, don't buy this piece of shit. They don't go, well, I grew up in a cave, so I don't know what bugs are. Like, that doesn't help me.
I grew up in a cave. The bugs that I had were horrific monstrosities from another world.
Arguing leads people to become very defensive of their favorite titles, because there will always be others that get a kick out of acting high and mighty for not liking said
Fuck's sake.
I mean,
is that the only reason they're saying that they don't like that game?
Why are you so fucking insecure?
I was about to say,
whole video
they're the
whining,
ones.
I hate it.
They're the ones that are defensive, huh?
This video reeks of insecurity.
I would say, what is the point of this video? Fundamentally, what is the core point that you're trying to hit at? It
Let
feels like
me-
we're jumping between
I'm
4 or 5
struggling
different points.
following along.
My impression is let me vomit out my feelings and call it a review.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
we run through the
Yeah.
list. The list was, man, it's pretty like lame doing those like objective reviews. Here's a checklist that doesn't tell me anything. Man, video games are like really personal to me, and I should be able to express how I feel about that without you criticizing me. We're jumping all over the place.
Yeah, I think
What
that's
is the core point you're trying to make?
Because in the beginning it was like, oh, this is the whole critic brain thing. It's like you watch something and then it's like, oh, I see all these inconsistencies and that's really annoying. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, maybe this is the thing, but then yeah, checklist.
Well, yeah,
now
I
this.
thought-
But if it is your
I thought
job,
it was
which pays your bills, to be perceptive of those type of things and then make
Yeah.
videos about it, that's
Yeah,
just what you
offer
do,
that-
man.
Exactly. What do you offer from this, if not a more refined, more precise, more well-researched perspective? What is the difference between what you're doing and hell, what anybody on Steam reviews, like on the Steam
Yeah.
curation thing, is
Doing
doing?
a template review. What's the difference between you and him?
Yeah, really. What is the difference?
And every single time with these kind of people, if you're able to actually talk to them, you could find something that they don't like, and they would have some very strong opinions about that and why it's not good for society. Like, you ask this person about hatred or manhunt or something like that. I'm sure you can get some strong opinions on some game that they don't approve of and they don't think is good for the industry or good for people to play. But how is that any different from us saying, hey, I didn't like the sequel to Last of Us, and I think it was pretty terrible, and it's no good, bad for the industry. Same idea.
Game those that missed the English lesson about not writing I think at the beginning of every sentence. And I mean, of course I'm guilty.
Well, so that's
that's-
interesting that you would think that the only way to convey something is an opinion. Writer is, I think.
I think indicates that you're giving a subjective thought.
Well, what I'm getting at is like, you think the only way that you can convey that something is an opinion is I think?
I hate this
Like
shit.
that there's no other way to signpost that this is an opinion?
That feel
Such
that I
as
realize
personally,
my 4
or-
years of effort has been wasted. Like all this attempt to try. Nope.
And as if putting that there changes whether or not what you're saying bears on the game or on your personal like inclinations.
This to some degree, I've become incapable of not taking a jab at.
And also, just to be clear, it would be more. I feel like I'd be more likely to find I think in front of his review than someone who's saying the grass has shadows and these are the mechanics and this is what happens and it takes about this long to beat and and it's full of objective statements.
At Genshin Impact in almost every video I've made this year. However, I do think there's a difference between analytical criticism and emotionally charged statements made to piss off fans of any given series.
Okay.
You know what? I guess I technically.
And so,
what I'm saying.
Are you about to say that this is okay though? I want to know.
I'm tired of opinions being presented as objective, even when they.
So is that
They
the point
can
of this
be.
video?
Are they doing this?
I'm
I
tired
don't
of
know if
people
there is
pretending
one
like their
point
own
of
personal
this video.
subjective human in a universe point of view is somehow reflective of an absolute truth. Like, okay, fine, just say that.
Now, is he saying that he often takes cracks at people who play Genshin Impact in his videos, or that he doesn't appreciate when other people take? I
he
don't.
does in his videos, is what he's saying.
So
Oh.
he's saying that's okay because he's not saying it's objective
We-
or official.
You also didn't
Okay.
throw in that thing earlier about the elitism sort of and trying to make your opinion better than someone else. They always do this. They're always like, whenever someone says they're trying to be objective, they're just trying to make themselves feel better than other people. That's their only goal. And so
Oh.
I'm pretty sure that's the angle. When in reality, yeah, the whole thing you're trying to do, hopefully, if you're being good faith when you're trying to be objective, is that you're not allowing your personal biases to fuck up the analysis. You're saying this is what is here. This is bad according to this standard. I never understood this fucking vile response to like, yeah, get out of here with your trying to be objective, you fuck. This is like
You
what's-
thinking you can accurately convey details about reality. Be gone. We don't want any of
well,
that.
Like if to just bridge the gap, I suppose, if you're watching a review and somebody lays out a framework that they're going to be following, and they basically say, "This is the framework I'm going to be judging the game by," and then they proceed to judge it by that framework. If you're not interested in that, you can
Leave.
not watch the video.
Yeah.
You don't have to, and it's fine. But if you engage with it and you know that that's the framework, then hell, like if you hear something you disagree with, you can try and figure out how that fits into your framework. Like it's fine. It's totally fine. Like it's not a big deal. Like if
Or if
somebody
you know-
wants to use different metrics to review games to you, how is theirs any more or less legitimate than yours?
Or if you notice dissonance in their template and how it's applied to that game, point that out. Make that your criticism of the video. Be like, hey, you're trying to apply this template to this aspect of this game, and I don't think that works. That's a valid thought too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the idea that like positive objectivity is fine, but if you're being negatively objective, it's like toxic.
Oh, they do that all the
You
time
know.
as well.
I guess this is
Yeah.
like the core of if you say something positive about a game, if you say something positive about any sort of piece of media, that's great. If you say something negative, wow, opinionated asshole, piece of shit,
Yeah.
Yeah.
get out of here. Why are you
It's like,
trying to
what
ruin
what
it?
about the
Yeah.
feelings of the developers and the hours that they put into it? It's like,
Hey,
I'm
they
not really
worked
talking about
really
that.
hard
Like,
on it.
Yeah.
Are
no
just
doubt.
opinions. A real objective review would be incredibly
Do the meme.
boring
Do the
and
meme,
not
yeah.
at
Yeah,
all
there it is.
helpful, and would
Yeah.
probably.
There's water in the
I am
Wait,
so.
wait, did he say it would be awful? Sorry,
Yep.
can you rewind that?
This will be a
Objective
game, it will
review
have
would be
graphics.
incredibly boring and not at all helpful. And
Not at all helpful.
Not at all.
Wow.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty.
I'm gonna be honest with you. When I say like, ooh, Thor next Thor movie, who's in it? And then Fringy says, well, Chris Hemsworth. Funnily enough, Chris Pratt is
That's
in it.
not
And it's like, oh, so blah 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 is gonna be in it. And then someone goes, Fringy, that was an objective statement about the information of the thing. That is not useful. There's just a you're like, wait, what? No, that is. What are you? Fuck, that's like some of the most useful information is when it's stuff that's absolutely verifiable, which I assume is what we're kind of talking about here. Because if you're going to go into the meme of being like, lol, Link is in the game, I guess that's objective. This game is an RPG, I guess that's objective. It's like, how is this not useful information?
Yeah.
Yeah.
and would probably go something like this.
Oh, God.
Sonic Adventure 2 is a platforming game released.
Already useful.
Already useful.
Yes, that is already useful. It's a platforming. I know what kind of
Fuck
game it is.
me,
If I
this
don't
is
like
more
platformers,
painful.
Than saying it feels like
Exactly.
a summer breeze.
Everyone makes this mistake when they're being critical of this. They just like,
Also,
how
you're
is that-
showing footage that makes it look like a snowboarding game.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's true.
Released in
but I already know
Wasn't
if I
in
don't like
one for the-
platformers, fucking, I might probably just want
Exactly.
to bail.
the Sega Dreamcast, where you play as Sonic and friends. It has 3D
Multiple
graphics,
characters,
plays
alright, 3D
cutscenes in
platformer.
between levels,
Yeah.
and
It's
even
got a
has
If
story.
you're going in
You can't
expecting
even, like-
a 2D Sonic game, this would be useful information.
You can't even parody it well, because you know when you were writing this, oh god, there's so much more I could say while being quote-unquote
Yeah,
objective,
I
but
have
that
to
would make
tone
it
myself
sound
down.
like I have to go for all the least possible useful bits of
Well-
information I can imagine. And he's still having
I have to-
trouble Because
Yeah, he
defining
said,
the
I have to
gameplay is
purposefully
useful.
make myself sound boring.
This is pretty funny because he says you play as Sonic and friends. Oh, so there are multiple playable characters.
Exactly.
Yeah, and Sonic has X
3D
attributes.
environment.
Dude, what he said,
3D platformer.
he said there are cutscenes. It's like, okay, all right.
Yeah, there's a story.
Yeah,
There's some
so-
narrative.
well, I guess to hone in on the playable, so Sonic you could describe without stating anything about how you feel about it. Sonic has X attributes, Knuckles has Y attributes, Tails has Z attributes, and somebody can look at that and go, "Huh, I don't think I'm very interested in playing a game where the character has X attributes. This doesn't appeal to me personally." And so already you've provided them with something useful.
I think,
and remember, you have to start with this. Like, this is a platforming game that was released on the Dreamcast where you play as Sonic. What you think about that, build on top of that, sure, like you can go back and forth on that, but you still need to be referring to what is in the game.
Yes.
This is your base upon which everything gets built. What is in it?
It's also a sequel, and you can find out a lot about which things were carried over from the original based on some basic details about it. Like, for example, if they said there is not multiple playable characters in this game, you only play as Sonic, that would actually be really appealing to a lot of the people
really
who didn't like
big
the other
information.
characters you played as in Sonic Adventure.
Well, imagine they releasing a Guardians of the Galaxy game, and it's like you can only play as Star-Lord. It's like, fuck, and he's like, that's not useful. It's like, of course it's fucking useful.
Very useful.
And that every time you have to do this parody, you've got to do it in the most. You could just be like, Sonic Adventure 2 is like released for the Dreamcast on 2001. You play a Sonic, you could.
Yeah.
I mean, that
There
sounds
are reviews that
ridiculous,
would do
but,
this,
like,
and it would be
you could
fine.
you can still put in more
Yeah.
personality,
And
like,
I think
It actually sounds like the intro to real reviews I heard on like IGN and game trailers and stuff like that. Honestly, like it's good information to do. Like, it's a single player game, has
I'm pretty sure
approximately
many,
12 hours of gameplay, etc.
I'm pretty sure Matthew Matosis begins every single review with that. Like, this was a game that was released for this platform in this year, and it is this. Pretty sure he does that every time.
The way to sum up
it's useful.
What has just happened in the video, IMO, is that he had his big well. He went over to it with like a little bottle of poison. He unscrewed the lid. He was about to pour it in, and he just fucking drank the poison. It's like, what are you doing?
Button.
Like,
Okay.
he's like accidentally steel manning his position.
Fun? Saying things.
Is it fun? He asks.
Is
like,
it fun?
Isn't the whole idea that how fun it is going to be different for everyone?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Is it fun?
Well,
Yeah.
in
your opinion, right?
Like, how useful is that?
How
What
useful
video
is
does
it?
Tell me you're not a critic without telling me you're not a critic.
It's fucking amazing because if the review said, and this is all it said, the game's fun. You pick it up and play it and it's not fun, you're like, oh shit.
Oh, so you lied to me.
you lied to me. You hated me.
I will never trust you again. Thank you.
It's like the movement feels good or the game is challenging.
The movement feels good. Great. So fucking useful.
Well, the game is challenging to whom?
That's
Stop
my review
it.
of Sex. The
No.
movement feels good.
No, stop!
We need it in reference to something else. The second you go, oh well, it's no more difficult than this other game. It's like, wow, comparing it to another game. What is wrong with you?
Didn't he like tear apart that whole Dark Souls, easy, medium, Dark Souls, whatever? Like that's basically the same idea. So he tore
Except
apart
it's
that point.
actually kind of less valuable than that. It's
Yeah.
challenging. How so?
We've learned less than what he said in the fucking parody review. What is this?
Or the music is
gotta play
awesome.
that cover.
These are all of
It's awesome.
Because awesome.
Don't even like if you were objective man, you might describe what style of music it is, and then someone
Jesus,
could go,
yes.
"Oh,
This
I'm
is-
likely to think that's."
You could
awesome.
describe how often it plays, how long the songs are, what genre of music they are, how well composed they or what were they composed with instrument-wise. Like, what the fuck? Instead, you say it's awesome.
Also,
Oh,
yeah, this is terrible because he actually says this almost this exact line in his fake script earlier in the video. He's saying the music is amazing. It's the best soundtrack of all time or whatever. So he's mocking the thing that the
stupid
straw
format
man
thing.
script. Yeah, he did. He said that exact thing basically.
Right. Jesus.
Opinion. Game review you've ever read or watched has included someone's
human
opinion,
music.
no matter how said opinion was presented. When it comes to discussing
Okay.
games in any meaningful
course.
I mean,
Whatever,
yeah,
just let him have
sure.
it. Theo.
Yeah.
Most likely.
Just let him have it. We'll move on.
Capacity, very few people are
God.
interested in actual objectivity. For
Okay.
many games,
Bullshit.
things that are considered to be fact are often just the loudest opinions that have solidified.
Oh God!
So
No.
this is Persona, right? So that's an RPG. If I say this is an RPG, like,
Turn-based
is
Japanese
that,
role-playing
That's just
game.
the
Some people
loudest
are
opinion,
already out.
Fringy.
Is that the loudest opinion?
That's
or
just
is
your
that-
opinion.
Yeah.
There's a much quieter opinion saying it's a first-person shooter.
They're fucking wrong.
Their entire websites based around subjective facts around video games. One of the most useful websites I ever go to is Co-Optimus. Their entire purpose is to say, hey, is this game actually co-op? And is the co-op online? How many players? Is it offline? Do you need separate controllers? Do you need special peripherals? Is it full co-op, or is it a special mode where it's only a select experience for co-op and the rest is single player only? It's all just like fact based, but it's so
if you're
useful
looking for
because
a co-op game, that can be a handy resource for sure.
yeah, it's super useful because you otherwise you have to peer through like tons and tons of marketing crap, which doesn't always tell you that, oh, it's actually online co-op and it's only non-story mode with 5 levels. And you wouldn't know that unless you had a resource like Co-Optimus. So like there's tons of useful objective facts around games that people actually hunt for. Silly.
I've never heard of that website. That sounds so useful though.
Oh,
I
it is.
look for that
Mhm.
exact type of information, and it's foggy most of the time. You know.
Yeah, super foggy.
Yeah.
As in Quarter Black Garrett, we're very upset with the way Monster Hunter World handles co-op.
Yeah. Oh god, that's so hard to actually play with anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone in chat just wrote 2 + 2 = 4 is the loudest opinion.
True.
Right
point,
over
yeah.
time. Bias and subjectivity are integral in recommending a video game or dissuading others from playing it. But in the same vein, opinion pieces generally don't exist for the purpose of tearing down any opposing views. Out of the thousands.
Are you sure about
What?
that?
This is so
It
boring.
would be
dude.
very
Are you sure
valuable
about
to
that?
compare
Are
a
you
Shin
sure
Megami
about that?
Tensei
Are you
game
sure
to a
about that?
Persona game for a lot of people.
What is the point that somebody is going for in espousing a certain perspective if they don't want to convince more people to hold that perspective contrary to other perspectives that exist in the world?
Or even just to make sure they're informed. Like you could, because they show 2 games, Shin Megami Tensei 5 and Persona 5, that are both technically in the same series, but SMT is a lot more serious, a lot kind of more heavy-handed, not as much fun, not as much like crazy music and like funny characters. So telling people or comparing the 2 games are like, hey, this takes place in the same universe, but it might not really be your thing if the things you go to Persona for the wacky teenager high school stories, you know? So like I don't know, like even him saying that comparing 2 games is unhelpful, like he's kind of contradicting that by the games he's choosing to show. I don't know.
So I thought SMT was Persona, and it was like a Japanese.
Persona
Western
was a
thing.
spin-off of SMT.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
It would be like Final Fantasy Tactics or something like.
Right.
Thousands
Kind
and
of the
thousands
same,
of
but-
comments I've received, there's one that's planted itself in the back of my mind like a little parasite since I read it 3 years ago. It was on a video I made about why Mario Odyssey is one of my favorite games, and it said, "May I interrupt you real quick and tell you, you're wrong." The game looked beautiful and charming.
I don't know how you survive someone telling you you're wrong on the internet.
and had a great soundtrack,
Welcome
but
to
it was
the YouTube
painfully
comment section, my dude. Like, come on.
He's never let it go in the 3 years since.
short, had a horrible skill curve, super generic level design, a lot of boring boss fights, and it pretty much only existed out of filler content. Watch the review from Joseph Anderson and tell me you
That's pretty funny. That is
still
pretty
like
funny.
it afterwards.
though.
Oh my god, I hope you survived. I don't know what else to say to this. Like,
Did you-
Jesus Christ.
Should we
How do you
start a
look at
GoFundMe
someone
for this
that
guy?
loves a
Is he
video
okay?
game and go, yeah, this person is clearly in the dark. Playing the video game is nothing compared to...
Someone can change your mind with a review. That is possible, and it's not evil. All right, calm down.
fine.
Yeah.
Watching a video about it?
Oh my god, what a weird thing to do, right? Because everyone talks about this. Like, why would I watch a 6-hour review of a film when I can watch the film 3 times and come up with my own opinion? It's like, what the fuck does that even mean?
Because your own opinion might be shit.
There's
Why
plenty
do
of
you
things...
share your perspective on the internet? Like, why do you do it? What is the goal? Is it just to be listened to, or do you want people to adopt... Like, what is your goal with this particular video, if not to convince people to think like you?
I'm sorry, is this a fucking Mario game where he's fighting a fucking dragon?
Yes, it's a Chad Mario game. Fight a fucking dragon.
He's actually just fighting Bowser, but with a lot of LSD.
Whoa, this is what Bowser really is.
That's like the Moon Dragon guy, right? In Odyssey. I'm thinking of the right game.
If this guy isn't trying to change your mind, then I can only assume that means his perspective isn't that valuable, in which case, I'm not interested anyway.
Don't you think they should be a zoom out and be like, wait, I'm trying to change people's minds with this very video. Oh, I'm such a fucking moron. But
Wait,
I don't know if we...
You're gonna zoom out into space.
A very slow zoom out in space, yeah.
You said not 10 seconds ago that most people who express their opinions in this way aren't trying to persuade people. That's like the #1 goal of...
I'd
like,
say
that's
so, yeah.
hugely-
Yeah.
Why are you sharing it? If you don't care what other people think, you just write it down and pin it on your wall or something, or burn it, like right after you've written it. It's like, well, got that thought out of my head. Burn it up.
Dude, several people with Multiverse of Madness, I saw this in the Discord, there was some people were saying, and in the comments when it was getting ready to premiere, they were like, I actually really like this film, but I'm curious what Mola like found. And it's just like, yeah, you can have that. That could be the reason you want to check it out. You just want to see what things do and did not make sense. So you want to...
But as we've learned with this video, there is nothing to be gained from hearing what somebody else has to say, because any insights that they could have, you must have had because you also played the game and or watched the film and or watched the TV show.
Yeah,
so like, there's nothing new to be learned from somebody else's perspective,
which
I
the way,
thought was the thing that we're praising.
We've talked about this before, but like, I thought Get Out was awesome, and then I watched ER's video on it, and I was like, oh, not awesome. Like, okay, I understand.
If you do really like something and you find out someone hated it, don't you kind of want to know why?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and sometimes you end up really disagreeing with their opinion, and every so often it turns you around. It's like, oh, yeah, I actually didn't.
It's almost like that's the whole point of all of this.
You could argue
sharing our perspectives and trying to reach some understanding. Yeah.
You could even argue that any statement is persuasive, but the intent is persuasion to persuade somebody to your way of thinking. Like even just like a trivial thing. Like I watched one time, I saw it on my feed. I watched an entire video dedicated to the mandibles on Predator's face between all the movies and how it's changed over the years.
Yeah.
And how they start out with like, physical little props, little like robot mandibles, and then it got weirder and weirder to the point where like it got big, sort of like this sort of stretched out like leathery thing, and how it changed over the years until eventually it didn't even look anything like the original Predator mandibles. And I'm like, huh, I never really noticed that before, but now that I noticed it, it does look kind of bad in the later films. Huh, weird. And it was persuasive. It had facts, it had examples, it had visuals. So I was like, oh, didn't realize that before. That's cool.
Yeah.
And the funniest part, Joseph Anderson has a fantastic video called Subjectivity is Implied, where he just
that video.
Hey, I remember this. I remember this video.
Oh,
amazing.
Hey, what a throwback. That's like EFAP 20 or something?
16.
Yo, that was
I remember this one. I wonder.
What a classic.
This is like when Patrick Willems recommended movie, Bob.
So he's referencing this video in a positive way, right? And I gather by your reaction that this is a video that is like dumb.
It's very astute
John, to
of
give you an
yes.
idea, the reason Joseph made that video was all the backlash he got from his retarded opinions and lots of different things. He was like, oh shit, okay, well, you know what? Stop telling me that I'm sometimes subjective and sometimes objective. All of it's subjective. That's pretty much what that video is.
I am only here because of how dumb that video is.
Yeah,
I've never heard of him. Yeah.
Ironically, for anyone who doesn't know, we looked at the comment section, we read one out, and then we realized that the person who wrote it was Theo, and they were in our chat at the time. I think. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Now he gets to tell us that Dark Souls isn't that hard 12 times a stream.
It's not. I'm telling you.
It's not.
Topic. Reading a piece of media with someone might open your eyes to hidden meanings or flaws you didn't previously notice.
Right.
Finding
What do
a
you mean
video
flaws?
that
There's no
supports
such thing.
There's no such thing as a flaw. You're you're right. Yeah.
No such thing a flaw. It's all about how you feel. Remember?
Opinion and trying to use it as some sort of mind-changing weapon isn't really a productive
Oh
way
my god,
to
that's
go
not
about
what they were telling you to watch. That they specifically meant it was going to change your mind by opening your eyes up to flaws. That's what they were talking about.
critiquing
Yeah.
something.
No,
However,
it's a
with so many
mind-changing weapon.
posts and think pieces and 5-hour video essays and Steam reviews and comment threads, it can be hard to dive into any
six
given
now,
game
bitch.
without a bunch of disjointed
Boo.
expectations. The overwhelming, unceasing barrage of content can drastically affect the pieces of media you
I'm sorry you can't pass the different videos very well. Sorry you
So
have
why
trouble with
should
all
Yes,
that.
people
reviews
be
affect people's
subscribed to
opinions.
you?
That's
You
not
actually don't need to
used.
watch any of these things. It's all optional.
you choose to spend your valuable time on, or cause you to stress and reconsider things
Stress.
you were confident in
Stress.
enjoying, and I can definitely
Stress.
say I suffer from this to a pretty
you
extreme
projecting?
degree.
That's
Even
a
if I'm a
you problem,
pre-existing
man.
fan of
Like,
a
that's a you
franchise, or
problem.
just excited for a new game, a single negative comment is enough to plant that seed of doubt
Oh,
and
no.
cause me to
Dude,
start hyper-analyzing
no.
things as I play.
Come on, man.
It's gotten so bad that I try to watch or read as little
It's
as
not
possible
real.
about a game until I'm completely done with it.
That's
He's using
fine. You
co-op
can do
and-
I
that.
mean,
Wild
that's
Strike's
fine.
a
That's,
Bloodhound
I think that's
thing,
what you
too.
should do, really.
Yeah,
I'm on board
Yeah,
with that.
Sounds
Yeah.
like you
That's
solved
a
your
bad
own
thing to
problem.
do.
So why are you making this video?
I know that living in a bubble
I'll tell you,
isn't
this video was never for us.
Oh,
No.
fuck no.
True.
No, this was not meant for us to see. But we've seen
And
it
apparently
now.
he thinks reviews are also not for the person reading the review. It's just for me to vomit my personal feelings.
usually the best choice, and there's a whole other discussion to be had about spoilers and secrets, but for now, avoiding most opinions until I've formed an opinion of my own goes a long way in helping me enjoy a game more naturally.
Helping to
Seriously,
enjoy
that's-
it more
so-
naturally.
How do you
That is-
pick which games you play?
That is one of
So
the most
he's-
loaded statements in terms of just like, what? Wait, well, hang
Yeah.
on. What do you mean?
So
like,
he's-
Go
okay.
ahead.
No, I was just going to say he's saying that he avoids any and all comments or opinions about games before he plays them. So he's basically telling you, be like me, don't watch reviews. He's basically telling people not to watch his content, right? Because he does reviews.
Or not
Oh,
until
but
you've
also
already
stay
made up your
subscribed
own
to my
mind about it.
Patreon.
feel
Because
like
a lot of the times I like to go into things completely cold in terms of I know nothing about it,
Yeah.
Mhm.
but I want to know what, like, especially after I see it, I want to know what people think. I want to hear
Mm.
what people have to say. I want to see a review on it. I want to see if we align or if we differ.
Well, one element of it is knowing you're not insane. When someone goes like, "Oh, I fucking
Yep.
hated Chuba Joom Joom," and you're like, "Yeah, same. I fucking hated him too."
Yeah.
And you're like,
Oh,
"Yeah."
he's such a dick.
Personally, I'm
I
gonna
feel
go
like
with
rather than just ruling out all kind of review videos, this comes down to like hurt feelings. Where
Oh,
it's just
yes,
Absolutely.
hugely.
Absolutely.
Whole video
Like,
very
don't-
upset that someone said
if-
in a comment.
Don't say anything if you don't have anything positive to say, basically. And if you have anything negative to say, you're being
Except
overly critical and you're not,
There's
that
a
kind
video
of
on the
thing.
channel called "Open World Games Are a Mess."
Oh,
It's like
God.
that sounds like a very definitive statement
Well, I
about current open world games.
I best not
and a lot of the
watch
criticism
that.
seems to be waypoints and stuff.
I best not watch that till I play all open world games. Wouldn't want to destroy my natural enjoyment.
Well, it's kind of the problem is that this perspective is something like the perspective espoused in this video is one that people really struggle to maintain consistently. It's kind of like when people say there's no such thing as like an objective review. It's like that sounds pretty objective. Like how like how do you contradict yourself so like I don't know what
You have to
Why-
appreciate the audacity of it.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's at the end of the day, the reality is you put your opinions out there because you do want to persuade people. That of course you do. That's why you put it on the internet for people to watch. There are things that you consider to be good or bad by some sort of metric. And you're willing to share them with people. And you're totally fine with doing it to games that you consider to be bad. And then of course in the opposite direction for things you consider to be good. And that's totally fine. That's chill. It's okay. It's not that scary.
Sonic Frontiers with the mindset of a lobotomized toddler, so I can be excited for 2 seconds before the harsh reality helps me cry myself to sleep at night.
You have
I envy
Sonic.
people
You
that can
like Sonic too much.
You might just have issues.
Yeah, I already said that. You like Sonic too much.
I just
I just hate
System in
Chupa
Sonic
Joom
is it?
Joom for the voice acting.
Oh yeah, same.
just play a game and have
furry
fun.
all
How do you?
I already do play games and have
Guys,
fun.
Dude, just turn your brain off.
And then I talk about them, and when they're shit, I tell you it's shit, and then it's still kind of fun. Shut up.
I don't need this video
Got
to
'em.
tell me like you need to stop being so critical. Just enjoy it. It's like I do. Shut up.
Yeah, I can do both at the
You
same
just
time.
turn your brain off. Like I could do it when I play Bloons Tower Defense, sure.
Okay.
But for a regular single player
Okay,
experience,
what
the
damning
fuck do you-
indictment
what?
of Bloons Tower
There's
Defense.
plenty of
What's wrong
tower
with
defense
Bloons Tower
things where you
Defense?
can't relax.
Turn off my brain for a regular game. A regular game, as opposed to any regular game like Bloons Tower Defense.
Oh my god.
I'm just grasping at straws here.
Yes.
I don't
Yep.
even know how to end this video yet. I'm just gonna go play
Wait, what do you
a game
mean?
in my
Are you
bag.
the
Why don't you
writer
just
for
sigh and
Metal
Multiverse
Gear
of
Rising
Madness?
is
You don't
kinda
even know how
cool.
it ends yet?
There's still 5
I
minutes.
didn't
here.
want to make this video, guys.
Wait, what is happening?
Well, he's playing Metal Gear Rising.
I mean, yeah, it's a good game.
I hope he has an
That
angry
was
face
awesome.
like
Metal Gear Rising Revengeance.
Go on.
It's probably the
Okay.
video game ever made. I will never give it a score, and I
Why?
hesitate to even attempt to compare it to Platinum's.
Because you enjoyed it
Why?
so much, it's
Why?
such a
You don't-
crazy,
it has a
unique
lot in
experience. You never
common
want to nail it down with any kind of definitive mechanical definition of anything that's going on in the game.
Even though it can be very interesting to compare Metal Gear Rising to the other games that,
Yeah.
There's
that
a
they
lot
made,
in
like
common with other
Bayonetta.
I'm
yeah,
frustrated
Automata,
because
Cool shit to talk
Vanquish.
about in this game.
if a game is giving you such a crazy, awesome, unique experience, you never want to touch it with a single critical eye because you wouldn't want to damage any of that. That's one direction to go. The direction I go is, fuck, I really want to apply a critical eye to this to figure out why it gave me that experience. Why? What is the
Exactly.
mechanical
Isn't it-
nature of this that causes that kind of experience?
Doesn't
Then
that
why tell
give you
people
like
about it so they
religious
play it
zealot
as well?
vibes? Like, don't even question it. Do not
Oh,
apply
yeah.
any sort of criticism to
Well,
this
so what I
belief
find
that you hold.
interesting is that you espouse the perspective that there's no way that you can qualify like any perspective that you have in a way that is going to be like universally or broadly applicable. Yet you're kind of scared by the notion of somebody
Yes.
turning a critical eye to something. It's like, how? How can you be scared? It's all everything. Everything is everything that it can ever be all at once. Like it can never be good or bad or flawed in any way, or like it can't, because everything is anything to anybody based on what they personally feel. So what are you afraid of?
There's
The reason why you're scared is because you know that there are things that somebody could say about even this game, which I really like,
There's a
that
great-
might make you not feel as good about it.
There's a great irony in the fact that he's like opposed to putting it in any kind of a box, being sealed and labeled with whatever it actually is. But he's put it in Schrodinger's box. We don't even know what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Other titles, because who fucking cares? Where most games.
Oh my god!
Lots of
You
people
really care.
How do you keep
Lots of people
fucking
care
up?
about the other Platinum games.
You
and how
really
they
care
inform
because
the
you're very
design of Metal
nervous
Gear.
about it. You're scared of what will happen to your perspective on that game. So you care
just
a
had a
lot,
small
I would
poof.
say.
Games operate at maybe 60 to 80% for a runtime of 10 to 30 hours. Metal Gear Rising functions similarly to
hours?
the former
It's like
CEO
4
of
hours
Costco
long.
when they tried to
Okay.
change the price
this
of
game
the
is
hot
short.
dog. If you let up on the gas even once, I will fucking kill you.
die
I might
a
have
lot?
finished the whole thing in 6 hours, but I don't
look,
give
4
a damn
hours.
about the hour count.
Oh,
It's a game
I don't care that
even
you don't
wanna
care.
review because it's so fucking stupid and awesome. I wasn't thinking about
So-
whether or not the block mechanic was too generous or if
So,
the camera
like,
was
why
Metal
not?
going
Gear
out a
Rising,
little bit
Metal
in
Gear
some
Rising
areas.
has got problems,
Yeah,
and
too much fun.
identifying those problems would have made for a better game. Like the inventory, the weapon select thing, pretty bad.
Yeah,
you have
the
to go into
secondary
like a pause
weapons
menu
suck.
to filter through it.
Shut
you
up, you
don't
have fun.
lose. Like you can simultaneously say this game is awesome as fuck and I really like it, but also like the inventory system could be tweaked a bit. Maybe
Yeah.
if there was a little bit more variation to the weapons, that
And
would have
the
made the
parry
game
is
better.
overpowered.
The parry is
Yeah.
overpowered.
The
Exactly.
brain was being physically pummeled by the pure adrenaline running through my
Yeah, you
veins,
felt really good.
forcing me to
You
scream,
felt great.
"Yeah!" with Raiden every time he cracked
So
open
here's
a
another
fresh
one.
Gatorade
There's only 2
spine.
animations
What I'm
when
trying
you
to
do
get
the
at
big
here,
flip
just
with
like I
the
did with
spine.
Sonic Adventure.
Yeah, but he was having fun, Frank. So shut
Oh wait,
the fuck up.
he's saying what he's actually trying to get at.
Adventure
Let's
2
see.
is that Metal Gear Rising was all about the experience.
There you go.
A Steam checklist about graphics or sound effects or
Every game is about
gameplay
the experience.
Or
We're
immersive
talking
I
video.
thought
Yeah.
we were talking about the essay,
Everything.
though. The big dissertation about
Everything
how
you
it's-
consume for entertainment is about. What are you suggesting? That we never talk about anything mechanical ever again anymore because it's only about the experience? What is wrong with you?
Everything is about the experience.
The mechanics are the experience.
Everything is an experience. Every game that you play is an experience.
This is what I mean
whether
about the
it
whole
be
like
good or bad.
It's like a level 1 epiphany. It's like, where are you? Catch up with reality. We all know this. Move on.
Also,
Reach the
this
second
feels like a
epiphany where
review
you
of the
realize
game
it's important to
tacked
have
onto this
both.
video.
I want to like challenge this guy to be like, dude, you and me, we're each writing 2,000 words on Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. We're just gonna read them out, see how it goes.
Every second of action could never have explained the feeling of playing Revengeance, except for the one I found that made a new checkbox.
Isn't that what he's doing right now?
For
You're
every
saying-
category called
Read.
Metal Gear
Something
Rising
about the
Revengeance.
experience. Man.
That one's pretty good. Maybe what I'm saying here is that there's a part of games that none of us can entirely analyze or review. It's how
The part where we feel things individually, you're goddamn right, because that's what we feel individually.
Yeah.
Like, that's why would you even bring it up?
how they make us feel.
Well, let's
Oh
put
my
it this
God.
way. You better believe-
Wait,
you
I
better
like they knew
believe-
that.
I,
We all
along
know
with my
this.
other video essay colleagues in crime, do what we can to tell stories and share personal experiences about our favorite games. But the idea that criticism, reviews, and internet discourse can scare people away from things they might have enjoyed
No, scare you away.
Scare you.
Exactly.
is kinda unfortunate. Microtransactions, manipulation, industry standards, crunch culture, and false promises are an entirely different can of worms, but if people like something even though...
I agree, that is an entirely different can of worms.
Yeah.
Why'd you even bring it up?
Why is this relevant?
What?
Those are the things I prefer to talk about because I'm one of those video game YouTubers who tackles the real questions.
I don't think they're wrong. That's not how opinions work.
Oh my
Just
God.
because I have a couple 100,000 subscribers and know how to apply transition presets to a sans serif font doesn't mean I have the slightest fucking clue what I'm talking about
Agreed.
ever. I know I've been bouncing around a ton of abstract ideas here, but I'll try to
that is a
sum it
kind
up.
way to say it.
Abstract ideas.
You're bouncing around abstract. Yeah,
You
sure,
have no
definitely.
idea what you're talking about because you had the level 1 epiphany. You gotta wait a few decades and you'll get there, don't worry.
As
I remember my
Sim-
first week on YouTube.
Simplest way I can. At the end of the day, it's okay to like things that other people think are
Oh my
wonderful.
God, how old are you?
No one has ever
Why did
disagreed
this
with this
take so
point.
long?
Or even
This
that
is not an
you think-
epiphany.
The longest
took you
video we've
16
ever
minutes
watched,
to
okay?
not
Literally.
describe that concept.
it's so long for what it's saying.
It's like I said. It's like I said. This video is literally just let people enjoy things.
That's it.
Yep.
And it comes from
It-
the fact that
this-
someone on
this
a
video
fucking...
is let me enjoy things.
All because
This
somebody
video
put
is
a
a
comment
yourselves.
on his-
I did not know this.
All because he played Mario Odyssey, enjoyed it, and then someone said, "No, you're wrong." That's what all of this came from.
Been
stewing on that
Keep
for
on
3
enjoying
years.
that game that your friends don't, or that a big YouTuber said is the
I
worst
know
thing
all of
ever
this because I'm
created
not
for
5.
a clickbait title. They just don't know how to have fun after spending 2 full months logging 100
Yeah, I'm
hours
sorry
into
your
a video
audience is
game
so
they
brain dead,
despise
you
to
feel
make a
the need
point
to
about
tell them this.
manipulative game design or something stupid like that. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this video.
No.
It's a bit different
Nah.
in
What if
tone
they
and
enjoy
style from
manipulative
what I've
game
been making
design?
lately, so
I don't
let me
want
know if you'd
to.
like to see more stuff like this.
No,
Or if it even
No,
made
this
any
was shit.
sense. If you'd like to
it didn't make any sense at all. No.
This
Or
was
the channel,
awful. It took
subscribing
you
is very
16
cool.
minutes to not say what you said at the end.
I don't
What
think
took
you're
you
awesome
16
in the
minutes
least
to explain?
parasocial
Hey, guess what? People have different opinions, and that's cool. Like, yeah, thanks.
Very
possible.
cool.
And if you want to be even more non
And then if you would like to give me money to keep doing
my
this.
way over on
All right,
Patreon,
that's
which is
it. We're done.
Maybe that lawsuit would have been worth the risk, actually. I don't know.
We did it. We got it.
Excellent.
In the bag.
Gosh, we're just so gosh darn good at this.
And I don't even know what the curse of video game criticism is now. That's the name, and I don't know what the curse
Just that you
is.
can't
Exist,
enjoy
man,
things
then
because
it
you're being
happens.
critical of it. I guess.
Oh,
Exactly.
it's just
Yeah.
oh.
That's what he was saying. He was saying, "Oh, I can't enjoy games because my critic brain is always on, so I'm always looking for flaws and trying to evaluate
That
things."
was
rather
one
than
of
just
the
Don't
7
be
curses.
critical of
You're saying
games,
the
but
curse
also
of video
pay
game
me to be
criticism is the
critical of
criticism?
Yes.
That's a video game criticism.
That
Is
seems
that
to
this
be the
guy
case,
is
yeah.
standard fare.
Oh,
Got him.
It was difficult to
Yeah.
watch. Very difficult
No,
to
it's
watch.
just-
However,
It
with-
makes me so upset.
Worth bringing up that that's we're gonna call it there for good old episode 1, part 1 of this 24-hour nightmare. I mean, happy times. But it's worth mentioning that we're not gonna leave you like on your own, alone, teared and scarified. Yeah. How about that?
Fish and posh.
Scarify me,
Johnny
Captain.
Depp.
That was such a moment. My brain was like, "Is that the right one?" And I was like, "No, that's it's completely wrong."
Just got a brute force.
But yeah, it's worth mentioning last time we did this anniversary stream, you guys, we go for a little half-hour break so that we can gather poops and drinks and do everything that we need to do. Maybe there's something available for you folks while you wait in about 6 minutes from now.
What could it be?
You guys said there'd never be more Batwomans, would there? They're all gone. They're all gone for No.
Can it be?
Yes, it can be.
Oh.
So I guess I'll give them a few minutes to. You need to go over there now, guys. See that one on Moolah? You got to go jump in there quick while we recalibrate. Gosh, there's so many more things we got to do. That was genuinely a dense 8.5 hours of EFAP. Like,
wow, that was
non-stop.
We covered 2 videos.
Exactly. To be fair, that was a grand total of I want to say like 45 minutes. I think. So
that's actually fairly impressive.
That was some hardcore shit.
But past us will take care of you while future us are doing different. Or present us, I should say. Funnily enough, Metal Rags Free. When was this even recorded? I don't know.
I didn't know that it was still in the can. I forgot.
But,
Surprise,
probably a year and a half ago.
What I do know is I'm pretty sure this is Black Mask's first episode. It's season 2,
Oh.
episode 9.
Oh my god! That's when he pops up. Oh, the origin.
Yeah,
oh wow,
we are that far
was a long time
behind.
ago.
But yeah, hey, we've really appreciated your interactions with us there, chat. Obviously, super chats have been coming in. I think the plan, as it stands, may very well be that we'll do She-Hulk episode and then super chats for this episode for the next EFAP episode after the anniversary, if that made any sense at all.
201.
And when we return for part 2 of this stream, we will likely have a whole different set of people. That's at least part of the goal. And yeah, plenty more shit to do. I'm wondering when we may or may not fit in Gartic Phone. I don't even know, because lots of things I'd like.
Who knows?
But yeah, who can really say? Still another 4 minutes.
Do we have to make up 4 minutes of time?
I guess we
do. We
don't.
have to talk.
I could just stop.
Ooh, 3 minutes.
Ooh, I got 3.
You could put on the panty sniffing reviewer video and then cut it just before he sniffs them. Did Voxus show you guys that video?
I do not know what that video is.
What is this?
It's a guy who does like unboxing panty reviews in his bathroom while his wife's asleep in the other room. He's been like removed from YouTube.
He's been removed from YouTube.
Honestly,
it's great.
Honestly, it's one of the grossest fucking things I've ever seen.
People send
You mean the greatest?
No, he gets women to like wear panties and then he buys them off them and then he's like, yeah, I'm going to take this, and he does like the, hey guys, how you doing? The soft ASMR whisper voice.
Oh my!
And he's filming himself in the mirror and he's like, oh yeah, it's nice, moist, juicy pussy.
Oh my god!
It's genuinely, it's one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen.
They're not used; they're pre-owned.
I'm already subscribed.
That's one way of looking at it. Yeah.
Does this man have a Patreon? I just.
Hey, if you like what I'm doing, you can support me on Patreon.
If you want to send
on
me
his
your
Patreon.
God damn it!
What's the number that Patreon could get to that he could come clean to his wife?
Yeah, he's expected to be like horrified, but she's like, "How much are you making?" It's like
$20,000 a month, honey. Can I keep sniffing your panties or what?
And here's the great thing, honey. You have to do nothing.
Yeah, you just got to pretend you don't know, because that's part of my thing.
It's relatively close enough, right? Is it? Because I was gonna wait until it does the annoying, horrible, loud music.
Oh yeah.
Chad will be fine for 2 minutes. They'll be fine.
I don't know if they will. Mel, what if they all fall over?
I mean, James can help them up. He's here modding, right?
That's true.
He
And
can help them up.
We'll aim to
And Thunder.
have the next one running around about the time this one is ending. Of course, that makes the most sense because
Really?
ultimately, the more little gaps there are in between, the less time me and Rags and Fringy get to have before going. No, more time there is before we can sleep again, because we got. This is the first 8.5 hours actually. This one is.
Yeah, I think it went by pretty good for me. I'm feeling pretty good.
I'm fine for now. It's usually the second round that starts to be like, hey, you've been up for a while, haven't you? So, shut up, brain. We're busy. Stuff to do. Done in 60 seconds. All right, we can wait for that. Fine. Anyone want to talk about the weather or something?
The
It's
weather
been
is
hot.
currently outside. I don't think it's coming inside anytime soon.
Well, if you're movie Bob,
might-
the weather comes inside, blows over your hands.
I just got back from Las Vegas. It was pretty hot there.
That's such a great sort of, you wanted to talk about a thing and you realized in the thing you revealed something stupid and embarrassing and you're like, oh fuck.
You should notice that when you're typing out hundreds of cans.
But well, the
Don't
problem
you
was,
guys
Rags,
hate
that
it
was
when the wind blows your 100 soda cans?
exactly.
Maybe
He thought it was a
thinks that's
normal
normal.
event.
Yeah.
He's like, this is just
Yeah,
something everyone goes
It's like a
through.
McDonald's meal.
It's
He
very
thinks it's
relatable.
normal.
Yeah.
Like, you guys have like hundreds of cans by the window that you stack, right?
Yeah.
No, he didn't even ask that. He just assumed that was the lives of other people.
Well, where do you guys keep your soda cans?
Well, here's the thing, Movie
Bags.
Bob. We don't have 100
Bags.
fucking soda cans every week.
I like how I changed the story to like, oh, it's actually not soda. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
water.
yeah. Yeah,
Is the window
sparkling
always
water,
open?
Yeah.
Like that even fucking matters. If you have a
Oh, and-
fucking 100 cans on your fucking window.
You have an addiction.
Yeah.
Genuine
Yeah, because
PSA.
the window got in,
Be
so
sure
I'm
to-
guessing the window was open at the time. But if he has 100 cans in front of it, how do you open that window without knocking them over before the
it
window's
opens
a problem?
outward. It opens
A lot of
outward.
Well,
cans.
maybe it's
So he goes
slides up.
outside to open it?
Yes.
No, it slides up. He only needs one little space for his hand to fit. So, I mean, fuck, he doesn't close that window. or
Genuine
open it.
PSA, mute the thing when it comes on. It's going to hurt you otherwise. Ah.
Oh.
Mute everybody.
Okay, it's up.
Oh,
All
my
right,
goodness.
goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Thanks, everybody.
Oh, my God.
Peace.
Bow.